Welcome to Quiet Law YouTube channel. Close your eyes. Let your breathing slow. In the darkness behind your eyelids, imagine a world without cities. A world without walls. A world where the only lights were stars and fire, and the moon reflected on still water. This is a journey backward through time. Not the time of emperors or monuments, but the deep time before them. The time when humanity was young, and every cave was a cathedral, and every handprint on a wall was a prayer we can no longer translate. We will walk through ruins that have no names. We will stand in the doorways of civilizations that rose and fell, and were forgotten so completely that even their forgetting has been forgotten. We will trace the edges of empires that crumbled into sand, and listen to the silence where voices once echoed. There is nothing urgent here. No deadlines. No decisions to make. Only the slow accumulation of dust on stone, the patient work of wind and water, the gentle erasure of all things by time. Let the weight of centuries settle over you like a blanket. Let the distance between now and then stretch out until it loses meaning. We have nowhere to be, nothing to prove. We are simply remembering, together, the long story of people who came before. People who built and dreamed and vanished. Breathe slowly, listen closely, and let us begin at the very beginning, in the deep caves of human memory, before there were cities at all. On the southern coast of South Africa, where the Indian Ocean meets cliffs of limestone and sandstone, there is a cave. It faces the sea. The wind has been blowing into this cave for 100,000 years. The waves have been crashing below it for longer than that. Inside this cave, in layers of sediment and shell and bone, archaeologists found something extraordinary. They found proof that human beings were thinking symbolically, creating art, performing rituals, and organizing their world with meaning far earlier than anyone had believed possible. Blombo's cave is not large. It is not dramatic. From the outside, it looks like countless other caves carved by water and time into the coastal rock of southern Africa. But inside, buried in the archaeological layers, were objects that changed our understanding of human cognition itself. In the 1990s, archaeologist Christopher Henshelwood began systematic excavations at Blombo's. What he and his team discovered would take years to fully comprehend. They found engraved ochre pieces, deep red stones marked with cross-hatched patterns, deliberate and geometric. These patterns were not random. They were not accidental scratches. They were intentional designs, created by someone who wanted to make a mark, to express something, to communicate across time. The ochre pieces were dated to roughly 70,000 years ago. 70,000 years. Long before the cave paintings of Europe. Long before the Venus figurines. Long before any of the art we typically associate with early human creativity. Someone sat in this cave, holding a piece of red ochre, and carefully carved lines into it. Crossing lines. Patterns that repeated. Patterns that meant something to them, even if we can never know what. But the ochre was not all. The team found beads. Tiny shells, each one deliberately perforated, worn smooth by use. These were not food remains. These were ornaments, jewelry, personal decoration. The shells came from a species called Necarius crausianus, small sea snails that still live along the South African coast today. Each shell had been carefully pierced, likely with a bone tool. The holes were positioned precisely, so the shells could be strung together, worn as a necklace or bracelet, sewn onto clothing perhaps. These beads were found in layers dating back 75,000 years. Maybe older. Someone collected these shells. Someone valued them enough to spend time making them into something beautiful. Someone wore them. And when that person died, the beads were left behind, falling into the sand and ash and refuse of daily life, waiting to be found again. The cave also yielded evidence of organized tool production. Stone blades knapped with precision. Bone tools shaped and sharpened. The production debris was not scattered randomly. It was concentrated in specific areas, suggesting designated workspaces. People were not just making tools as needed. They were planning, organizing, creating surplus, thinking ahead. Perhaps most remarkably, archaeologists found traces of compound adhesive. The inhabitants of Blombo's cave were mixing ochre with bone and charcoal and plant gum to create a kind of glue. This glue was used to attach stone points to wooden shafts, making sophisticated composite tools. Creating this adhesive required multiple steps, multiple ingredients gathered from different sources, and knowledge of how heat and mixture would transform those raw materials into something useful. It required planning. It required teaching and learning. It required a society that could pass knowledge from one generation to the next. The cave was occupied intermittently over tens of thousands of years. People came and went. They lived here when the climate was favorable, when the sea level brought the coast closer or pushed it farther away, when game was abundant. They left behind their tools, their beads, their decorated ochre. They left behind the meals they ate, piles of shells and bones from fish and seals and small mammals. They left behind their fires, layers of ash marking countless evenings when families gathered around flame. What were they thinking, these people? What did the patterns on the ochre mean? Were they decorative, or did they carry symbolic weight? Were they markers of identity, clan signs, religious symbols? What stories did they tell each other as they worked the shells into beads? What songs did they sing? We will never know. The meanings are lost. But the objects remain. They sit now in museums and laboratories, small and quiet, and profoundly important. They tell us that 70,000 years ago, human beings were already fully human in the ways that matter most. They were creating beauty. They were expressing ideas. They were making their mark on the world, saying, "We were here, we existed, we mattered." Blombo's cave is quiet now. Tourists visit sometimes, but it is remote, not easy to reach. The ocean still crashes below. The wind still blows through. And in the sediment, in layers not yet excavated, there are surely more secrets waiting. More beads. More ochre. More evidence of minds that were just like ours, reaching across the millennia. In the Altai Mountains of Siberia, where Russia meets Kazakhstan and Mongolia and China, where the landscape is all high valleys and limestone ridges and rivers cutting through ancient rock, there is a cave. It sits on the right bank of the Anhui River, tucked into a hillside, surrounded by birch and pine. For thousands of years, maybe hundreds of thousands, this cave has been a shelter. Different species of humans have lived here, overlapping and diverging, leaving behind fragments of themselves in the cold Siberian soil. The cave is named Denisova, after an 18th century hermit named Denis who supposedly lived here. But its real story is much older and stranger than any hermit's tale. Russian archaeologists began excavating Denisova cave in the 1970s. For decades, they worked methodically through the layers, finding stone tools, animal bones, evidence of fires and food processing. The cave had clearly been occupied many times across vast stretches of prehistory. But the significance of what they were finding did not become clear until much later, until the revolution in ancient DNA analysis made it possible to read genetic information from tiny fragments of fossil bone. In 2008, archaeologists found a tiny finger bone in the cave sediments. Just a fragment, part of a pinky finger from a young individual, perhaps a child. The bone was sent for analysis. When the DNA was extracted and sequenced, it revealed something astonishing. This finger bone did not belong to a modern human. It did not belong to a Neanderthal. It belonged to an entirely unknown species of human, a ghost population that we had not even suspected existed. The scientists named this new species Denisovans, after the cave where they were discovered. We still do not know what they looked like. We have only a handful of bone fragments. A finger bone, a few teeth, a piece of skull. Not enough to reconstruct a face or a body. But their DNA told a story. Denisovans were a sister species to Neanderthals. They diverged from our common ancestor hundreds of thousands of years ago. They lived across Asia, from Siberia to Southeast Asia, maybe beyond. And they did not just live alongside modern humans, they interbred with them. People living today, especially in Melanesia and Australia and parts of Southeast Asia, carry Denisovan DNA in their genomes. A few percent, sometimes more. The genetic legacy of encounters that happened 40,000 years ago, 50,000, meetings in caves or river valleys or forests that are now lost to time. The cave itself is a maze of chambers and galleries. There is a main chamber, large enough for extended families to live in. There are smaller side chambers. There is evidence that the cave was used as a seasonal shelter, a place to return to during certain times of the year, when the hunting was good or the weather harsh. The excavations revealed layers upon layers of occupation. Denisovans lived here. Neanderthals lived here. Modern humans lived here. Sometimes their occupations overlapped. Sometimes thousands of years separated them. The stone tools changed slowly through the layers, techniques evolving, new styles appearing and disappearing. In 2019, researchers announced another extraordinary find. They had identified a bone fragment that belonged to a hybrid individual, a teenage girl whose mother was Neanderthal and whose father was Denisovan. Direct evidence of interbreeding between two different human species. The girl lived and died in this cave over 50,000 years ago, a living bridge between populations, a reminder that the boundaries between species are not always sharp and clear. The cave also yielded sophisticated artifacts. A beautiful chlorite bracelet, polished and drilled, dated to around 40,000 years ago. Bone needles with carefully drilled eyes, used perhaps for sewing tailored clothing. A piece of bone carved with markings, possible decoration or notation. These were not simple survival tools. These were objects of craft and care, evidence of aesthetic sense and technical skill. The climate around Denisova Cave has changed dramatically over the millennia. During some periods, it was colder than today, with steppe tundra stretching across the valleys. During other periods, it was warmer, with forests climbing the mountain slopes. The cave inhabitants adapted, hunting mammoth and woolly rhinoceros during cold phases, deer and elk when the climate warmed. What did it feel like to live here? To shelter from the Siberian winter in these stone chambers, fires burning against the cold, while outside the world was locked in ice. To gather plant foods in summer from the valley below, to fish the river, to watch the seasons turn in this high remote place? The Denisovans are gone now. Not just dead, but extinct. Their lineage ended. But they persist as genetic ghosts, fragments of their DNA, still circulating in human populations, half a world away from this Siberian cave. Adaptations they evolved, ways of coping with high altitude and low oxygen, have been passed down through the generations, still helping people live in the mountains of Tibet. Denisova Cave is still being excavated. Every field season brings new finds, new data, new complexities. The sediments go deep. There are layers not yet reached, periods of occupation still buried. The cave keeps its secrets slowly, reluctantly, revealing them piece by fragment by grain of soil. And at night, when the archaeologists have left and the cave is empty and dark, it is much as it has always been. Stone and silence. The river murmuring below. The wind in the pines. Waiting for the next inhabitant. The next fire. The next mark left by human hands. In the karst landscapes of southern China, in Hunan province, where limestone has been carved by water into fantastic shapes, towers and caverns and underground rivers, there is a cave called Fuyan. The name means lucky fate. The cave sits in a region of dramatic beauty, where the stone mountains rise abruptly from flat valleys, where the rivers disappear into the earth and emerge again miles away. Fuyan Cave was discovered, or rather rediscovered, in 2011. Local people had known about it, but archaeologists had not surveyed it thoroughly. When they did, when they began to dig carefully through the sediments, they found something that challenged the established timeline of human migration. They found teeth. 47 human teeth, to be precise. Molars and incisors and premolars, scattered through the cave floor sediments. The teeth were anatomically modern, matching the dental patterns of Homo sapiens. But when they were dated using uranium series dating, a method that measures radioactive decay in the cave formations surrounding the fossils, the results were startling. The teeth were between 80,000 and 120,000 years old, maybe older. This was far earlier than most scientists believed modern humans had reached East Asia. The prevailing models suggested that Homo sapiens left Africa around 60,000 years ago and spread relatively quickly across the world. But here were modern humans in southern China, already present, already settled, tens of thousands of years before that supposed migration. The teeth themselves are beautiful objects, small and white and precisely shaped. Each one is slightly different, individual variations in cusp patterns and root structure. These were real people. Dozens of individuals, living and dying in this cave or nearby, their teeth falling out after death and being slowly buried in the limestone sediments. The cave environment preserved them remarkably well. The calcium carbonate in the cave water mineralized the sediments, creating a kind of natural cement that locked the fossils in place. The teeth show little damage, minimal weathering. They look, in photographs, almost fresh. What else was found? Stone tools, though not many. Fragments of animal bone, species that lived in the region during the late Pleistocene. Evidence of fire, though the hearths were disturbed by later activity. The cave had been occupied intermittently, people coming and going, using it for shelter or as a temporary camp. The discovery sparked debate. Some scientists argued that the dating must be wrong, that the teeth could not really be that old. Others suggested that maybe there were earlier dispersals out of Africa, waves of migration that failed or were absorbed or left only trace genetic signatures. Still others pointed to other sites in Asia with similarly early dates, arguing that the whole narrative of human migration needed to be reconsidered. The region around Fuyan Cave is lush and green today. Rice paddies fill the valleys between the karst peaks. Small villages cling to the hillsides. Rivers meander through the landscape. It is fertile land, rich in resources. 80,000 years ago, it would have been different, but still rich. Forests instead of paddies. Different rivers, different patterns of rainfall. But still a place where people could live, could find food and water and shelter. The people whose teeth were found in Fuyan Cave, what did they eat? Likely a mix of plant foods and game. The karst region would have offered roots and tubers, fruits and nuts, mushrooms and greens. The forests held deer and pigs and smaller mammals. The rivers provided fish. It was a landscape of abundance, if you knew how to read it. Did these people stay? Did they thrive and multiply? Or did they die out, a failed colonization attempt? The genetic evidence is ambiguous. Modern East Asian populations show some signs of ancient admixture, hints of deep genetic structure that might reflect these early arrivals. But the details are murky, complicated by later migrations and population movements. Fuyan Cave itself is not easily accessible. It requires a climb up a steep slope, scrambling over rocks and through vegetation. Inside, the cave is dark and damp, the floor uneven. There is no grand entrance hall, no dramatic features. It is just a hole in the limestone, deep enough to provide shelter, dry enough to be habitable. The excavations are ongoing, careful work that proceeds centimeter by centimeter. Each layer of sediment is screened for tiny fragments, bone and stone and charcoal. Each find is mapped and photographed and catalogued. The cave is giving up its information slowly. What we know for certain is this: modern humans were in southern China far earlier than we once thought. They were there, living under these limestone cliffs, losing their teeth to age and accident and burial. They were adapting to the Asian environment, learning the rhythms of monsoon and dry season, the patterns of animal migration, the seasonal availability of plant foods. And then they vanished from the record. There are no human remains at Fuyan Cave after about 80,000 years ago. The next evidence of modern humans in the region comes much later. What happened in between? We do not know. Climate change, perhaps. Competition with other human species. Denisovans, or late surviving populations of more archaic humans. Disease. Bad luck. The teeth remain. Small and white and precise. 47 individual pieces of evidence that the story we tell about human migration is incomplete. That there were chapters we did not know about, movements and settlements and disappearances that happened in the deep past and left only the faintest traces. Fuyan Cave is quiet now. Bats roost in the upper chambers. Water drips slowly from the ceiling, building new formations one drop at a time. And in the sediments, in layers not yet excavated, there may be more teeth, more bones, more clues to the mystery of who these people were and where they went. In the mountains east of Beirut, in Lebanon, where the Mediterranean coastal plain gives way to steep limestone ridges, where valleys cut deep into the bedrock, there is a rock shelter called Ksara Keel. It overlooks the Nahr el Kalb, the Dog River, which flows down from the mountains to the sea. The shelter faces west, catching the afternoon sun, protected from the worst of the winter rains by an overhang of rock. Ksara Keel is one of the most important Paleolithic sites in the Levant, the crossroads region where Asia meets Africa meets Europe. People lived here, on and off, for tens of thousands of years. The archaeological deposits are incredibly deep, over 20 meters of accumulated sediment and refuse and living floors. Each layer represents a different period of occupation, different technologies, different ways of life. The site was first excavated in the 1930s and 1940s by a team of Jesuit archaeologists. They were meticulous workers, especially for their time, keeping detailed records and collecting extensive samples. They excavated through layer after layer of stone tools, bone fragments, shells, and ash. And then in the upper Paleolithic layers, dated to around 40,000 years ago, they found human remains. 2 skeletons, both apparently young individuals, buried deliberately in the rock shelter. The burials were careful, the bodies placed in specific positions. One was a teenage girl, the other a young child. The girl's skeleton was particularly well preserved. Her skull was intact, her bones in anatomical position. She became known as Egbert, a nickname given by the excavators, though later she was more properly called Xara Keel Woman, or simply Ka1. The discovery of these skeletons was significant because they provided physical evidence of the people who made the Upper Paleolithic stone tools found throughout the Levant. These were anatomically modern humans, Homo sapiens, with gracile skeletons and fully modern skulls. They were part of the wave of modern humans spreading out of Africa, moving through the Levant into Europe and Asia. But the story of Xara Keel is complicated by a tragedy. During the chaos of the Lebanese Civil War in the 1970s, the skeletons were lost. They had been stored at the American University of Beirut, but when the fighting intensified, when institutions were overrun and collections scattered, the bones disappeared. For decades, they were presumed destroyed. However, the excavators had made detailed measurements and descriptions, and they had taken small samples for analysis, fragments kept in other institutions. In recent years, scientists have been able to extract DNA from these tiny samples, revealing genetic information about the Xara Keel inhabitants, even though the skeletons themselves are gone. The rock shelter continued to be occupied long after the Upper Paleolithic. People returned to Xara Keel generation after generation, millennium after millennium. The stone tool technologies changed over time. Early in the sequence, there are Middle Paleolithic tools, the kind associated with Neanderthals and other archaic humans. Then there is a transition, a shift to Upper Paleolithic blade technology, more sophisticated and efficient. Later still, there are Epipaleolithic and Neolithic tools, evidence of the transition to agriculture and settled life. Each period of occupation left its traces. Hearths where fires burned, piles of discarded stone flakes from tool production, bones from meals, deer and gazelle and aurochs, shells collected from the coast, brought inland and perhaps used as ornaments or containers. Ochre stains, the residue of pigments used for body decoration or hide processing. The location of Xara Keel was strategic. The Dog River Valley provided a natural route from the coast into the mountains. Game migrated through the valley seasonally. Plant resources varied by elevation, with different foods available in the lowlands and highlands. The rock shelter itself offered protection and a commanding view of the valley below. From the shelter, you can see the river winding through the narrow valley. In ancient times, the view would have been similar, though the vegetation would have differed. During glacial periods, the landscape was more open, with grasslands and scattered trees. During warmer interglacial periods, oak and pistachio forests covered the slopes. What was daily life like here? Imagine a small group, maybe 20 or 30 people, camped under the overhang. Some are working stone, knapping blades from carefully prepared cores. Others are processing animal hides, scraping them clean, softening them with fat and ochre. Children play near the shelter entrance, watched by older siblings or grandparents. Someone tends a fire, adding wood, adjusting stones around the hearth. Evening comes. The sun sets over the Mediterranean, invisible beyond the coastal ridge, but coloring the sky orange and red. The group gathers around the fire. They share food, dried meat and roasted tubers perhaps, nuts gathered from the forest. They talk, though we cannot know what language they spoke. They tell stories, teach the younger generation the names of places and plants and animals, the skills needed to survive. And then sometimes someone dies. A young person, cut down by injury or illness. The group grieves. They prepare the body, perhaps washing it, wrapping it in hides. They dig a pit in the floor of the shelter, in the soft sediment accumulated over generations. They lay the body to rest, maybe placing objects with it, tools or ornaments or food for the journey ahead. They cover the grave and mark it, And over time the mark fades and the grave is forgotten, and new sediment accumulates on top. Xarokil was abandoned eventually. As the climate changed, as the Neolithic Revolution transformed the region, as people built permanent villages in the valleys and plains, the rock shelter was visited less frequently. It became a relic, a place associated with the old times, the deep past. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, local people knew about the shelter. They called it Xarokil, the fortress of the smart one, though the origin of the name is unclear. When the archaeologists came, the locals helped with the excavations, digging through the ancient deposits, sifting the sediment for artifacts. The site is protected now, though not extensively developed for tourism. It sits quietly in the valley, the overhang still visible, the opening still sheltered. New excavations have been conducted in recent decades, using modern methods, refining the chronology, analyzing the sediments for environmental data. And the knowledge grows slowly. We understand a little more about who lived at Xarokil, what tools they made, what they ate, how they survived. We know they buried their dead with care. We know they returned to this place again and again, finding something in this particular shelter, this particular view of the valley, that made it worth coming back to. The skeletons are gone, lost to war and chaos. But the data persists. Measurements in old notebooks. Fragments of bone in distant laboratories. DNA sequences stored digitally, bits and bytes preserving genetic information from people who died 40,000 years ago. Memory in new forms, fragile and persistent, telling us that the past is never completely lost, that traces remain, that we can still reach back and touch, however faintly, the lives of people long vanished. At the southern edge of the world, in Chile, where the Andes begin to break apart into islands and channels, where the rain falls heavy and constant, where forests of southern beech and fuchsia grow dense and green, there is a place called Monte Verde. It sits near a small creek, in a landscape of rolling hills and bogs, not far from the Pacific coast. Monte Verde is one of the most important archaeological sites in the Americas. It rewrote the textbooks on when and how humans first arrived in the New World. For most of the 20th century, the dominant theory about the peopling of the Americas was the Clovis first model. According to this theory, the first humans entered the Americas around 13,000 years ago, crossing from Siberia into Alaska across the Bering Land Bridge, then moving south through an ice-free corridor as the glaciers retreated. These first Americans were big game hunters who made distinctive fluted stone points called Clovis points. Their sites were found across North America, and for decades, no one found convincing evidence of human presence in the Americas before Clovis. Then came Monte Verde. Beginning in the 1970s, archaeologist Tom Dillahay excavated a waterlogged site on the banks of Chinchiwapi Creek. The preservation was extraordinary. The constant moisture had created anaerobic conditions, preventing decay. Organic materials that normally disappear from the archaeological record were intact. Wood, plant fibers, animal hides, even food remains. What Dillahay found was evidence of a human settlement dating to at least 14,500 years ago. Older than Clovis. Definitively, undeniably older. The site consisted of the remains of a residential structure, a long tent-like shelter framed with wooden poles and covered with animal hides. The shelter measured about 20 meters long. Inside and around it were hearths, stone tools, plant remains, and mastodont bones. The mastodont, an extinct elephant relative, had been butchered and consumed here. The bones showed cut marks and signs of marrow extraction. But what made Monte Verde truly remarkable was the range of organic artifacts. There were wooden implements, including a lance, digging sticks, and what appeared to be mortars for grinding plants. There were fragments of cordage, string made from twisted plant fibers, used perhaps for tying shelters or making bags or fishing lines. There were pieces of hide with traces of ochre pigment. There were even medicinal plants, species still used by indigenous peoples in Chile today for treating wounds and digestive problems. The plant remains told a story of sophisticated environmental knowledge. The inhabitants of Monte Verde collected wild potatoes, various seeds and berries, seaweed from the coast, and plants from different ecological zones. They were not just hunting megafauna, they had a broad-spectrum diet, gathering and processing a wide variety of resources. The stone tools were relatively simple, mostly cobbles and flakes, not the elaborate fluted points of the Clovis culture. This suggested a different technological tradition, a different approach to making tools and solving problems. When Delahaye first published his findings in the 1980s, he faced intense skepticism. The Clovis first model was deeply entrenched. Many archaeologists questioned the dating, the interpretation of the artifacts, the integrity of the site itself. The debate was heated, sometimes personal. In 1997, a group of prominent archaeologists visited Monte Verde to inspect the site and the evidence firsthand. After careful review, most came away convinced. The site was genuine. The dating was solid. Humans had been in southern Chile before Clovis. The acceptance of Monte Verde's antiquity had profound implications. If people were in Chile 14,500 years ago, they must have entered the Americas earlier still, perhaps much earlier. The Clovis first model collapsed. New theories emerged about multiple migration routes, coastal pathways, earlier entry dates. More recently, Delahaye and his team announced even more controversial findings from a deeper layer at Monte Verde, suggesting possible human presence 18,000 years ago or more. This claim remains disputed, but it has pushed researchers to reconsider everything they thought they knew about the peopling of the Americas. The landscape around Monte Verde is wet and cold. Mist hangs in the valleys. The trees drip constantly. The ground is soft and boggy, treacherous to walk on. It is not an obviously hospitable place, yet people chose to live here, to build their shelter, to make a home. Why here? Perhaps the creek was important, providing fresh water and a route for fish migration. Perhaps the bog edge offered particular plant resources. Perhaps there was game in the surrounding forests, deer and smaller mammals. Perhaps it was simply a stopping point on a longer journey, a place to rest before moving on. The shelter was not occupied for long, maybe a few months, perhaps a single season. Then it was abandoned. The wooden frame collapsed. The hides rotted. The creek shifted its course, flooding the site, burying it in peat and clay. The wet sediments sealed everything in, preserving it for millennia. And there it sat, under the grass and the ferns, while empires rose and fell in other parts of the world, while agriculture spread, while cities were built and abandoned, while the climate changed and changed again. The people who built that shelter, who cooked their meals over those hearths, who gathered those medicinal plants, they are forgotten. We do not know what they called themselves. We do not know what language they spoke. We do not know where they came from, or where their descendants went. But we know they were here. We know they adapted to this challenging environment at the edge of the habitable world. We know they had knowledge and skills and culture. We know they were fully human, capable and creative and resilient. Monte Verde is quiet now. The site has been backfilled to protect it. There is a small museum nearby, showing some of the artifacts and explaining the significance of the discovery. Visitors come sometimes, walking the same ground where people lived 14,000 years ago, trying to imagine what it was like. The creek still flows. The rain still falls. The forests still grow. And under the earth, in the waterlogged sediments, there are surely more secrets, more traces of the ancient inhabitants, more evidence of the deep human past in the Americas, waiting to be discovered or waiting to remain hidden, as time and chance and the patient work of archaeologists decide. On the island of Timor, in the eastern part of the Indonesian archipelago, where Wallace's line separates the ecosystems of Asia from those of Australia and Oceania, there is a cave called Lili. The island is small, mountainous, covered in dry forest and savanna. It sits at the junction of tectonic plates, a geologically active landscape where earthquakes are common and the mountains are still rising. Lili Cave is a rock shelter on the northern coast of the island, facing the Banda Sea. It is not a deep cave, more of an overhang, but it provided shelter and a view of the coastline, important for people who relied on the sea for resources. The significance of Lili Cave lies in what it tells us about the earliest voyages to Australia. To reach Australia from Asia, ancient humans had to cross open ocean. Even at times of lowered sea level during glacial periods, when land bridges connected many of the Indonesian islands, there was always water separating the Asian continental shelf from Sahul, the combined landmass of Australia and New Guinea. This water gap, known as Wallacea, required seafaring. Not just rafting across rivers or drifting on logs, but deliberate ocean crossing, navigating currents and swells, and the open sea. Timor was one of the stepping stones. People moving from Asia toward Australia would have passed through or near Timor. The archaeological evidence at Lily Cave documents this passage. Excavations at the site, conducted in the early 2000s, revealed stone tools and shell middens dating back at least 40,000 years. The tools are relatively simple, flakes and cores made from local chert and limestone. But their presence at this age is significant. It shows that people were on Timor, and therefore actively engaged in seafaring, far earlier than some models predicted. The shells in the middens tell a story of marine exploitation. The inhabitants of Lily Cave collected shellfish from the rocky intertidal zones, species like turban snails and limpets and chitons. They also caught pelagic fish, species that live in open water, suggesting the use of boats and nets or hooks and lines. These were not people just picking up shells on the beach. They were actively fishing, harvesting the sea. Tuna bones were found at the site, large fast-swimming fish that are difficult to catch without sophisticated technology. The presence of tuna suggests not just boats but also specialized fishing gear, perhaps barbed hooks or nets, and the skill to use them effectively. The cave also yielded evidence of plant processing. Starch grains were found on some of the stone tools, residues from grinding or pounding plant foods. Some of these starches came from tubers and seeds that required processing to remove toxins or make them digestible. This indicates detailed environmental knowledge, an understanding of which plants were edible and how to prepare them. Timor itself is not a particularly large or resource-rich island. During glacial periods, when sea levels were lower, it would have been somewhat larger, with more extensive coastal plains. But it was never a landmass on the scale of Borneo or Sumatra. It was a way station, a place to stop on the journey toward the larger landmasses to the south. The people at Lily Cave were travelers. They arrived by boat, carrying their tools and knowledge with them. They stayed for a while, exploiting the local resources, shellfish and fish and plants. And then they moved on, or their descendants did, continuing the journey across the water gaps toward Australia. What kind of boats did they use? We do not know. No direct evidence of watercraft has survived from this period, but the crossings they made were not trivial. Some of the water gaps in Wallacea are over 100 kilometers wide, open ocean where land is not visible on the horizon. These crossings required planning, provisioning, navigation skills, and boats capable of carrying multiple people and surviving rough seas. Were the crossings deliberate exploration or accidental drift voyages? Probably both. Some groups surely set out intentionally, seeking new lands, following seabirds or floating debris that hinted at land over the horizon. Others may have been caught in storms and swept out to sea, surviving by chance and landfall. But once groups established themselves on islands like Timor, they created networks, connections across the seaways. People likely moved back and forth, maintaining contact with populations on other islands, exchanging goods and ideas and genes. The landscape around Lily Cave is stark and beautiful. Dry hills covered in eucalyptus and acacia, rocky coastline battered by waves, clear water with coral reefs just offshore. Monsoons bring rain for part of the year, then long dry months follow. It is a challenging environment, but one where people have lived for tens of thousands of years, adapting and thriving. Timor has a complicated modern history, colonialism and conflict and struggle for independence. But its ancient history, the story told by sites like Lily Cave, is one of human daring and adaptability. People crossed oceans, made landfall on unknown shores, and built lives in new places. The cave is eroding slowly. Wind and rain are wearing away the overhang. Rockfalls have damaged parts of the site. Archaeologists work quickly, racing against time to recover information before it is lost. What they have found so far is a small window into a vast story, the story of maritime migration, of the peopling of the Pacific and Australia, of the slow spread of humanity across the globe. Lily Cave is just one point on that map, one shelter on one island, but it is part of a larger narrative of movement and discovery. The people who lived at Lily Cave, we know almost nothing about them as individuals, but collectively, as a population, they were pioneers. They pushed into the unknown. They developed technologies to survive at sea. They found new lands and made them home. And in doing so, They became the ancestors of the indigenous peoples of Australia and near Oceania, populations with deep roots and continuous occupation stretching back 40,000 years and more. The cave is quiet now. Waves break on the shore below. Seabirds wheel overhead. And in the sediments, the shells and bones and stones tell their fragmentary story, witnesses to the ancient voyages that brought humans to the far corners of the earth. In the highlands of southeastern Australia, in the state of Victoria, where the Great Dividing Range runs along the coast, where temperate rainforests give way to alpine meadows and snow-gum woodlands, there is a cave called Clogs. It sits in a limestone outcrop, overlooking the Buchan River Valley. The country is rugged, beautiful, a landscape of river gorges and forested ridges. Clogs Cave has been known to archaeologists since the 1970s, when systematic excavations began. What they found was evidence of Aboriginal occupation stretching back at least 17,000 years, possibly longer. The cave is not large, but it offered shelter from the elements and a strategic location. From the cave entrance, you can see the valley below, watch for game, monitor the movements of other groups. The river provided water and fish. The surrounding forests offered plant foods and animals. The archaeological deposits at Clogs Cave are rich and complex. Stone tools dominated the early layers, implements made from local quartz and chert, used for cutting, scraping, and piercing. The tools changed subtly over time, reflecting shifts in technology and resource use. But Clogs Cave is perhaps most famous for the art found inside it. The walls of the cave bear dozens of hand stencils, made by spraying pigment, probably ochre mixed with water or fat, over a hand pressed against the rock. The result is a negative image, the hand appearing in the natural color of the stone, surrounded by a halo of red or yellow or white. Hand stencils are a common form of rock art in Australia, found in caves and shelters across the continent. But each one is unique, the size and shape of an individual hand, fingers spread or pressed together, sometimes with missing fingers or unusual positions. They are deeply personal images, signatures of sorts, saying I was here, I existed. The stencils at Clogs Cave have not been directly dated, as the technique for making them left no organic material on the wall that could be radiocarbon tested. But based on the archaeological context and comparison with other sites, they are likely several thousand years old, possibly much older. Who made them? People living in the cave, or visiting it for ceremonies. Men and women, children and adults. The size variation suggests multiple individuals, multiple acts of making art over time. Creating a hand stencil is a simple process, but requires some preparation. You need pigment, ground to a fine powder. You need a binder, something to make the powder stick, water or saliva or fat. You need a way to spray it, perhaps blowing it from your mouth, perhaps using a hollow reed. You press your hand against the wall, spray the mixture over it, then pull your hand away. The image remains, your hand ghosted onto the stone. Why make such images? In Aboriginal culture, rock art serves many purposes. It can mark territory, record events, commemorate individuals, serve as teaching tools, or have ceremonial and spiritual significance. The meanings are complex, and often known fully only to initiated members of the relevant community. The hand stencils at Clogs Cave speak across time. They are gestures frozen in ochre, reaching out from the past. You can stand in the cave today and place your hand over one of the stencils, matching your fingers to those of someone who lived thousands of years ago. It is an eerie, moving experience, a moment of connection across an immense gulf of time. Clogs Cave was not continuously occupied. People came and went, using it seasonally or opportunistically. The deposit layers show gaps, periods when the cave seems to have been empty, then renewed occupation. The local environment changed over the millennia. During the height of the last glacial maximum, around 20,000 years ago, the climate was colder and drier. The tree line was lower. Alpine vegetation extended farther down the mountains. People may have used Clogs Cave less frequently during this period, or relied more heavily on hunting than on plant gathering. As the climate warmed, forests expanded again. Resources became more abundant and varied. The cave saw increased use. More tools were left behind. More meals were eaten. More art was made. The Buchan River Valley, where Clogs Cave sits, has been continuously occupied by Aboriginal people since the Pleistocene. The modern Gunakurnai people have strong cultural connections to this landscape, including to Clogg's Cave and other nearby sites. For them, the cave is not just an archaeological site, it is part of a living cultural heritage, a place with stories and significance. In recent decades, there has been increasing collaboration between archaeologists and indigenous communities, recognizing that the past is not just an academic subject, but something with contemporary relevance and meaning. The artifacts from Clogg's Cave, the stone tools and the ochre and the food remains, are studied in universities and museums. But they are also part of a continuous narrative, a story that has not ended, that connects the deep past to the present. The cave itself is protected now, not open to casual visitors. This helps preserve the art and the deposits for future research and for cultural reasons. But images of the hand stencils are widely published, and they have become iconic, representing the depth of human history in Australia, the tens of thousands of years that Aboriginal people have lived on this continent. Standing in Clogg's Cave, you are standing in a place that has been significant for longer than recorded history exists anywhere in the world. The hands on the wall were made before the pyramids, before writing, before agriculture, before cities. They come from a world that was still in the age before cities, the deep human memory that this segment explores. The valley is quiet. The river flows. The forests grow and shed their leaves and grow again. And the hands remain, patient and silent, waiting on the stone. On the coast of Libya, in the region called Cyrenaica, where the Mediterranean meets the dry plateaus of North Africa, there is a massive cave called Hawafdi. The name means cave of opening. It is an enormous cavern, over 100 meters wide at the entrance, set into a limestone cliff that rises above the coastal plain. Hawafdi has been a place of human occupation for an almost inconceivable length of time. The archaeological deposits inside the cave span over 200,000 years. 200,000. That is long enough to encompass multiple human species, countless cultures, entire cycles of climate change and environmental transformation. The cave was first excavated in the 1950s by British archaeologist Charles McBurney. He dug a deep trench into the cave floor, over 13 meters down, exposing layer after layer of occupation. What he found was a record of human presence, stretching from the Middle Pleistocene, almost to the present day. The lowest layers contained Middle Paleolithic tools, the kind made by archaic humans, possibly Neanderthals or related populations. These tools were made using Levallois technique, a sophisticated method of preparing a stone core so that finished blades can be struck from it predictably and efficiently. Higher up, the tools transitioned to Upper Paleolithic styles, the work of anatomically modern humans. Then Epipaleolithic, then Neolithic, and finally historic period materials, pottery and metal, evidence of the societies that emerged with agriculture and animal domestication. The cave is like a book, its pages stacked vertically. Each layer tells a different chapter of human history in this part of North Africa. Environmental information is embedded in the layers too. Pollen grains, charcoal fragments, animal bones. These tell us what the climate was like, what plants and animals lived nearby, how the landscape changed over time. During glacial periods, the Libyan coast was cooler and somewhat wetter than today. The vegetation was more lush. During interglacial periods, the climate was similar to now, hot and dry, with sparse vegetation. The people who lived at Hawafdi adapted to these changes. They shifted their subsistence strategies, hunting different animals, collecting different plants, adjusting their technologies to suit the available resources. One of the most significant findings from Hawafdi is evidence of early modern human presence in North Africa around 80,000 to 100,000 years ago, during a period when the Sahara was somewhat greener and more habitable. This suggests that North Africa was part of the early dispersal routes of Homo sapiens, a corridor connecting sub-Saharan Africa to the Middle East and beyond. The cave is enormous inside. Light penetrates deep into the main chamber. The ceiling is blackened with soot from thousands of years of fires. The floor is uneven, disturbed by modern and ancient digging. Despite the disturbance, the cave still holds information. Recent re-excavations using modern methods have refined the chronology and added new data about diet, technology, and environment. What was it like to live here? The cave would have been dark except near the entrance. Fires would provide light and warmth. Smoke would rise, blackening the ceiling, escaping through cracks in the rock. Families would cluster around hearths, cooking, talking, working on tools or hides. The view from the cave entrance is commanding. You can see across the coastal plain to the sea. During much of the Pleistocene, the sea level was lower, and the shoreline was farther out, but the view would still have been expansive. Game would have passed near the cave, migrating along the coast or moving between the lowlands and the plateau. Gazelles, perhaps, and aurochs, and smaller animals. The hunters would have watched from the cave, planning their strategy, waiting for the right moment. The coast provided additional resources. Shellfish, fish, perhaps even seals or sea turtles. The mix of terrestrial and marine resources made this a rich area, capable of supporting larger and more stable populations than the interior deserts. Over the millennia, cultures came and went. The Capsian culture, a late Stone Age culture known for its distinctive backed blades and ostrich eggshell beads, is represented in the Hawafdi deposits. Later, Neolithic cultures appeared, bringing pottery and domesticated animals. Eventually, the cave was used less as a dwelling and more for other purposes, perhaps as a shelter for herders, a storage area, or a ritual site. Historical period use includes Greek and Roman materials, evidence that the cave remained known and occasionally used even as the region became part of classical Mediterranean civilizations. Today, the region around Hawafdi is dry and sparsely populated. The cave is difficult to access, located in a politically unstable area. Excavations have been sporadic, dependent on funding and security conditions. But the cave remains a monument to the deep human past in North Africa. It is a place where we can trace the long arc of human evolution and culture, from archaic populations to modern ones, from simple stone tools to complex societies. The deposits are finite. Every excavation removes material that cannot be replaced. Future archaeologists may develop new techniques, new questions that require fresh data. So there is a balance between excavating to learn and preserving for the future. Hawafdi is a treasure, not in gold or jewels, but in information, in the accumulated traces of countless lives lived over countless generations. It is a place of profound temporal depth, where the weight of history is almost tangible, pressed into the sediments layer by layer, waiting to be read by those patient enough to listen. In the mountains of northeastern Morocco, near the border with Algeria, in a landscape of dry hills and rocky valleys, there is a cave called Grotte de Pigeons, the Cave of Pigeons. It is also known by its archaeological designation, Tafralt. The cave is large, with a high arched entrance and multiple chambers extending back into the hillside. Tafralt is one of the most important sites for understanding the late Stone Age in North Africa, particularly the Ibero-Mauritanian culture, a sophisticated hunter-gatherer culture that flourished in the region between about 20,000 and 10,000 years ago. The cave was excavated multiple times throughout the 20th century, and each excavation added to the picture of Ibero-Mauritanian life. The deposits contained thousands of stone tools, particularly microliths, small geometric stone tools that were hafted onto wooden or bone shafts to create composite tools like arrows and spears and sickles. The Ibero-Mauritanian people were skilled stone workers. Their tools are finely made, delicate, efficient. The microliths are often only a centimeter or two long, shaped into crescents and triangles and trapezoids. Creating such small, precise tools requires good quality stone and a high degree of skill. Tafralt also yielded extensive evidence of plant processing. Grindstones and mortars were found, worn smooth from grinding seeds and nuts. Residue analysis on these tools showed traces of wild oats and acorns, and possibly legumes. The Ibero-Mauritanian people were not just hunters, they were also intensive gatherers, exploiting plant resources on a large scale. But Tafralt is perhaps most famous for its burials. Over 100 individuals were found buried in the cave, carefully placed in pits, often in flexed positions, knees drawn up to the chest. Some were buried with grave goods, shell beads and ochre and stone tools. Some had evidence of intentional tooth removal, the loss of specific teeth that seems to have been a cultural practice, perhaps a rite of passage or a mark of group identity. The burials are the oldest known cemetery in North Africa. They represent a level of social complexity and ritual behavior that goes beyond simple disposal of the dead. These were communities that cared for their dead, that invested time and effort in burial practices, that had beliefs about the afterlife or the proper treatment of ancestors. One particularly poignant burial was of a young individual with severe physical disabilities, evidence of a genetic condition that would have made mobility and independence difficult. Yet this person lived to adolescence, suggesting they were cared for by their community, supported and valued despite their challenges. It is a glimpse of compassion and social support in the deep past, a reminder that human societies have long included and cared for vulnerable members. The genetic analysis of the Tafralt burials has been revelatory. DNA extracted from the skeletons showed that the Ibero-Maurusian people had ancestry from both sub-Saharan Africa and the broader Middle Eastern and North African populations. They were genetically a crossroads population, blending lineages from different regions. Interestingly, the Ibero-Maurusian people also showed a genetic component related to later Natufian populations in the Levant, suggesting deep connections and possibly migrations or gene flow across North Africa and into the Middle East during the late Pleistocene and early Holocene. The environment around Tafralt during the Ibero-Maurusian period was cooler and moister than today. The Sahara was not yet fully arid. There were lakes and rivers, grasslands and woodlands. Game was abundant. Plant foods were diverse. It was a time of relative plenty, allowing populations to grow and settle in favored locations like Tafralt. The cave itself would have been a busy place. Imagine dozens of people living in and around the cave, children playing, adults working on tools or processing food, elders telling stories. Fires burning, smoke rising, the smell of roasting meat and baking bread made from wild grain. There is evidence that the Ibero-Maurusian people made bread. Grindstones with starch residues suggest they were processing grains into flour and likely mixing it with water and baking it, creating a staple food that could be stored and transported. This is thousands of years before the invention of agriculture. Yet these hunter-gatherers were already experimenting with food processing techniques that would later become central to farming societies. The shell beads found in the burials and elsewhere at Tafralt are beautiful small objects, carefully pierced and smoothed, meant to be strung and worn. They come from marine shells, collected from the Mediterranean coast, which is some distance from the cave. The shells were traded or transported, evidence of mobility, and possibly exchange networks linking different groups. Ochre is abundant at the site, in powdered form and as larger pieces. It was used for burial rituals, body decoration, hide processing, and possibly other purposes. The Ibero-Maurusian people clearly valued ochre, investing effort in obtaining and processing it. As the climate changed at the end of the Pleistocene, as the Holocene began and the Sahara started to dry, the Ibero-Maurusian culture declined. Resources became scarcer. Populations may have migrated, dispersed, or adapted in place. The cave at Tafralt was used less frequently. Eventually, it was abandoned. Later cultures used the cave sporadically. There are Neolithic and later materials in the upper layers. But the main period of occupation, the time when Tafralt was a thriving settlement and cemetery, was the Ibero-Maurusian. Today, the cave is a quiet place. Pigeons roost in the upper chambers, giving the cave its name. The entrance is weathered and partially collapsed. The archaeological deposits have been largely excavated, though some remain for future research. The individuals buried at Tafralt, over 100 of them, are now curated in museums and laboratories. Their skeletons tell stories of lives lived 15,000 years ago, of diets and diseases, of injuries and rituals. Their DNA tells stories of ancient migrations and connections, of the complex tapestry of human ancestry. Tafralt is a place where we can see the richness of hunter-gatherer life, the sophistication and adaptability of people who lived without agriculture, but who nevertheless created complex cultures, art, ritual, and community. It challenges the old narrative that hunter-gatherers were simple or primitive. They were not. They were us, fully human, living in a different world. In the heart of the Sahara Desert, in the Tenera region of Niger, where sand dunes stretch endlessly in all directions, where the heat is crushing and water is scarce and life seems impossible, there is a place called Gabero. It is a low rocky outcrop, barely noticeable in the vast flatness of the desert. But under the sand, there are secrets. Gabero is sometimes called the Saharan Stonehenge, though it has nothing to do with stones arranged in circles. The name comes from the astonishing discovery made there, a cemetery in the middle of the desert, containing the remains of people who lived when the Sahara was not a desert at all, but a green savanna with lakes and rivers and abundant wildlife. The discovery was made in 2000 by paleontologist Paul Sereno and his team. They were in Niger searching for dinosaur fossils when they stumbled upon human remains eroding out of the sand. They stopped their dinosaur work and called in archaeologists. What they uncovered over several field seasons was a revelation. The cemetery at Gabero contains burials from two distinct periods. The older burials date to around 10,000 years ago, during the African humid period, when the Sahara was transformed by increased monsoon rains into a landscape of lakes and grasslands. The younger burials date to around 6,000 years ago, near the end of the humid period, when the desert was beginning to return. The people buried at Gabero during the older period were tall and robust, with skeletons showing heavy muscle attachment and evidence of a physically demanding lifestyle. They were likely hunting large game and fishing the lakes that dotted the region. The burials from this period include elaborate graves, individuals laid to rest with care, sometimes in unusual positions, sometimes with grave goods. One of the most striking burials is a triple burial, a woman and two children, lying together on a bed of flowers. The pollen evidence is unmistakable. The bodies were placed on a layer of wildflowers, a gesture of tenderness and ritual that speaks across millennia. The children were perhaps 5 and 8 years old. The woman may have been their mother. They died together, or close in time, and were buried together in a gesture of intimacy and mourning. The later burials at Gabero represent a different population, people who were shorter and more lightly built, adapted to a different environment and lifestyle. By this time, the lakes were shrinking, the climate drying, the desert encroaching. These later inhabitants were likely herders, keeping cattle and other livestock, adapting to the changing conditions. Between the two burial periods, there is a gap in occupation. The site was abandoned for several thousand years. The climate may have fluctuated, making the area temporarily uninhabitable, or populations may have moved elsewhere, following the water and the game. The graves at Gabero also contained artifacts: stone tools, pottery, harpoon points made from bone. The harpoon points are particularly interesting, barbed and polished, designed for fishing. They indicate that the lakes at Gabero were full of fish, large fish like Nile perch and catfish, providing a rich protein source. The ceramics found at Gabero are some of the earliest pottery in Africa, dating back nearly 10,000 years. The pots were handmade, coiled and shaped, then fired. They had rounded bottoms, meant to sit in the sand or be propped up with stones. Some were decorated with wavy line patterns, impressed into the wet clay before firing. The discovery of Gabero challenges our understanding of the Sahara. Today, it is one of the harshest environments on Earth, almost entirely devoid of human habitation. But it was not always so. For thousands of years, the Sahara was habitable, even hospitable. People lived there, thrived there, created cultures and communities. The climate shifts that turned the Sahara from green to desert were gradual, but relentless. As the monsoons weakened, the rains failed, the lakes dried up, and the vegetation withered. People and animals migrated, moving south to the Sahel and the river valleys of the Nile, or north to the Mediterranean coast. Gabero was abandoned. The graves were covered by sand. The lakes became dry basins, crusted with salt. The wind erased the traces of habitation, scattering the artifacts, burying the bones. For thousands of years, Gabero was forgotten, a name on no map, a place known only to the sand and the sun. Until a team of scientists, searching for fossils from another age entirely, stumbled upon it and brought the story back into the light. The excavation of Gabero was not easy. Working in the Sahara is physically grueling, the heat extreme, the logistics complex. Water and supplies had to be trucked in. The team worked in the early morning and late afternoon, taking shelter during the hottest hours. The sand was everywhere, infiltrating equipment, covering excavations overnight. But the work was worth it. The burials at Gabero are some of the most complete and best preserved from this period in Africa. The skeletons are in excellent condition, the dry environment having prevented decay. The bones are almost pristine, allowing for detailed analysis of health, diet, age, and ancestry. The woman and children buried on the bed of flowers have become iconic, an image of ancient grief and love. Photographs of the burial have been widely published, and they move people, even those with no particular interest in archaeology. There is something universal about the gesture, the laying of flowers, the care taken to honor the dead. Gbero tells us that even in the harshest places, even in landscapes that seem empty and lifeless, there are stories. The Sahara holds countless such stories, buried under the dunes, waiting for wind or chance to reveal them. And it reminds us that the Earth's climate has always changed, that landscapes transform, that places once lush can become barren, and perhaps, in future ages, become lush again. The people buried at Gbero are ancestors, part of the long human story in Africa, the continent where our species first evolved. They lived in a world so different from today's Sahara that it is hard to imagine. But the evidence is there, in the bones and the pollen and the pottery, in the harpoon points and the flower bed, telling us that life finds a way, that humans adapt and endure, and that every place, no matter how desolate, was once someone's home. The fire no longer moves. It stays in one place now, burning in the same hearth, night after night, year after year. The walls are no longer temporary hides stretched over poles, but mud and stone, built to last. The dead are buried beneath the floors, their bones becoming part of the foundation. This is the moment when wandering ends and settlement begins. When landscapes become sacred not because of what happened there once, but because of what happens there continuously, generation after generation, the slow accumulation of memory in a single place. Where the Danube River cuts through the Iron Gates Gorge, between the Carpathian Mountains and the Balkans, the water rushes fast and cold over ancient rocks. The gorge narrows here, and the river accelerates, churning white, dangerous to cross but rich with fish. On the Serbian bank, on small terraces carved by the river, there was a settlement. The people who lived here built something extraordinary, something that still puzzles archaeologists today. Lepenski Vir. The name means Lepina's whirlpool, named after a nearby creek. But the site itself is far older than any modern name, dating back 9,000 years, to a time when agriculture was just beginning to spread into Europe, when most people still lived as hunter-gatherers, following the seasons and the game. The settlement at Lepenski Vir was discovered in the 1960s during survey work ahead of a dam construction project. The dam would flood the gorge, raising the water level, drowning the archaeological sites along the banks. Archaeologist Dragoslav Srejovic led an urgent rescue excavation, racing against the engineers. What he found astonished everyone. The houses at Lepenski Vir were strange, unlike anything seen before in European prehistory. They were trapezoidal, shaped like truncated triangles, with the wide end facing the river and the narrow end pointing inland. The floors were made of limestone plaster, polished smooth, incredibly hard. Each house had a central hearth, rectangular and outlined with stones, and behind the hearth, toward the narrow end of the structure, there was often a large boulder. These boulders were not ordinary rocks. They had been shaped, carved with geometric patterns and abstract faces. The faces were enigmatic, with large round eyes and O-shaped mouths, expressions that might be shock or awe or perhaps something else entirely, some emotion we no longer have a name for. Some of the boulders stood upright. Some were laid horizontally. Some showed signs of having been painted, traces of red ochre clinging to the stone. Were these sculptures idols? Ancestors? River spirits? The Danube was the lifeblood of Lepenski Vir, providing sturgeon and carp and catfish, massive fish that could be caught during their spawning runs. The entire economy of the settlement was based on fishing. The people here were sedentary fisher folk, living year-round in the same location, returning to the same houses, maintaining the same hearths. The settlement was carefully organized. The houses were arranged in a semicircle, all oriented the same way, all facing the river. The largest houses were in the center, the smaller ones on the periphery. This suggests social hierarchy, perhaps families of different status or importance, or maybe just differences in household size. The floors of the houses were not simple dirt. They were engineered, multiple layers of crushed limestone and clay, compacted and polished, then heated to harden them. Creating such floors required skill and labor and planning. These were not temporary shelters. These were permanent structures, built to endure. Burials were found beneath the floors and around the settlement. The dead were placed in flexed positions, knees drawn up, sometimes with grave goods, sometimes without. Red deer antlers were placed in some graves, perhaps symbols of status or spiritual significance. The burials were integrated into the living space, the ancestors literally underfoot, part of the structure of daily life. The people of Lipensky Vir lived during a transitional time. The surrounding region was still dominated by hunter-gatherer cultures, but agriculture was arriving from the south, spreading up the river valleys. Eventually, farming reached Lipensky Vir. The later phases of the settlement show evidence of domesticated animals and crops. The distinctive trapezoidal houses were abandoned, replaced by more conventional rectangular structures. The carved boulders were buried or discarded. A way of life ended. But for 1,000 years or more, Lipensky Vir was a sacred landscape, a place where the river and the stone and the people were bound together in a relationship we can only glimpse through archaeology. The fish came every year, and the people caught them and gave thanks, perhaps to the river itself, personified in those strange carved faces. The site was partially submerged by the dam, but not completely. The most important structures were dismantled and moved to higher ground, reconstructed in a protected area. You can visit Lipensky Vir today, see the trapezoidal house foundations, the polished floors, the enigmatic sculptures. Stand where the river people stood, look out at the Danube rushing past, and try to imagine the world they inhabited, a world where the boundary between human and nature, between sacred and profane, was different from ours. The sculptures are quiet now, their large eyes staring at nothing, their mouths open in eternal surprise or song. The river flows on, indifferent, carrying silt and history downstream, eroding the banks, reshaping the gorge as it has for millions of years. And Lipensky Vir remains, a fragment of the moment when people first decided to stay, to make a place permanent, to carve their beliefs into stone and build their homes to last. In the plains of Thessaly, in central Greece, where the land is flat and fertile and the mountains rise in the distance, there is a low hill called Sesklo. It rises gently from the surrounding fields, visible from far away, a natural prominence in the landscape. 9,000 years ago, people chose this hill to build one of the earliest farming villages in Europe. Sesklo was excavated beginning in the early 20th century, and the excavations continued intermittently for decades. What emerged from the trenches was evidence of a long-lived settlement, occupied for over 1,000 years, growing from a small cluster of houses into a substantial village with hundreds of inhabitants. The earliest houses at Sesklo were simple, one-room structures made of wattle and daub, branches woven together and plastered with mud. They had floors of packed earth and roofs of thatch. Each house had a hearth, a place for the fire that provided warmth and light, and a means to cook food. As the village grew, the architecture became more sophisticated. Larger houses appeared, multi-room structures with stone foundations. Some houses had 2 stories, with storage or sleeping areas above. The walls were still mud brick, but thicker and more carefully constructed. The roofs were tiled, baked clay tiles that were more durable than thatch. The village was organized around open courtyards and narrow lanes. There was no defensive wall at first, suggesting a relatively peaceful existence, or at least no immediate threat from neighbors. Later phases of Sesklo show evidence of fortification, a low wall surrounding the central acropolis, perhaps a response to changing social conditions or increased conflict over resources. The people of Sesklo were farmers. They grew wheat and barley, the first domesticated cereals brought to Europe from the Near East. They grew lentils and peas and other legumes. They kept sheep and goats and cattle and pigs. The domestication of these plants and animals had occurred thousands of years earlier in the Fertile Crescent, in places like the Levant and Anatolia, and the knowledge and the species themselves spread westward, carried by migrating populations, or transmitted through trade and cultural exchange. The arrival of agriculture in Europe was transformative. It allowed for larger, denser populations, for food surpluses, for specialization of labor. It also tied people to the land in new ways. Farmers cannot easily move. They must stay near their fields, tend their crops, harvest, and store the produce. This permanence changed social structures, created new forms of property and inheritance, New inequalities based on land ownership and agricultural productivity. Sesklo shows evidence of craft specialization. The village produced pottery in large quantities, beautiful ceramics decorated with painted designs, geometric patterns in red and black on a cream background. The pottery was made by hand, coiled and shaped, then fired in open fires or simple kilns. Some vessels were purely functional, cooking pots and storage jars. Others were finer, serving ware perhaps, or vessels used in rituals. Figurines were also common at Sesklo. Small clay sculptures, mostly of women, with exaggerated hips and breasts, abstract faces, often shown seated or standing. These figurines are found across Neolithic Europe and the Near East, and their meaning is debated. Are they fertility symbols? Goddesses? Ancestors? Simple toys? We do not know. But they were clearly important, made in large numbers, sometimes placed in houses or burials or ritual contexts. Stone tools were still essential despite the advent of agriculture. Obsidian, volcanic glass from the island of Melos in the Aegean, was imported to Sesklo and used to make sharp blades and scrapers. The presence of obsidian, which does not occur naturally in Thessaly, indicates trade networks, connections to the islands, movement of goods, and perhaps people across the sea. Grindstones and mortars are abundant at Sesklo, evidence of the labor required to process grain. Wheat and barley must be threshed to remove the chaff, then ground into flour. This grinding was physically demanding work, usually done by women, and skeletal remains from Neolithic sites often show where patterns on arm and shoulder bones consistent with repetitive grinding motions. The dead at Sesklo were buried in various ways. Some were interred beneath house floors, continuing the practice of integrating ancestors into domestic space. Others were buried in cemeteries outside the village. Grave goods were common: pottery vessels, stone tools, ornaments made from shell or bone. Children were sometimes buried in large ceramic vessels, a practice called pithos burial, the infant placed inside a storage jar and sealed. The village thrived for many generations. The mound grew higher as houses were demolished and rebuilt, each new generation building on the rubble of the last. This created a tell, an artificial hill formed by the accumulation of human occupation. Tells are characteristic of long-lived settlements in the Near East and southeastern Europe, visible markers of ancient permanence. But Sesklo, like all settlements, was not eternal. Around 6,000 years ago, the village was destroyed by fire. Whether this was an accident, a raid, or a deliberate burning is unclear. The burnt layer is thick, full of charred wood and collapsed walls, the debris of destruction. After the fire, the site was reoccupied, but never with the same intensity. The later inhabitants built smaller structures, and eventually, the hill was abandoned altogether. The fields around Sesklo are still farmed today. Wheat and corn and cotton grow where the ancient farmers once tilled the soil. The mound itself is protected, partially excavated, partially left for future research. You can walk among the low stone walls, the foundations of houses 9,000 years old, and imagine the daily life that unfolded here. The baking of bread, the weaving of cloth, the making of pots, the slow, repetitive rhythms of agricultural life. Sesklo represents a turning point in human history, the moment when people in Europe began to settle down, to cultivate the earth, to build permanent villages. It was not an easy transition. Farming is hard work, harder in many ways than hunting and gathering. Disease increased in sedentary populations living in close proximity to animals. Social tensions arose from inequality and property disputes. But agriculture also allowed for growth, for complexity, for the eventual emergence of cities and states. The hill of Sesklo stands quiet now, covered in grass and wildflowers, the wind blowing across the plains, the mountains distant and blue. The people are gone, their houses collapsed, their fires extinguished. But the land remembers, in the pottery shards scattered across the surface, in the stone foundations beneath the soil, in the very shape of the hill itself, built grain by grain, generation by generation, by people who chose to stay. Along the rivers of the Central Balkans, in what is now Serbia and Hungary and Croatia, there were villages. Many villages, hundreds of them, spread across the landscape, wherever the soil was good and the water accessible. These villages belonged to what archaeologists call the Starcevo culture, one of the earliest farming cultures in Central Europe, dating to around 8,000 years ago. The Starcevo culture is named after a type site near Belgrade, a village called Starcevo, where the distinctive pottery and architecture of this culture were first identified. But Starcevo was just one settlement among many, part of a broader pattern of agricultural colonization spreading north and west from the Balkans. The Starcevo people built small houses, rectangular structures made of wooden posts and wattle and daub walls. The roofs were thatched. The floors were clay, sometimes plastered and painted red with ochre. Each house typically had 1 or 2 rooms, a hearth, and storage pits dug into the floor for keeping grain and other provisions. The villages were not large, usually just a dozen or 2 houses, home to perhaps 50 to 100 people. They were situated on river terraces, near streams, in places where the floodplain provided rich alluvial soil, and the river provided water and fish and a means of transportation. Agriculture was the foundation of the Starcevo economy. They grew emmer wheat and einkorn wheat, ancient varieties of grain that were among the first to be domesticated. They grew barley and legumes. They kept livestock, primarily cattle, but also pigs and sheep and goats. Cattle were especially important, not just for meat, but for milk, and eventually for labor, pulling plows and carts. The transition to cattle herding and milk consumption was significant. It required genetic adaptation, the evolution of lactase persistence, the ability to digest milk into adulthood. This trait is now common in European populations, but was rare or absent in early farmers. The Starcevo people were probably among the populations in which this adaptation began to spread, driven by the nutritional advantages of being able to consume dairy products. The pottery of the Starcevo culture is distinctive and beautiful. The vessels are round-bottomed, meant to sit in the soft earth or be propped up with stones. They are decorated with incised lines, patterns of triangles and zigzags and meanders, sometimes filled with white paste to make the designs stand out. The pottery is often burnished, rubbed smooth while the clay is still slightly damp, creating a soft sheen. Figurines are common at Starcevo sites, as they are across Neolithic Europe. The figurines are mostly female, with pronounced hips and breasts, small heads, and often no facial features. They are made of fired clay, sometimes painted or incised with decorative patterns. What they meant to the Starcevo people is unknown, but they were clearly significant, produced in large quantities, and sometimes found in special deposits or contexts. Stone tools were still essential. The Starcevo people made polished stone axes, used for clearing forest and working wood. They made blades from flint and chert, used for cutting and scraping. They made grinding stones for processing grain. The axes in particular are remarkable, beautifully crafted, often made from attractive stones, polished to a high sheen. Some seem too fine for everyday use, possibly ceremonial or prestige objects. The Starcevo culture was not isolated. There is evidence of trade and interaction with neighboring groups. Obsidian from Hungary is found at Starcevo sites, indicating exchange networks. Spondylus shell, a large marine bivalve from the Aegean, was imported and used to make ornaments, bracelets and beads that were highly valued and widely traded across Neolithic Europe. The dead were buried in various ways. Some burials are found within the village, beneath houses or in pits. Others are in separate cemeteries. The bodies are usually flexed, lying on their sides with knees drawn up. Grave goods are inconsistent. Some burials have pottery or tools or ornaments, others have nothing. This variability might reflect social differences, or simply individual or family preferences in burial practices. One interesting aspect of the Starcevo culture is the continuity of settlement. Many Starcevo villages were occupied for centuries, continuously or intermittently. Houses were rebuilt in the same locations, hearths reused, the village layout maintained. This suggests a strong attachment to place, a sense of continuity, and belonging that extended across generations. But the Starcevo culture did not last forever. Around 7,000 years ago, it was replaced or absorbed by new cultures, the Vinca culture in Serbia, the linear pottery culture farther north. These successor cultures had different pottery styles, different architectural traditions, possibly different social organizations. Whether this change was due to migration, cultural evolution, or conquest is debated. The landscape where the Starcevo people lived is still agricultural today. The rivers still flow, the soil is still fertile, the fields still grow grain. Modern villages occupy some of the same river terraces, perhaps even overlying the ancient settlements. Farmers ploughing their fields occasionally turn up pottery shards, stone axes, fragments of the Starcevo past. There is something poignant about these early farming villages, the first tentative steps towards settled life in Central Europe. The people worked hard, clearing forest, planting crops, building and rebuilding their homes. They created communities, relationships, traditions. They made art, in the form of decorated pottery and figurines, expressing something about their world and their beliefs. And then they were gone, absorbed into the flow of history, their villages abandoned or transformed, their pottery styles replaced, their names forgotten. But the traces remain, in the soil, in the scattered artifacts, in the genetic legacy of the populations that followed. The Starcevo culture was a beginning, a foundation upon which later societies were built, a moment in the long, slow process of transforming the landscape from wilderness to farmland, from nomadic to sedentary, from the age of wandering to the age of settlement. On a low hill overlooking the Bay of Volos in Thessaly, Greece, there is a site called Dimini. It sits not far from Sesklo, another early farming village, but Dimini represents a later phase of Neolithic development, a time when villages were larger, more complex, more clearly organized around principles of defense and social hierarchy. Dimini dates to around 6,000 years ago, the late Neolithic period in Greece. By this time, agriculture was well established, populations had grown, and competition for resources was increasing. The people of Dimini responded by building one of the most impressive and enigmatic settlements of prehistoric Greece. The most striking feature of Dimini is its layout. The settlement is surrounded by multiple concentric walls, 6 or 7 of them depending on how you count, made of stone, creating a series of enclosed courtyards and passages. The walls are not particularly high or thick, not truly defensive fortifications, but they clearly demarcate space, creating boundaries, controlling access. At the center of this nested arrangement is a large building, a megaron, with a central hall and a porch. This structure is significantly larger and more elaborate than the other buildings at the site. It has a carefully constructed floor, plastered walls, a large central hearth. It is interpreted as the residence of a leader or elite family, or possibly a communal building used for gatherings and rituals. The architecture of Dimini suggests social stratification, the emergence of inequality. The megaron at the center, the concentric walls creating zones of increasing exclusivity as you move inward, all point to a society where some people had more power, more prestige, more resources than others. This is a departure from the more egalitarian organization of earlier Neolithic villages like Sesklo. The walls and the central megaron also suggest a concern with display and ceremony. The layout is theatrical, designed to impress, to guide movement, to create a sense of approaching something important. Visitors would have entered through gates, passed through courtyards, moved closer and closer to the center, the journey itself reinforcing the status of those who lived or worked in the innermost zone. The people of Dimini were farmers and herders. They cultivated wheat and barley, kept sheep and goats and cattle and pigs. They made pottery, beautiful ceramics decorated with complex geometric designs, spirals and meanders and flame patterns, painted or incised and sometimes filled with white paste. The pottery is more sophisticated than earlier Neolithic wares, with better firing techniques and more elaborate decoration. They also made figurines, though in smaller numbers than at some other Neolithic sites. The figurines from Dimini are varied, some clearly female, others ambiguous, some possibly representing males or even animals. They are made of clay, sometimes marble, carefully crafted and smoothed. Stone tools were still in use, despite the long establishment of agriculture. Obsidian blades, polished stone axes, grindstones for processing grain. The obsidian came from the island of Melos, evidence of continued trade networks across the Aegean. Spondylus shell ornaments are also found at Dimini. The white shells worked into bracelets and pendants, symbols of wealth and connection to distant places. Burials at Dimini were primarily in cemeteries outside the settlement, though some infants and children were buried within the village, often in pits or beneath floors. The cemetery burials show variability in grave goods, with some individuals interred with pottery, tools, and ornaments, and others with little or nothing. This again suggests social differences, inequality in death reflecting inequality in life. The settlement at Dimini was destroyed by fire at some point. Whether by accident or violence is unclear. The burnt layer preserves a snapshot of the final moments: charred beams and collapsed roofs, pottery vessels shattered by heat, the remains of a community's sudden end. After the fire, the site was reoccupied, but the later settlement was different, smaller, less organized. The concentric walls were not rebuilt. The central megaron was not reconstructed. The elaborate social structure that characterized late Neolithic Dimini had collapsed or been abandoned. Eventually, Dimini was deserted altogether. The hill was used sporadically in later periods, but never again as a major settlement. The stones from the walls were probably robbed out for use in later construction. The megaron foundations were buried under soil and vegetation. The site became a mound, a tell, visible but empty. Excavations at Dimini began in the late 19th century and have continued intermittently ever since. The concentric walls were uncovered, the central megaron exposed, and the plan of the settlement mapped in detail. The site has become a key reference point for understanding Neolithic social complexity in Greece, evidence that hierarchy and centralized authority were emerging even before the Bronze Age and the rise of the first palaces. Standing at Dimini today, you can see the outline of the walls, low stone foundations snaking across the hilltop. You can stand in the megaron, in the center of the concentric circles, and imagine what it felt like to be the person who lived there, who controlled access, who presided over rituals or feasts, who accumulated the wealth and power represented by this architecture. Or you can imagine being someone from the outer rings, someone who served or worked or paid tribute, who looked toward the center and saw power and authority concentrated there, unreachable. Dimini is a monument to the moment when equality began to break down, when societies started to organize around leaders and followers, elites and commoners, a trajectory that would continue and intensify in the millennia to come. The Bay of Volos stretches out below the hill, blue and calm, dotted with boats. The modern city sprawls across the plain. But on the hill, the ancient stones remain, marking the boundaries of a world that no longer exists, a social order that rose and fell and left only its floor plan behind, a puzzle for archaeologists to interpret, a reminder that all structures, physical and social, are temporary. In the Konya plain of central Turkey, where the land is flat and dry and the summer sun beats down mercilessly, there is a mound. It rises from the plain like a whale's back, 30 meters high, covering 13 hectares. This is Çatalhöyük, one of the largest and most important Neolithic sites in the world, a place where 9,000 years ago, thousands of people lived packed together in a sprawling settlement unlike anything that came before. Çatalhöyük was discovered in the 1950s by British archaeologist James Mellart. His excavations in the 1960s revealed an astonishing settlement, a dense agglomeration of mud brick houses with no streets or lanes. The houses were built wall to wall, like a honeycomb, and the only way to move through the settlement was to climb up onto the flat roofs and descend through openings into the houses below. Ladders led from roof to roof, from the outside world into the interior domestic spaces. Imagine it, a city without streets, a settlement where your front door is in your ceiling, where your neighbor's wall is also your wall, where privacy is limited and community is enforced by the very architecture, where the dead are buried beneath your floor, their bones a foundation, their presence constant. The houses at Çatalhöyük were small, typically one main room with some attached storage areas or smaller chambers. The main room had platforms along the walls, raised areas used for sitting and sleeping and working. There was a hearth, an oven for baking bread, and storage bins set into the floor. The walls were plastered smooth with mud plaster, then painted white or sometimes decorated with elaborate murals. The murals are what made Çatalhöyük famous. Mellart uncovered walls painted with vivid scenes. Hunting parties pursuing aurochs and deer, vultures circling headless human corpses, geometric patterns, strange symbols, and most famously, enormous bulls, massive horned heads emerging from the plaster, their horns real cattle horns embedded in the wall. These bull shrines, as Mellart called them, were interpreted as temples or ritual spaces. The bulls were plastered over and repainted repeatedly, layer upon layer, the horns growing into fantastic arrays. Some walls had rows of bull horns, dozens of them, a forest of curving bone. Later excavations, led by Ian Hodder beginning in the 1990s, added complexity to the picture. Hodder's team used more sophisticated methods, more careful recording, more interdisciplinary analysis. They found that the distinction between domestic and ritual space was not clear. Almost all houses had some ritual or symbolic elements. The murals, the bull horns, the burials, these were part of everyday life, integrated into the domestic sphere. The people of Catalhoyuk were farmers and herders, but they also relied heavily on wild resources. They grew wheat and barley and peas. They kept sheep, though cattle were still hunted rather than fully domesticated. They hunted wild game, deer and boar and onega, a wild ass. They gathered wild plants, nuts and fruits and greens. Their diet was diverse, a mix of cultivated and wild, a transitional economy bridging the gap between foraging and full agriculture. The dead were buried beneath the floors of the houses, directly under the sleeping platforms. Bodies were placed in flex positions, often wrapped in textiles or mats, sometimes accompanied by grave goods, obsidian mirrors, shell beads, bone tools. The burials were reopened periodically, the skulls removed and circulated, used in rituals perhaps, then returned or replaced. This suggests a complex relationship with the dead, a belief system where ancestors remained active participants in the lives of the living. The settlement was densely populated, possibly home to as many as 8,000 people at its peak. This is extraordinary for a Neolithic site, a level of population density more typical of later urban centers. How did they organize themselves? There is little evidence of centralized authority. No palaces, no monumental public buildings. The houses are relatively uniform in size and layout, though some have more elaborate decorations or richer burials. Social organization seems to have been based on kinship, on extended families or clans, with each house representing a family unit, rebuilt and replastered and redecorated across generations. The obsidian trade was central to Catalhoyuk's economy. The volcanic glass came from nearby sources in the Cappadocian Mountains, and Catalhoyuk was a center for obsidian working and distribution. The inhabitants produced blades and tools in large quantities, far more than they needed for their own use, and traded them throughout the region. Obsidian from the Catalhoyuk area has been found in sites across the Near East, evidence of long-distance exchange networks. The settlement thrived for over 1,000 years. Generation after generation lived in the same houses, or rather in houses built on the same footprints. As each house was eventually demolished and rebuilt, the rubble leveled and a new structure raised on top. The mound grew higher, the accumulation of centuries of habitation, the tell rising slowly above the plain. But around 8,000 years ago, Catalhoyuk was abandoned. The reasons are unclear. Climate change perhaps, the plain becoming drier, the water table dropping. Social stress, conflict, disease. Or maybe just a gradual dispersal as people moved to other locations, seeking new opportunities or fleeing old problems. The mound was left empty, the houses open to the sky, the roofs collapsed, the walls eroding. For millennia, Catalhoyuk sat silent. Local people knew about the mound, used it as a landmark, but had no idea what it was. When Mellart began digging, the finds astonished the world. The murals, the bull shrines, the dense urbanism, all challenged existing ideas about the Neolithic, about when and how and why people began living in large settlements. Catalhoyuk is still being excavated. Every summer, teams of archaeologists and specialists from around the world descend on the mound, carefully peeling back layers, documenting every detail, collecting samples for analysis. The work is meticulous and slow. A single house might take years to excavate fully. And with each season, the picture grows more complex. The people of Catalhoyuk were not simple farmers. They were artists and craftspeople, traders and ritual specialists. They lived in a world rich with symbolism, where animals and humans and spirits were intertwined, where the dead were never truly gone, where the house itself was a cosmos, a microcosm of the world. The mound rises from the plain, patient and silent. Inside it, there are hundreds of houses, Thousands of burials, countless murals still buried, waiting. The wind blows across the Konya plain, hot and dry, the same wind that blew 9,000 years ago, when the roofs of Catalhoyuk were crowded with people, climbing up and down their ladders, tending their fires, burying their dead, painting their walls, living their lives in a city without streets, a community bound together by mud brick and proximity, and the shared weight of the ancestors beneath their feet. In the Lake District of southwestern Turkey, near the modern town of Burdur, where the landscape is hilly and dotted with lakes and wetlands, there is a site called Hasala. It is smaller than Catalhoyuk, less famous, but equally important for understanding the Neolithic transition in Anatolia. Hasala was also excavated by James Mellart in the 1950s and 1960s. He uncovered a sequence of Neolithic villages spanning over 1,000 years, from around 9,000 to 7,000 years ago. The earliest levels showed simple architecture, small houses, relatively crude pottery. But as the sequence progressed, the settlement became more sophisticated, the buildings larger, the pottery more refined. The houses at Hasala were rectangular, made of mud brick on stone foundations. They had multiple rooms, courtyards, sometimes second stories. The settlement was organized around open spaces, plazas or yards where communal activities might have taken place. Unlike Catalhoyuk, Hasala had streets, lanes between the houses, a more recognizable urban layout. The pottery from Hasala is extraordinary. It includes some of the finest Neolithic ceramics ever found, thin-walled vessels with burnished surfaces, painted with intricate geometric and figurative designs. The colors are rich, reds and browns and creams, the patterns complex and carefully executed. Some vessels are anthropomorphic, shaped like human or animal figures, with faces and limbs and elaborate decorations. The figurines from Hasala are also remarkable. They are mostly female, made of baked clay, with exaggerated sexual characteristics, large breasts and hips, pronounced buttocks. Some are shown seated, some standing, some in unusual positions. They are often painted or incised with patterns, dots and lines and zigzags. Their faces are simple, often just eyes and sometimes a nose, no mouth. What did these figurines mean? The traditional interpretation is that they represent a mother goddess, a fertility deity worshipped across Neolithic Anatolia and Europe. But this interpretation is increasingly questioned. The figurines are so varied, in form and context, that a single explanation seems inadequate. They might represent ancestors, or idealized women, or teaching tools, or simply art for art's sake. Hasala was fortified, at least in its later phases. A defensive wall surrounded the settlement, made of mud brick with stone foundations, probably several meters high. There were bastions, projecting towers that allowed defenders to fire along the wall. This suggests that Hasala faced threats from neighboring groups or raiding parties, and that warfare or violent conflict was a concern. The wall was eventually breached. One phase of Hasala shows evidence of destruction by fire. Houses burned, walls collapsed, artifacts scattered in the ruins. Whether this was an attack, an accidental fire, or a deliberate burning by the inhabitants themselves is unclear. After the destruction, the site was reoccupied, but the settlement was smaller, less organized. The fortifications were not rebuilt. The economy of Hasala was based on agriculture and herding. They grew wheat and barley and lentils. They kept sheep and goats and cattle. They also hunted and fished, exploiting the rich wetlands and forests around the lakes. The Lake District would have been a productive environment, with abundant water, diverse plant communities, and seasonal migrations of waterfowl and game. Burials at Hasala were under house floors, or in pits near the settlement. The dead were placed in flexed positions, sometimes with grave goods, pottery vessels, or stone tools or ornaments. There is evidence of skull removal and circulation, similar to Catalhoyuk, suggesting similar beliefs about ancestors and the dead. One intriguing find from Hasala is a group of stamp seals, small carved objects used to impress patterns into clay. The seals are geometric, with intricate designs, and they suggest a need to mark ownership or identity, to seal containers or documents. This is one of the earliest uses of seals in Anatolia, a precursor to the cylinder seals and bureaucratic systems of later Bronze Age civilizations. Hasala was abandoned around 7,000 years ago. The reasons are unclear, as they so often are. Climate change, resource depletion, social upheaval, migration. The people left, taking their portable possessions, leaving behind the houses and the pottery and the dead. The site was buried under soil and vegetation, becoming a low mound, barely visible in the landscape. When Mellart excavated Hassela, he was struck by the sophistication of the culture, the beauty of the pottery and figurines, the evidence of social complexity. He saw Hassela as a link in the chain of development leading from simple farming villages to the great Bronze Age civilizations of Anatolia and the Near East. The site is protected now, but not extensively developed for tourism. It sits quietly in the countryside, surrounded by fields, the lakes glinting in the distance. The pottery and figurines from Hassela are in museums, in Ankara and Istanbul and London, beautiful objects divorced from their original context, but still speaking to us of the people who made them, who valued beauty and craft, who decorated their homes and their bodies, who buried their dead with care and lived their lives in a landscape of lakes and hills at the edge of the Neolithic world. In the Yangtze River delta of eastern China, where the land is low and marshy and the rivers meander through wetlands, there is a site called Himudu. It sits in Zhejiang province, near the modern city of Ningbo. 7,000 years ago, this was a world of water, swamps and lakes and slow-moving channels, a difficult environment to live in, but rich with resources for those who knew how to exploit them. Himudu was discovered in 1973 during construction work. Excavations revealed a Neolithic settlement of extraordinary preservation, the waterlogged conditions having protected organic materials that normally decay. Wood, bone, plant remains, textiles, all survived, giving archaeologists an unusually complete picture of life in Neolithic China. The people of Himudu built their houses on stilts, raised platforms above the marshy ground. The platforms were supported by massive wooden piles, tree trunks driven deep into the mud. On these platforms, they constructed wooden houses with thatched roofs, walls of woven bamboo plastered with mud. The architecture was sophisticated, using mortise and tenon joints, planks and posts carefully shaped and fitted together. Himudu is one of the earliest known rice farming sites in China. The inhabitants cultivated rice in the wetlands, taking advantage of the natural flooding cycles to irrigate their fields. They developed tools specifically for rice agriculture, wooden spades for digging, bone sickles for harvesting. The rice was stored in large ceramic jars and wooden bins, provisions against lean times. But rice was not their only food. They hunted and fished extensively. The waterlogged deposits at Himudu contained bones of water buffalo, deer, and pigs. They hunted rhinoceros and elephant, massive game that required coordinated group effort. They fished the rivers and marshes, using nets and weirs and hooks. They gathered wild plant foods, water chestnuts and lotus roots and various seeds. The pottery from Himudu is distinctive, thick-walled vessels often decorated with incised or impressed patterns. The designs include geometric motifs and stylized plants and animals. Some vessels have 3 legs, tripods that could sit stably on uneven ground or directly in a fire. One of the most striking finds from Himudu is a carved bone artifact depicting a bird standing on a sun symbol. The bird is a long-legged wading bird, probably a heron or egret, common in the wetlands. The sun is a circle with radiating lines. The symbolism is clear, even if the specific meaning is lost. Birds and the sun, sky and earth, the natural world imbued with significance. Himudu also yielded evidence of silk production. Fragments of woven silk fabric were found, along with tools interpreted as looms and spindles. If this identification is correct, Himudu represents one of the earliest known uses of silk, a material that would become central to Chinese culture and economy, eventually giving its name to the Silk Road, the trade route connecting China to the West. The people of Himudu made beautiful objects from bone and ivory. Combs, hairpins, buttons, all carved with care, sometimes decorated with intricate patterns. They made bone whistles and flutes, musical instruments that could produce simple melodies. Music and art, even in this remote wetland settlement, were part of life. The settlement was large, covering over 4 hectares, home to several hundred people at least. It was occupied for over 1,000 years, with multiple phases of construction and rebuilding. The stilt houses were periodically dismantled and replaced, the wooden piles eventually rotting and being driven anew. But Himudu was not isolated. There is evidence of trade or exchange with other regions. Jade objects, likely from sources hundreds of kilometers away, were found at the site. Jade was valued in Neolithic China, used to make axes and ornaments, symbols of status and ritual power. The presence of jade at Himudu indicates connections, networks linking distant communities. The climate during Himudu's occupation was slightly warmer and wetter than today, ideal for rice cultivation and wetland resources. But climates change. Around 5,000 years ago, the environment began to shift, the climate cooling, the water levels fluctuating. These changes may have made the wetlands less predictable, the rice farming more difficult. Himudu was eventually abandoned. The stilt houses collapsed into the marsh, the wooden piles submerged, the site buried under layers of silt and peat. The wetlands continued their slow processes, building up sediments, preserving the remains in airless, waterlogged conditions. For thousands of years, Himudu was forgotten. The marshes were drained for agriculture in later periods. The landscape transformed. But deep under the rice paddies, the ancient settlement remained intact, a time capsule sealed in mud. The discovery in 1973 was a revelation. Chinese archaeologists excavated carefully, recovering wooden architecture, rice remains, pottery, bone tools, silk fragments. The finds challenged previous assumptions about the development of Chinese civilization, showing that the Yangtze Delta, not just the Yellow River Valley, was a center of innovation and complexity in the Neolithic. Today, Himudu is a protected site with a museum nearby. Reconstructions of the stilt houses have been built, giving visitors a sense of what the settlement looked like. The original remains are conserved, the waterlogged were treated to prevent decay. Standing at Himudu, you can imagine the village on its wooden platforms, rising above the marsh, smoke from cooking fires drifting across the wetlands, the calls of waterbirds, the splash of a fisherman's paddle. You can imagine the fields of rice, green and lush, the slow patient work of planting and weeding and harvesting. You can imagine the long evenings, families gathered in their houses, the sound of a bone flute, the weaving of silk, the carving of jade, the slow accumulation of culture and craft in a world of water and wood and rice. On the Lus Plateau of northwestern China, near the modern city of Xi'an in Shaanxi province, there is a site called Bampo. It sits on a river terrace above the Ba River, in a landscape of rolling hills and deep wind-blown loess, the fine yellow soil that blankets much of northern China. Bampo is one of the most extensively excavated Neolithic sites in China, a type site for the Yongshao culture, one of the major cultural complexes of Neolithic northern China, dating from around 7,000 to 5,000 years ago. The settlement at Bampo was organized and planned, with distinct functional zones. There was a residential area in the center, surrounded by a defensive ditch. Beyond the ditch were cemeteries and pottery kilns. The layout suggests intentional design, a community organized around shared principles and structures. The houses were semi-subterranean, pits dug into the loess, with roofs supported by wooden posts and covered with thatch or mud. The advantage of this design is insulation, the earth providing protection from the extreme temperatures of the continental climate, cold winters and hot summers. Each house had a hearth in the center, the smoke escaping through a hole in the roof. The houses varied in size. Most were small, round or square pits about 3 or 4 meters across, suitable for a nuclear family. But there were also larger structures, communal buildings perhaps, rectangular houses over 10 meters long. These might have been used for gatherings, ceremonies, or communal activities like food processing or craft production. The people of Bampo were millet farmers. They cultivated foxtail millet and broomcorn millet, grains native to northern China and well adapted to the dry Lus Plateau. They also grew vegetables, cabbage, and mustard greens. They kept pigs and dogs, the pigs for meat, the dogs for hunting and guarding. They hunted wild game, deer and hare, and fished the river. The pottery from Bampo is beautiful and distinctive. The Yongshao culture is famous for its painted pottery, large vessels decorated with elaborate geometric and naturalistic designs in red and black on a buff background. The motifs include fish, human faces, stylized plants, and intricate geometric patterns, triangles and spirals and meanders. One iconic Yongshao design is the fish motif, particularly common at Bampo. Large jars are decorated with painted fish, sometimes realistic, sometimes highly stylized, reduced to curves and lines that suggest movement and fluidity. The fish may have had symbolic significance, perhaps related to fertility or abundance, or the river that sustained the community. The pottery was made by hand, coiled and shaped, then painted and fired in kilns. The kilns were sophisticated, updraft kilns that could reach high temperatures, producing well-fired, durable ceramics. Pottery production seems to have been specialized, with certain individuals or families responsible for making vessels for the community. Banpo also produced beautiful bone and stone tools. Polished stone axes, adzes, chisels, all finely made and sometimes unused, possibly ceremonial or prestige goods. Bone needles for sewing, awls for working leather, fishhooks and harpoons. The craftsmanship is impressive, each tool carefully shaped and finished. The dead at Banpo were buried in cemeteries outside the residential area, separated from the living by the defensive ditch. Adults were buried in individual graves, lying extended on their backs, sometimes with grave goods, pottery vessels or tools or ornaments. Children were often buried in large ceramic urns, pithos burials, the urn placed near the houses rather than in the cemetery. This differential treatment suggests different beliefs or practices for children who died young. One striking aspect of Banpo is the evidence of social organization and cooperation. The defensive ditch around the settlement required collective labor. The kilns and larger communal houses suggest shared facilities and activities. There is little evidence of pronounced social hierarchy, no grand houses or rich burials that stand out dramatically. The society seems to have been relatively egalitarian, organized around kinship and cooperation. But there are hints of ritual specialists or leaders. Some burials have more grave goods, particularly pottery. Some houses have more elaborate decorations or unusual contents. Social differentiation was beginning, the seeds of inequality that would grow in later periods. Banpo was occupied for about 1,000 years, from around 6,800 to 5,600 years ago. Then it was abandoned. The reasons are unclear. Soil exhaustion, perhaps the fields depleted by continuous cultivation. Climate change, shifts in rainfall or temperature that made the location less favorable. Social conflict, migration, disease. We do not know. After abandonment, the site was buried under wind-blown loess, the yellow soil accumulating steadily, preserving the remains. The river changed course slightly, the landscape evolved, and Banpo disappeared from memory. It was rediscovered in 1953 during construction work. Excavations began immediately and continued for decades. The site was turned into a museum, the excavated houses and kilns left in place, protected under a massive roof structure. Visitors can walk through the ancient village, see the house pits and the pottery kilns. Imagine what life was like 7,000 years ago. Banpo has become iconic in China, a symbol of the deep roots of Chinese civilization, proof that sophisticated agricultural societies existed in northern China in the Neolithic, long before the historical dynasties. It is a place of pride and education, a window into the past. Standing in one of the house pits at Banpo, you can feel the weight of the earth around you, the loess walls rising, the roof posts vanished, the hearth cold. You can imagine a family huddled around the fire in winter, the wind howling across the plateau, the warmth of the earth protecting them. You can imagine the summer, the fields of millet waving green, the pottery kilns firing, the fishermen returning from the river, the slow turning of the seasons in a community bound to the land and to each other, living and dying and being buried in this place, generation after generation, until the day came to leave and the houses were abandoned and the earth began its patient work of burying the past. In the floodplain of the Yellow River in Hunan Province, central China, there is a site called Jiahu. It is one of the oldest Neolithic sites in China, dating back 9,000 years, contemporary with the earliest farming villages of the Near East and southeastern Europe. Jiahu was excavated beginning in the 1980s, and the discoveries were astonishing. The site revealed a complex, sophisticated society, engaging in agriculture, producing pottery and tools, making music, possibly even developing early forms of writing, all at a time when Chinese civilization was supposedly just beginning to emerge. The people of Jiahu cultivated rice. This is significant because Jiahu is in northern China, in the Yellow River Basin, an area more typically associated with millet farming. The presence of rice at Jiahu suggests either that rice cultivation spread north earlier than previously thought, or that the climate was different, wetter and warmer, allowing rice to grow in regions where it later could not. They also grew millet, and kept pigs and dogs and chickens. Chickens, domesticated from jungle fowl in Southeast Asia, appear at Jiahu, one of the earliest known occurrences of domestic chickens in China. This indicates long-distance connections or migrations, the spread of domesticated species across vast areas. The pottery at Jiahu includes cooking pots, storage jars, and serving vessels, all made by hand, some decorated with simple incised patterns. But what makes Jiahu pottery truly remarkable are the residues found inside some vessels. Chemical analysis detected tartaric acid, a compound found in grapes and hawthorn berries, along with rice and honey. The conclusion: the Jiahu people were making fermented beverages, a kind of wine or beer made from rice, honey, and fruit, 9,000 years ago. This is one of the earliest known alcoholic beverages in the world. The social and ritual implications are profound. Alcohol production requires surplus resources, containers for fermentation and storage, and knowledge of the fermentation process. It also suggests feasting, communal drinking, rituals where intoxication played a role. The Jiahu people were not just surviving, they were creating culture, celebration, shared experiences mediated by drink. But perhaps the most extraordinary find at Jiahu is the bone flutes. Over 30 flutes have been discovered, made from the wing bones of red-crowned cranes, carefully hollowed and pierced with holes. The flutes are functional instruments, capable of producing a range of notes. When played, they produce haunting, melodic sounds, echoing across 9,000 years. The flutes show sophistication in their construction. The holes are precisely placed to produce specific pitches, following a scale. Some flutes have 7 holes, others have 5 or 6. Musicologists have analyzed the flutes and determined that they can play scales similar to those used in later Chinese music, suggesting a long continuity of musical tradition. Why make flutes? Music serves no obvious survival function. It does not provide calories or protection. But it does provide something else: beauty, emotion, cohesion. Music brings people together, coordinates movement, expresses feelings, marks important occasions. The Jiahu flutes suggest a society rich in ritual and ceremony, where music was valued and cultivated. Another intriguing find from Jiahu is a series of marks inscribed on tortoise shells and bones. The marks are geometric, lines and crosses and other symbols. Some researchers have suggested these are early forms of writing, or at least proto-writing, symbols used to convey information or record events. If true, this would push back the origins of Chinese writing by thousands of years. The interpretation is controversial. The marks are simple and could be decorative or tallies or random scratches. But they are also repetitive and structured, appearing on multiple objects, suggesting intentional communication. The debate continues, but even the possibility is tantalizing. Burials at Jiahu were in cemeteries near the settlement. The dead were placed in simple pits, lying extended, sometimes with grave goods. The grave goods varied. Some burials had pottery, others had stone or bone tools, others had nothing. Some burials included the bone flutes, suggesting the instruments had personal or ritual significance. One burial stands out: an individual interred with an unusual number of grave goods, including a particularly fine flute and pottery vessels. This might indicate a person of high status, a ritual specialist perhaps, or a musician, someone whose role in the community warranted special treatment in death. The settlement at Jiahu was not large, probably home to a few hundred people. But it was long-lived, occupied for over 1,000 years. The houses were semi-subterranean, similar to those at Bampo, pits dug into the ground with wooden posts supporting roofs. The settlement was organized, with distinct areas for houses, storage, and refuse. Around 8,000 years ago, Jiahu was abandoned. The Yellow River flooded frequently, and it is possible that repeated flooding made the site untenable. The people moved, dispersed to other locations, carrying their knowledge and traditions with them. The site was buried under river sediments, layers of silt deposited by floods, sealing and preserving the remains. For millennia, Jiahu was lost, unknown, a forgotten chapter of Chinese prehistory. Its rediscovery and excavation revealed a society far more sophisticated than expected for such an early date. Music, alcohol, possible writing, long-distance trade, all in a small farming village 9,000 years ago. It challenged and enriched our understanding of Neolithic China, showing that complexity and creativity were not inventions of later civilizations, but were present from the beginning, intrinsic to human societies. Today, Jiahu is protected, and some of the bone flutes are displayed in museums. Recordings exist of the flutes being played, the ancient instruments brought back to life, producing sounds that have not been heard for 9,000 years. Listening to those recordings is an eerie, moving experience, a voice from the deep past, a melody preserved in bone, speaking to us of beauty and memory and the enduring human need to make music. In the mountains of Jiangxi province, in southeastern China, where the landscape is rugged and forested, where rivers cut through limestone karst, there is a cave called Xianrending. The name means Cave of the Immortals. It is a small cave, a rock shelter really, opening onto a hillside above a river valley. Xianrending is important because it contains some of the earliest pottery ever found, ceramics dating back 20,000 years, long before the advent of agriculture, made by hunter-gatherers during the last ice age. The discovery of pottery at Xianrending and nearby sites in southern China upended previous models of technological development. Pottery was thought to be associated with sedentary agricultural societies, people who needed durable containers for storing grain and cooking food. Mobile hunter-gatherers, it was assumed, had no use for heavy, fragile ceramic vessels. But the pottery from Xianrending proves otherwise. It was made and used by foragers, people who hunted and gathered wild resources. The vessels are simple, hand-built, coiled and shaped, then fired at relatively low temperatures. They are thick-walled and crude by later standards, but they are functional, capable of holding liquids and withstanding heat. Why did hunter-gatherers make pottery? One theory is that the vessels were used for cooking, particularly for processing aquatic resources. The rivers and wetlands of southern China were rich in fish, shellfish, and aquatic plants. Pottery allowed for boiling and stewing, methods of cooking that extract more nutrients and make certain foods more digestible. The climate during the period when the pottery was made was cold, the tail end of the last glacial maximum. The landscape would have been different from today, more open, with less dense forest. Resources would have been scattered and seasonal, requiring mobility and flexibility. Yet the people at Xianrending invested effort in making pottery, carrying the vessels with them, or caching them for return visits. The cave itself is small, too small for permanent habitation by a large group. It was likely used intermittently, a seasonal camp or a stopping point on a circuit of resource gathering. The deposits in the cave are thin, evidence of short-term, repeated occupations over thousands of years. Stone tools found at Xianrending are typical of the late Paleolithic in southern China, scrapers and blades made from local stone. Bone tools and projectile points suggest hunting. Charcoal from hearths indicates fire use. The pottery appears suddenly in the sequence, without clear precursors, suggesting rapid innovation, perhaps in response to environmental or social pressures. After the initial appearance of pottery, the technology spread across southern China and into neighboring regions. By 15,000 years ago, pottery was being made at multiple sites. By 10,000 years ago, it was widespread. The Xianrending potters were pioneers, the first to experiment with shaping and firing clay, discovering that it could be transformed into something hard and useful. The pottery tradition continued and evolved. As the climate warmed after the end of the Ice Age, as forests expanded and resources became more abundant, pottery became more common and more refined. Decoration appeared, simple in sized or impressed patterns. Shapes diversified. Firing techniques improved. Eventually, pottery became associated with the transition to agriculture. The farming societies of Neolithic China produced large quantities of ceramics, using them for cooking, storage, and serving. But the roots of this tradition go back much farther, to the late Paleolithic hunter-gatherers at Xianrending, experimenting with a new technology, creating the first ceramic vessels. The cave is difficult to access, located in a remote area, requiring a hike through forest and over rough terrain. It is not developed for tourism, no signs or facilities, just the cave and the hillside and the forest. Excavations were conducted there in the 1990s and early 2000s, carefully peeling back the sediments, recovering the pottery fragments and stone tools and charcoal. The pottery itself is in laboratories now, studied and analyzed, radiocarbon dated, its clay composition examined. The fragments are small, broken shards, but they are enough to reconstruct the shapes of the original vessels, simple round-bottomed pots, suitable for setting in a fire or propping against stones. Zion Rending reminds us that innovation is not linear, that technologies do not always emerge in predictable sequences. Pottery before agriculture, art before cities, music before writing. Human beings are creative and adaptive, responding to their environments and their needs in diverse ways, inventing solutions that make sense in their particular contexts. The Cave of the Immortals, a name given long after the potters were gone, a poetic designation for a place that once witnessed the birth of a technology, the first tentative experiments with fire and clay, transforming mud into ceramic, creating containers that would become ubiquitous, essential to human life for the next 20,000 years and beyond. The forest grows around the cave, the river flows below, and inside, in the sediments that remain unexcavated, there are surely more fragments, more clues to the lives of the people who sheltered here, who made the first pots, who lit fires against the cold and cooked their food and carried on, generation after generation, through the long, slow warming of the world, toward the dawn of agriculture and the villages that would follow. Something shifts. The settlements grow larger, more permanent. Stones are arranged not just for shelter, but for ceremony, massive blocks hauled into place to mark the sky's movements, to honor powers beyond human understanding. Hierarchies emerge. Some graves hold gold, others nothing. The first cities rise from the dust, and with them come writing, warfare, the machinery of state. This is the threshold moment, when the scattered villages of farmers become something more, something grander and more terrible. The dawn of civilization, with all its promise and all its cost. On a barren hilltop in southeastern Turkey, near the Syrian border, in a landscape of rolling plains and scattered trees, there are circles of stone. Massive stone pillars, T-shaped, weighing many tons, arranged in rings, carved with animals and symbols. They were erected 11,000 years ago, maybe 12, at a time when people were supposed to be simple hunter-gatherers, living in small mobile bands, barely scraping by. But Göbekli Tepe changes everything we thought we knew about that period. The site was known to local people for generations. The hilltop was littered with stone fragments, and farmers avoided it, the rocky soil unsuitable for ploughing. In the 1960s, archaeologists surveyed the area and noted the stones, but assumed they were from a medieval cemetery. It was not until the 1990s that German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt recognized what was actually there. He began excavating in 1995, and the world of archaeology has been arguing about Göbekli Tepe ever since. What Schmidt found was a series of circular and oval enclosures, each defined by massive T-shaped pillars. The pillars stand 3 to 5 meters tall, some taller, carved from limestone quarried from the hillside itself. They are arranged in rings, with 2 larger pillars in the center and smaller ones around the perimeter. The pillars are not roughly hewn. They are carefully shaped, the T-form precise and deliberate. And they are covered with carvings. Animals, primarily. Foxes, boars, gazelles, snakes, scorpions, vultures, cranes. The animals are rendered in low relief, the stone carved away to make the figures stand out. Some are naturalistic, immediately recognizable. Others are more stylized, abstracted. Some pillars have human arms carved on their sides, as if the T-shape represents a human figure, a body with a head, arms at the waist, but no face, no individuality. There are also abstract symbols, H shapes and crosses and crescents, geometric forms whose meanings are lost. The carvings are not random decoration. They are arranged deliberately, certain animals appearing together, certain symbols repeated across different enclosures. There is a language here, a system of meaning, but we do not have the key to decode it. The enclosures were built and used, and then deliberately buried. This is one of the strangest aspects of Göbekli Tepe. After a period of use, decades or centuries, the pillars were covered with soil and rubble, filled in intentionally, and new enclosures were built on top or nearby. The process repeated, layer upon layer, the hill growing higher, an artificial mound created by successive acts of construction and burial. Why bury them? Why go to the immense effort of carving and erecting these pillars, using them for a time, and then covering them up? The answer is unknown. Perhaps it was ritual, a ceremonial closing, a way of marking time or transitions. Perhaps the enclosures had a limited lifespan, tied to specific events or generations. Perhaps the act of building was itself the point, not the finished product. And once built, the enclosure served its purpose and was retired. The labor required to build Göbekli Tepe was enormous. Each pillar weighs 10 tons or more. Moving them from the quarry, shaping them, carving them, erecting them, all of this required coordination, planning, and a large workforce. Hunter-gatherer societies were not supposed to be capable of this kind of monumental construction. They were supposed to be small, egalitarian, mobile, without the surplus resources or social organization for big public works. But Göbekli Tepe proves they were capable. The people who built it were foragers, living primarily on wild plants and animals. There is no evidence of domesticated crops or livestock at the site during its main period of use. The animal bones found in the deposits are from wild species, gazelles and aurochs and wild sheep. The botanical remains are wild grasses and nuts. These were still hunter-gatherers. Yet they built temples. That is what Göbekli Tepe seems to be, a ritual center, a place of ceremony and gathering. There are no houses, no domestic structures. It was not a settlement. People came here from surrounding areas, perhaps for festivals or rites, for seasonal gatherings or pilgrimages. They feasted. The animal bones suggest large-scale consumption of meat. They carved and erected stones. They performed rituals we can only imagine. And this raises a radical question. Did religion create civilization? The traditional narrative is that agriculture came first, allowing for surplus and sedentism, which in turn enabled the construction of temples and the development of organized religion. But Göbekli Tepe suggests the opposite. Perhaps the desire to gather, to perform rituals, to create sacred spaces came first. Perhaps the need to feed the people who gathered for these rituals drove the intensification of resource use, the experimentation with cultivation, the eventual domestication of plants and animals. Klaus Schmidt believed this. He argued that Göbekli Tepe was built before agriculture, and that the demands of maintaining and using the site contributed to the transition to farming. It is a controversial idea, but Göbekli Tepe makes it plausible. The site sits on a hill with a wide view of the surrounding plains. On a clear day, you can see for miles. The landscape is arid now, but 11,000 years ago, at the end of the Ice Age, it was more lush, with oak woodlands and grasslands teeming with game. It was an ideal environment for hunter-gatherers, rich in resources, supporting relatively dense populations. The carvings on the pillars offer glimpses into the mental world of the builders. The prominence of dangerous animals, snakes and scorpions and predators, suggests themes of fear and power, perhaps shamanic rituals involving transformation or confrontation with the wild. The vultures might relate to death and the disposal of bodies, sky burial, the dead left for scavengers, the bones then collected and venerated. Some pillars show what might be narrative scenes. A vulture carrying a round object, possibly a human head. A scorpion descending toward a human figure. These are not just pictures of animals, they are stories, myths, beliefs frozen in stone. Göbekli Tepe was used for about 2,000 years. Around 9,000 years ago, the site was abandoned. By that time, agriculture was spreading, villages were becoming more permanent, and the need for a central ritual site may have diminished as communities developed their own local shrines and practices. The site was buried, not by accident but by design, and then forgotten. The hill was just another rise in the landscape, known to locals, but not recognized for what it was. When Schmidt began excavating, he uncovered only a fraction of the site. Geophysical surveys suggest there are many more enclosures buried beneath the surface, possibly dozens, waiting to be excavated. The work continues, though Schmidt died in 2014. New teams have taken over, using advanced techniques, drones and 3D scanning, careful stratigraphic excavation. Each season brings new discoveries, new pillars, new carvings, new questions. Standing among the pillars at Göbekli Tepe, you feel the weight of time and mystery. These stones were shaped by people who lived at the very edge of history, before writing, before cities, before the agricultural civilizations that would dominate the next 10,000 years. They were people like us, capable of art and organization and devotion, building something monumental, something that would last, even if its meaning would be lost. The wind blows across the hilltop, the sun beats down, and the pillars stand silent, their carved animals watching, their symbols inscrutable, monuments to a worldview we can no longer fully grasp, but which shaped, in ways we are only beginning to understand, the trajectory of human civilization. In the Nubian desert of southern Egypt, west of the Nile, in a region now utterly barren, lifeless, scorched by sun and scoured by wind, there is a place called Nabta Playa. It is a dry lake bed, a playa, flat and empty, surrounded by low rocky hills. Nothing grows here. Nothing lives here. It is one of the most inhospitable places on Earth. But 7,000 years ago, it was a lake. A seasonal lake, filling with water during the summer monsoons, attracting game and greenery and people. And the people who came here built something extraordinary. A stone circle, a calendar perhaps, an astronomical observatory, one of the oldest known megalithic structures in the world. Nabta Playa was discovered by archaeologists in the 1970s during surveys in the Western Desert. What they found astonished them: evidence of long-term human occupation, dating back over 9,000 years, and a complex of megaliths, standing stones and stone circles, aligned with astronomical phenomena. The stone circle at Nabta Playa is not large, not compared to Stonehenge or other famous megalithic sites. It consists of several arrangements of stone slabs, some standing upright, some laid flat, some arranged in lines or circles. The stones are not massive, most are less than 2 meters tall, but they were deliberately placed, shaped, and aligned. One arrangement appears to mark the cardinal directions: north, south, east, west. Another may have been used to track the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, which coincided with the beginning of the monsoon season, the time when the playa filled with water. The alignment is not perfect by modern standards, but it is close, suggesting intentional astronomical observation and knowledge. There are also stone-covered tumuli, burial mounds or cairns, some containing nothing, others with strange contents. One tumulus, when excavated, was found to contain a large piece of sculptured rock, shaped to resemble a cow, buried deep beneath the stones. The cow sculpture was placed over a natural rock formation, as if to emphasize or mark it, as if the rock itself had significance. Why a cow? Cattle were central to the lives of the Nabta Playa people. They were herders, among the earliest in Africa, bringing domesticated cattle from the Near East or possibly domesticating them locally. Cattle provided milk, blood, meat, and social status. In later African cultures, cattle are deeply symbolic, markers of wealth and identity, objects of ritual and reverence. The cow sculpture at Nabta Playa suggests this tradition has deep roots. The people who used Nabta Playa were not fully sedentary. They were pastoralists, moving with their herds, following the seasonal rains. During the wet season, the monsoons brought water to the desert, and the playa filled, creating a shallow lake surrounded by grasslands. The herders came, setting up temporary camps, grazing their cattle, living off the rich seasonal abundance. During the dry season, the lake evaporated, the grasses withered, and the people moved, perhaps to the Nile Valley, perhaps to other desert oases. But they returned, year after year, generation after generation, to Nabta Playa, and over time, they built the megaliths, marking the place as sacred, astronomically significant, a center for ritual or gathering. The alignment with the summer solstice makes sense in this context. The solstice marked the beginning of the monsoon, the return of water, the renewal of life. It was a critical moment, predictable but also anxious. Would the rains come? Would the lake fill? The ability to predict the solstice, to mark it with stones, gave a sense of control, of understanding the cosmos, of being able to anticipate the cycles that govern survival. The stone circle and the megaliths were built over a long period, from about 7,000 to 5,000 years ago. The constructions were modified and added to, suggesting continuous use and evolving practices. Eventually, around 5,000 years ago, the climate changed. The monsoons weakened and shifted south. The desert expanded. the playa stopped filling. Nabta Playa was abandoned, left to the encroaching sand and heat. For millennia, it sat forgotten. The stones were buried or scattered by wind. The lake bed filled with sand. The desert reclaimed what had briefly been habitable. When archaeologists found it, they had to excavate carefully, removing sand, exposing the stones, mapping their positions. The discovery of Nabta Playa has important implications for understanding early African societies. It shows that complex ritual and astronomical knowledge existed in Africa long before the rise of pharaonic Egypt. The people of Nabta Playa were sophisticated, capable of planning and executing long-term projects, of organizing labor, of passing down knowledge across generations. Some researchers have speculated about connections between Nabta Playa and the later development of Egyptian civilization. As the desert dried, the populations using sites like Nabta Playa may have migrated to the Nile Valley, bringing with them their cattle, their knowledge, their traditions. The reverence for cattle, the astronomical observations, the megalithic construction, all of these have echoes in later Egyptian culture. But these connections are speculative. The gap in time between the abandonment of Nabta Playa and the rise of dynastic Egypt is significant. Still, the possibility is tantalizing. The idea that the roots of one of the great civilizations of the ancient world might lie in the now barren western desert, in a seasonal lake where herders once watched the stars and built stones to mark the turning of the year. Today, Nabta Playa is remote and difficult to reach, deep in the desert, accessible only by four-wheel drive and with considerable effort. The stones are there, some still standing, some fallen, slowly being buried again by the drifting sand. There are no facilities, no signs, no protection. The desert is reclaiming its own. But for those who make the journey, who stand among the stones in the silence and the heat, there is a palpable sense of time and loss. This was a place of water and life, of gathering and celebration, of careful observation and ritual. And now it is empty, a monument to the impermanence of all things, to the way climates shift and landscapes transform and civilizations rise and fall and disappear, leaving only stones and silence behind. In the flat alluvial plains of southern Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers once meandered through marshes and reed beds, where the land was made of silt deposited over millennia, there was a city. The Sumerians called it Eridu, and they believed it was the first city, the place where kingship descended from heaven, the birthplace of civilization itself. Eridu is one of the oldest continuously occupied sites in Mesopotamia, with evidence of habitation stretching back over 7,000 years. It began as a small village, a cluster of reed huts on the edge of a marsh, and grew into a substantial urban center with temples and palaces and thousands of inhabitants. The site was excavated beginning in the 1940s by Iraqi and international teams. What they found was a sequence of temples, one built on top of another, spanning thousands of years. The temples were dedicated to Enki, the Sumerian god of water, wisdom, and creation, a fitting deity for a city surrounded by water, dependent on irrigation, shaped by the rivers. The earliest temple at Eridu is small, a simple rectangular building with a single room, an altar, and an offering table. It dates to the Ubaid period, around 5500 BCE, a time when Mesopotamia was just beginning to Ubainize. The temple was built and rebuilt many times, each new version larger and more elaborate, built directly on top of the old, creating a tell, an artificial mound that grew higher with each generation. By the Uruk period, around 3500 BCE, the temple at Eridu was a massive structure, a ziggurat, a stepped pyramid with multiple terraces, plastered and painted, towering over the flat plain. The ziggurat was approached by ramps and stairs, a monumental processional route leading to the temple at the top, where rituals were performed, offerings made, the god honored. The continuity of the temple complex at Eridu is remarkable. For over 2,000 years, generation after generation rebuilt the temple on the same spot, maintaining the sanctity of the location, the connection to Enki, the tradition of worship. This deep continuity suggests that Eridu was not just an ordinary city. It was a sacred place, a religious center, perhaps a pilgrimage site, drawing people from across the region. The Sumerian myths reflect this. The Sumerian King List, a text that purports to list all the kings who ruled Mesopotamia from the beginning of time, begins with Eridu. After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. The city was seen as the origin point, the place where civilization began, where the gods first interacted with humanity, where order was imposed on chaos. In Sumerian myth, Enki was the god who organized the world, who assigned roles and functions to the other gods, who created humans from clay to serve the gods, who taught humanity the arts of civilization, agriculture, writing, law, craftsmanship. Eridu, as Enki's city, was thus the fountainhead of all these gifts, the place where humanity received the knowledge and skills necessary to build societies. The city itself was modest in size, never as large as Uruk or Ur, the great urban centers of later Sumerian civilization. But its religious importance was unmatched. Temples to Enki were built in other cities, but Eridu remained the primary cult center, the home of the god. The surrounding landscape at Eridu was a mix of marsh, farmland, and desert. The people farmed the river plains, growing barley and wheat, irrigating their fields with canals dug from the rivers. They fished the marshes, harvesting reeds for construction and boat building. They kept sheep and goats and cattle. The rivers provided water, transportation, and fertility, but also danger, flooding unpredictably, shifting course, creating and destroying land. Living in Mesopotamia required constant management of water. Too much water, and the fields flooded, the crops drowned. Too little, and the fields dried out, the crops failed. The irrigation systems were complex, requiring collective labor, coordination, maintenance. This need for organized water management is often cited as a driver of state formation in Mesopotamia, the necessity of coordinating large-scale public works leading to hierarchical, centralized authority. Eridu was part of this process, one of the early centers where irrigation was developed and refined. The temple played a role in organizing labor, managing resources, storing surplus grain, distributing rations. The priests of Enki were not just religious figures, they were also administrators, managers, wielders of economic and political power. Burials at Eridu were simple for most people, bodies wrapped in reed mats and placed in shallow graves. But there were exceptions, burials with grave goods, pottery and tools and jewelry, suggesting social differentiation, the emergence of elites who could command resources even in death. Around 2500 BCE, Eridu began to decline. The reasons are complex, involving political changes, shifts in trade routes, possibly environmental degradation. The rivers changed course, the irrigation canals silted up, the land became less productive. The population dwindled. The Great Temple was no longer maintained. The city was gradually abandoned. Later Mesopotamian rulers occasionally tried to revive Eridu, rebuilding the temple, asserting their connection to the ancient holy city. But these revivals were brief. The city never regained its former importance. By the first millennium BCE, Eridu was mostly deserted, a ruin, its temples crumbling, its houses buried under sand. The site remained visible, a large tell rising from the desert, but its identity was forgotten. Local Arabs called it Abu Sharain, the father of Sharain, a name with no clear meaning. When archaeologists excavated in the 20th century, they uncovered the temple sequence, the pottery, the cuneiform tablets with references to Enki, and realized they had found Eridu, the legendary first city. Today, Eridu is a dusty mound in the Iraqi desert, far from any modern settlement. The excavations are backfilled, the structures protected but not visible. The landscape is barren, the rivers distant, the marshes mostly drained. It is hard to imagine this as the fertile, water-rich environment it once was. But the myth persists, the idea of Eridu as the beginning, the first city, the place where civilization was born. Whether this is literally true is debatable. There were other early cities in Mesopotamia, contemporary or even earlier. But symbolically, mythologically, Eridu holds a special place, the city of the water god, the origin point in the Sumerian imagination, the place where the story begins. Near the ancient city of Ur, in southern Mesopotamia, there is a small archaeological site called Tel al-Abaid. It is not a large tell, not a major city, but it gave its name to an entire period of Mesopotamian prehistory. The Abaid period, spanning roughly 6,500 to 3,800 BCE, the era when Mesopotamia transitioned from small farming villages to the first urban societies. Tel Al Abeid was excavated in the 1920s by British archaeologist Leonard Woolley, who was also excavating the nearby royal tombs of Ur. At Abeid, he found a temple decorated with extraordinary artworks and evidence of a distinctive pottery style that was widespread across Mesopotamia. The Abeid culture is characterized by this pottery. Buff or greenish were decorated with painted geometric designs, usually dark brown or black paint on a light background. The designs are simple but elegant: parallel lines, zigzags, cross-hatching, sometimes stylized birds or other motifs. The pottery is well made, fired at relatively high temperatures, thin-walled and durable. Abeid pottery is found across a vast area, from the northern plains of Mesopotamia to the southern marshes, from the Iranian plateau to the Levantine coast. This widespread distribution suggests not a single political entity, but a shared cultural horizon, communities in contact, exchanging goods and ideas, participating in a common tradition. The Abeid period is when permanent settlement became the norm in Mesopotamia. Villages grew into towns. Mud brick architecture replaced reed huts. Temples appeared, not grand ziggurats yet, but substantial buildings, clearly set aside for ritual purposes. Irrigation agriculture expanded, allowing for higher yields and denser populations. The temple at Tel Al Abeid, dating to around 2500 BCE, is from the very end of the Abeid period or the beginning of the subsequent Uruk period. It is a small building, but it was decorated with remarkable artworks. The facade had a frieze of copper bulls and lions, crafted in relief, attached to the wall. There were columns decorated with colored mosaics, small clay cones pressed into the plaster to create patterns, black and white and red. The most famous finds from the temple are a pair of sculptures, large relief panels showing the lion-headed eagle and Dugud, a mythological creature associated with storms and kingship, grasping two stags in its talons. The imagery is powerful, the eagle dominant, the stags submissive, a clear expression of power and control. These artworks indicate that by the late Abeid period, Mesopotamian societies had developed sophisticated craft traditions, symbolic systems, and social hierarchies. The temple was not just a place of worship, it was a statement of power, a display of wealth and artistic achievement. The Abeid culture laid the foundations for Sumerian civilization. The irrigation systems, the temple architecture, the pottery styles, the settlement patterns, all of these continued and evolved into the Uruk period, the era of the first true cities. Without the Abeid period, the rise of Sumer would not have been possible. But the Abeid people themselves remain mysterious. We do not know what language they spoke. The earliest written texts from Mesopotamia, from Uruk, are in Sumerian, but whether the Abeid people spoke Sumerian or some other language is unclear. Some scholars argue for continuity, that the Abeid people were Proto-Sumerians. Others suggest that Sumerian speakers arrived later, overlaying or absorbing the existing Abeid population. The settlements of the Abeid period were organized, but not heavily fortified. There is little evidence of warfare or conflict. The societies seem to have been relatively peaceful, or at least not investing heavily in defense. This changed in the Uruk period, when city walls and fortifications became common, suggesting increased competition and violence. Burials in the Abeid period were simple, bodies placed in cemeteries outside the settlements, usually without grave goods. There is variability. Some burials have pottery or tools, others nothing, but the differences are not extreme. Social stratification was emerging, but it had not yet crystallized into the sharp class divisions of later periods. The economy was based on agriculture and herding, supplemented by fishing and hunting. Barley and wheat were the staple grains. Date palms were cultivated, providing fruit and wood and fiber. Sheep and goats were the primary livestock. Trade networks brought exotic materials: obsidian from Anatolia, turquoise and lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, shells from the Persian Gulf. The Abeid culture ended, or rather transformed, around 3800 BCE, giving way to the Uruk period. The transition was not abrupt. There was continuity in many aspects. Pottery styles evolved rather than being replaced. Settlements continued to be occupied. But the scale and complexity increased dramatically. The Uruk period saw the rise of the first cities, the invention of writing, the development of cylinder seals and bureaucratic record-keeping. the emergence of monumental architecture and long-distance trade on an unprecedented scale. Tel Abyad itself was not a major center in later periods. It remained a small site, overshadowed by nearby Ur. But its name endures, attached to the cultural period that set the stage for Sumerian civilization, the Abyad, the quiet centuries when farming villages became towns, when temples rose from the plains, when the foundations of urban life were laid. The site is accessible today, though there is not much to see. The temple has been excavated and backfilled. The artworks are in museums, in Baghdad and London. But the pottery shards are everywhere, scattered across the surface of the Tel, fragments of buff with painted designs, evidence of the people who lived here, who made the pots, who worshipped in the temple, who built the world that the Sumerians would inherit. In southern Mesopotamia, on the banks of the Euphrates River, there was a city called Uruk. It was vast, sprawling, the largest city in the world for a time, home to perhaps 50,000 people, maybe more. It had massive walls, towering temples, palaces and workshops and markets. It was the city where writing was invented, where the first bureaucratic states emerged, where civilization, in the sense we usually mean it, truly began. Uruk gives its name to a period of Mesopotamian history, the Uruk period, roughly 4000 to 3100 BCE, the era when cities first rose, when social complexity exploded, when the trajectory of human history was fundamentally altered. The city was dominated by two great temple complexes. The first was the Eanna, the House of Heaven, dedicated to the goddess Inanna, deity of love and war, the most important goddess of the Sumerian pantheon. The Eanna was enormous, a sprawling complex of temples, courtyards, and administrative buildings, built and rebuilt over centuries, each version grander than the last. The second complex was the Anu Ziggurat, dedicated to the sky god, the father of the gods. The ziggurat was a massive stepped pyramid, rising high above the flat plain, visible for miles. It was plastered and whitewashed, gleaming in the sun, a beacon of power and piety. The architecture at Uruk was revolutionary. The builders used cone mosaics, thousands of small clay cones pressed into the plaster to create geometric patterns, decorating the walls of the temples with intricate designs. They built on a massive scale, creating spaces designed to awe and intimidate, to proclaim the power of the gods and the rulers who served them. Uruk was a center of innovation. It was here that writing was invented, or at least first used in a form we can recognize. The earliest written texts are clay tablets from Uruk, dating to around 3200 BCE. They are not literature or poetry, they are administrative records, lists of goods, rations distributed, taxes collected. The writing is pictographic, simple drawings representing objects and numbers. These early texts were created by scribes working for the temple administration. The temples controlled vast resources, grain and livestock and labor, and needed a way to track and manage it all. Memory and oral tradition were no longer sufficient. Writing emerged as a tool of bureaucracy, a way to keep accounts, to ensure accuracy, to prevent fraud and forgery. The invention of writing is one of the defining moments of human history. It changed everything. Knowledge could be recorded, transmitted across time and space. Laws could be codified. History could be written down. Writing enabled the complexity of later civilizations, the empires and legal codes and scientific discoveries that depended on accumulated, preserved knowledge. Uruk was also a center of craft production. Workshops produced pottery on an industrial scale, using the potter's wheel, a new technology that allowed for rapid, standardized production. They made cylinder seals, small stone cylinders carved with intricate designs, rolled across clay to create impressions, used to mark ownership, seal containers, authenticate documents. The seals are beautiful, tiny works of art, depicting gods and animals and humans in elaborate scenes. They reveal a complex mythology, a rich symbolic world, the mental universe of the Uruk people. Bulls and lions, priests and kings, banquets and battles, all carved in miniature, rolled into clay, and left to harden, preserving the image for millennia. The city was organized into districts, residential areas, craft quarters, temple precincts. There were streets and alleys, drainage systems, public buildings. The population was dense, crowded, living in mud brick houses built wall to wall. Sanitation was a challenge, waste and sewage accumulating, creating health hazards. But the city also provided opportunities. Specialization was possible on a scale unimaginable in small villages. You could be a full-time potter, scribe, weaver, metalworker, merchant. You could trade your skills for food and goods. The city was a marketplace, an economic engine, generating wealth and innovation. Uruk's influence extended far beyond its walls. The Uruk culture spread across Mesopotamia and into surrounding regions. Uruk-style pottery, architecture, and administrative practices appear at sites hundreds of kilometers away, from northern Syria to southwestern Iran. Whether this was colonization, trade, cultural influence, or conquest is debated. Probably all of the above, different processes in different places. The city was ruled by a king, or perhaps a series of kings. The Sumerian king list mentions early rulers of Uruk, semi-legendary figures like Gilgamesh, the hero of the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest known works of literature. Gilgamesh may have been a real king, ruling around 2700 BCE, though the details of his life were heavily mythologized. The epic tells of Gilgamesh's quest for immortality, his friendship with the wild man Enkidu, his battles with monsters and gods. It is a meditation on mortality, power, and the limits of human ambition. And it is set in Uruk, the great city, the walls of which Gilgamesh is said to have built. Look at its wall, the epic says, which gleams like copper. Inspect its inner wall, the likes of which no one can equal. Touch the threshold, which is ancient. Approach Iana, the dwelling of Ishtar, which no later king, no man can equal. The walls were indeed impressive. They enclosed an area of over 5 square kilometers, massive ramparts of mud brick, tall and thick, with gates and towers. Building such walls required immense labor, thousands of workers, tons of bricks, months or years of effort. The walls proclaimed the city's power, its ability to mobilize resources, its determination to protect itself. But walls also reveal fear. Uruk was afraid, and with reason. The rise of cities brought competition, conflict, warfare on a new scale. Cities fought over land, water, trade routes. Slavery appeared, prisoners of war enslaved and put to work. Inequality deepened, with ruling elites accumulating wealth and power, while the majority labored. Uruk's dominance did not last forever. Other cities rose, Uar and Lagash and Kish, competing for power. The political landscape of Mesopotamia became a patchwork of city-states, constantly warring and allying and conquering each other. Uruk remained important, but it was no longer unchallenged. Around 2000 BCE, Uruk declined. The reasons are complex, involving political upheavals, environmental changes, invasions. The population shrank. The great temples were no longer maintained. The city persisted, but as a shadow of its former self. By the time of the Arab conquest in the 7th century CE, Uruk was abandoned, a ruin, its walls crumbling, its temples buried under sand. The site was known as Walker, and local people avoided it, believing it haunted. Modern excavations began in the early 20th century and continue today. The scale of the site is staggering. Decades of work have uncovered only a fraction. The ziggurat has been partially reconstructed, the Iana excavated, the early tablets translated and studied. Uruk is a monument to ambition, to the human capacity to build and organize and create on a grand scale. It is also a reminder of the costs of civilization, the inequality, the violence, the environmental degradation that often accompany urban life. Standing at Uruk today, on the dusty mound overlooking the desert, you can see the outline of the ancient city, the walls, the temples, the ziggurat. The wind blows, hot and dry, carrying sand across the ruins. And you can imagine, faintly, the city as it was crowded and noisy and alive, the center of the world, the place where history began. On the western shore of the Black Sea, in Bulgaria, near the modern city of Varna, there is a cemetery. It dates to around 4500 BCE, the Copper Age, a time when agriculture was well established in southeastern Europe, when villages were growing into towns, when social complexity was increasing. The cemetery at Varna is not large, containing around 300 graves, but what those graves contain is astonishing. Gold, vast quantities of gold, the oldest worked gold objects ever found, evidence of wealth and inequality on a scale previously unknown in European prehistory. The Varna Cemetery was discovered accidentally in 1972 during construction work. Archaeologists were called in, and the excavations that followed revealed a society far more complex and hierarchical than anyone had suspected. The graves vary dramatically in their contents. Some contain nothing, or almost nothing, a few pottery sherds, maybe a stone tool. Others contain moderate amounts of goods, pottery vessels, copper tools, shell ornaments. But a handful of graves are extraordinarily rich, filled with gold objects, hundreds of them. Bracelets, necklaces, diadems, pectorals, scepters, decorative plaques, and more. One grave, known as Grave 43, contained the remains of a man buried with over 900 gold objects, weighing over 1.5 kilograms. He wore gold bracelets on his arms, gold rings on his fingers, a gold pectoral on his chest, a gold penis sheath. His grave also contained copper axes, flint blades, pottery vessels, a scepter, and other prestige goods. This is not the grave of an ordinary person. This is the grave of a leader, a chief, someone who commanded resources and wielded power. The gold alone represents an enormous concentration of wealth. Where did it come from? How was it acquired? And what does it tell us about the society that produced such burials? The gold came from local sources, probably alluvial gold panned from rivers. The Varna region has gold deposits, and the prehistoric people knew how to find and work the metal. The objects are beautifully crafted, showing sophisticated metalworking techniques: hammering, annealing, soldering. The goldsmiths of Varna were skilled artisans, creating objects of beauty and value. But why gold? Gold is soft, not useful for tools or weapons. Its value is purely symbolic, based on rarity, beauty, and the labor required to obtain and work it. The Varna gold objects were markers of status, displays of wealth, ways of signaling power and prestige. The cemetery also contains cenotaph, graves, symbolic burials without bodies. These graves contain grave goods, sometimes very rich goods, including gold, but no human remains. Instead, they often contain clay masks, life-sized faces modeled in clay, representing the deceased perhaps, or deities, or abstract concepts. The meaning of these cenotaphs is unclear, but they suggest complex beliefs about death and the afterlife, rituals that went beyond simple burial. The society that buried its dead at Varna was engaged in long-distance trade. Some of the grave goods are exotic imports. Mediterranean shells, likely spondylus, brought from the Aegean, hundreds of kilometers away. Obsidian from Anatolia. Flint from distant sources. These materials indicate trade networks, connections across vast areas, the movement of goods and ideas. The economy was based on agriculture and herding, but also on craft production and trade. The Varna people grew crops, kept animals, and also specialized in producing valuable goods for exchange. Copper tools, gold ornaments, fine pottery. They accumulated surplus, and some individuals or families were able to monopolize that surplus, converting it into wealth and power. The copper tools found in the graves are also significant. Copper was a new technology in this period, metal tools replacing or supplementing stone. Copper axes and chisels are more durable and effective than stone, and their production required specialized knowledge. Control of copper production could confer power, another source of inequality. The burials at Varna represent the emergence of social stratification, the breakdown of egalitarian societies, the rise of elites. This process was happening across many parts of the world during this period, driven by agricultural surplus, population growth, and competition for resources. Varna gives us a vivid snapshot of this process, the appearance of individuals with vastly more wealth and status than their neighbors. But the Varna culture did not last. Around 4000 BCE, the rich burials ceased. The subsequent cemeteries in the region are much simpler, with little or no gold, fewer grave goods overall. What happened? Environmental change, perhaps, disrupting the economy. Social upheaval, conflict, the collapse of the system that had allowed such wealth accumulation. Or simply a shift in values, a rejection of ostentatious burial, a move toward different ways of expressing status. The cemetery was abandoned and forgotten. The graves were buried under soil and sediment, the location lost. For over 6,000 years, the gold lay undisturbed. While empires rose and fell, while the Bronze Age and Iron Age and Classical Antiquity came and went. The discovery in 1972 was a sensation. The gold was cleaned and studied, the graves excavated and documented. The finds are now displayed in museums in Varna and Sofia, shining examples of prehistoric craftsmanship and wealth. The Varna cemetery forces us to reconsider our assumptions about prehistoric Europe. The old narrative was that complex societies, with marked inequality and centralized power, only emerged with the arrival of Bronze Age cultures and later Indo-European migrations. But Varna shows that social complexity existed much earlier, that indigenous European societies in the Copper Age were capable of producing elites, monumental art, and sophisticated technologies. The gold objects from Varna are beautiful, intricate, gleaming. But they are also troubling markers of inequality, of a society where some had much and others had little. The dawn of civilization brought many things: art, technology, organization. But it also brought hierarchy, exploitation, the concentration of power in the hands of a few. Varna is a testament to both the achievements and the costs of that transformation. Along the Danube River in Serbia, and spreading into neighboring regions of the Balkans, there was a culture that lasted for over 1,000 years, from around 5,700 to 4,500 BCE. The Vinca culture, named after a type site near Belgrade, was one of the most sophisticated and long-lasting Neolithic cultures in Europe, building large settlements, producing distinctive pottery, working copper, and possibly even developing an early form of writing. The Vinca settlements were substantial, some covering over 10 hectares, home to thousands of people. They were tells, mounds built up over centuries of continuous occupation, each generation building on the ruins of the last. The houses were rectangular, made of wattle and daub on wooden frames, arranged in rows along streets. The settlements were planned, organized, with communal areas and specialized production zones. The pottery of the Vinca culture is instantly recognizable. Dark burnished ware, often black or gray, sometimes decorated with incised patterns, channeling, or white-filled designs. The vessels are beautifully made, thin-walled and symmetrical, showing a high degree of craft skill. Some forms are purely functional, cooking pots and storage jars. Others are more elaborate, ritual vessels perhaps, or servingware for special occasions. The Vinca people were farmers and herders, growing wheat and barley, keeping cattle and pigs and sheep. They hunted and fished to supplement their diet. But they were also craftspeople, producing pottery, stone tools, bone implements, and, significantly, copper objects. The Vinca culture was among the earliest in Europe to work copper. They made simple objects at first, beads and awls, small decorative or utilitarian items. But the very fact of working metal, of understanding that certain stones could be heated and transformed into a malleable substance, was a major technological leap. Copper working required knowledge of ore sources, smelting temperatures, and shaping techniques. It was the beginning of the long path that would lead to the Bronze Age and the Iron Age. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Vinca culture is the so-called Vinca script, a set of symbols found on pottery and other objects. The symbols are geometric, lines, crosses, curves, arranged in various combinations. Some researchers argue that these symbols constitute a form of proto-writing, a system for recording information, possibly accounting or ownership marks. If true, this would make the Vinca script one of the oldest writing systems in the world, predating Sumerian cuneiform and Egyptian hieroglyphs. However, the interpretation is highly controversial. Many scholars argue that the symbols are decorative, or perhaps clan or potter's marks, but not true writing in the sense of encoding language. The debate continues, with passionate advocates on both sides. The Vinca culture also produced figurines, mostly female, with exaggerated hips and breasts, similar to figurines from other Neolithic cultures. They are made of clay, carefully modeled, sometimes decorated with incised patterns or paint. Some are clearly anthropomorphic, others more abstract. Their meaning, as always with Neolithic figurines, is debated: goddesses, ancestors, fertility symbols, teaching tools, or simply art. Burials in the Vinca culture were varied. Some settlements have cemeteries, others bury the dead within the village, beneath houses, or in pits. Grave goods are inconsistent, some burials rich, others poor, suggesting social differentiation. Children are sometimes buried in special ways, in large pots or under house floors, perhaps reflecting different beliefs about childhood death. The settlements were not heavily fortified initially, but in later phases, some Vinca sites show evidence of defensive ditches and palisades. This suggests increasing conflict or insecurity, perhaps as populations grew and competition for resources intensified. The Vinca culture eventually declined and was replaced by new cultures, including the Copper Age cultures of the Balkans and the early Bronze Age cultures. The reasons for the decline are unclear: environmental change, resource depletion, social upheaval, invasions, or migrations. The settlements were abandoned or transformed. The distinctive pottery styles disappeared, the continuity broken. But the Vinca culture left a legacy. The knowledge of copper working spread, influencing later metallurgical traditions. The settlement patterns and agricultural practices continued, adapted by subsequent populations. And the symbols, whether writing or not, remain, tantalizing hints of a sophisticated culture, capable of art and craft, and possibly the beginnings of literacy. The Vinca sites are still being excavated, yielding new data, refining our understanding. Each season brings new finds, new questions. The culture remains enigmatic, a glimpse of a complex society that flourished and faded, leaving behind pottery and copper and symbols, fragments of a world we are still trying to understand. In the Yangtze River delta of eastern China, in Zhejiang province, there was a culture that flourished around 5,000 years ago, the Liangzhu culture. It was a sophisticated society, building large settlements, creating monumental earthworks, producing exquisite jade objects, and possibly establishing one of the earliest states in East Asia. The Liangzhu culture is named after a type site near Hangzhou, but it extended across a large area of the delta, a region of low-lying wetlands, rivers, and lakes, similar to the environment of Himudu 1,000 years earlier. The most impressive feature of the Liangzhu culture is the ancient city at Liangzhu City, a massive walled settlement covering over 3 square kilometers. The walls were not stone or mud brick like those of Mesopotamian cities, but earthen ramparts, built by piling up layer upon layer of rammed earth, creating barriers several meters high and thick. But the city walls are just part of a much larger hydraulic system. The Liangzhu people built a network of dams, canals, and reservoirs, managing water flow across the entire region. The dams were enormous, the largest stretching over 1 kilometer long, built by piling earth and stone, creating reservoirs that could hold millions of cubic meters of water. This hydraulic system served multiple purposes: flood control, irrigation, transportation, and possibly defense. The Yangtze Delta is prone to flooding, and managing the water was essential for survival. The Liangzhu people engineered the landscape, reshaping it to suit their needs, demonstrating a level of organization and labor mobilization that suggests centralized authority, a state. The Liangzhu culture is famous for its jade objects, among the finest ever produced. The Liangzhu jades include ritual objects, by discs, sewn tubes, yuaxes, and various ornaments and figurines. The jade is beautifully worked, carved with intricate designs, polished to a high sheen. The bai disc is a flat circular disc with a hole in the center, a form that appears in many Chinese jades. The tsong is a tube, square on the outside, round on the inside, a complex form that required sophisticated carving techniques. Both forms had ritual significance, though their exact meanings are unknown. Later Chinese texts associate jade with virtue, immortality, and the cosmos, and it is likely that similar associations existed in the Liangzhu period. The jades are decorated with a distinctive motif: a stylized face, large eyes, a broad nose, often interpreted as a deity or ancestor. The face appears on many Liangzhu jades, sometimes simplified to just the eyes and a band, reduced to its essential elements. This widespread motif suggests a shared religious or symbolic system, a common belief across the Liangzhu culture area. Producing jade objects required enormous effort. Jade is extremely hard, difficult to work with stone tools. The Liangzhu craftspeople used abrasives, grinding and polishing for hours, days, weeks, to create a single object. The finished jades were precious, symbols of status and power, used in rituals, buried with the elite. Burials at Liangzhu show marked social stratification. Most people were buried simply, with few or no grave goods. But a small number of burials, found in special cemeteries or mounds, contain hundreds of jade objects, along with pottery, stone tools, and other goods. These are the graves of the elite, rulers or priests, individuals who commanded resources and authority. One burial, known as Tomb M12 at Fanshon, contained over 300 jade objects, including by discs, sewing tubes, and new axes, along with pottery and other items. The tomb was large, carefully constructed, a monumental effort for a single individual. This is the burial of a king, or someone of equivalent status, a ruler of the Liangzhu state. The Liangzhu culture practiced rice agriculture, growing wet rice in paddies, a labor-intensive but highly productive form of farming. They also hunted, fished, and gathered wild resources. The economy supported a large population, possibly tens of thousands across the culture area, densely settled in the river valleys and around the lakes. Around 4,300 years ago, the Liangzhu culture collapsed. The reasons are debated, but environmental change seems to have played a major role. There is evidence of massive flooding, possibly caused by a change in the monsoon pattern or a catastrophic storm event. The hydraulic system failed, the city was inundated, and the population dispersed. The site was abandoned, the walls and dams buried under sediment. The jade objects were lost, buried with the dead or scattered in the ruins. The Liangzhu culture disappeared, its achievements forgotten, until modern archaeology rediscovered them. Excavations at Liangzhu began in the 1930s, but intensified in recent decades. The scale and sophistication of the culture have become clear only recently. In 2019, the Liangzhu archaeological site was inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognized as an outstanding example of early urban civilization. The Liangzhu culture is now seen as a crucial piece of the puzzle of early Chinese civilization, evidence that complex states existed in the Yangtze Delta, not just the Yellow River Valley, and that the roots of Chinese civilization are deeper and more diverse than previously thought. The jade objects from Liangzhu are displayed in museums, beautiful and enigmatic, windows into a lost world. The city walls and dams have been partially excavated and preserved, monuments to the engineering skill and organizational capacity of a society that flourished and fell 5,000 years ago, leaving behind jade and earth and water, and the memory of a culture that shaped the landscape and reached for the heavens. In the Lus Plateau of northern Shaanxi Province, China, on a high ridge overlooking the Tuwei River, there is a site called Shemao. It is a fortified city, dating to around 4,300 to 3,800 years ago, the late Neolithic and early Bronze Age, a time when Chinese civilization was just beginning to coalesce. Shemao is one of the largest and most impressive prehistoric sites in China, covering over 4 square kilometers, with massive stone walls, pyramid-like structures, and evidence of ritual violence on a shocking scale. Shemao was largely unknown until the 1970s, when sections of the stone walls were noticed by archaeologists. But it was not until excavations began in earnest in the 2010s that the true scale and significance of the site became apparent. The city is surrounded by a series of stone walls, built from massive blocks of stone, carefully shaped and fitted together. The walls are several meters thick and tall, enclosing an inner city, an outer city, and a massive palatial complex on the highest point of the ridge. The total length of the walls exceeds 10 kilometers, an enormous construction project requiring vast amounts of labor. The walls are not just defensive, they are also ceremonial, decorated with jade objects embedded in the stone, symbols of power and sanctity. The gates through the walls are elaborate, with bastions and towers, spaces designed for ritual as well as defense. At the highest point of the city is a large stepped pyramid, a terrace structure over 70 meters tall, built of rammed earth and stone, faced with stone blocks. The pyramid had a palatial complex at its summit, a series of buildings used for administration, ritual, or residence by the ruling elite. One of the most disturbing discoveries at Shemao is evidence of human sacrifice. At the base of the city walls, archaeologists found pits containing human skulls, dozens of them, mostly young women, showing signs of violent death. The skulls had been deliberately defleshed and placed in the pits, perhaps as foundation offerings, rituals to consecrate the walls or appease deities. The scale of the violence is shocking. Over 80 skulls have been found so far, and there may be more. This is not warfare, not the casualties of battle, but deliberate ritual killing, sacrifices performed as part of the construction and use of the city. Human sacrifice is known from later Chinese civilizations, particularly the Song dynasty, where prisoners and servants were killed to accompany rulers into the afterlife. But Shurmao shows that the practice has much older roots, extending back into the late Neolithic. The Shurmao culture was engaged in jade working, producing finely crafted jade objects similar to those of the Liangzhu culture to the south. This suggests connections, trade, or cultural exchange between these distant regions. Jade was clearly a prestige material, valued across China, a marker of status and ritual power. The economy of Shurmao was based on agriculture, growing millet and other crops, and herding sheep and cattle. The city also controlled resources, possibly including jade sources and copper deposits in the surrounding region. The concentration of wealth and power at Shurmao suggests a stratified society, ruled by an elite capable of mobilizing labor for massive construction projects and conducting elaborate rituals. Around 3,800 years ago, Shurmao was abandoned. The reasons are unclear, but environmental change may have played a role. The climate was shifting, becoming drier, possibly making the Lus Plateau less hospitable. The population may have migrated, moved to other centers, or dispersed. The city was left empty, the walls slowly eroding, the pyramid collapsing, the jade and bones buried. For thousands of years, Shurmao was forgotten. Local people knew about the stone walls, calling them relics of the Great Wall, assuming they were part of the much later fortification system. It was not until modern excavations that the true age and nature of the site were revealed. Shurmao is now recognized as one of the most important prehistoric sites in China, a city-state that predates the first Chinese dynasties, evidence of early political complexity and monumental construction. It challenges the narrative that Chinese civilization emerged solely in the Yellow River Valley, showing that multiple centers of power and innovation existed across northern China. The site is still being excavated, each season bringing new discoveries. The pyramid is being slowly revealed, the walls documented, the ritual deposits analyzed. Shurmao is rewriting the prehistory of China, adding depth and complexity to our understanding of how civilization emerged in East Asia. Standing at Shurmao, on the high ridge with the wind blowing across the Lus, you can see the walls snaking across the landscape, the pyramid rising above, and imagine the city as it was, crowded and powerful, a center of ritual and authority, where jade glittered and blood flowed, where rulers commanded and victims died, where humanity reached for greatness and paid the price in violence and suffering. On the arid coast of Peru, in the river valleys that cut through the desert between the Pacific Ocean and the Andes, there was a civilization. It flourished 5,000 years ago, contemporary with the pyramids of Egypt and the cities of Mesopotamia, but utterly different, isolated, developing independently on the other side of the world. This is the Norte Chico civilization, also called the Carol Soup civilization, one of the oldest urban societies in the Americas. The Norte Chico civilization built cities, monumental architecture, massive platform mounds and plazas, all without pottery, without wheels, without draft animals, without metal tools. It is an anomaly, a civilization that defies our expectations, that emerged in one of the most inhospitable environments on Earth, the Peruvian coastal desert, one of the driest places in the world. The largest and most famous site is Carol, located in the Soup Valley, about 200 kilometers north of Lima. Carol was excavated beginning in the 1990s by Peruvian archaeologist Ruth Shady. What she uncovered astonished the world. A city of over 60 hectares, with 6 large platform mounds, residential areas, plazas, and a complex urban layout, all dating to around 2600 BCE, older than any other known urban site in the Americas. The platform mounds at Carol are enormous, the largest rising over 18 meters high, with staircases and terraces built of stone and earth. They were not pyramids in the Egyptian sense, not tombs, but platforms supporting buildings at the summit, temples or administrative structures, places of ritual and power. The mounds were built through massive labor mobilization, thousands of workers carrying stones and earth in bags, piling them up layer by layer. The bags themselves have been found, woven from reeds, filled with stones, used as building blocks, a technique unique to the Norte Chico civilization. But here is the mystery. The Norte Chico civilization had no pottery. In most parts of the world, pottery is associated with settled agricultural life, used for cooking and storage. But at Carol and other Norte Chico sites, there is no pottery. Instead, the people used gourds as containers, weaving baskets, perhaps using organic materials that have not survived. The absence of pottery is one reason the Norte Chico civilization was not recognized earlier. Archaeologists assumed that sites without pottery were older, pre-ceramic, and therefore not complex. But radiocarbon dating proved otherwise. Carol and the other Norte Chico sites were contemporary with pottery-using civilizations elsewhere. They simply chose not to make ceramics, or had not yet developed the technology. The economy of the Norte Chico civilization was based on agriculture, but not the typical staple crops. They grew cotton, used for making textiles and fishing nets. They grew squash and beans. They cultivated fruit trees. But the bulk of their calories came not from farming, but from the sea. The Pacific coast of Peru is one of the richest marine environments in the world, thanks to the Humboldt Current, which brings cold, nutrient-rich water up from the deep ocean, supporting vast populations of fish and shellfish. The Norte Chico people were fishers, catching anchovies and other fish in enormous quantities, drying and preserving them, trading them inland for agricultural products. This unusual economic foundation, based on a combination of fishing and limited agriculture, allowed for surplus and specialization. The fish provided protein, the cotton and crops provided other necessities, and the surplus supported a complex society with elites, specialists, and monumental architecture. Trade was important. The coastal sites traded fish and shellfish for agricultural products from the inland valleys. There is evidence of exchange with the highlands, exotic goods like obsidian and other materials coming from the Andes. The Norte Chico civilization was not a single unified state, but a network of independent centers, cities and towns in different river valleys, sharing a common culture, architectural style, and economic system. There is no evidence of writing, no inscriptions or records, so we do not know what they called themselves, what languages they spoke, what their politics or beliefs were. But we know they built. The platform mounds, the plazas, the residential complexes, all speak to a society organized and capable, able to mobilize labor, to plan and execute long-term projects, to create spaces for ritual and community. One intriguing find at Carol is a set of quipus, knotted strings used for record-keeping. Quipus are best known from the later Inca civilization, where they were used to record numerical data, census information, tribute, and possibly even narrative information. The quipus from Carol are much older, over 4,000 years old, the earliest known examples of this technology. They suggest that the Norte Chico people had a system for recording information, even without writing. Another curious find is a series of musical instruments, flutes made from animal bones, found in ritual contexts. Music, like the monumental architecture, suggests a society with rich ceremonial life, gatherings and festivals, shared rituals that brought people together. Around 1800 BCE, the Norte Chico civilization declined. The cities were abandoned, the platform mounds left to erode, the population dispersed. The reasons are debated. Climate change, particularly a drying trend, may have affected the rivers and the agricultural base. Earthquakes, common in Peru, may have damaged the structures. Social upheaval, conflict, or the rise of new centers elsewhere may have drawn people away. Whatever the reasons, the Norte Chico civilization ended, and the knowledge of it was lost. The ruins were visible, large mounds rising from the desert, but their significance was not recognized. They were thought to be natural hills, or much later constructions. It was not until the late 20th century that archaeologists began to understand what they were looking at. The excavations at Carol and other sites revealed a civilization older and more complex than anyone had imagined, a New World counterpart to the Old World civilizations of Egypt and Mesopotamia. Today, Carol is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, protected and partially reconstructed. Visitors can walk among the platform mounds, climb the staircases, stand in the plazas, and imagine the city as it was, bustling with activity, the the smell of fish drying in the sun, the sound of flutes and voices, the sight of people laboring on the mounds, building something that would last, creating a civilization in the desert, against all odds, a testament to human ingenuity and resilience. The age of metal arrives. Bronze, the alloy of copper and tin, harder than either alone, transforms warfare and craft. Palaces rise, multi-storied and labyrinthine, their walls covered in frescoes of leaping bulls and processions of tribute bearers. Kings emerge from the mist of prehistory, their names inscribed in clay and stone. Trade routes stretch across continents, carrying amber and lapis lazuli, tin and ivory. But bronze is fragile. The kingdoms built on it are fragile too. They shine brilliantly, then collapse utterly, leaving behind ruins that perplex and haunt us, whispers of powers that once seemed eternal. In the valley of the Indus River, in what is now Pakistan, there was a civilization that stretched across hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, encompassing over 1,000 settlements, from small villages to great cities. It flourished for over 1,000 years, from roughly 3,300 to 1,300 BCE, contemporary with ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, but developing independently, creating its own distinctive urban culture. The Indus Valley Civilization, also called the Harappan Civilization after one of its major cities, is remarkable for many things. Its sophisticated urban planning, its standardized weights and measures, its script that remains undeciphered, and its apparent lack of monumental temples or palaces. It was a civilization of merchants and craftspeople, organized and egalitarian in ways that set it apart from its contemporaries. The largest and most famous city is Mohenjo-daro, located in the Sindh province of Pakistan. The name means Mound of the Dead in Sindhi, a modern designation for ruins that had no remembered name when they were rediscovered in the 1920s. Mohenjo-daro was enormous, covering over 200 hectares at its peak, home to perhaps 40,000 people. It was built entirely of fired brick, millions upon millions of bricks, uniform in size and shape, produced in vast quantities by specialized workshops. The use of fired brick, rather than mud brick or stone, was unusual and expensive, requiring enormous amounts of fuel and labor, but it created buildings that were durable and impressive. The city was laid out on a grid, streets running north-south and east-west, intersecting at right angles, creating rectangular blocks of houses and workshops. This level of planning suggests centralized authority, a vision implemented across the entire city, maintained over generations. The houses at Mohenjo-daro were built around central courtyards, with rooms opening onto the courtyard rather than the street. The exterior walls were blank, presenting a fortress-like appearance to the outside world, while the interior was private and protected. The houses had bathrooms, with drains that connected to an elaborate sewer system running beneath the streets. The sewer system is one of the most impressive features of Mohenjo-daro. Covered drains, built of brick, ran along every street, collecting wastewater from houses and carrying it away. Manholes allowed for cleaning and maintenance. The system was sophisticated, engineered with gradients to ensure flow, designed to keep the city clean and hygienic. Why such emphasis on sanitation? Perhaps religious beliefs about purity, perhaps practical concerns about disease, perhaps simply a cultural value placed on cleanliness and order. Whatever the reason, the Indus cities had the most advanced sanitation systems in the ancient world, not matched in Europe or the Near East for thousands of years. The Great Bath at Mohenjo-daro is another remarkable structure. It is a large rectangular pool, sunk into the ground, lined with tightly fitted bricks sealed with bitumen to make it watertight. Steps lead down into the pool from both ends. Surrounding the pool are small rooms, possibly changing rooms or spaces for ritual preparation. The Great Bath was probably used for ritual bathing, purification ceremonies, perhaps related to religious practices. Water and cleanliness seem to have been central to Indus culture, a theme that persists in later South Asian religions, particularly Hinduism and Jainism, with their emphasis on ritual bathing and purity. But Mohenjo-daro has no grand temples, no palaces that can be identified with certainty. There is a large structure called the granary, possibly used for storing grain, and a pillared hall that might have been an assembly or administrative building. But there are no ziggurats, no monumental sculptures of kings, no obvious centers of political or religious power. This has led to much speculation. Was the Indus civilization egalitarian, lacking kings and hierarchies? Or were the structures of power different, expressed in ways we do not recognize? The absence of writing that we can read makes it impossible to say for certain. The Indus script appears on thousands of objects, mostly small seals made of steatite, carved with animal figures and short inscriptions. The seals were used to mark goods, to stamp clay tags attached to containers, indicating ownership or content. The script is pictographic, with hundreds of distinct signs, but it remains undeciphered. We do not know what language it represents, what the inscriptions say. The seals often depict animals, unicorn-like creatures, bulls, elephants, rhinoceroses, tigers. Some show human or semi-divine figures, a seated figure in a yogic pose, surrounded by animals, sometimes interpreted as a proto-Shiva, a precursor to the Hindu deity. But these interpretations are speculative, projecting later beliefs onto an unknown past. The Indus people were traders, engaging in long-distance commerce across the Arabian Sea and overland to Mesopotamia and Central Asia. Indus seals have been found in Mesopotamian cities, and Mesopotamian texts mention trade with a place called Meluhha, which was probably the Indus region. The trade included carnelian beads, ivory, timber, and possibly textiles, exchanged for silver, lapis lazuli, and other goods. Craft production was highly developed. The Indus people made beautiful jewelry, necklaces of carnelian and agate and gold, drilled beads so precisely that the holes are perfectly straight, requiring specialized drill technology. They made bronze tools and weapons, pottery, faience ornaments, shell bangles. The crafts show standardization, suggesting organized production, possibly guilds or centralized workshops. The agriculture of the Indus civilization was based on wheat and barley, with some rice in later periods. They grew cotton, one of the earliest cultures to do so, using it to make textiles. They kept cattle, sheep, goats, and water buffalo. The river provided water for irrigation, fish for food, and silt to replenish the fields. But the Indus River is unpredictable, prone to flooding and course changes. The civilization adapted, building raised platforms for houses, constructing flood defenses, but eventually, the challenges may have become overwhelming. Around 1900 BCE, the Indus cities began to decline. Mohenjo-daro shows signs of deterioration in its later phases. Buildings less well-maintained, the street grid less regular, refuse accumulating. The population seems to have decreased. By 1300 BCE, the city was largely abandoned. The reasons for the decline are debated. Climate change, a shift in monsoon patterns, may have reduced rainfall and affected agriculture. The Indus River may have changed course, making the cities less viable. Overuse of resources, deforestation for fuel to fire the bricks, may have degraded the environment. Disease, social upheaval, invasions by nomadic groups from the north and west, all have been proposed. Whatever the causes, the urban phase of the Indus civilization ended. People dispersed, moved to smaller settlements, perhaps migrated to other regions. The great cities were abandoned, the script forgotten. The civilization that had thrived for 1,000 years faded into obscurity. Mohenjo-daro was buried under silt and sand, the bricks robbed out for use in later construction, the ruins visible but not understood. When British archaeologists excavated in the 1920s, they uncovered a civilization that had been entirely unknown, a Bronze Age urban culture that rivaled Egypt and Mesopotamia. Today, Mohenjo-daro is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, threatened by rising groundwater, salt damage, and erosion. Conservation efforts struggle to preserve the fragile brick structures. The site is remote, difficult to reach, but visitors who make the journey walk the ancient streets, see the Great Bath, the houses with their drains and courtyards, and glimpse a civilization that valued order, cleanliness, and commerce, that built cities without kings, that wrote a script we cannot read, and that vanished, leaving behind only bricks and seals and questions. East of the Indus River, in the regions that are now northwestern India and eastern Pakistan, there is a dry riverbed, a fossil river that no longer flows. It is called the Gagahokra, and along its ancient course, archaeologists have found hundreds of Harappan settlements, more than along the Indus itself. This has led to the proposal that the Indus Valley Civilization should perhaps be called the Indus-Gagahokra civilization, or even the Sarasvati civilization, after a river mentioned in ancient Vedic texts that some believe corresponds to the Gagahokra. The Gagahokra was once a major river, fed by Himalayan snowmelt, flowing through the plains of Punjab and Rajasthan, possibly reaching the Arabian Sea or emptying into the Rann of Kutch. Along its banks, Harappan people built towns and villages, farmed the fertile floodplain, and thrived. Satellite imagery and geological studies have mapped the ancient river course, revealing a network of channels now dry and buried under sand. Archaeological surveys along this course have identified over 1,000 Harappan sites, ranging from small farming villages to substantial towns. One of the largest sites is Rockagari, in Haryana, India. Recent excavations suggest it may have been as large as Mohenjo-daro or Harappa, covering over 300 hectares, one of the biggest cities of the Indus civilization. Rockagari has the characteristic Harappan features: grid layout, fired brick construction, drains, and seals with the Indus script. The Gagahokra region was densely settled during the mature Harappan period, around 2600 to 1900 BCE. The river provided water for irrigation and drinking, fish for food, and a route for transportation and trade. The region was prosperous, contributing significantly to the overall wealth and population of the Indus civilization. But around 1900 BCE, the river began to dry up. The reasons are complex, involving changes in the Himalayan river systems, possibly due to tectonic shifts or climate change. The rivers that fed the Gagahokra were captured by the Indus and Ganges systems, diverting the water away. The Gagahokra dwindled to a seasonal stream, then disappeared entirely in some sections. The drying of the river had catastrophic consequences for the settlements along its banks. Without water, agriculture failed. The towns and cities were abandoned. The population migrated, some moving to the still-flowing Indus, others to the Ganges Valley, others dispersing into smaller rural communities. This environmental change is now considered a major factor in the decline of the Indus civilization. The loss of a major river system, supporting perhaps half the civilization's population, created a crisis that could not be overcome. The identification of the Gagahokra with the Sarasvati River of Vedic texts is controversial. The Rigveda, the oldest Vedic text, describes the Sarasvati as a mighty river, flowing from the mountains to the sea. Some scholars argue that this describes the Gagahokra in its heyday, suggesting a link between the Harappan civilization and Vedic culture. However, the chronology is problematic. The Rigveda is generally dated to around 1500 to 1200 BCE, after the decline of the Harappan cities. If the Sarasvati refers to the Gagahokra, it would be a memory of an earlier time, when the river still flowed, preserved in oral tradition, and eventually written down. The debate is further complicated by politics and nationalism. Some argue that connecting the Harappans to Vedic culture supports the idea of a continuous Indian civilization stretching back 5,000 years. Others caution that the evidence is ambiguous, that the Harappan and Vedic cultures may have been distinct, with the latter only partially overlapping with the former. What is clear is that the Gagahokra was crucial to the Harappan civilization, that its drying was a major catastrophe, and that the environmental history of the region is essential to understanding the rise and fall of one of the world's great ancient civilizations. The dry riverbed still exists, visible in satellite images, traceable on the ground in some places. The settlements along it are being excavated, slowly revealing their secrets. The people who lived there, who farmed the river's banks, who built their cities and traded their goods, they are gone, dispersed by the river's betrayal, by the slow, inexorable drying of their world. On the island of Crete, in the eastern Mediterranean, there was a civilization that built palaces, worshipped in caves and mountain peaks, created art of extraordinary beauty and strangeness, and dominated the Aegean Sea for centuries. The Minoans, named after the mythical king Minos, flourished from roughly 3000 to 1100 BCE, developing the first advanced civilization in Europe. The largest and most famous Minoan site is Knossos, located near the modern city of Heraklion on the north coast of Crete. Knossos was a palace, or perhaps a city built around a palace, covering several hectares, a sprawling complex of rooms, corridors, courtyards, and storerooms, built and rebuilt over centuries. The palace at Knossos was excavated beginning in 1900 by British archaeologist Arthur Evans. What he found was astonishing: a multi-story building with advanced architecture, indoor plumbing, elaborate frescoes, and a complexity that reminded him of the mythical labyrinth, the maze built to house the Minotaur in Greek legend. Evans enthusiastically reconstructed parts of the palace, using reinforced concrete to rebuild walls and columns, painting them in bright colors based on fragments of the original decoration. His reconstructions are controversial, criticized for being speculative and inaccurate, but they give visitors a vivid sense of what the palace might have looked like, a vision of Minoan grandeur. The palace is organized around a large central courtyard, a rectangular open space where ceremonies or gatherings might have taken place. Surrounding the courtyard are suites of rooms, residential quarters, workshops, storerooms, shrines. The layout is complex, almost deliberately confusing, with staircases leading up and down, corridors winding and branching, rooms opening onto other rooms. It is not hard to see how the legend of the labyrinth might have originated. The architecture is sophisticated. The Minoans used columns, wooden originally, tapering downward, wider at the top than the bottom, painted red with black capitals. They built light wells, open shafts that brought sunlight and air into the interior rooms. They had drainage systems, terracotta pipes carrying water and waste, toilets with flushing mechanisms. The frescoes at Knossos are among the most beautiful and enigmatic artworks of the ancient world. They depict processions of people carrying offerings, young men and women performing acrobatic leaps over charging bulls, dolphins swimming in a blue sea, griffins and sphinxes, plants and flowers rendered in vivid colors. The fresco of the bull leaping is iconic. It shows athletes, both male and female, grasping the horns of a bull and somersaulting over its back, a dangerous ritual or sport that seems central to Minoan culture. Bulls appear throughout Minoan art, on frescoes, pottery, seals, and sculptures. They were clearly important, perhaps sacred, symbols of power and fertility. The Minoans worshipped in nature, in caves and on mountain peaks, as well as in shrines within the palaces. They seem to have venerated a goddess or goddesses, depicted as women with bare breasts, holding snakes or other symbols. The famous snake goddess figurines from Knossos show women in elaborate dress, arms outstretched, snakes coiling around them, expressions serene and commanding. The Minoans developed writing, two scripts known as Linear A and Linear B. Linear A, the earlier script, remains undeciphered. It was used for administration, recording goods and transactions, but we do not know what language it represents. Linear B, used later, and also at Mycenaean sites on mainland Greece, was deciphered in the 1950s and found to be an early form of Greek. This suggests that by the later period, Greek-speaking Mycenaeans had taken control of Crete, adopting and adapting Minoan culture. The Minoan economy was based on agriculture, growing wheat and barley, olives and grapes, raising sheep and goats. But trade was equally important. Minoan ships sailed throughout the eastern Mediterranean, trading wine, olive oil, pottery, textiles, and other goods for metals, ivory, and luxury items. Minoan pottery has been found in Egypt, the Levant, Anatolia, and across the Aegean, evidence of extensive trade networks. The palaces served as economic centers, collecting and redistributing goods, organizing production, managing trade. The storerooms at Knossos are enormous, filled with large pottery jars, pithoi, used for storing olive oil, wine grain. The wealth and power of the palace depended on controlling these resources. Minoan society appears to have been relatively peaceful. The palaces were not fortified, the settlements not walled. Minoan art is filled with scenes of nature, celebration, and ritual, but very few scenes of warfare. This has led to the characterization of Minoan culture as peaceful, egalitarian, goddess-worshipping, a contrast to the warlike Mycenaeans who came later. However, this image may be romanticized. The lack of fortifications might simply mean that Minoan naval power was so dominant that land defenses were unnecessary. The absence of warfare in art might be a convention, not a reflection of reality. And recent discoveries, including evidence of human sacrifice at some sites, suggest that Minoan culture had dark aspects as well. Around 1600 BCE, A massive volcanic eruption occurred on the nearby island of Thera, modern Santorini. The eruption was one of the largest in recorded history, destroying the island and sending tsunamis across the Aegean. Ash from the eruption fell on Crete, and the tsunamis likely damaged the coastal settlements. The eruption is often cited as a cause of Minoan decline, but the chronology is complicated. Knossos and other palaces survived the eruption and continued to function for centuries. However, the disaster may have weakened the Minoans, making them vulnerable to invasion or internal collapse. By 1450 BCE, Knossos and other Minoan palaces show signs of destruction by fire. Whether this was due to invasion, earthquake, or internal conflict is unclear. After this destruction, Knossos was rebuilt, but the Linear B tablets show it was now controlled by Mycenaean Greeks, not the original Minoans. The Minoan civilization faded, absorbed into the Mycenaean world. The palaces were eventually abandoned, the writing systems forgotten, the culture erased. For thousands of years, the Minoans existed only as myth, the legends of Minos and the Minotaur, Theseus and Ariadne, stories told by the Greeks who had conquered them. Knossos today is one of the most visited archaeological sites in Greece. Tourists walk through Evans's reconstructions, imagining the palace in its glory, the frescoes bright, the courtyards filled with people, the smell of olive oil and incense, the sound of music and ritual. The reality, as always, is more complex and more elusive, glimpsed in fragments of pottery and plaster, in linear A tablets we cannot read, in the bones buried beneath the floors, in the silence that followed the collapse. On the mainland of Greece, in the Argolid region of the Peloponnese, there are the ruins of a fortress city called Tiryns. It sits on a low rocky hill, overlooking the plain that stretches to the sea. The walls are massive, built of enormous limestone blocks, some weighing several tons, fitted together without mortar. The Greeks of later ages looked at these walls and believed they had been built by giants, the Cyclopes, one-eyed monsters with the strength to move such stones. They called them Cyclopean walls. Tiryns was one of the major centers of Mycenaean civilization, the culture that dominated mainland Greece from roughly 1600 to 1100 BCE. The civilization of the legendary heroes of the Trojan War, Agamemnon and Achilles, Odysseus and Ajax. The Mycenaeans were warriors and builders, creating fortified palaces, developing a bureaucratic system, trading across the Mediterranean, and eventually collapsing in a wave of destruction that ended the Bronze Age in the Aegean. Tiryns was built in stages, beginning in the Middle Bronze Age and reaching its peak in the Late Bronze Age, around 1400 to 1200 BCE. The walls were constructed in phases, each new wall built outside the previous one, expanding the fortified area. The walls are extraordinarily thick, up to 8 meters in some places, built with a technique called ashlar masonry for the outer faces, with rubble fill in between. The blocks are massive, carefully shaped and fitted, creating a wall that has stood for over 3,000 years. Within the walls are galleries, long narrow corridors built into the thickness of the wall, with corbelled roofs, the stones projecting inward from each side until they meet at the top. These galleries may have served as storage, as armories, or simply as a way to reduce the amount of stone needed, while maintaining structural strength. The palace at the center of Tiryns followed the typical Mycenaean plan. A megaron, a large rectangular hall with a central hearth, for columns supporting the roof, and a porch at the entrance. The megaron was the throne room, the ceremonial and administrative center, where the king held court, received visitors, feasted with his warriors. The floors of the megaron were plastered and painted, decorated with geometric designs and marine motifs, octopuses and dolphins, echoing Minoan influence. The walls were covered with frescoes, though most have been lost, showing processions, hunts, and possibly battles. The Mycenaeans adopted much from the Minoans, including art styles, architectural elements, and linear B script. But they adapted these borrowings to their own culture, a culture that was more militaristic, more hierarchical, more focused on warfare and fortification. The economy of Tiryns was based on agriculture and pastoralism, but also on control of trade routes and extraction of tribute. Linear B tablets from other Mycenaean sites describe a complex administrative system, with officials overseeing everything from sheep herds to bronze smiths, from rowers for warships to rations for workers. Mycenaean society was stratified, with a warrior elite ruling over farmers, craftspeople, and slaves. The king, the wanax, was at the top, supported by a class of aristocratic warriors who owed him military service in exchange for land and booty. Below them were free commoners, and at the bottom were slaves, often captured in warfare. Warfare was central to Mycenaean culture. The elites were buried with weapons, swords and spears and bronze armor. The walls of the palaces speak to a constant concern with defense. The Mycenaeans raided and traded across the Mediterranean, establishing outposts in Anatolia, Cyprus, and the Levant. The Trojan War, if it occurred, would have been a Mycenaean expedition, a coalition of Greek kingdoms sailing to Anatolia to besiege the city of Troy. Whether the war described in Homer's Iliad is historical is debated, but there is no doubt that the Mycenaeans were capable of mounting such an expedition, and that warfare and piracy were part of their way of life. Around 1200 BCE, the Mycenaean world collapsed. Palaces across Greece were destroyed by fire, Tiryns among them. The walls survived, but the palace burned. The Lineae archives were baked in the fires, preserving them accidentally for future archaeologists. The collapse was part of a broader crisis across the eastern Mediterranean, the end of the Bronze Age, a period of upheaval when many civilizations fell. The Hittites in Anatolia, the Egyptians weakened, the Levantine cities destroyed. The causes of the collapse are debated. Invasion by the mysterious sea peoples, groups of raiders from uncertain origins, is one theory. Earthquake storms, a series of devastating earthquakes, is another. Climate change, drought, famine. Internal rebellion, the lower classes rising against the elites. Systems collapse, the complex interdependent trade networks breaking down. Probably multiple factors, interacting and amplifying each other. After the collapse, Greece entered the Dark Ages, a period of poverty and depopulation. When the palaces were not rebuilt, writing was forgotten, trade diminished. The Mycenaean civilization was lost, surviving only in oral tradition. The epic poems that would eventually be written down as the Iliad and Odyssey, tales of heroes and gods, wars and wanderings, set in a Bronze Age world that by the time Homer sang had been gone for centuries. Tiryns was occupied again in later periods, but never with the grandeur of the Mycenaean era. The walls remained, impressive and mysterious, monuments to a lost age. When archaeologists excavated in the 19th and 20th centuries, they uncovered the palace, the galleries, the pottery and frescoes, and realized they were looking at the world of the Homeric heroes, the reality behind the myths. Standing at Tiryns today, within the massive walls, you can feel the weight of stone and history. The galleries are cool and dark, the air still. The view from the walls stretches across the plain to the sea, the same view the Mycenaean guards would have had, watching for enemies, for ships on the horizon, for the dust of approaching armies. The palace is gone, but the walls endure, testaments to power and fear, to a civilization that built in stone but could not withstand the forces that finally overwhelmed it. On the coast of northwestern Anatolia, near the entrance to the Dardanelles, the strait connecting the Aegean Sea to the Sea of Marmara and the Black Sea beyond, there is a mound called Hisarlik. For centuries, it was just another anonymous tell, a low hill in the Turkish countryside. But in the 19th century, a German businessman turned archaeologist named Heinrich Schliemann became convinced that this mound was Troy, the legendary city besieged by the Greeks in Homer's Iliad. Schliemann excavated at Hisarlik beginning in 1870, digging aggressively, using methods that would horrify modern archaeologists, plowing through later layers to reach what he believed was Homeric Troy. He found gold, a spectacular treasure of jewelry and vessels, which he called the Treasure of Priam, after the Trojan king in the Iliad. He photographed his wife, Sophia, wearing the jewelry, proclaiming to the world that he had found Troy. In fact, the treasure dated to a much earlier period, around 2500 BCE, 1,000 years before the Trojan War would have occurred. But Schliemann was right about the location. Hisarlik is Troy, or rather, it is the site of multiple cities called Troy, built one on top of another over 3,000 years. The mound contains at least 9 major layers, each representing a different city, destroyed and rebuilt, sometimes after fires, sometimes after earthquakes, sometimes for reasons unknown. The layers are designated Troy I through Troy IX, with further subdivisions. The Troy of the Homeric epics, if it existed, is usually identified with Troy VI or Troy VII, cities that existed during the Late Bronze Age, around 1300 to 1180 BCE, the right period for the legendary war. Troy VI was a substantial city, with massive walls built of well-cut limestone blocks, sloping inward, with towers at intervals. The walls enclosed a citadel, a fortified upper city, with buildings inside, though much was destroyed by later construction. Outside the walls was a lower city, recently discovered using geophysical surveys, making Troy much larger than previously thought, covering over 30 hectares, home to perhaps 10,000 people. Troy VI was destroyed around 1300 BCE, possibly by an earthquake, the walls showing signs of collapse consistent with seismic activity. Troy VIA was built immediately afterward, reusing the walls, rebuilding the city. This city was destroyed by fire around 1180 BCE, showing signs of violence, arrowheads and sling stones found in the ruins, skeletons of people killed in the destruction. Is Troy VIA the Troy of the Trojan War? The date is right, around 1200 BCE, when the Mycenaean world was collapsing. The evidence of violent destruction fits the legend. But there is no direct proof, no inscription saying, "This is Troy," or "This is where Achilles fought Hector." What we do know is that Troy was a wealthy city, strategically located at the entrance to the Dardanelles, controlling trade routes between Europe and Asia, the Aegean and the Black Sea. Ships traveling to and from the Black Sea, carrying grain, metals, and other goods, would have passed by Troy, possibly paying tolls or trading at the city. This strategic position made Troy valuable, worth fighting over. The Trojan War, whether it happened as described by Homer or not, could have been a conflict over control of this crucial trade route, a war dressed up in myth and poetry as a romantic quest to retrieve Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world. The archaeology of Troy shows connections to the Mycenaean world. Mycenaean pottery has been found at the site, evidence of trade or contact. The Hittite texts from Anatolia mention a place called Walusa, which many scholars identify with Ilios, another name for Troy. The texts describe conflicts in western Anatolia involving Walusa, possibly historical echoes of the events mythologized as the Trojan War. Troy continued to be inhabited after the Bronze Age collapse. Troy VIII was a Greek settlement, founded around 700 BCE, when Greeks from the Aegean colonized the coast of Anatolia. They knew the legends of the Trojan War and believed they were settling near the site of the ancient city. They built temples and shrines, venerating the heroes of the war, making Troy a place of pilgrimage. Later, the Romans also revered Troy. Roman tradition held that Aeneas, a Trojan hero who escaped the fall of Troy, traveled to Italy and became the ancestor of Romulus and Remus, the founders of Rome. Thus, the Romans saw themselves as descendants of the Trojans, and Troy was honored as the ancestral homeland. The Roman Emperor Augustus rebuilt the city, Troy IX, as a provincial town, with temples and a theater. But it never became a major center. Eventually, it was abandoned, and the site was forgotten, its location lost, remembered only in myth. When Schliemann excavated, he brought Troy back into history. Subsequent excavations, more careful and scientific, have refined our understanding, revealing the multiple layers, the size and wealth of the Bronze Age city, the connections to the wider Mycenaean and Hittite worlds. Troy today is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, attracting tourists from around the world, people who have read the Iliad and want to walk the ground where, perhaps, the Great War was fought. A large wooden horse, a replica of the Trojan horse of legend, stands near the site, a photo opportunity, a nod to the myth. But the real Troy, the archaeological Troy, is more complex and ambiguous than the legend. It was not a single city, but many, built and destroyed over millennia. It was not necessarily the stage for a 10-year war between Greece and Troy, but it may have been the site of conflicts, raids, sieges, the historical kernel around which the epic grew. Standing at Troy, looking out at the plain where the Greek camp would have been, where Achilles chased Hector around the walls, you see only fields and a few stone foundations, remnants of walls, layers of cities compressed into a mound. The wind blows from the Dardanelles, carrying the smell of the sea. and you realize that Troy is both real and unreal, a place that exists in history and in imagination, forever hovering between fact and myth, between the earth and the epic. South of Egypt, along the Nile in what is now northern Sudan, there was a kingdom called Kerma. It flourished for over 1,000 years, from roughly 2,500 to 1,500 BCE, contemporary with the Old and Middle Kingdoms of Egypt, a powerful and wealthy state that controlled the trade in gold, ivory, ebony, and incense from the African interior. Kerma is one of the oldest African kingdoms outside of Egypt, evidence that complex states and urban societies developed independently in sub-Saharan Africa. The kingdom was centered on the city of Kerma, located on the eastern bank of the Nile, in a region called Nubia, the land south of Egypt's first cataract. The city of Kerma was substantial, covering over 25 hectares, with mud brick buildings, defensive walls, and a massive religious structure called the Defyufa. The Defyufa is a large mud brick building, rising over 18 meters high, solid and imposing, one of the largest mud brick structures in the ancient world. Its purpose is debated, possibly a temple, possibly a palace, possibly a funerary monument. The Defyufa is built entirely of mud brick, millions of bricks, shaped and stacked, creating walls several meters thick. The structure has been eroded and damaged over the millennia, but enough remains to convey its original scale and grandeur. It stands alone on the plain, visible from a distance, a monument to the ambition and power of the Kerma kingdom. The people of Kerma were Nubians, ethnically and culturally distinct from the Egyptians to the north. They spoke their own language, had their own artistic traditions, their own gods and rituals. But they were also deeply influenced by Egypt, trading with the Egyptians, adopting some Egyptian technologies and styles, while maintaining their own identity. The economy of Kerma was based on agriculture, herding, and trade. The Nile Valley in Nubia was fertile, supporting crops and livestock. But the real wealth came from trade. Kerma controlled the trade routes from the African interior, bringing gold from mines to the south, ivory from elephants hunted in the savannas, ebony and other exotic woods, leopard skins, incense, and slaves. These goods were highly valued in Egypt, and the Kerma kingdom profited enormously from the trade. The rulers of Kerma accumulated wealth and power, expressed in monumental architecture and rich burials. The burials at Kerma are among the most spectacular in ancient Africa. The royal tombs are enormous, large circular mounds, tumuli, covering burial chambers filled with grave goods. The largest tumulus, the grave of K2, is over 90 meters in diameter, containing the remains of a king and hundreds of sacrificed retainers. The sacrifices are disturbing evidence of the power and brutality of Kerma's rulers. When a king died, his burial was accompanied by the deaths of servants, soldiers, and possibly family members, who were killed and buried with him, presumably to serve him in the afterlife. The number of sacrifices varied, but in the largest tombs, hundreds of individuals were killed. The bodies were arranged around the king's burial chamber, lying in rows, sometimes on beds, sometimes on the floor. Grave goods were placed with them: pottery, jewelry, weapons, tools. The wealth displayed in these tombs is staggering, evidence of the resources the Kerma kingdom commanded. The sacrificial burials eventually ceased, possibly due to changing beliefs or social pressures. Later Kerma burials still have grave goods, but no longer the mass human sacrifices. Kerma's relationship with Egypt was complex, alternating between trade and conflict. During some periods, Kerma and Egypt coexisted peacefully, trading and exchanging goods. During other periods, they were at war, with Egypt attempting to conquer Nubia and control the trade routes directly. The Egyptians built a series of forts along the Nile in Lower Nubia, the region between the first and second cataracts, to defend against Kerma raids and control the trade. The forts are massive, built of mud brick and stone, with thick walls, towers, and gates designed to withstand siege. But Kerma was resilient. During the Second Intermediate Period in Egypt, when Egypt was fragmented and weak, Kerma expanded, conquering the Egyptian forts, controlling Lower Nubia, and even raiding into Upper Egypt. Kerma became the dominant power in the region, rivaling Egypt itself. This period of Kerma dominance did not last. When the Egyptian New Kingdom emerged around 1550 BCE, With powerful pharaohs like Ahmose and Thutmose I, Egypt launched a campaign to reconquer Nubia. The Egyptians were successful, destroying Kerma, conquering the kingdom, and incorporating Nubia into the Egyptian empire. The city of Kerma was burned. The kingdom was dismantled. The Nubian elite were killed or dispersed. Egypt ruled Nubia for the next 500 years, exploiting its resources, imposing Egyptian culture and religion, building temples to Egyptian gods. But the Nubian identity survived. In later periods, Nubian kingdoms re-emerged, the Kingdom of Kush, based farther south at Napata and Meroe. These kingdoms continued the traditions of Kerma, building pyramids, trading gold and ivory, and eventually, in the 8th century BCE, even conquering Egypt itself, ruling as the 25th dynasty. The ruins of Kerma are in Sudan, a country that has seen much conflict and instability, making archaeological work difficult. But excavations have been conducted, revealing the city, the Defufa, the tombs, and the wealth of the Kerma kingdom. The site is remote, far from major cities, accessible only by difficult roads through the desert. But for those who visit, the Defufa stands as a testament to a civilization that challenged Egypt, that built monumental architecture, that controlled the flow of wealth from Africa's interior, and that, despite its eventual defeat, left a legacy that endured in the later Nubian kingdoms and continues in the proud identity of the Sudanese people today. In the highlands of northern Ethiopia, in a region of rugged mountains and deep valleys, there was a kingdom called Aksum. It emerged around the 1st century CE and flourished for nearly 1,000 years, becoming one of the great powers of the ancient world, controlling trade routes between the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, minting its own coins, converting to Christianity, and building towering stone obelisks that still stand today. Aksum is slightly later than the other civilizations in this segment, but it has deep roots in the Bronze Age, and is included here because of its connections to the ancient world and its importance as an indigenous African civilization. The city of Aksum, the capital, was located in the Tigray region of northern Ethiopia, in a high valley surrounded by mountains. It was strategically positioned on trade routes, linking the Nile Valley and the Red Sea coast to the interior of Africa and beyond to the Indian Ocean. The Aksumites traded extensively. They exported ivory, gold, emeralds, aromatic resins like frankincense and myrrh, and enslaved people. They imported textiles, glassware, wine, and olive oil from the Mediterranean, and spices and other goods from India and beyond. Aksumite ships sailed the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, engaging in long-distance commerce that brought wealth and cosmopolitan influences. The kingdom minted coins, gold, silver, and bronze, inscribed with the names and titles of kings in Greek, Guizi, and sometimes South Arabian scripts. The coins are beautifully made, with portraits of kings and symbols like the crescent and disc, possibly representing the sun and moon. Minting coins was a mark of sovereignty, a declaration that Aksum was a major power, equal to Rome or Persia. Aksum is famous for its stele, tall stone obelisks erected as funerary monuments. The largest stele are enormous, carved from single blocks of granite, standing over 20 meters tall, weighing hundreds of tons. They are decorated with carved representations of multi-story buildings, with doors, windows, and beams, false architecture rendered in stone. The largest stele ever erected at Aksum, the Great Stele, was over 33 meters tall and weighed over 500 tons. It fell, possibly during construction or shortly after, and now lies broken on the ground, too large to be re-erected. The engineering required to quarry, transport, carve, and erect such a monument is staggering, evidence of the organizational capacity and ambition of the Aksumite kings. The stele marked royal tombs, underground burial chambers hewn from bedrock, containing the remains of kings and queens, along with grave goods, pottery, glassware, jewelry, and imported luxuries. The tombs were looted in antiquity, but enough remains to attest to the wealth and power of the Aksumite elite. In the 4th century CE, the Aksumite king Ezana converted to Christianity, making Aksum one of the first Christian kingdoms in the world, even before the Roman Empire fully Christianized. The conversion was possibly influenced by contact with the Christian communities of Egypt and the Levant, and by the desire to align with the Roman Empire, Aksum's major trading partner. After the conversion, the Aksumite coins changed, replacing pagan symbols with the Christian cross. Churches were built, including the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion in Aksum, which Ethiopian Orthodox Christians believe houses the Ark of the Covenant, the chest containing the 10 Commandments given to Moses, brought to Ethiopia by Menelik I, the legendary son of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. Whether the Ark is truly in Aksum is a matter of faith, not archaeology. But the tradition speaks to the deep religious significance of Aksum in Ethiopian culture, a holy city, a center of Christianity, a link to the biblical past. Aksum's power extended beyond Ethiopia. The kingdom controlled parts of the Arabian Peninsula, across the Red Sea, conquering the kingdom of Himyar in Yemen in the 6th century. Aksumite inscriptions in South Arabia attest to this expansion, proclaiming the victories of Aksumite kings. But Aksum's dominance did not last. In the 7th century, the rise of Islam and the Arab conquests transformed the Red Sea region. The trade routes shifted, bypassing Aksum, controlled now by Muslim powers. Aksum was cut off, isolated, its economy weakened. The kingdom declined, fragmenting into smaller states. The capital moved from Aksum to other locations in the Ethiopian highlands. The city of Aksum persisted but diminished, no longer the center of a great power. The stele remained, monuments to a lost greatness. The tombs were looted and forgotten. The memory of Aksum's imperial past faded, surviving only in legends and in the traditions of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Modern excavations, beginning in the 20th century, have revealed the extent and sophistication of Aksumite civilization. The tombs, the stele, the coins, the inscriptions, all speak to a kingdom that was wealthy, powerful, cosmopolitan, and deeply connected to the wider ancient world. Aksum today is a pilgrimage site for Ethiopian Orthodox Christians and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The stele still stand, towering over the town, visible from a distance. The largest standing stele, the obelisk of Aksum, was looted by the Italian army during their invasion of Ethiopia in the 1930s and taken to Rome. It was finally returned to Ethiopia in 2005, re-erected in Aksum, a symbolic restoration of Ethiopian heritage. Standing in Aksum, among the stele and the ruins of palaces and tombs, you can feel the weight of history, the rise and fall of a great African kingdom, a power that minted coins and built monuments, that traded with Rome and India, that converted to Christianity and claimed the Ark of the Covenant, and that, despite its decline, left a legacy that endures in the faith and identity of Ethiopia. In the deserts and oases of Central Asia, in the regions that are now Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, and Tajikistan, there was a civilization that flourished during the Bronze Age, roughly from 2300 to 1700 BCE. It is known as the Bactrimargiana Archaeological Complex, or BMAC, also called the Oxus Civilization, after the river that flowed through the region. BMAC is one of the least known major Bronze Age civilizations, overshadowed by Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus Valley, but it was equally sophisticated, with cities, monumental architecture, advanced metallurgy, and extensive trade networks. The civilization developed in the river oases, where water from the mountains allowed for irrigation agriculture in the midst of arid desert. The major sites include Gona Tepe in Turkmenistan and Dashli in Afghanistan, substantial settlements with fortified walls, palaces, temples, and workshops. The architecture of BMAC is distinctive, built of mud brick, with thick walls, narrow corridors, and complex layouts. The buildings are often circular or have rounded corners, a style distinct from the rectangular architecture of Mesopotamia or the Indus Valley. The largest structure at Gona Tepe is a palace or temple complex, covering over a hectare, with multiple rooms, courtyards, and storage areas. The walls are massive, several meters thick, built to last and to impress. The complex includes a probable throne room, workshops for craft production, and storage magazines filled with pottery and goods. BMAC is famous for its artistry and craftsmanship. The people produced beautiful objects, silver and gold vessels, jewelry with semi-precious stones, intricate seals carved with animals and symbols, and distinctive pottery decorated with painted designs or applied decorations. The metallurgy was advanced. Bronze tools and weapons, pins and mirrors, all finely crafted. The BMAC people also worked silver and gold, creating elaborate vessels and jewelry. Some objects show influences from neighboring cultures, Mesopotamia to the west, the Indus Valley to the south, suggesting trade and exchange. The seals are particularly intriguing. They are carved from soft stone, depicting animals, mythological creatures, and scenes of ritual or daily life. Some seals show figures that might be deities or priests, wearing elaborate costumes, holding snakes or other symbols. The imagery is unique to BMAC, not directly derived from other cultures, suggesting an independent religious and symbolic system. The economy was based on irrigation agriculture, growing wheat and barley, and herding sheep, goats, and cattle. The oases were productive, supporting dense populations, but they were also vulnerable. Water management was critical, and any disruption to the irrigation systems could be catastrophic. Trade was important. BMAC was positioned on routes connecting Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and China, though China was not yet a major civilization during this period. The BMAC people traded lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, tin from unknown sources, possibly Central Asia, carnelian and other semi-precious stones, and likely also textiles and perishable goods that have not survived. BMAC objects have been found in Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and Iran, evidence of long-distance exchange. BMAC may have been a hub, a crossroads where goods from different regions were traded and redistributed. The religion of BMAC is mysterious. There are temples, buildings identified by their layout and contents as ritual spaces. Some contain altars, fire installations, possibly for fire worship, a practice that would later be central to Zoroastrianism, the ancient Persian religion. There are also burials, both in cemeteries and within settlements, with grave goods including pottery, weapons, jewelry, and sometimes animal sacrifices. One striking feature is the presence of white rooms, spaces within the temple complexes with walls and floors plastered in white, containing ash and charred remains, possibly from ritual burning of plants or resins. The exact practices are unknown, but they suggest complex rituals, possibly involving intoxicants or hallucinogens, substances that might have been used in religious ceremonies. Around 1700 BCE, the BMAC civilization collapsed. The cities were abandoned, the irrigation systems fell into disrepair, and the population dispersed. The reasons are debated. Climate change, a drying trend that reduced water availability, is one theory. Invasion or migration, possibly by Indo-Iranian peoples moving into the region, is another. Systems collapse, the breakdown of trade networks, is a third. The BMAC people disappeared from the archaeological record, but they may not have vanished entirely. Some scholars suggest that they were absorbed by incoming populations, that their culture and possibly their language contributed to the later Indo-Iranian cultures of the region, the ancestors of the Persians and other groups. The Avesta, the sacred text of Zoroastrianism, mentions a region called Margush, which corresponds to Margiana, part of the BMAC heartland. The text describes it as a blessed land, created by the god Ahura Mazda. This may be a memory of BMAC, a distant echo of a lost civilization preserved in religious tradition. The archaeological sites of BMAC are remote and difficult to access, located in deserts and mountains, in countries that have seen conflict and instability. Excavations have been sporadic, but the work that has been done reveals a civilization of considerable sophistication and beauty. The objects from BMAC, the silver vessels and the carved seals, the jewelry and the bronze tools, are displayed in museums in Ashgabat, Tashkent, and other cities, beautiful and enigmatic, windows into a culture that rose and fell in the heart of Central Asia, at the crossroads of the ancient world, leaving behind ruins and artifacts and the memory of a people who built cities in the desert and traded with the great civilizations of their age. In the Sistan Basin of southeastern Iran, on the edge of the Lut Desert, one of the hottest and most barren places on Earth, there are the ruins of a city called Sharai Sokta. The name means burnt city in Persian, and it is aptly named. The city was destroyed by fire multiple times during its occupation, the mud brick buildings burning, collapsing, then being rebuilt on top of the ruins. Sharai Sokta was occupied from roughly 3200 to 1800 BCE. The Bronze Age, contemporary with the early cities of Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley. It was a substantial urban center, covering over 150 hectares at its peak, home to perhaps 20,000 people, one of the largest cities of its time in the region. The city was located on the banks of the Helmand River, which flowed through the Sistan Basin, creating a wetland and delta, a fertile area in the midst of desert. The river provided water for irrigation, fish for food, and reeds for construction. The location was strategic, on trade routes linking Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and Central Asia. The people of Sharai Sokta were traders and craftspeople. They produced lapis lazuli beads and objects, the lapis quarried from mines in Afghanistan, hundreds of kilometers to the east. The workshops at Sharai Sokta processed the raw stone, cutting and polishing it into beads, seals, and vessels, which were then traded westward to Mesopotamia and beyond. Lapis lazuli was highly valued in the ancient world, prized for its deep blue color, used in jewelry and inlays, ground into powder for pigments. The trade in lapis was lucrative, and Sharai Sokta profited from its position on the route between the mines and the markets. The city also produced fine pottery, distinctive ceramics painted with geometric and animal designs, and worked other materials: carnelian, turquoise, alabaster, creating a range of luxury goods. The architecture of Sharai Sokta was mud brick, typical of the region, with houses and workshops built in dense neighborhoods. The city was not heavily fortified, suggesting relative security or reliance on other forms of defense, possibly military alliances or treaties. One of the most remarkable finds from Sharai Sokta is a small goblet, made of clay, decorated with a series of images that, when the cup is rotated, create the illusion of movement, like a primitive animation. The images show a goat jumping to eat leaves from a tree. As the cup spins, the goat appears to move, reaching up, taking the leaves, a visual trick that delights and surprises. This goblet is sometimes claimed to be the oldest known example of animation, a precursor to cinema, invented 5,000 years ago in the deserts of Iran. Whether it was intentionally designed to create this effect is debated, but the result is undeniable: a moving image on a Bronze Age pot. Another extraordinary find is an artificial eyeball, a spherical object made of bitumen paste, with gold wire around it, and a circular hole in the center, painted with lines to represent the iris. It was found in the skull of a woman buried at Sharai Sokta, fitted into her eye socket, suggesting she wore it in life as a prosthetic eye. The eyeball is one of the oldest known prosthetics, evidence that the people of Sharai Sokta had knowledge of anatomy and a desire to restore appearance and perhaps function for those who had lost an eye. The woman who wore it was tall, possibly of high status, buried with care and with grave goods, her prosthetic eye a testament to the skill and compassion of her society. The burials at Sharai Sokta are extensive, with over 30,000 graves excavated, one of the largest Bronze Age cemeteries known. The graves vary in wealth, some simple pits with a few pots, others elaborate with many grave goods, jewelry, tools, imported objects. The variability suggests social stratification, differences in wealth and status. One unusual aspect is the presence of separate cemeteries for different groups, possibly based on occupation or ethnicity. One cemetery contains primarily craftspeople, identified by the tools and materials buried with them. Another contains traders or elites, with more luxurious goods. A third contains individuals with signs of physical disabilities or deformities, suggesting they were treated differently in death, though whether this was discrimination or special veneration is unclear. Around 1800 BCE, Sharai Sokta was abandoned. The reasons are unclear, but environmental change is suspected. The Helmand River may have changed course, or the water flow may have decreased, making the city unsustainable. The lapis trade routes may have shifted, reducing the city's economic importance. The city was left empty, the mud brick buildings slowly eroding, the wind carrying away the walls, the river silting up. The desert encroached, covering the ruins with sand. For over 3,000 years, Sharai Sokta was forgotten, a mound in the desert, known to local people, but not understood. Excavations began in the 1960s and have continued intermittently. The site has yielded a wealth of information about Bronze Age life, trade, craft production, and social organization. The finds, the animated goblet, the prosthetic eye, the lapis workshops, the vast cemetery, all paint a picture of a sophisticated and cosmopolitan society, connected to the wider world, innovative and adaptive. Sharai Sokhta is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, protected but also threatened by looting, erosion, and the harsh desert environment. The site is remote, difficult to visit, but for those who make the journey, the ruins speak of a city that thrived for over 1,000 years on the edge of the desert, a center of trade and craft, a place where people lived and worked and died, creating beauty and innovation in one of the most unforgiving landscapes on Earth. In southeastern Turkey, near the modern city of Malatya, on a high mound overlooking the plains, there is a site called Arslantepe. The name means Lion Hill in Turkish, named after stone sculptures of lions found at the site. Arslantepe is one of the oldest and most important sites for understanding the development of early state societies, the emergence of centralized authority, warfare, and social inequality. The site was occupied for thousands of years, from the Neolithic through the Bronze Age and into later periods. But the most significant phase is the late Chalcolithic, around 3,900 to 3000 BCE, when Arslantepe was a regional center, a fortified settlement with monumental public buildings, evidence of administrative control, and signs of violent conflict. During this period, Arslantepe had a large public complex, a palace or temple, built on a platform, with thick mud brick walls, courtyards, and storerooms. The walls were decorated with wall paintings, geometric patterns, and possibly figurative scenes, traces of which survive. The complex included a large hall, possibly for gatherings or ceremonies, and numerous storage rooms filled with pottery vessels and administrative objects. The storage and the evidence of accounting suggest that the complex was not just ceremonial, but also economic, a center for collecting and redistributing goods, managing resources, controlling production. The site has yielded seals and sealings, clay impressions made by stamp seals, used to mark containers and documents, to indicate ownership or authenticity. The seals are carved with geometric designs and animal motifs, each one unique, a mark of an individual or institution. The use of seals is a hallmark of administrative complexity, a system of record-keeping and control. Arslantepe also shows early evidence of metallurgy. Bronze tools and weapons appear in the late Chalcolithic levels, among the earliest known in the region. More strikingly, the site has yielded a hoard of metal weapons, swords and spearheads, found in a context suggesting they were stored together, possibly an armory, evidence of organized warfare, or at least the threat of it. The weapons are sophisticated, well-crafted, designed for combat. Their presence, along with evidence of fortifications and destruction layers, suggests that Arslantepe was involved in conflict, either defending against attackers or engaging in aggression itself. Around 3000 BCE, the palace complex at Arslantepe was destroyed by fire. The destruction was violent, the buildings burned, the walls collapsed. After the fire, the site was reoccupied, but the new settlement was different, smaller, less centralized, without the monumental public buildings. What caused the destruction? Invasion, rebellion, or internal conflict? The evidence is ambiguous. Some scholars argue for an external attack, possibly by nomadic groups from the north. Others suggest internal upheaval, a revolt against the elite, the destruction of the palace by those who resented its power. Whatever the cause, the destruction marks a turning point, the end of the centralized authority, the collapse of the early state structure. Arslantepe did not disappear, but it changed, becoming a more dispersed, less hierarchical community. The site continued to be occupied through the early Bronze Age, with new architectural phases, new populations, new cultural influences. But the grandeur of the late Chalcolithic palace was not rebuilt. The memory of that earlier power faded, replaced by new forms of organization and identity. Arslantepe is important because it provides evidence of state formation, the processes by which centralized authority, administrative systems, and social hierarchies emerged. It shows that these developments were not smooth or inevitable, that early states were fragile, vulnerable to collapse, and that the path to complexity was neither linear nor certain. The site has been excavated by Italian teams since the 1960s, with meticulous stratigraphic work, revealing the long sequence of occupation, the transitions and transformations. The finds, The palace, the weapons, the seals, the wall paintings, all contribute to our understanding of the Bronze Age in Anatolia, the connections between the Near East and the Aegean, the development of urbanization and state power. Arslantepe is not as famous as some other Bronze Age sites, not as monumental as the pyramids or as legendary as Troy, but it is crucial for scholars, a key site for understanding the deep history of state formation, the emergence of the structures of power and control that would define civilizations for the next 5,000 years. The mound rises from the plain, visible from a distance, layers of history compressed into earth and brick. The lions that gave the site its name are long gone, moved to museums, but the spirit of the place remains, a sense of ancient power and ancient conflict, of societies that built and fought and collapsed, leaving behind fragments for us to piece together, clues to the long, slow emergence of the world we inhabit now. The cities grow precise. Streets align with the stars, pyramids mirror constellations, temples rise on exact ratios of sacred mathematics. Urban planners become priests, architects become astronomers, and the city itself becomes a cosmogram, a map of heaven projected onto earth. Stone is no longer just material, but symbol, arranged in patterns that speak to gods and ancestors, that organize human life around divine principles. These are cities built not just for living but for believing, where every angle and axis carries meaning, where geometry becomes theology, where the urban grid is a prayer written in stone. In the Valley of Mexico, about 50 kilometers northeast of modern Mexico City, there rises from the plain a pyramid so massive that the Spanish conquistadors, seeing it for the first time, believed it must be a natural mountain. It is not. It is the Pyramid of the Sun, the third largest pyramid in the world, built entirely by human hands, stone by stone, basket of earth by basket of earth, over 1900 years ago. The pyramid is part of Teotihuacan, the city of the gods, a name given to it by the Aztecs who found it already ancient and abandoned, who walked among its ruins and imagined that this must be the place where the gods created the world, where the sun and moon were born. Teotihuacan was built beginning around 100 BCE and reached its peak between 100 and 600 CE. At its height, it was one of the largest cities in the world, covering over 30 square kilometers, home to perhaps 125,000 people, maybe more. It was a planned city, laid out on a grid, oriented not to the cardinal directions, but to a precise axis, 15.5 degrees east of true north, aligned with specific astronomical phenomena, the setting of the Pleiades, the rising of the sun on certain significant dates. The main axis of the city is the Avenue of the Dead, a broad processional way stretching for over 2 kilometers, lined with platforms, pyramids, and temples. The avenue runs from the Pyramid of the Moon in the north to the Ciudadela, a massive enclosed complex in the south. Along the avenue are smaller pyramids and platforms, the remains of what were once elaborate temples and elite residences. The Pyramid of the Sun is the largest structure, standing over 65 meters tall, with a base covering more than 220 meters on each side. It is built of rubble and earth, faced with stone and stucco, originally painted bright red. The pyramid has 5 levels, tapering as it rises, with a flat top where a temple once stood, long since destroyed. Inside the pyramid, archaeologists have discovered a tunnel, a natural lava tube modified and expanded, leading to a cave beneath the center of the pyramid. The cave has 4 chambers, shaped like a cloverleaf, and it was clearly used for ritual purposes, filled with offerings, pottery, obsidian, greenstone, and possibly the remains of human sacrifices. The cave may have been seen as a portal to the underworld, a sacred place of creation or rebirth, and the pyramid was built above it to mark and honor this power. The Pyramid of the Moon is smaller but no less impressive, standing at the northern end of the Avenue of the Dead, perfectly aligned with the sacred mountain Cerro Gordo behind it. The pyramid is built in stages, each new phase encasing the previous structure, creating a layered monument. Burials have been found within the pyramid, dedicatory offerings, including sacrificed animals and humans, jaguars and eagles and people, killed and placed within the structure as it was built, their deaths consecrating the sacred space. The Ciudadela, at the southern end of the avenue, is a vast enclosed plaza, large enough to hold 100,000 people, surrounded by platforms and pyramids. At the center of the Ciudadela is the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, also called the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, one of the most elaborately decorated buildings at Teotihuacan. The temple is covered with carved stone heads of the feathered serpent, a symbol of fertility, water, and cosmic power, alternating with the goggle-eyed face of a rain or storm deity, possibly Tlaloc. The carvings are three-dimensional, the serpent heads projecting from the wall, undulating along the facade, creating a sense of movement and life. The temple was a site of mass sacrifice. Archaeologists have found the remains of over 200 individuals, mostly young men, buried in pits around the temple, their hands bound behind their backs, killed as offerings when the temple was dedicated. The scale of the sacrifice is shocking, evidence of the power wielded by Teotihuacan's rulers, their ability to command lives and deaths, to offer hundreds of people to the gods. But who were these rulers? Teotihuacan is unusual among Mesoamerican cities in that it has no clear evidence of individual kings or rulers. There are no carved portraits of rulers, no stele proclaiming the deeds of kings, no royal tombs filled with treasure. The city seems to have been governed collectively, by a council or by priestly elites, rather than by a single dynastic ruler. The residential areas of Teotihuacan are equally impressive. The city was divided into apartment compounds, multi-family residences built around courtyards, with thick walls separating each compound from its neighbors. Each compound housed between 60 and 100 people, possibly extended families or craft groups. The compounds had their own temples, shrines dedicated to household gods or ancestors. The walls of these compounds were covered with murals, frescoes painted in vivid colors, depicting gods, mythological scenes, processions, and symbols. Some murals show paradise, the Tlalocan, the heaven of the rain god, where the blessed dead lived in eternal abundance, surrounded by water and flowers and butterflies. Other murals show priests performing rituals, warriors in procession, animals and birds, and symbols whose meanings are lost. Teotihuacan was a center of craft production. Different compounds specialized in different crafts: obsidian working, pottery making, the production of lime plaster, the carving of greenstone. Obsidian was particularly important. Teotihuacan controlled sources of obsidian in the surrounding mountains and produced vast quantities of obsidian tools and weapons, blades and projectile points, traded throughout Mesoamerica. The city's influence extended far beyond the Valley of Mexico. Teotihuacan goods have been found at Maya sites hundreds of kilometers away. The Maya were clearly influenced by Teotihuacan, adopting architectural styles, imagery, and possibly religious concepts. Some scholars argue that Teotihuacan established colonies or trading outposts in the Maya region, or even conquered Maya cities, though the evidence is debated. Around 550 CE, Teotihuacan began to decline. The city was partially burned, the temples along the Avenue of the Dead deliberately destroyed, their sculptures smashed, their facades defaced. Whether this was an internal revolt, an attack by external enemies, or a ritual termination is unclear. After the burning, the city was not completely abandoned, but it shrank dramatically, the population dispersing, the monumental center left to decay. By the time the Aztecs arrived in the Valley of Mexico, centuries later, Teotihuacan was already ancient, its builders forgotten. The Aztecs walked among the ruins, awed by the scale and mystery of the place. They named it Teotihuacan, the city of the gods, and incorporated it into their own mythology, believing that the gods had gathered here to create the fifth sun, the current era of the world. The Aztecs made pilgrimages to Teotihuacan, left offerings at the pyramids, and even buried their own dead in the ancient ruins, seeking connection to the sacred past. When the Spanish arrived, they too were impressed by Teotihuacan, describing the pyramids in their chronicles, comparing them to the great monuments of the Old World. Teotihuacan was never truly lost, its pyramids too large to be hidden or forgotten. But its meaning was lost, the knowledge of who built it, why, and what happened to them. Modern archaeology has uncovered much: the tunnels and burials, the murals and workshops, the evidence of planning and power. But mysteries remain. The script, if there was one, has not been found or deciphered. The language spoken is unknown. The reasons for the city's collapse are debated. Standing at Teotihuacan today, climbing the steep steps of the Pyramid of the Sun, looking down the Avenue of the Dead toward the Pyramid of the Moon and the distant mountains, you feel the weight of intentionality. the sense that every stone was placed with purpose, every alignment calculated, every angle meaningful. This was a city built to embody a vision of the cosmos, to connect earth and sky, humans and gods, the living and the dead. It was a city of stone and sacred geometry, and even in ruins, even silent and empty, it still speaks, in a language we are only beginning to understand. On the Gulf Coast of Mexico, in the hot, humid lowlands of what is now Tabasco, there was a civilization that predated all others in Mesoamerica, the first to build monumental architecture, to carve colossal stone sculptures, to establish the patterns of kingship and ritual that would define the region for millennia. The Olmecs, the rubber people, named for the rubber trees that grew in their homeland, flourished from roughly 1,500 to 400 BCE, creating a cultural foundation upon which the Maya, Zapotec, and later civilizations would build. La Venta is the most important Olmec site, a ceremonial center built on an island in the coastal swamps, surrounded by water and vegetation, isolated and sacred. It was occupied from about 900 to 400 BCE, the height of Olmec civilization, and it was a place of extraordinary art and ritual, a center of power and mystery. The main structure at La Venta is the Great Pyramid, also called the Complex C, a massive earthen mound over 30 meters high, built in the shape of a fluted cone, perhaps representing a volcano, sacred mountains being central to Mesoamerican cosmology. The pyramid is not a true pyramid with smooth sides, but has ridges and valleys, 10 of them, creating a distinctive profile. It was built entirely of earth and clay, basket load by basket load, millions of cubic meters of material, shaped and compacted, an immense labor project requiring organization and authority. In front of the pyramid is a long plaza, aligned north-south, with smaller mounds and platforms arranged symmetrically along the axis. The layout is precise, geometric, the earliest known example of urban planning in Mesoamerica, a template that later cities would follow. Beneath the plaza, archaeologists have discovered extraordinary offerings, massive mosaic pavements made of serpentine blocks, arranged to form abstract masks or faces, then deliberately buried, covered with layers of colored clay, hidden from view. These buried offerings represent enormous expenditures of labor and resources, creating elaborate artworks only to bury them, to place them as gifts to the gods or the earth, never to be seen by human eyes again. The Olmecs are famous for their colossal heads, enormous stone sculptures of human heads, carved from basalt, weighing up to 50 tons. 17 colossal heads have been found at Olmec sites, 4 of them at La Venta. Each head is unique, with distinct facial features, possibly portraits of individual rulers. They wear elaborate headdresses, possibly helmets, suggesting they represent warrior kings or ball players, the Mesoamerican ball game being both sport and ritual. The basalt for the heads was quarried in the Tuxtla Mountains, over 80 kilometers from La Venta, requiring the transport of massive stones through difficult terrain, jungle and swamp, across rivers, an engineering feat that speaks to the Olmec's organizational capacity and determination. The heads are masterworks of sculpture, the proportions realistic, the expressions dignified and powerful. They convey authority, a sense of individual personality frozen in stone. Who were these rulers? We do not know their names, their deeds, their stories. The Olmecs had no writing, or if they did, it has not survived in a form we can read. The colossal heads are mute witnesses, their subjects forever silent. La Venta also has stone stelae and altars, carved with images of rulers and supernatural beings. One famous altar, Altar 4, shows a figure emerging from a cave or niche, holding a rope that binds a captive, a common theme in Mesoamerican art, the display of royal power through the capture and subjugation of enemies. The Olmec art style is distinctive, with a focus on jaguars, supernatural beings that combine human and jaguar features, possibly shamanic transformations, rulers or priests who could take the form of jaguars, the most powerful predators of the region. The jaguar was a symbol of royalty, strength, the underworld, and the night. The Olmecs traded widely, their art and goods found across Mesoamerica, from central Mexico to El Salvador. They traded jade, obsidian, pottery, and rubber, acquiring exotic materials like magnetite and ilmenite, used to make mirrors and ornaments. Olmec influence is seen in the art and architecture of later cultures, suggesting that they established a cultural pattern, a set of symbols and practices that became foundational to Mesoamerican civilization. The economy of La Venta was based on agriculture, growing maize, beans, and squash, the Mesoamerican agricultural triad, supplemented by fishing and hunting in the rich coastal environment. The swamps provided fish and shellfish, turtles and waterfowl, a reliable source of protein. The site also shows evidence of ritual ball games. Stone drains and what may be a ball court have been identified, suggesting the Olmecs played the Mesoamerican ball game, a ritual contest with cosmological significance, representing the struggle between life and death, the sun and the underworld. Around 400 BCE, La Venta was abandoned. The monuments were deliberately defaced, the colossal heads toppled, the stele broken or buried. Whether this was an act of conquest, internal upheaval, or ritual termination is unknown. The Olmec civilization did not disappear, but it transformed, its centers shifting, its influence waning, eventually absorbed into the emerging cultures of the region. The site was buried under sediment and vegetation, the jungle reclaiming the plazas and pyramids. For over 2,000 years, La Venta was forgotten, known only to local people who occasionally found strange stones, the colossal heads and altars, without understanding what they were. Modern archaeology rediscovered La Venta in the 20th century. Excavations revealed the buried offerings, the mosaic pavements, the complex layout. The colossal heads were unearthed, cleaned, and moved to museums or left in situ protected. La Venta is now partially destroyed, much of the site damaged by oil drilling and industrial development. The region is rich in petroleum, and the modern economy has little regard for ancient ruins. What remains is protected, but the site is a shadow of what it once was. Still, the surviving monuments speak powerfully. The colossal heads, the buried mosaics, the Great Pyramid, all testify to a civilization of vision and power, the first to build monumentally in Mesoamerica, the first to carve kings in stone, the first to establish the patterns of ritual and authority that would define the region for the next 2,000 years. The Olmecs were the mother culture, and La Venta was one of their greatest creations, a city of sacred geometry and buried offerings, where rulers emerged from caves in stone and jaguars walked as men. High in the mountains of Oaxaca, in southern Mexico, on a flattened hilltop overlooking 3 valleys, there is a city called Monte Alban. It was the capital of the Zapotec civilization, one of the earliest urban centers in Mesoamerica, occupied for over 1,000 years, from around 500 BCE to 850 CE. A place of pyramids and palaces, ball courts and tombs, carved stones and painted murals. The location is dramatic. The hilltop was artificially leveled, an enormous engineering project, removing rock and earth to create a flat plaza. The Great Plaza, over 300 meters long and 200 meters wide, surrounded by pyramids and platforms, temples and palaces, all oriented to astronomical alignments and sacred geography. Why build a city on a mountaintop? Defense is one reason, the elevation providing a natural fortress, difficult to attack. But there is also cosmological significance. Mountains in Mesoamerican belief are sacred, places where the earth meets the sky, where gods dwell, where water is stored, where ancestors reside. To build a city on a mountain is to build in a sacred space, to claim divine sanction, to make the city itself a temple. Monte Alban was founded around 500 BCE, during a period of social and political transformation in Mesoamerica. The Olmec civilization was declining, and new centers were emerging, competing for power and resources. Monte Alban was one of these new centers, built deliberately as a capital, a political and religious hub uniting the valleys below. The earliest structures at Monte Alban include Building L, famous for its carvings of the danzantes, the dancers. These are stone slabs carved with figures of naked men in contorted poses, some clearly dead, others mutilated or in distress. They are not dancing but suffering, and they are likely depictions of captives or sacrificial victims, enemies defeated and humiliated, their images carved to proclaim the power of Monte Alban's rulers. The carvings are among the earliest examples of writing in Mesoamerica, with glyphs accompanying the figures, possibly names or titles, or places of origin. The script is not fully deciphered, but it shows that the Zapotecs had developed writing early, using it to record conquests and assert dominance. As Monte Alban grew, new structures were added. The south platform, a massive pyramid at the southern end of the plaza, provided a base for temples and elite residences. The north platform, equally large, enclosed a sunken patio and was used for ceremonies and gatherings. The ball court, a classic Mesoamerican structure, with sloping sides and a central alley, was built for the ritual ball game, contests that had religious and political significance, sometimes ending in sacrifice. One of the most intriguing structures is Building J, an arrowhead-shaped building in the center of the plaza, oriented differently from the other structures, aligned perhaps to the star capella or to significant points on the horizon. Building J is covered with carvings of conquered towns, each represented by a place glyph, an upside-down head, and often a name or date. These are the victories of Monte Alban, a catalogue of subjugated places, a monument to imperial expansion. The Zapotecs were not just conquerors, but also builders and artists. They created elaborate tombs, underground chambers beneath the plazas and pyramids, decorated with murals and carvings, filled with grave goods, pottery, jade, shell, gold, and sacrificed animals and humans. The tombs were family crypts, used for multiple burials over generations, the bones of ancestors venerated and occasionally moved or manipulated. Tomb 104 is one of the most famous, its walls covered with murals depicting a procession of gods or priests, wearing elaborate costumes, carrying offerings, moving toward an enthroned figure. The murals are vivid, painted in red, blue, green, and yellow, the colors still bright after over 1,000 years in the dark. The pottery from Monte Alban is distinctive, grey where decorated with incised or applique designs, often funerary urns shaped like seated figures, gods or ancestors, placed in tombs as offerings or containers for cremated remains. The urns are elaborate, with multiple elements, headdresses and jewelry, symbols and glyphs, each one a work of art and a statement of identity. Monte Alban controlled the valleys of Oaxaca, extracting tribute, organizing labor, managing trade. The Zapotecs traded salt from the coastal lagoons, cochineal dye from insects that fed on cactus, obsidian and jade, and pottery. They were connected to the broader Mesoamerican world, interacting with Teotihuacan to the north, the Maya to the east, the cultures of the Gulf Coast and the Pacific lowlands. Around 500 CE, Monte Alban reached its peak, with a population of perhaps 25,000 people living on the hilltop and in the surrounding valleys. But then it began to decline. The reasons are unclear. Teotihuacan's collapse around 550 CE may have disrupted trade networks. Internal conflict, resource depletion, or changing political alliances may have weakened the city's power. By 850 CE, Monte Alban was largely abandoned as a political capital. The ruling elite moved to other centers in the valleys. The Great Plaza was no longer maintained. The pyramids and palaces fell into disrepair. But the site was not completely forgotten. The Zapotecs continued to use Monte Alban as a burial ground, interring their dead in the ancient tombs, maintaining a connection to their ancestral capital. When the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, they found Monte Alban already in ruins. The Zapotecs still lived in the valleys, but the mountaintop city was empty, a place of ghosts and ancestors. The Spanish looted some of the tombs, taking gold and valuables, but much remained, buried and hidden. Modern excavations began in the early 20th century and have continued ever since. The site has been extensively studied, the plaza mapped, the tombs excavated, the carvings and murals documented. Monte Alban is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, one of the most important archaeological sites in Mexico. Visitors climb the mountaintop, walk the Great Plaza, stand on the pyramids, and look out over the valleys. The view is immense, the three valleys spreading out in all directions, the mountains rising in the distance. You can see why the Zapotecs chose this place, the strategic advantages, the symbolic power, the sense of being above the world, closer to the heavens. Monte Alban is a city of stone and sacred geometry, every structure placed with intention, every alignment calculated. It is a city where cosmology and politics merged, where the layout of the plaza reflected the order of the cosmos, where kings claimed divine authority through monuments and sacrifices. It was a city built to last, and even in abandonment, it endures, a testament to the vision and ambition of the Zapotec people. In the Mississippi River Valley, near the confluence of the Mississippi, Missouri, and Illinois rivers, in what is now southwestern Illinois, there was a city. It was the largest pre-Columbian settlement north of Mexico, a sprawling urban center with monumental earthen pyramids, plazas, residential neighborhoods, and a population that may have reached 15 to 20,000 at its peak. The city is called Cahokia, named after a later tribe that lived in the region, but we do not know what the original inhabitants called it. Cahokia was built beginning around 1050 CE and flourished for about 250 years, from roughly 1050 to 1350 CE. It was the center of what archaeologists call the Mississippian culture, a complex society that developed agriculture based on maize, built large settlements, engaged in long-distance trade, and created hierarchical social structures. The heart of Cahokia is Monk's Mound, the largest earthen pyramid north of Mexico, a massive platform mound covering over 5 hectares at its base and rising in 4 terraces to a height of about 30 meters. The mound was built entirely of earth, carried basket by basket, load by load, over many years, an estimated 14 million cubic feet of soil shaped and compacted into a monumental structure. On top of Monk's Mound was a large building, possibly the residence of the paramount chief, a palace or temple that looked out over the city and the river valley beyond. The building is long gone, but its outline has been traced in the soil, a massive wooden structure with a thatched roof, a symbol of authority and power. Surrounding Monk's Mound is the Grand Plaza, a vast open area over 50 acres in size, carefully leveled and maintained, used for ceremonies, gatherings, and games. The plaza was bordered by smaller mounds, over 100 of them at the height of the city, each serving different functions. Platforms for buildings, burial mounds for the elite, markers of space and power. One of the most fascinating features of Cahokia is the wood henges, circles of large wooden posts, erected in precise patterns, aligned with astronomical events. The posts functioned as calendars, marking the solstices and equinoxes, the seasonal cycles that governed agriculture and ritual. At sunrise on the equinoxes, an observer standing at the center of the circle would see the sun rise directly over a specific post, a dramatic alignment of earth and sky. The wood henges are evidence of sophisticated astronomical knowledge, a priesthood or elite class that could predict celestial events, organize the agricultural calendar, and claim connection to cosmic powers. The circles have been reconstructed based on post holes found during excavations, allowing visitors to experience the alignments as the Cahokians would have. Cahokia was a diverse, cosmopolitan city. The residential areas show evidence of neighborhoods with distinct pottery styles and burial practices, suggesting that people from different regions and cultures lived in the city, drawn by trade, tribute, pilgrimage, or coercion. The city was a melting pot, a center of exchange and interaction. The economy was based on maize agriculture, cultivated in the rich floodplain of the Mississippi River. Maize provided a storable surplus, allowing for population growth and specialization. The Cahokians also hunted deer, fished the rivers, and gathered wild plants, maintaining a mixed subsistence strategy. Long-distance trade brought exotic goods to Cahokia: marine shells from the Gulf Coast, copper from the Great Lakes, mica from the Appalachians, obsidian from the Rockies. These materials were used to make prestige objects, symbols of status and power, distributed through networks of alliance and tribute. One of the most dramatic finds at Cahokia is Mound 72, a burial mound containing the remains of over 250 individuals. The central burial is a man, laid on a platform of over 20,000 shell beads, arranged in the shape of a bird, possibly a falcon or a thunderbird, symbols of power and the sky. Around him were buried other individuals, many of them apparently sacrificed. Young women, possibly wives or attendants, buried alive or killed and placed in mass graves. The scale of the sacrifice is staggering, evidence of a society where the elite wielded absolute power, where human lives could be expended to honor a single individual. The burials also included caches of arrowheads, copper, and other valuables, offerings to accompany the dead into the afterlife. Cahokia was not a peaceful utopia. There is evidence of violence, palisades surrounding the central area, defensive walls built and rebuilt, suggesting conflict or the threat of it. Some burials show signs of trauma, injuries from weapons, evidence of warfare or executions. Around 1200 CE, Cahokia began to decline. The population decreased, the construction of new mounds ceased, the woodhenges were no longer maintained. By 1350 CE, the city was largely abandoned, the great plaza empty, the mounds left to erode. The reasons for the collapse are debated. Environmental degradation is one possibility. The intensive agriculture and the large population may have depleted the soil, deforested the region, disrupted the local ecology. Flooding or droughts could have reduced agricultural yields. Political instability, internal conflict, or the breakdown of trade networks could have undermined the city's power. Disease, possibly introduced or exacerbated by crowding and poor sanitation, may have devastated the population. Whatever the causes, the people dispersed, moving to smaller settlements, returning to a more decentralized way of life. Cahokia was abandoned, left to the wind and rain, the earth slowly reclaiming the mounds. When European explorers arrived in the region in the 17th and 18th centuries, they saw the mounds, but did not understand them. Some thought they were natural hills, others attributed them to a lost race, unable or unwilling to believe that the indigenous people could have built such structures. It was not until the 19th and 20th centuries that archaeologists recognized Cahokia for what it was: a major pre-Columbian city, the center of a complex civilization. Excavations have revealed the extent and sophistication of the site, the mounds, the woodhenges, the burials, the evidence of a society that was urban, hierarchical, and cosmopolitan. Cahokia is now a state historic site and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, protected and interpreted. Much of the ancient city lies beneath modern development, highways, and suburbs, but the core area is preserved. Monk's Mound still rises above the floodplain, visible from miles away, a testament to the labor and vision of the people who built it. Standing on Monk's Mound, looking out over the Grand Plaza and the reconstructed Woodhenge, you can imagine the city as it was, thousands of people gathered for a ceremony. The paramount chief emerging from the temple on top of the mound, the sun rising over the wooden posts, aligning with the cosmos, the center of a world that, for a brief moment in history, was here, in the heart of North America, a city of earthen pyramids and sacred geometry. In the highlands of southern Africa, in what is now Zimbabwe, among the granite hills and rolling savannas, there are ruins of stone walls, massive and intricate, built without mortar, the blocks carefully shaped and fitted, rising in curves and towers. This is Great Zimbabwe, the largest ancient structure south of the Sahara, the capital of a powerful kingdom that dominated the region from roughly 1100 to 1450 CE, controlling trade in gold, ivory, and other goods, connecting the African interior to the Swahili coast and the Indian Ocean world. The name Zimbabwe comes from the Shona language, meaning houses of stone, or venerated houses, and the ruins are indeed houses, or rather, enclosures, walls that define spaces, that create courtyards and passages, that separate and connect. The site covers over 700 hectares, with three main areas: the hill complex, the valley complex, and the great enclosure. The hill complex sits on a steep granite hill, the walls following the contours of the rock, incorporating natural boulders, creating a defensible and symbolically powerful space. The hill complex was likely the royal residence, the seat of the king, the Zimbabwe, a Shona term for a ruler or paramount chief. The walls enclose platforms and huts, areas for living and for ritual, commanding views of the surrounding landscape. The valley complex spreads across the lower ground between the hill and the great enclosure, a sprawling residential area where the commoners and craftspeople lived, working metal, making pottery, processing goods for trade. The great enclosure is the most iconic structure at Great Zimbabwe, a massive elliptical wall, over 250 meters in circumference, up to 11 meters high and 5 meters thick at the base. The wall is built of granite blocks, expertly cut and stacked, tapering inward as it rises, creating a slightly inward-leaning profile that adds stability. The top of the wall is decorated with a chevron pattern, a zigzag design that runs the entire length, a symbol whose meaning is lost, but which adds a visual elegance to the monumental structure. Inside the great enclosure are other walls, creating a labyrinth of passages and smaller enclosures. The most famous feature is the conical tower, a solid stone tower over 9 meters high, tapering to a point, built of carefully dressed blocks. The tower has no entrance, no internal space. It is purely symbolic, its meaning debated. Some suggest it represents a grain bin, a symbol of fertility and abundance. Others see phallic symbolism, a representation of male power. Still others argue it is cosmological, representing a sacred mountain or the connection between earth and sky. The walls of Great Zimbabwe are marvels of engineering. The granite was quarried from nearby hills. The blocks split along natural fractures, shaped by heating and cooling, then transported to the site and fitted without mortar. The builders had a deep understanding of stone, how it fractures, how it bears weight, how to create stable structures that would endure for centuries. Great Zimbabwe was the center of a kingdom that controlled gold mines in the surrounding region. Gold was extracted from quartz reefs, crushed and panned, then traded through networks that connected Great Zimbabwe to the Swahili coast, to Kilwa and Sofala, ports that exported gold, ivory, and enslaved people to the Middle East, India, and beyond. In return, Great Zimbabwe received imports: glass beads from India, porcelain from China, cloth from Persia. These exotic goods were markers of status, distributed by the king to elites, reinforcing social hierarchies, displaying the kingdom's wealth and connections. The economy was also based on cattle. Cattle were wealth, prestige, power. The king controlled large herds, distributed cattle to loyal chiefs, collected cattle as tribute. Cattle provided milk, meat, hides, and labor, plowing fields and transporting goods. The enclosures at Great Zimbabwe may have served to corral cattle, to display them, to count and manage them. The kingdom's power was not just economic, but also religious. The rulers of Great Zimbabwe claimed spiritual authority, connection to the ancestors and the gods. The hill complex, with its commanding position and sacred associations with the granite hills, was a place of ritual, where the king communed with ancestral spirits, where rain ceremonies were performed, where the fertility of the land and the prosperity of the people were ensured through ritual action. Great Zimbabwe reached its peak between 1200 and 1450 CE. At its height, it may have been home to 18,000 people, making it one of the largest cities in sub-Saharan Africa at the time. But around 1450, the city was abandoned. The reasons are debated. Overgrazing by cattle may have degraded the environment, making it difficult to sustain the large population. Depletion of local resources, including gold and salt, may have reduced the kingdom's wealth. Political fragmentation, with regional chiefs breaking away and establishing their own centers, may have undermined central authority. The population dispersed, moving to other centers in the region, establishing successor kingdoms like Matopa and Torwa. Great Zimbabwe was not forgotten, but it was no longer the capital, no longer the center of power. When Portuguese explorers arrived in the region in the 16th century, they heard reports of stone ruins and assumed they must be the work of some ancient non-African civilization, perhaps the Queen of Sheba or King Solomon, biblical figures whose presence in Africa was imagined but not real. This racist myth persisted for centuries, with European colonizers refusing to believe that Africans could have built such impressive structures. It was not until the 20th century that serious archaeological work demonstrated conclusively that Great Zimbabwe was built by the ancestors of the Shona people, an indigenous African achievement, evidence of a sophisticated civilization that arose independently, without external influence. Great Zimbabwe is now a national monument and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, a symbol of African heritage and pride. The ruins are preserved, though tourism and weathering pose ongoing challenges. The site is central to Zimbabwean national identity, its image appearing on flags and currency, a statement of indigenous achievement and continuity. Standing within the great enclosure, surrounded by the massive stone walls, walking the narrow passages, looking up at the conical tower, you feel the weight of intention and craft, the effort of countless hands shaping stone, stacking blocks, creating a space that is both functional and symbolic. Great Zimbabwe is a city of stone and sacred geometry, a testament to the power and vision of an African kingdom that connected the interior to the wider world, that built in stone to proclaim its permanence, and that, even in ruins, speaks eloquently of the achievements of the people who created it. In the Limpopo River Valley, where South Africa, Botswana, and Zimbabwe meet. There is a flat-topped sandstone hill that rises abruptly from the savannah. This is Mapungubwe Hill, and on its summit, there was a royal palace, the seat of a king who ruled over a powerful kingdom from roughly 1075 to 1220 CE. A kingdom that controlled trade in gold and ivory, that developed social hierarchies and urban complexity, that laid the foundations for Great Zimbabwe and other later kingdoms. Mapungubwe is earlier than Great Zimbabwe, and in many ways, it was the predecessor, the first major kingdom in the region to develop centralized authority, monumental architecture, and long-distance trade. The kingdom emerged during a time of climatic change, a warmer, wetter period that increased agricultural productivity, allowed populations to grow, and created surplus that could be converted into wealth and power. The hill itself is sacred and strategically significant. It is almost inaccessible, with sheer cliffs on most sides, reachable only by a narrow, steep path that could be easily defended. On the summit, there is a flat area, large enough for a palace and associated structures, with a commanding view of the surrounding landscape, the Limpopo River winding through the valley, the plains stretching to the horizon. The king lived on the hill, separated from his subjects, elevated literally and symbolically above the common people. This spatial hierarchy, with the ruler living on the hilltop and the populace below, is a pattern that continues at Great Zimbabwe and other later sites, a way of expressing and reinforcing social stratification. Below the hill, in the valley, were residential areas and workshops, where the bulk of the population lived and worked. Archaeologists have found evidence of craft production, metalworking, pottery making, weaving, the processing of ivory and hides. The kingdom was economically diverse, producing goods for local use and for trade. Gold was central to Mapungubwe's wealth. The region has gold deposits, and the Mapungubwe people mined and worked gold, creating jewelry, ornaments, and ritual objects. The most famous find from Mapungubwe is a small golden rhinoceros, a beautifully crafted sculpture of a rhinoceros made of gold foil over a wooden core, found in a royal burial on the hill. The rhino is exquisite, naturalistic, capturing the animal's form with precision and elegance. It is now a national symbol of South Africa, an icon of indigenous African artistry and achievement. Other gold objects from Mapungubwe include a golden bowl, gold beads, and gold foil sheets, all evidence of the skill of Mapungubwe's goldsmiths and the wealth of the kingdom. The gold was traded to the Swahili coast, to ports like Kilwa, where it was exported to the Middle East and beyond, part of the Indian Ocean trade network that connected Africa to Asia. In return, Mapungubwe received glass beads, thousands of them, found in burials and residential areas. The beads came from India and the Middle East, evidence of the long-distance trade that brought exotic goods to the African interior. The beads were markers of status, distributed by the king, worn as jewelry, buried with the elite. The burials at Mapungubwe reveal social stratification. Commoners were buried in simple graves with few or no goods. Elites were buried on the hill, in more elaborate graves, with gold objects, glass beads, ivory, pottery, and iron tools. The most elite burials, those of the royal family, had the richest grave goods, the golden rhino and bowl, hundreds of beads, symbols of wealth and power. The kingdom's economy was based on agriculture and herding, growing sorghum and millet, keeping cattle, sheep, and goats. Cattle were particularly important, symbols of wealth and status. The king controlled large herds, and cattle were used in tribute, exchange, and ritual. Mapungubwe's power was also expressed through control of ivory. Elephants were hunted in the surrounding savannas, their tusks extracted and traded. Ivory was valuable, used to make bangles, beads, and other ornaments, and it was exported to the coast, where it fetched high prices. Around 1220 CE, Mapungubwe was abandoned. The reasons are unclear, but climate change is suspected. The warm, wet period ended, and the climate became drier, less predictable. Agricultural yields may have declined, cattle herds may have suffered, and the kingdom's economic base may have weakened. The center of power shifted north, to Great Zimbabwe, which rose to prominence as Mapungubwe declined. The people did not disappear, they moved, carrying their knowledge and traditions to new locations, establishing new centers, continuing the pattern of trade and kingship that Mapungubwe had pioneered. The hilltop was abandoned, the palace left to decay, the burials forgotten. For centuries, Mpungubwe was known only to local people, who regarded the hill as sacred, a place of ancestors, not to be disturbed. In the 1930s, a local farmer led archaeologists to the site, and excavations began. The royal burials were uncovered, the golden rhino and other treasures discovered. The finds were spectacular, revealing a kingdom that was wealthy and sophisticated, that had developed urbanism and trade centuries before European contact. Mpungubwe is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site and a national park, protected and interpreted. The hill is accessible, though climbing it requires effort and permission, respecting its sacred status. A museum at the base of the hill displays some of the finds, including replicas of the golden rhino, the original being in a museum in Pretoria. Mpungubwe is a place of beginnings, the first flowering of complex society in the region, the foundation upon which great Zimbabwe and later kingdoms were built. It is a reminder that African civilizations developed independently, that the patterns of urbanization, trade, and state formation occurred in Africa as they did elsewhere, and that the achievements of African peoples are part of the global story of human civilization, deserving of recognition and study. The golden rhino gleams in the museum case, a symbol of a kingdom that rose and fell, that traded gold and ivory, that built on a sacred hill, and that left a legacy that endures in the soil and the memory of southern Africa. In the Persian Gulf, on the island of Bahrain, there was an ancient civilization known as Dilmun. It is mentioned in Sumerian texts as a sacred land, a paradise, a place where the sick were healed and where the immortals lived, a land of purity and abundance. The historical Dilmun was not quite paradise, but it was a wealthy and important trading center, a middleman between Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley, controlling the flow of goods across the Gulf from roughly 3000 to 330 BCE. Bahrain is a small island, but it had critical resources: freshwater springs, rare in the Gulf region, and a strategic location on the trade routes. Ships traveling from the Indus Valley to Mesopotamia would stop at Bahrain, resupplying with water, trading goods, resting before the next leg of the journey. Dilmun appears in Mesopotamian texts as early as the 3rd millennium BCE, mentioned in connection with trade in copper, timber, precious stones, and ivory. The Epic of Gilgamesh describes Dilmun as the home of Utnapishtim, the survivor of the Great Flood, granted immortality by the gods, living in a faraway land across the waters. This mythological association gave Dilmun a sacred aura, a place between the mortal and divine worlds. The archaeological remains of Dilmun include a series of settlements, temples, and burial mounds. The most impressive features are the burial mounds, over 170,000 of them, covering much of the northern part of the island. The mounds date from various periods, with the largest concentration from the early Dilmun period, around 2200 to 1750 BCE. The burial mounds are stone cairns, piles of stones covering underground burial chambers. The chambers were built of stone slabs, creating small rooms where the dead were placed along with grave goods, pottery, weapons, jewelry, seals, and imported objects. The sheer number of mounds suggests that Dilmun had a substantial population, and that burial in a mound was a common practice, not reserved only for elites. The city of Kalat al-Bahrain, the Bahrain Fort, is built on the site of the ancient capital of Dilmun. Excavations beneath the later Islamic fort have revealed multiple layers of occupation, from the 3rd millennium BCE through to the Islamic period. The earliest levels show a small settlement with mud brick buildings, gradually growing into a substantial town with defensive walls, temples, and administrative buildings. One of the most important structures is the temple complex, a series of buildings dedicated to gods whose names we do not know. The temples have stone altars, offering tables, and storage rooms for votive gifts. Seals found at the site are distinctive, round stamp seals with carvings of bulls, lions, eagles, and human figures, different from the cylinder seals of Mesopotamia, suggesting an independent artistic tradition. Dilmun's economy was based on trade. The island had little agricultural land, but it controlled the flow of goods between the great civilizations of Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley. Copper from Oman, timber from India, carnelian and ivory from the Indus, dates and textiles from Mesopotamia, all passed through Dilmun, with the merchants taking a cut, accumulating wealth. The merchants of Dilmun were organized, possibly in guilds or family firms, with established trade routes and networks. Mesopotamian texts describe Dilmun merchants bringing ships laden with goods, docking at Ur or other Sumerian cities, negotiating prices, paying taxes, and returning with Mesopotamian goods to trade onward. Dilmun also produced its own goods, including pottery, distinctive jars with red slip and geometric designs, found across the Gulf region. The island had a pearl diving industry, harvesting pearls from the Gulf waters, a trade that continued for millennia and remains part of Bahrain's heritage. The political organization of Dilmun is unclear. There are references in Mesopotamian texts to kings of Dilmun, suggesting centralized authority, but the archaeological evidence is ambiguous. The lack of large palaces or monumental royal architecture suggests that power may have been more dispersed, with merchant elites rather than a single dynasty. Around 1800 BCE, Dilmun was conquered by the Kassites, a people who also ruled Babylonia. Later, it came under the control of the Assyrians, then the Babylonians again, then the Persians. Each conquest brought new influences, new goods, new rulers, but the island's role as a trading hub continued. By the time of Alexander the Great, Dilmun was still known, mentioned by Greek historians as Tylos, a prosperous island with temples and tombs. But its golden age had passed. The rise of new trade routes, the decline of the Indus civilization, and the shifting centers of power in Mesopotamia reduced Dilmun's importance. The island remained inhabited, but it was no longer the critical trading hub it once was. The burial mounds were no longer built, the temples fell into disrepair, and the memory of Dilmun as a great trading civilization faded, surviving only in the ancient texts and in the land itself. Modern Bahrain is densely developed, with cities and infrastructure covering much of the island. But the burial mounds remain, protected now as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, a vast cemetery that speaks to the scale and longevity of Dilmun. Some mounds have been excavated, revealing burial chambers and grave goods, but most remain untouched, enigmatic stone piles scattered across the landscape. Khalat al-Bahrain has been extensively excavated, revealing the layers of occupation, the temples, the houses, the evidence of trade and wealth. A museum at the site displays artifacts, seals, pottery, jewelry, and tells the story of Dilmun, the island that connected civilizations, that was called Paradise by the Sumerians, and that thrived for over 2,000 years as a crossroads of the ancient world. In the desert of northern Iraq, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, there are the ruins of a city called Hatra. It was a wealthy and powerful city in the Parthian period, from roughly 200 BCE to 240 CE, a center of trade and religion, a city of magnificent temples and fortified walls, a place where Arab, Parthian, and Greco-Roman cultures mingled and merged. Hatra was built in the desert, a harsh environment, but it was located on trade routes connecting Mesopotamia to Syria and Anatolia, and it controlled water sources, making it a vital stopping point for caravans. The city grew wealthy from trade, levying tolls and taxes, providing services to merchants and travelers. The city is circular, surrounded by double walls, the inner wall over 6 kilometers in circumference, built of stone and mud brick, with towers and gates. The walls were formidable, strong enough to withstand sieges by the Romans, who attacked Hatra multiple times, but failed to capture it. The Roman Emperor Trajan besieged Hatra in 116 CE and was repelled. The Emperor Septimius Severus tried again in 198 and 199 CE, also without success. The city's defenses, combined with the harsh desert environment and the lack of water for besieging armies, made it nearly impregnable. At the heart of Hatra is a sacred enclosure, a temenos, containing a series of temples dedicated to various gods. The main temple is dedicated to the sun god Shamash, a Semitic deity worshipped across the Near East. The temple is an impressive structure, with a large Iwan, a vaulted hall open on one side, a Parthian architectural form that would later become central to Islamic architecture. The temples at Hatra are decorated with sculptures, reliefs, and inscriptions. The sculptures depict gods, rulers, and worshippers, carved in a distinctive style that blends Parthian, Greco-Roman, and local Arab traditions. The figures are frontal, staring directly at the viewer, a style that conveys presence and power, a sense of the divine or the royal gaze. The inscriptions are in Aramaic and Syriac, using the Hatran script, a variant of Aramaic. The inscriptions name kings and gods, dedicate temples and altars, record donations and offerings. They reveal that Hatra was ruled by a dynasty of Arab kings, who claimed authority over the city and the surrounding region, who built the temples and sponsored the cults, who negotiated with the Parthian emperors and resisted the Romans. Hatra was a religious center, attracting pilgrims from across the region. The temples were not just local shrines but regional sanctuaries, where people came to worship, to seek healing, to make vows and offer sacrifices. The gods worshipped included Shamash, the sun god, Ulat, an Arabian goddess, Marin, a local deity, and others, a pantheon that reflects the city's diverse population and connections. The economy of Hatra was based on trade, agriculture, and tribute. The city controlled agricultural land irrigated by canals and wells, growing dates, barley, and other crops. But trade was the primary source of wealth, with caravans bringing goods from the east, silk and spices from India and China, and from the west, glassware, wine, and manufactured goods from the Roman Empire. The city also minted coins, silver and bronze, with images of the king and Aramaic inscriptions, a sign of sovereignty and economic sophistication. The coins circulated locally and were used in trade, facilitating commerce and reinforcing the city's political identity. Hatra's independence did not last forever. In 240 CE, the city was conquered by the Sasanian Persians, the successors to the Parthians. The Sasanians destroyed much of the city, toppling statues, defacing reliefs, dismantling the fortifications. Why they destroyed it so thoroughly is unclear, perhaps to punish the city for its resistance, perhaps to eliminate a rival power. After the Sasanian conquest, Hatra declined rapidly. The city was partially abandoned, the temples no longer maintained, the population dispersed. By the Islamic period, Hatra was a ruin, known to local Arabs but not a major center. The desert encroached, sand covering the streets and buildings, burying the city. Hatra remained largely unknown to the outside world until the 20th century. Archaeologists began excavating in the 1950s, uncovering the temples, the sculptures, the inscriptions, revealing a city of remarkable wealth and artistic achievement. The site became a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognized as one of the best-preserved Parthian cities, a window into a period and culture that are often overshadowed by the better-known civilizations of Rome and Persia. In 2015, Hatra faced a new threat. ISIS militants, during their occupation of northern Iraq, deliberately destroyed parts of the site, smashing sculptures, bulldozing walls, filming the destruction, and broadcasting it as propaganda. The loss was devastating, irreplaceable works of art destroyed out of ideological fanaticism. International outcry followed, but the damage was done. Since the liberation of the area, efforts have been made to assess the damage and begin restoration, but much has been lost forever. Hatra, which survived Roman sieges and Sasanian conquest, which endured for over 2,000 years in the desert, was wounded grievously in the 21st century by those who saw the past as a threat to be erased. What remains of Hatra is still impressive. The ruins sprawling across the desert, the temple walls rising, the Iwans opening to the sky. The sculptures that survived show the skill and artistry of the Hatran craftsmen, the blend of cultural influences, the expression of power and piety. Hatra was a city of stone and sacred geometry, a place where gods were honored and trade flowed, where cultures met and mingled, and where, despite conquest and destruction, the past still speaks, faintly but persistently, of a world that once was. In the Syrian desert, at an oasis where springs provide water in the midst of aridity, there was a city called Palmyra, the city of palms. It was one of the wealthiest and most beautiful cities of the ancient world, a center of trade linking the Roman Empire to Persia, India, and China, a place where merchants grew rich, where temples rose in marble and limestone, where a queen defied Rome and briefly ruled an empire of her own. Palmyra's history stretches back millennia, with evidence of settlement in the Neolithic, but the city's golden age was from the 1st to 3rd centuries CE, during the Roman period. Palmyra was nominally part of the Roman Empire, but it maintained a degree of independence, ruled by local elites, operating as a city-state within the empire, profiting from its position on the Silk Road. The city is built around the oasis, the springs providing water for the population, and for the date palms that gave the city its name. The architecture is grand, colonnaded streets, monumental temples, theatres, public baths, and a great agora, all built in limestone, glowing golden in the desert sun. The main street of Palmyra is the Great Colonnade, a long avenue over 1 kilometre long, lined with tall columns, each topped with a bracket that once supported a statue, images of prominent citizens, benefactors who donated to the city. The colonnade is one of the most iconic features of Palmyra, a symbol of the city's wealth and sophistication. At one end of the colonnade is the Temple of Bel, one of the largest and most important temples in the ancient Near East. Bel was a Mesopotamian deity, adopted and venerated by the Palmyrines, a god of the heavens and fertility. The temple is a massive structure, built in a walled enclosure, with a cellar, the inner sanctuary, and surrounding porticos. The architecture blends Roman, Parthian, and local Syrian elements, creating a unique style. Inside the temple were statues of the gods, altars for sacrifices, and elaborate decorations, reliefs and carvings depicting processions, offerings, and mythological scenes. The temple was not just a religious site, but also an economic one, controlling land, receiving donations, managing wealth. Another major temple is the Temple of Balshamin, dedicated to a Phoenician storm god, lord of the heavens. The temple is smaller but exquisitely decorated, with beautiful Corinthian columns and carved reliefs. It stands in a sacred precinct, a quiet space apart from the bustle of the main city. Palmyra's economy was based on trade. The city was a hub on the caravan routes, connecting the Mediterranean to the Persian Gulf and beyond. Caravans brought silk from China, spices from India, incense from Arabia, precious stones, dyes, and other luxury goods. The Palmyrene merchants organized and protected these caravans, providing camels, guides, and armed escorts, ensuring safe passage through the desert. In return, the merchants charged fees, taxes, and took a share of the goods. They grew enormously wealthy, building mansions, endowing temples, commissioning statues. The Palmyrene elite were cosmopolitan, speaking Aramaic and Greek, adopting Roman customs while maintaining local traditions, navigating between different cultures and empires. The funerary monuments of Palmyra are among its most distinctive features. Outside the city are necropolises, cities of the dead, with elaborate tombs. Some are tower tombs, tall stone structures several stories high, with internal chambers where multiple family members were buried. Others are hypogea, underground tombs carved into the rock, with vaulted chambers and niches for burials. The tombs are decorated with sculptures and reliefs, images of the deceased, often shown reclining at a banquet, a symbol of the afterlife as eternal feasting and celebration. The sculptures are realistic, individualized portraits, showing the deceased in rich clothing and jewelry, markers of their status and wealth. One of the most famous Palmyrines is Zenobia, a queen who ruled in the 3rd century CE. After the death of her husband, Odenathus, a Palmyrene ruler who had been granted authority by the Romans, Zenobia took power, ruling as regent for her young son. She was ambitious and capable, expanding Palmyra's territory, conquering Egypt and much of the Roman East, declaring independence from Rome. For a few years, Zenobia ruled an empire, minting coins with her image, claiming the title of Augusta, a Roman title reserved for empresses. She challenged the Roman Emperor Aurelian, who marched east to reclaim the lost territories. Aurelian besieged Palmyra, defeated Zenobia's armies, and captured the queen as she attempted to flee to Persia. Palmyra was punished. The city was sacked, its wealth looted, its temples damaged. Zenobia was taken to Rome, paraded in Aurelian's triumph, then, according to some accounts, granted a villa and lived out her life in retirement, a remarkable fate for a defeated enemy. Palmyra recovered partially, but it never regained its former glory. The city was rebuilt, but on a smaller scale. Trade routes shifted, the Silk Road's importance waned, and Palmyra became a provincial town, overshadowed by other centers. The city was eventually abandoned, the desert reclaiming the streets and temples. For centuries, Palmyra was a ruin, known to Bedouins and travelers, but not a major destination. European explorers in the 17th and 18th centuries visited and were awed by the scale and beauty of the ruins, describing them in travelogues and sketches. Modern archaeology began at Palmyra in the 20th century, with extensive excavations and restorations. The Temple of Bel was reconstructed, the colonnade stabilized, the tombs excavated and studied. Palmyra became a UNESCO World Heritage Site, one of the most visited archaeological sites in the Middle East. Then came 2015. ISIS captured Palmyra and embarked on a campaign of destruction, demolishing the Temple of Bel, the Temple of Balshamin, the Tower tombs, and other monuments. They executed the site's chief archaeologist, Khaled al-Assad, an 82-year-old scholar who had devoted his life to Palmyra, beheading him in the ancient theatre and hanging his body from a column. The destruction was filmed and publicized, images of explosions and collapsing temples broadcast globally, a deliberate attempt to erase the past, to destroy symbols of cultural heritage. The loss was immense, monuments that had stood for 2,000 years reduced to rubble in moments. Palmyra was liberated in 2016, recaptured again briefly by ISIS, then liberated again. The damage was assessed, plans for restoration made, debates held about whether and how to rebuild. Some argue for reconstruction, restoring the monuments as symbols of resilience. Others argue for preservation as ruins, leaving the destruction visible as a reminder of what was lost. Palmyra today is scarred but not dead. The colonnade still stands, many columns still upright, the great arch partially collapsed but recognizable. The site remains a powerful place, a city that connected empires, that produced a queen who defied Rome, that built in stone and sacred geometry, and that, despite conquest and destruction, still speaks of the grandeur and fragility of human civilization. On the banks of the Euphrates River in eastern Syria, there was a city called Dura-Europos, a fortress town on the frontier between empires, a place where Greek, Parthian, Roman, and local Syrian cultures met and mixed, where soldiers and merchants, priests and artisans lived together, creating a cosmopolitan urban community. Dura-Europos was founded around 300 BCE by the Seleucids, Greek successors to Alexander the Great, as a military colony, a garrison to control the Euphrates and the trade routes. The city was built on a grid plan, typical of Greek cities, with straight streets, a central agora, temples, and houses. The city changed hands multiple times. The Parthians conquered it around 113 BCE, and it became part of the Parthian Empire, a buffer zone between Parthia and Rome. Under the Parthians, the city grew, new temples were built, trade flourished, and the population diversified. In 165 CE, the Romans captured Dura-Europos, and it became a Roman garrison town, a frontier post defending the empire's eastern border. The Romans fortified the city, building stronger walls, expanding the defenses, and stationing legions there. The city became a military hub, with barracks, armories, and administrative buildings. Dura-Europos is famous for its exceptional preservation. In 256 CE, the Sasanian Persians besieged the city. To strengthen the defenses, the Roman garrison built a massive earthen rampart inside the city walls, piling earth and rubble against the walls to thicken them and prevent collapse from siege engines. To make room for the rampart, entire blocks of the city were buried, buildings filled with sand and debris, their contents left in place. The siege succeeded, the city fell, and the Sasanians destroyed much of it. But the buildings buried under the rampart were preserved, sealed in a time capsule. The walls and roofs collapsed, but the interiors intact, murals and artifacts protected from weathering and looting. Dura-Europos was abandoned after the Sasanian conquest and never reoccupied. The desert sands gradually covered the ruins, and the city was forgotten, known only as a mound in the desert. In the 1920s and 1930s, archaeologists excavated Dura-Europos, uncovering the preserved buildings, and what they found was astonishing. The city had a synagogue, one of the oldest and best-preserved synagogues from antiquity, its walls covered with frescoes depicting biblical scenes, Moses and the Exodus, the temple in Jerusalem, vivid narrative paintings in a style that blended Greco-Roman and Jewish traditions. The murals are remarkable, showing that Jewish communities in the diaspora were creating figurative art, contrary to later assumptions about strict prohibitions on images. The synagogue was a center of community life, a place of worship, study, and gathering. Dura-Europos also had a Christian house church, one of the earliest known Christian buildings. It was a private house adapted for worship, with a large room for assemblies and a smaller room with a baptistry, a font for baptisms, decorated with frescoes of Christian themes, the Good Shepherd, Christ healing, scenes from the Gospels. The city had temples to many gods: Zeus, Artemis, Atargatis, a Syrian goddess, Mithras, a Persian deity popular among Roman soldiers. The religious diversity is striking, evidence of a pluralistic society where different communities worship their own gods while coexisting peacefully. The buildings preserved texts, parchments, papyri, and ostraca, written in Greek, Latin, Aramaic, Parthian, and other languages. The texts include military documents, contracts, letters, religious texts, school exercises, a rich archive of daily life and administration. One of the most famous finds is a shield, a Roman legionary shield, painted with images of gods and victories, one of the few surviving examples of Roman military equipment with its original decoration. The shield was found in the barracks, left behind when the city fell. The art from Dura-Europos shows a distinctive style: frontal figures, bold colors, a blend of classical and Eastern traditions. The murals are not technically refined by Greco-Roman standards, but are expressive and narrative, telling stories, depicting rituals, creating sacred spaces. The city's economy was based on military expenditure, trade, and agriculture. The Roman garrison brought money, soldiers who needed to be fed, clothed, and entertained. The city had markets, taverns, bathhouses, serving the soldiers and the civilian population. Trade along the Euphrates brought goods from the east, silk and spices, and from the west, wine and olive oil. The fall of Dura-Europos in 256 CE was part of a broader crisis: the collapse of Roman power in the east, the rise of the Sasanian Empire. The city's destruction was the end of a cosmopolitan community, a place where cultures had mingled for centuries, where Jews and Christians, pagans and soldiers, Greeks and Syrians and Persians had lived together. The excavated remains of Dura-Europos were studied, documented, and in some cases removed, murals cut from the walls and taken to museums in Damascus and the United States. The site itself was left largely open, protected, but not extensively developed. In recent years, Dura-Europos has suffered from looting, the chaos of the Syrian civil war creating opportunities for illegal excavation and theft. Satellite images show the site pockmarked with holes, evidence of systematic looting, artifacts removed and sold on the black market, a cultural tragedy, the loss of knowledge and heritage. Dura-Europos is a city of stone and sacred geometry, a frontier town that became a crossroads of cultures, a place where diversity was the norm, where people of different faiths and languages built a shared urban life. It is a reminder that the past was complex, that cities could be cosmopolitan and tolerant, that sacred spaces could coexist, and that even in the midst of empires and wars, ordinary people created communities, worshipped their gods, and left behind traces that, if we are fortunate and vigilant, can still teach us about the richness of human experience. The jungle does not conquer cities violently. It moves slowly, patiently, root by root, vine by vine. A seed falls into a crack in the temple roof. Rain comes. The seed germinates. The roots grow, splitting the stone, widening the fissure. Trees rise through plazas where kings once walked. Moss covers the carved glyphs. Monkeys chatter in the throne rooms. The jungle is not destruction but transformation. Stone returning to green. Monuments dissolving into the canopy. These were empires that ruled millions, that built in stone to proclaim their eternity, and the jungle took them back, quietly, completely, until explorers stumbled upon pyramids they thought were hills, cities they thought were legends. In the rainforests of northern Guatemala, in the Petén region where the jungle grows thick and the heat is oppressive, there rises from the canopy a series of pyramids, massive stone temples that tower over the trees. This is Tikal, one of the largest and most powerful Maya cities, a political and ceremonial center that dominated the region for over 1,000 years, from roughly 200 to 900 CE. Tikal is vast, covering over 16 square kilometers, with thousands of structures: temples, palaces, ball courts, reservoirs, causeways, residential compounds. At its peak, the city was home to perhaps 90,000 people, maybe more, a sprawling urban metropolis in the heart of the jungle. The center of Tikal is the Great Plaza, a large open space flanked by two massive pyramids. Temple I, also called the Temple of the Great Jaguar, rises 47 meters high, a steep pyramid with 9 levels representing the 9 levels of the Maya underworld, Xibalba. At the summit is a temple structure with 3 rooms and an elaborate roof comb, a decorative superstructure that once bore stucco sculptures of gods and rulers. Temple I was built as a funerary monument for Jasor Chon Kawil I, one of Tikal's greatest kings, who ruled in the late 7th century CE. He was buried in a tomb beneath the pyramid, surrounded by jade jewelry, pottery vessels, shells, and the bones of sacrificed animals. His burial was rich, befitting a king who had revived Tikal's power after a period of decline. Across the plaza stands Temple II, slightly smaller, built by the same king to honor his wife, Lady 12 Macaw. The temples face each other across the plaza, a pair of monuments to royal power and dynastic continuity. Beyond the Great Plaza are more temples, Temple III, Temple IV, Temple V, each a massive pyramid with its own temple structure, each associated with specific rulers and events. Temple IV is the tallest structure at Tikal, rising 65 meters above the plaza, one of the tallest pre-Columbian structures in the Americas. Climbing it is arduous, but from the top, the view is extraordinary, the jungle stretching to the horizon, the roof combs of other temples rising above the canopy like stone sails. The temples are covered with inscriptions, hieroglyphic texts carved into stone stele and wooden lintels, recording the deeds of kings, the dates of battles, the rituals performed. The Maya writing system is one of the most sophisticated in the ancient world, a combination of logograms and syllabic signs, capable of recording the full complexity of the Maya language. Deciphering Maya script was a long process, not fully achieved until the late 20th century. But now we can read the texts, and they tell stories of war and alliance, of royal marriages and successions, of rituals and sacrifices, of a world of competing city-states, constantly maneuvering for power and prestige. Tikal was often at war. The inscriptions record conflicts with rival cities, particularly Kolok Mall, a powerful city to the north. The wars were not total annihilations but ritualized conflicts, raids to capture nobles for sacrifice, to extract tribute, to assert dominance. Warfare was central to Maya political life, a way for kings to prove their prowess, to gain supernatural power through the sacrifice of captives. The ball game was also important, played in courts throughout the city. The Mesoamerican ball game was not just sport but ritual, a cosmic struggle between life and death, light and darkness. The game was played with a heavy rubber ball, which players struck with their hips, trying to send it through a stone ring high on the court walls. The losers, or sometimes the winners, might be sacrificed, their blood offered to the gods to ensure cosmic balance. The Maya were master astronomers. They tracked the movements of the sun, moon, Venus, and other celestial bodies with precision, developing calendars that could predict eclipses and planetary cycles centuries in advance. The long count calendar, used to record historical dates, is one of the most sophisticated calendrical systems ever developed, capable of tracking vast spans of time with accuracy. The temples at Tikal were oriented to astronomical events, aligned with the solstices and equinoxes, with the rising and setting of Venus. The Maya saw the cosmos as sacred, the movements of the heavens reflecting divine will, and the kings positioned themselves as mediators between the earthly and celestial realms. The economy of Tikal was based on agriculture, primarily maize, beans, and squash, grown in milpas, swidden fields cleared from the jungle. The Maya also cultivated cacao, used to make chocolate, a sacred drink consumed in rituals, and cotton for textiles. They hunted deer and peccary, fished, and gathered wild foods from the forest. But the jungle is not easy to farm. The soil is thin, the rainfall seasonal, and the forest reclaims cleared land quickly. The Maya developed sophisticated water management systems, building reservoirs to store rainwater, constructing channels and dams, ensuring a reliable water supply during the dry season. Around 800 CE, Tikal began to decline. Construction ceased, the population decreased, the inscriptions ended. By 900 CE, The city was largely abandoned, the great plaza empty, the temples left to the jungle. This collapse was part of a broader Maya collapse, affecting cities across the southern lowlands, a demographic and political catastrophe whose causes are still debated. Climate change, prolonged droughts, may have reduced agricultural yields, leading to famine and social stress. Warfare may have intensified, depleting populations and resources. Environmental degradation, deforestation, and soil erosion may have made the land less productive. Political fragmentation, the breakdown of royal authority, may have undermined the systems that held society together. Probably all of these factors played a role, reinforcing each other in a downward spiral. The people did not disappear, they dispersed, moving to other regions, to the northern lowlands of Yucatan, to the highlands of Guatemala. The cities were abandoned, but the Maya continued, adapting, surviving, maintaining their languages and traditions through the colonial period to the present day. Tikal was swallowed by the jungle. Trees grew through the temples, roots prying apart the stones. Vines covered the carvings. The plazas filled with leaf litter and soil. The city became a green mound, visited occasionally by local people, but not recognized for what it was. In the 19th century, explorers stumbled upon Tikal, reporting massive ruins in the jungle. Serious archaeological work began in the 20th century, clearing the vegetation, excavating the temples, documenting the inscriptions. Tikal became one of the most extensively studied Maya sites, a centerpiece of Maya archaeology. Today, Tikal is a national park and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, a major tourist destination. Visitors walk the ancient causeways, climb the pyramids, stand in the Great Plaza where Maya kings once performed rituals. The jungle is still there, held back by constant maintenance, but always pressing in, waiting to reclaim what was once its domain. Standing atop Temple 4 at dawn, watching the mist rise from the jungle, hearing the howler monkeys roar in the distance, you feel the power of the place, the scale of Maya achievement, the ambition to build monuments that would reach the heavens, to carve history in stone, to create a civilization in the jungle. And you feel the fragility, the way nature reclaims all things, the way empires dissolve, quietly, patiently, root by root, vine by vine. Deep in the rainforests of Campeche, Mexico, near the border with Guatemala, there is another Maya city, Calakmul, the rival and sometimes conqueror of Tikal, a capital of equal power and grandeur, and yet it remained almost unknown until the 20th century, hidden so deep in the jungle that even rumors of its existence were vague and contradictory. Calakmul means two adjacent mounds in Maya, named for the two massive pyramids that dominate the site. The city was occupied for over a millennium, from roughly 400 BCE to 900 CE, reaching its peak during the Classic period, the same era when Tikal flourished. The site is enormous, one of the largest Maya cities, covering over 30 square kilometers. Thousands of structures have been mapped, pyramids and palaces, residential compounds and workshops, sakbiob, the white stone causeways that connected different parts of the city and linked Calakmul to satellite settlements. The two main pyramids, Structure I and Structure II, are massive. Structure II is over 50 meters high, one of the largest pyramids in the Maya world, a stepped pyramid with broad terraces, accessed by steep staircases. The pyramid has multiple phases of construction, each new king building over the work of his predecessors, adding height and grandeur. Structure II contained royal tombs, burial chambers within the pyramid where kings were interred with spectacular grave goods. Archaeologists have discovered tombs with jade masks, elaborate jewelry, painted pottery, and offerings of food and drink, everything the deceased would need in the afterlife. One tomb contained a jade mosaic mask, hundreds of small jade pieces fitted together to create a stylized face, placed over the face of the dead king, transforming him into a god. The inscriptions at Calakmul record a dynasty of powerful kings, rulers who claimed the title Kuhul Ajor, Divine Lord, who waged war and formed alliances, who married princesses from other cities to seal political deals, who performed bloodletting rituals and human sacrifices to communicate with the gods and ancestors. Calakmul was the head of a political alliance, a network of cities that acknowledged Calakmul's supremacy, that sent tribute and warriors, that followed Calakmul's lead in warfare and diplomacy. This alliance was often in conflict with Tikal's alliance, the two superpowers of the Maya world vying for dominance. The inscriptions describe battles, victories, and defeats. In 562 CE, Kolokmul defeated Tikal, capturing or killing Tikal's king, a catastrophic event for Tikal that led to over a century of decline. Kolokmul's king celebrated the victory by erecting monuments, proclaiming his triumph, asserting his supremacy over the southern lowlands. But power shifted. In 695 CE, Tikal's king Jasur-Chon Kawil defeated Kolokmul, capturing the Kolokmul king and sacrificing him in a public ritual. This victory marked Tikal's resurgence and Kolokmul's decline. The inscriptions at Tikal describe the event in detail: the capture, the humiliation, the sacrifice, a reversal of fortunes that demonstrates the volatility of Maya politics. Kolokmul's economy, like Tikal's, was based on agriculture, but the city also controlled trade routes, moving goods between the interior and the coast, connecting the Maya heartland to distant regions. Obsidian, jade, cacao, salt, textiles, all flowed through Kolokmul, with the rulers taxing and profiting from the trade. The city had sophisticated water management, critical in the seasonal climate of the Yucatan. Reservoirs, or aguadas, were constructed to capture and store rainwater. The largest reservoir at Kolokmul could hold millions of liters, enough to sustain the city through the dry season. Without these systems, a city of this size could not have survived. Around 900 CE, like Tikal and other Maya cities, Kolokmul was abandoned. The reasons are the same: the convergence of drought, warfare, environmental degradation, and political collapse. The population dispersed, the temples were left empty, and the jungle moved in. Kolokmul was forgotten. Its location was so remote, so deep in the forest, that it escaped the attention of early explorers and archaeologists. Local people knew of the ruins, but the site was inaccessible, surrounded by swamp and dense jungle, inhospitable and dangerous. It was not until 1931 that Kolokmul was rediscovered by an American botanist, Cyrus Lundell, flying over the jungle in a small plane. He saw the pyramids rising above the canopy and reported the find. But serious excavation did not begin until the 1980s, and even now, much of the site remains unexcavated, buried under vegetation. The excavations have revealed a city of extraordinary wealth and complexity. The jade masks, the elaborate tombs, the extensive murals, the thousands of inscriptions, all speak to a civilization at its height, a capital of power and culture. Kolokmul is now a protected area, part of a larger biosphere reserve, a vast tract of jungle that is home to jaguars, tapirs, howler monkeys, and countless other species. The archaeological site is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognized for both its cultural and natural significance. Visiting Kolokmul is an adventure. The site is hours from the nearest town, accessible only by a long, winding road through the jungle. The heat is intense, the humidity oppressive. But the experience is unforgettable, climbing the massive pyramids, standing at the summit, looking out over an endless expanse of green. The jungle unbroken, other pyramids visible in the distance, their forms softened by vegetation. Kolokmul is a place where the jungle empire is still palpable, where you can feel the weight of the forest pressing against the stones, where nature and culture are intertwined, where the monuments proclaim human ambition and the trees whisper of its futility. It is a city reclaimed, and yet not destroyed, a dialogue between stone and root, between the will to permanence and the inevitability of change. Even deeper in the Petan jungle, in a region so remote that it can only be reached by helicopter or by a multi-day trek through the forest, there is a city that predates Tikal and Kolokmul, a city that was already ancient when those famous capitals were just beginning. This is El Mirador, the largest Maya city ever built, a vast urban complex that flourished during the pre-classic period, from roughly 600 BCE to 150 CE. El Mirador is staggering in scale. The site covers over 40 square kilometers, with massive pyramids, sprawling residential areas, and monumental causeways. The largest pyramid, L'Ardonta, is one of the largest pyramids in the world by volume, a massive complex of terraces and platforms rising over 70 meters above the jungle floor, larger even than the Great Pyramid of Giza when you account for the total volume of construction. L'Ardonta is not a single pyramid, but a complex, a massive platform supporting 3 smaller pyramids, creating a mountain of stone and earth visible for miles across the flat jungle. The effort required to build Lodonta is almost incomprehensible. Millions of cubic meters of earth and stone, carried and shaped and stacked by hand, an enormous expenditure of labor over many decades or centuries. Across the site from Lodonta is another massive structure, El Tigre, a pyramid complex almost as large, creating a ceremonial core of immense scale and power. The 2 pyramids are connected by a sakbi, a raised causeway, creating an axis that organizes the city, that links the sacred spaces, that proclaims the order and authority of the rulers. El Mirador was built before the Maya developed hieroglyphic writing, or at least before writing was widely used. There are few inscriptions, no detailed historical texts. We do not know the names of the kings who built these pyramids, the events they commemorated, the dynasties they founded. The city is anonymous, its history told only through architecture and archaeology. But the scale speaks volumes. A city of this size required a complex political organization, a powerful elite capable of mobilizing massive labor forces, an economic system that generated surplus to feed and support non-agricultural specialists. El Mirador was a state, possibly the first Maya state, the prototype from which later classic Maya cities developed. The architecture at El Mirador includes triadic pyramids, a distinctive form where 3 pyramids are arranged on a single platform, creating a sacred complex dedicated to gods or ancestors or cosmic principles. This triadic form appears throughout the Maya world, a pattern established at El Mirador and replicated for centuries. The site also has extensive residential areas, neighborhoods of houses built on low platforms, arranged around courtyards. The population at El Mirador's peak may have been over 100,000, making it one of the largest cities in the world at the time, rivaling the great cities of the Old World. The economy was based on intensive agriculture. The Maya at El Mirador developed boho systems, farming in the seasonal wetlands, the bojos that dot the landscape. These wetlands were drained and channeled, creating raised fields that were highly productive, supporting the large urban population. But the boho system was fragile. It required constant maintenance, and any disruption could lead to flooding or drought. Environmental changes, shifts in rainfall patterns, could undermine the entire agricultural base. Around 150 CE, El Mirador was abandoned. The reasons are unclear, but climate change is suspected. A prolonged drought may have reduced agricultural yields, making it impossible to support the large population. The political system may have collapsed, the authority of the rulers undermined by their inability to ensure prosperity. The people left, moving to other regions, founding new cities or joining existing ones. El Mirador was left empty, the Great Pyramid silent, the plazas deserted. The jungle moved in, covering the structures, hiding them from view. For over 1,800 years, El Mirador was unknown to the outside world. The site is so remote, so inaccessible, that even local people avoided it. The jungle is thick, the terrain difficult, and the ruins were covered by vegetation, appearing as hills rather than pyramids. It was not until the 1920s that the site was reported, and not until the 1960s that serious archaeological work began. Even now, much of El Mirador is unexcavated, the jungle too thick, the site too large, the resources for excavation too limited. Recent work using LiDAR, laser scanning from aircraft, has revealed the full extent of El Mirador and surrounding sites. The LiDAR penetrates the jungle canopy, mapping the ground surface, revealing structures that were invisible from the ground. The scans show a vast urban landscape, a network of cities and towns connected by causeways, a civilization far more extensive and complex than anyone had imagined. El Mirador is not yet accessible to tourists. The site is deep in the jungle, hours of difficult trekking from the nearest road, or reachable only by helicopter. But efforts are underway to develop sustainable tourism, to build infrastructure that would allow visitors to experience the site while protecting it from damage. El Mirador is a city of superlatives, the largest, the earliest, the most remote. It is a monument to Maya ambition, to the drive to build on a scale that would awe and intimidate, to create a sacred landscape that embodied cosmic order. And it is a monument to impermanence, to the way even the greatest cities can be abandoned and forgotten, swallowed by the jungle, dissolved quietly into green. In the Lacandan jungle of Chiapas, Mexico, near the border with Guatemala, there is a small Maya site called Bonampak. It is not large, not one of the great capitals, but it is famous, renowned throughout the world for a single structure. Temple 1, which contains the most complete and vivid Maya murals ever discovered. Bonampak means painted walls in Yucatec Maya, though the site's original name was something else, lost to time. The city was occupied from the late pre-classic through the terminal classic, roughly 300 BCE to 800 CE, a secondary center in the orbit of larger cities like Yaxchilan and Palenque. The murals are in 3 rooms of Temple 1, painted around 790 CE, during the reign of a king named Yajor Chon Muin. The murals cover the walls and vaults of the rooms, creating an immersive visual narrative, a story told in brilliant colors and intricate detail. Room 1 depicts a royal ceremony, the presentation of an heir, the young prince displayed to the court, surrounded by nobles and attendants, musicians playing drums and trumpets, a procession of tribute bearers bringing offerings. The figures are elegantly dressed, wearing elaborate costumes, jade jewelry, feathered headdresses. The scene radiates wealth and power, the court in all its splendor. Room 2 shows warfare, a battle scene of chaos and violence. Warriors in jaguar and bird costumes attack their enemies, capturing nobles, spearing fleeing soldiers. Prisoners are shown being tortured, their fingernails torn out, blood streaming. One captive sits on a platform, stripped and humiliated, awaiting his fate. The violence is explicit, unflinching, showing war not as glorious, but as brutal and terrifying. Room 3 depicts the aftermath of war, a ritual on the steps of a pyramid. Captives are brought forward, some already dead or dying, their bodies sprawled. A king in full regalia performs a bloodletting ritual, piercing his tongue or penis with a stingray spine, offering his blood to the gods. Dancers in elaborate costumes perform. Nobles look on, the whole court gathered to witness the sacrifice and celebration. The murals are painted in the fresco technique, pigments applied to wet plaster, then covered with a lime wash that preserved the colors. When the murals were first discovered in 1946, the colors were vivid, reds and blues and yellows, the details sharp. But exposure to air and moisture began to degrade them, and efforts to preserve and document them have been ongoing ever since. The Bonampak murals revolutionized our understanding of the Maya. Before their discovery, the prevailing view was that the Maya were a peaceful, priest-ruled civilization, devoted to astronomy and calendrics, a culture of wise men and philosophers. The murals shattered this image, showing a world of warfare and sacrifice, of kings who ruled through violence, of a society as brutal and hierarchical as any in the ancient world. The murals also showed the richness of Maya visual culture, the sophistication of their painting, the ability to create narrative art, to depict movement and emotion, to tell complex stories through images. The figures are individualized, with distinct facial features, expressions, postures. They are not abstractions but people, rendered with care and skill. The murals have been extensively studied, photographed, drawn, and analyzed. They provide a wealth of information about Maya costume, ritual, warfare, and social organization. They show us what the Maya looked like, how they dressed, what their ceremonies involved, details that are rarely preserved in stone carvings or texts. But the murals also raise questions. Why were they painted? The temple is small, not a major ceremonial center. Was it a personal monument of the king, a record of his achievements? Or was it part of a larger ritual complex, the paintings serving a ceremonial function, perhaps related to the transition of power to the heir shown in Room 1? And why did Bonampak decline so soon after the murals were painted? The site was abandoned by 800 CE, just a decade or so after the murals were completed. The classic Maya collapse was underway, and Bonampak, like so many other cities, was caught in the downward spiral. The temple was left empty, the murals hidden in the dark rooms, protected from the elements but slowly decaying, the lime wash flaking, the plaster cracking. The jungle grew over the site, trees rising through the plazas, roots penetrating the structures. Bonampak was rediscovered in 1946 by American photographer Giles Healy, guided by Lacandan Maya, who knew of the ruins. Healy photographed the murals, and the images were published, causing a sensation. Archaeologists and art historians rushed to see the murals, to document them, to understand them. The site is now accessible, a small archaeological park in the jungle, reached by a rough road from the nearest town. Visitors can enter the temple, see the murals, though the colors have faded and conservation measures limit exposure. Bononpok is a small site, but it looms large in Maya archaeology, a window into a world of ritual and violence, of art and power, a world rendered in vivid color on the walls of a jungle temple, preserved against all odds, speaking to us across 12 centuries of silence. In the jungles of northwestern Cambodia, in the region around the Great Lake Tunnel Sap, there are temples. Hundreds of temples, spreading across hundreds of square kilometers, built of sandstone and laterite, carved with gods and demons, dancing nymphs and cosmic battles, forests of stone towers rising from the green, monuments to the divine kings of the Khmer Empire. This is Angkor, the heart of a civilization that dominated Southeast Asia from the 9th to 15th centuries CE, building cities and temples on a scale that staggers the imagination, controlling an empire that stretched from the South China Sea to the borders of modern Myanmar, creating a hydraulic civilization that managed water with precision and sophistication unmatched in the pre-modern world. The most famous temple is Angkor Wat, the largest religious monument in the world, a massive complex covering over 400 acres, surrounded by a wide moat, approached by a long causeway, a city temple built in the 12th century by King Suryavarman II as a dedication to the Hindu god Vishnu and as his funerary temple. Angkor Wat is designed as a representation of Mount Meru, the cosmic mountain at the center of the Hindu and Buddhist universe, the home of the gods. The temple rises in 3 levels, each level surrounded by galleries and towers. The central tower, rising 45 meters above the ground, a stone mountain reaching toward the heavens. The galleries are covered with bas-reliefs, stone carvings depicting scenes from Hindu epics, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, processions of gods and demons, the churning of the ocean of milk, a creation myth where gods and demons work together to create the elixir of immortality, pulling on the body of a giant serpent wrapped around a mountain, churning the ocean until the treasures of the universe emerge. The carvings are intricate, thousands of figures, each one distinct, the whole composition flowing across hundreds of meters of stone, a narrative in 3 dimensions, a visual encyclopedia of Hindu mythology. The temple is oriented to the west, unusual for Hindu temples, which typically face east, suggesting a funerary association, the west being the direction of death in Hindu cosmology. Angkor Wat is just one temple among many. Angkor Thom, the great city, built by King Jayavarman VII in the late 12th century, is a walled city with a moat and gates flanked by giant stone faces, serene and smiling, possibly representations of the king as a bodhisattva, an enlightened being, or of the bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, the embodiment of compassion. At the center of Angkor Thom is the Bayon, a temple mountain with 54 towers, each tower carved with 4 giant faces, 200 faces in total, gazing in all directions, watching over the kingdom, the all-seeing king or god, a monument to absolute authority and divine sanction. The Bayon is a labyrinth, a complex of terraces and galleries, dark and confusing, filled with carvings showing scenes of daily life, markets and fishing, cockfights and childbirth, alongside battles and processions. The juxtaposition is striking, the sacred and the mundane intermingled, a vision of the kingdom as a totality, all life encompassed within the divine order. Ta Prohm, another temple built by Jayavarman VII, is famous for being left largely unrestored. The jungle allowed to remain, trees growing through the structures, their roots engulfing the stones, creating a romantic, otherworldly scene. The trees, silk cotton and strangler figs, have become part of the temple, their massive roots flowing over walls and through doorways, a symbiosis of nature and culture. The Khmer Empire was a hydraulic civilization, its power based on the control and management of water. The temples are just one part of a vast engineered landscape, a network of reservoirs, or barrages, canals, and irrigation systems that captured and distributed water across the landscape. The largest reservoir, the West Baray, is 8 kilometers long and 2 kilometers wide, a massive artificial lake that stored water for the dry season, ensuring a reliable supply for agriculture and the urban population. The construction of such a reservoir required enormous labor and engineering skill, moving millions of cubic meters of earth, creating embankments and channels, managing flow and drainage. The water systems allowed for multiple rice harvests per year, creating a surplus that supported a large population, specialists in various crafts, a priestly class, a military, and the monumental construction projects. The temples themselves were part of the water management system, with moats and reservoirs integrated into the temple design, serving both practical and symbolic functions. But the system was fragile. It required constant maintenance, and any disruption could cascade through the network, causing failures elsewhere. Environmental changes, shifts in monsoon patterns, could stress the system beyond its capacity to adapt. Around the 14th century, the Khmer Empire began to decline. The capital was moved from Angkor to Phnom Penh, closer to the sea, better positioned for trade with the emerging maritime powers. The temples at Angkor were not completely abandoned, but they were no longer the political center, no longer maintained with the same resources. The reasons for the decline are debated. Environmental degradation, deforestation, and soil erosion may have reduced agricultural productivity. The water systems may have become overextended, prone to failure. Warfare with neighboring kingdoms, particularly the Thai kingdom of Ayutthaya, weakened the empire. Trade routes shifted, reducing the economic importance of Angkor. The jungle began to reclaim the temples. Trees grew through the structures, roots pried apart the stones, vines covered the carvings. But Angkor was never completely forgotten. Buddhist monks continued to inhabit some temples, particularly Angkor Wat, which was converted to a Buddhist shrine. Local people knew of the ruins, regarded them with awe and respect. When European explorers arrived in the 16th century, they were astonished by Angkor. Portuguese and Spanish missionaries described the temples in letters and reports, comparing them to the great buildings of Rome. But it was not until the 19th century that Angkor was rediscovered by Western scholars, particularly French naturalist Henri Mouhot, whose writings and drawings brought Angkor to the attention of the wider world. The French colonial administration in Cambodia sponsored archaeological work, clearing the jungle, beginning the long process of study and restoration. The work continues today, an international effort involving Cambodian and foreign teams, using modern technology and traditional methods to stabilize structures, prevent collapse, and understand the history and function of the temples. Angkor is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the most visited archaeological sites in the world. Tourists come from across the globe to see Angkor Wat at sunrise, to explore the Bayon, to marvel at the trees of Top Prom. The site is a symbol of Cambodian national identity, its image on the national flag, a source of pride and heritage. But Angkor is also fragile. The sheer number of visitors, millions per year, puts pressure on the structures and the environment. Climate change, rising temperatures, and changing rainfall patterns threaten the water systems that once sustained the civilization. Conservation is an ongoing challenge, balancing access and preservation, honoring the past while protecting it for the future. Standing in the galleries of Angkor Wat, looking at the carvings, the gods and demons frozen in stone, you feel the ambition and the artistry, the vision of kings who built mountains to reach heaven, who engineered landscapes to harness water, who created a civilization that dominated a region for centuries. And you feel the presence of the jungle, always waiting, always patient, the roots and vines ready to reclaim what was once theirs, a reminder that all empires, no matter how grand, dissolve quietly in the end. In the forests of central Cambodia, north of the Great Lake Tunnel Sap, there is a temple complex called Sambor Pre Kuk. It is older than Angkor, much older, dating to the 6th and 7th centuries CE, the capital of the Kingdom of Chenla, a precursor to the Khmer Empire, a place where the architectural and religious patterns that would define Angkor were first established. Sambor Pre Kuk means the temple in the richness of the forest, in Khmer, and the name is apartment. The temples are scattered through the jungle, over 100 structures spread across several square kilometers, brick towers rising from the green, surrounded by trees and silence. The temples are built of brick, not sandstone like Angkor, and the brick has weathered and eroded over the centuries. The surface is rough, the carvings softened. But the towers still stand, testament to the skill of the builders, the quality of the bricks, the engineering of the structures. The towers are octagonal or square, rising in tiers, each tier smaller than the one below, creating a tapering form. The roofs are corbelled, layers of brick projecting inward until they meet at the top, a technique that creates a stable dome without requiring a true arch. The carvings on the towers are unique, showing a style that predates the classical Khmer art of Angkor. The figures are simpler, the compositions less crowded, the decoration more abstract. But the themes are recognizable: Hindu gods, apsaras, celestial nymphs, mythological creatures, the iconography that would be elaborated in later Khmer art. One of the most striking features is the depiction of flying palaces, celestial structures borne by birds or floating in the sky, possibly representations of the heavenly abodes of the gods or the souls of the dead. These flying palaces are carved in stone, miniature temples within temples, a vision of architecture transcending gravity, reaching into the divine realm. Sambor Prey Kuk was the capital of Ishanapura, the city of Ishana, a name derived from Ishana, one of the names of the Hindu god Shiva. The kingdom of Chenla, which ruled from here, was a powerful state, controlling much of what is now Cambodia and parts of Laos and Thailand. The economy was based on rice agriculture, cultivated in the fertile plains around the Tunnel Sap. The kingdom also controlled trade routes, connecting the interior to the coast, moving goods between the hinterlands and the maritime trade networks. The temples at Sambor Prey Kuk were royal foundations, built by kings as acts of piety and as statements of power. Inscriptions on stone stele record dedications, gifts to the temples, the names of kings and their deeds. The inscriptions are in Sanskrit, the sacred language of Hinduism and Buddhism, written in Khmer script, a blend of Indian and local traditions. The kingdom of Chenla eventually fragmented, and the capital moved. Sambor Prey Kuk was not abandoned immediately, but it declined in importance, no longer receiving royal patronage, no longer maintained. The jungle moved in, as it always does, trees growing through the courtyards, roots undermining the foundations. For centuries, Sambor Prey Kuk was known to local people, but not widely studied. It was overshadowed by Angkor, the grander, later capital, which attracted more attention from scholars and tourists. It was not until the 20th century that Sambor Prey Kuk was extensively surveyed and documented. French archaeologists working in Cambodia recognized the site's importance, its role as a precursor to Angkor, its distinctive architectural style. Recent work has revealed the full extent of the site. LiDAR scans and ground surveys have shown that the temples were part of a larger urban complex, with residential areas, walls, moats, and water management systems, a city comparable in size and complexity to the later capitals. Sambor Prey Kuk is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognized for its historical significance and its unique architecture. The site is being conserved, the temples stabilized, the jungle managed to prevent damage while preserving the evocative atmosphere. Visiting Sambor Prey Kuk is a quieter, more intimate experience than visiting Angkor. The site receives far fewer tourists, and you can walk among the temples in relative solitude. The only sounds the rustle of leaves and the calls of birds. The brick towers rise from the forest floor, weathered and ancient, surrounded by roots and vines, a vision of the jungle empire in its earliest form, the beginning of a tradition that would culminate in the grandeur of Angkor, and then, like all things, dissolve quietly back into green. In the Eastern Pacific, on the island of Pohnpei in Micronesia, there is a place unlike any other, a city built on artificial islands, over 90 of them, constructed of massive basalt columns, black volcanic stones stacked like logs to create walls and platforms, rising from the shallow lagoon, connected by canals, a Venice of the Pacific, a stone city in the water. This is Nan Madol, the ceremonial and political center of the Saudeleur dynasty, which ruled Pohnpei from roughly 1100 to 1628 CE. The name means the spaces between in Pohnpeian, referring to the canals that separate the islands. The islands are arranged in a rough rectangle, covering over 75 hectares, each island serving a specific function: royal residences, temples, tombs, food preparation, canoe construction, administrative buildings. The city was not a place where everyone lived, but a sacred and political center, reserved for the nobility and priests, while the common people lived on the main island. The construction is extraordinary. The walls are built of prismatic basalt columns, naturally occurring formations created when lava cools and fractures into hexagonal columns. The columns were quarried from sites around the island, transported by raft or canoe to Nan Madol, then stacked horizontally, creating walls up to 15 meters high and several meters thick. The largest structure is Nan Duwas, the royal mortuary compound, where the Sordeleur rulers were buried. The walls of Nan Duwas are massive, built of enormous basalt columns, some weighing several tons, fitted together without mortar, held in place by their own weight and the precision of the stacking. Inside Nan Duwas is a central tomb, a vaulted chamber where the rulers were laid to rest, surrounded by offerings and grave goods, though most of the tombs have been looted and little remains. The effort required to build Nan Madol is staggering. The basalt had to be quarried, shaped, transported across water, and precisely placed. Estimates suggest that the construction involved moving hundreds of thousands of tons of stone, an enormous expenditure of labor for a relatively small population. Why build in the water? The location had symbolic significance. Water in Polynesian and Micronesian cultures is associated with the sacred, with the realm of gods and ancestors. Building on the water elevated the Sordeleur rulers, separating them from the common people, placing them in a liminal space between the human and the divine. The construction also demonstrated power. The ability to mobilize the labor to build Nan Madol showed the rulers' authority, their control over the population. The monumental scale proclaimed their status, intimidated rivals, reinforced the social hierarchy. The Sordeleur dynasty ruled through a combination of religious authority and political control. The rulers claimed descent from the gods, performed rituals to ensure fertility and prosperity, and extracted tribute from the population. They maintained a core of warriors, enforcing their will, suppressing dissent. But the Sordeleur were not beloved. Oral traditions describe them as tyrannical, oppressive, demanding excessive tribute, treating the people harshly. The traditions say that eventually, a warrior named Isoclecal, who came from the west, conquered Pohnpei, defeated the Sordeleur, and established a new dynasty, the Non-Walkie, who ruled with a lighter hand. Whether Isoclecal was a real historical figure or a mythological hero is debated, but the fall of the Sordeleur is historical fact. Nan Madol was abandoned, the rulers overthrown, the city left empty. The new rulers did not use Nan Madol as their capital, building their centers elsewhere on the main island. Nan Madol was left to the elements. The ocean slowly eroded the structures, waves undermining the foundations, salt corroding the stone. Mangroves grew in the canals, vegetation covered the walls, the city becoming a mysterious ruin, visited occasionally but not inhabited. When European explorers arrived in the 19th century, they were astonished by Nan Madol. How had such a city been built? Who were the builders? Fantastical theories emerged, suggestions that Nan Madol was the remnant of a lost continent, Lemuria or Mu, or that it was built by extraterrestrials. The reality, that it was built by the indigenous people of Pohnpei, was harder for Europeans to accept. Modern archaeology has studied Nan Madol extensively, documenting the structures, excavating, analyzing the construction techniques. The city is recognized as a remarkable achievement, an example of Micronesian engineering and social organization. Nan Madol is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, but it is also endangered. Rising sea levels, a consequence of climate change, threaten the foundations. The ocean is higher now than when the city was built, and the structures are increasingly vulnerable to storms and erosion. Conservation efforts are underway, but the challenge is immense. Visiting Nan Madol is an otherworldly experience. You reach the site by boat, navigating the shallow lagoon, passing through the canals, the basalt walls rising on either side, black and imposing. The water is clear, fish swimming beneath the surface, the sky reflected. The city is silent, empty. The only sounds the lapping of waves and the cries of seabirds. You walk on the islands, carefully, the basalt slippery with algae, the ground uneven. You enter Nan Duwas, stand in the tomb chamber, look up at the vaulted ceiling, and feel the weight of history, the ambition of rulers who built in stone and water, who created a city that was both monument and fortress, temple and palace, a place between land and sea, between the human and the divine. And you feel the ocean, always present, patient, rising, slowly reclaiming what was built, dissolving the empire quietly, wave by wave. In the heart of Sri Lanka, rising abruptly from the flat jungle plains, there is a massive rock, a granite monolith 200 meters high, with sheer cliffs on all sides. On top of this rock, there was a palace, built in the 5th century CE, by a king who had seized power through patricide, who feared retribution, who built his fortress in the sky. A city on a rock, surrounded by gardens and water, defended by walls and moats, a place of beauty and paranoia. This is Sigiriya, the Lion Rock, named for the massive lion sculpture that once guarded the entrance to the final stairway leading to the summit. The lion is gone now, only the paws remain, carved from the rock, enormous and imposing, the rest destroyed by time and weather. The king who built Sigiriya was Kashyapa I, who ruled from 477 to 495 CE. He was the son of King Datusana, but his mother was a concubine, making him ineligible to inherit the throne. The legitimate heir was his half-brother Moggallona, whose mother was a queen. Kashyapa, unwilling to accept his fate, staged a coup. He imprisoned his father and seized the throne. When his father refused to reveal the location of the royal treasure, Kashyapa had him walled up alive, leaving him to die entombed. It was an act of brutal pragmatism, ensuring power, but also creating a mortal enemy. Moggallona fled to India, vowing to return and reclaim the throne. Kashyapa, fearing his brother's return, decided to build an impregnable fortress. He chose Sigiriya, a rock that had been used as a monastery by Buddhist monks. He evicted the monks and began construction, transforming the rock into a palace, the surrounding area into pleasure gardens, the whole complex into a statement of power and artistic achievement. The approach to Sigiriya is through elaborate gardens, some of the oldest landscaped gardens in the world. There are water gardens, with pools and fountains, channels and cisterns, designed to capture and display water, creating a cool, pleasant environment in the tropical heat. There are boulder gardens, massive rocks arranged and integrated into the landscape, creating natural caves and sheltered spaces. There are terraced gardens, rising up the slope toward the rock, planted with trees and flowers. Halfway up the rock, there is a sheltered gallery, the mirror wall, so named because it was once polished so smooth that the king could see his reflection as he walked by. The wall is covered with graffiti, inscriptions left by visitors over the centuries, some dating back over 1,000 years, poems and comments praising the beauty of the frescoes and the palace, a continuous record of admiration. Near the mirror wall is the fresco gallery, a series of paintings on the rock face, protected by an overhanging ledge. The frescoes depict celestial maidens, apsaras, beautiful women adorned with jewelry, shown from the waist up, emerging from clouds. They are painted in vivid colors, reds and yellows and greens, their skin golden, their expressions serene and inviting. There were originally many more frescoes, possibly covering much of the western face of the rock, but only about 22 survive, the rest destroyed by weathering and vandalism. The surviving frescoes are masterpieces, showing a sophisticated painting technique, the use of perspective and shading, the depiction of volume and form. The final ascent to the summit passes through the Lion Gate, between the massive paws, up a steep stairway built into the rock face, clinging to the cliff, exposed to the elements, a vertiginous climb that was designed to awe and intimidate visitors, to demonstrate that reaching the king required courage and determination. On the summit, there are the remains of the palace, foundations and cisterns, evidence of buildings that once stood here. The palace was built of brick and wood, and little survives, but the layout is clear, a complex of buildings, courtyards and gardens, arranged to maximize the views and the breezes, to create a comfortable living space in the sky. The cisterns are remarkable, carved into the rock, capable of holding thousands of liters of water, ensuring a supply even during dry seasons. The water was brought up from springs at the base of the rock, a complex system of channels and pumps, an engineering feat that allowed the palace to be self-sufficient. Kashyapa ruled from Sigiriya for 18 years, but his fear was justified. In 495 CE, Moggallona returned from India with an army. Kashyapa descended from his rock fortress and met his brother in battle on the plains below. The battle went against Kashyapa, his forces faltering, his allies deserting. Rather than be captured, Kashyapa took his own life, cutting his throat with his dagger, a dramatic and tragic end. Moggallona took the throne and moved the capital back to Anuradhapura, the traditional royal city. Sigiriya was given back to the Buddhist monks, who established a monastery on the summit, living among the ruins of the palace, using the cisterns and the sheltered spaces, meditating in the place where a king had ruled and died. The monastery continued for centuries, but eventually, it too was abandoned. Sigiriya became a ruin, the palace structures collapsing, the gardens overgrown, the frescoes fading. The rock remained, visible from miles around, a landmark, known to local people but not understood, its history forgotten. In the 19th century, British colonial administrators explored Sigiriya, recognizing its significance. Archaeological work began in the 20th century, clearing the summit, excavating the gardens, conserving the frescoes, revealing the extent and sophistication of Kashyapa's creation. Sigiriya is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of Sri Lanka's most visited attractions. Tourists climb the rock, thousands every day, ascending the staircases, passing the frescoes, reaching the summit, experiencing the views that Kashyapa enjoyed, the plains stretching to the horizon, the jungle a green carpet below. Standing on the summit, you can imagine the palace as it was, the buildings with their tiled roofs, the king in his audience hall, the gardens and fountains below, the whole complex a demonstration of wealth and power, a fortress that was also a work of art. And you can imagine the fear that drove its creation, the knowledge of the brother in exile, the certainty that retribution would come, the desperate hope that stone and height would be enough to keep it at bay. They were not. The empire dissolved, the king died, and the jungle, patient as always, began its slow work of reclaiming the gardens, the palace, leaving only the rock and the frescoes and the memory of a king who built his city in the sky and fell from grace. In the dry plains of central Myanmar, along a bend in the Irrawaddy River, there is a landscape unlike any other. Over 2,000 temples, pagodas, and monasteries spread across 40 square kilometers, a forest of brick and stucco, rising from the flat earth, creating a skyline of domes and spires, a sacred geography built over 2.5 centuries, from the 11th to the 13th century CE, the capital and religious heart of the pagan kingdom. Bagan is not a jungle empire in the same sense as the Maya or Angkor. The climate is dry, the vegetation sparse. But the effect is similar. An abandoned city, monuments left empty, nature reclaiming the spaces. Though here it is scrub and dust rather than trees and vines. The pagan kingdom was founded in the mid-9th century, but it was under King Anuruddha, who ruled from 1044 to 1077 CE, that the kingdom expanded and Buddhism became the dominant religion. Anuruddha conquered the Mon kingdom to the south, bringing back Buddhist texts, relics, and monks, establishing Theravada Buddhism as the state religion, and embarking on a massive building program, constructing temples to house the relics and proclaim the faith. The temples at Bagan are diverse, ranging from small, simple stupas to massive temple mountains. Some are built entirely of brick, others have brick cores with stucco decoration. Many are covered with murals, paintings depicting the life of the Buddha, Jataka tales, stories of the Buddha's previous lives, and scenes from Buddhist cosmology. The most iconic temple is Ananda, built around 1105 CE, a masterpiece of Burmese architecture. Ananda is a perfectly symmetrical structure, a Greek cross in plan, with 4 porticos facing the cardinal directions. The central tower rises 51 meters, gilded and gleaming, visible from across the plains. Inside Ananda are 4 standing Buddha statues, each over 9 meters tall, carved from teak and gilded, facing the 4 directions. The statues represent the 4 Buddhas who have attained enlightenment in this cosmic cycle. The temple also has corridors lined with niches, each containing a smaller Buddha image or a Jataka tile, creating a visual encyclopedia of Buddhist teaching. Another major temple is Damayanji, the largest temple at Bagan, built in the mid-12th century. Damayanji is massive, with thick walls and a pyramidal form, but it was never completed. According to legend, the king who built it, Naratha, was a tyrant who murdered his father and brother to seize the throne. He built Damayanji as an act of atonement, but he was so demanding and cruel to the workers that he was assassinated before the temple was finished. The inner corridors were filled with rubble, either as a structural measure or as part of the assassination, sealing the temple and preventing its completion. The murals at Bagan are among the finest examples of Burmese painting. They cover the walls and ceilings of many temples, painted in earthy tones, reds and ochres and greens, depicting the Buddha's life and teachings. The style is distinctive, with flat figures, bold outlines, and decorative patterns, influenced by Indian and Sinhalese traditions, but uniquely Burmese. The economy of the pagan kingdom was based on rice agriculture, cultivated in the river valleys, supplemented by trade. Bagan was on trade routes connecting India, China, and Southeast Asia, and the kingdom profited from taxes on merchants and goods passing through. But the economy was also based on religious giving. Kings and nobles, merchants and commoners all donated land, resources, and labor to build and maintain temples, to support monks and monasteries. This merit-making was central to Theravada Buddhism, the belief that good deeds, particularly support for the Sangha, the monastic community, would generate merit, improving one's karma and future rebirths. The result was a massive transfer of resources to the religious sector. By the 13th century, a significant portion of the kingdom's land and wealth was controlled by monasteries, reducing the tax base and the resources available to the state. At the same time, the kingdom faced external pressures. The Mongols, having conquered China, turned their attention to Southeast Asia. In 1277, and again in 1283, Mongol armies invaded, defeating Burmese forces. The kingdom fragmented, the central authority collapsed, and Bagan was abandoned as the capital. The temples were not destroyed, but they were no longer maintained. The monasteries lost their royal patronage. The monks dispersed or remained in reduced numbers. The city emptied, the residential areas abandoned, the temples left standing but empty. Earthquakes damaged many structures. Myanmar is in a seismically active zone, and over the centuries, repeated quakes have toppled spires, cracked walls, and collapsed roofs. The temples that survive have been repaired, often multiple times, but many are in various states of disrepair. Despite the abandonment, Bagan was never completely forgotten. It remained a pilgrimage site, Buddhist devotees visiting the temples, making offerings, meditating. The Burmese people continued to venerate the site, even as the political capital moved elsewhere. In the modern era, Bagan has been the subject of extensive restoration, some of it controversial. The military government of Myanmar undertook large-scale reconstruction in the 1990s, rebuilding collapsed temples, adding new features, painting and gilding, creating a vision of Bagan that is more idealized than historical. Archaeologists and conservationists have criticized these efforts for being insensitive to the original architecture, for using modern materials inappropriately, for prioritizing appearance over authenticity. A major earthquake in 2016 damaged over 400 temples, causing widespread destruction. International teams have been working to assess and repair the damage, using more careful methods, documenting the structures, preserving what remains. Bagan is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognized for its historical and cultural significance. It is one of Myanmar's most visited tourist destinations, drawing travelers from around the world to see the temples, to watch the sunrise from a hot air balloon, to experience the serene beauty of the ancient city. Standing among the temples at Bagan, you see a landscape transformed by faith, a plain covered with monuments to devotion, each temple a statement of belief, a gift to the Buddha, an investment in karma. The scale is overwhelming, the sheer number of structures, the effort of centuries concentrated in a few square kilometers. And you see the impermanence, the cracked walls, the missing spires, the empty halls, the slow dissolution of even the most sacred spaces, nature and time working together, patiently, quietly, reclaiming the plains. In north-central Thailand, on the plains between the mountains and the central basin, there are the ruins of a city called Sukhothai, the dawn of happiness. It was the capital of the first Thai kingdom, founded in the mid-13th century, a center of art and culture, where Thai script was invented, where Buddhism flourished, where a distinctive Thai identity emerged. Sukhothai was founded around 1238 CE when Thai chieftains, who had been vassals of the Khmer Empire, rebelled and established an independent kingdom. The city was built on a site that had been occupied before, possibly a Khmer outpost, but the Thai rulers transformed it, creating a new capital laid out according to Buddhist cosmology. The city is surrounded by walls and moats, creating a sacred space, a mandala, with the temples at the center representing Mount Meru, the cosmic mountain. The layout is geometric, planned, with streets and canals organized in a grid, a physical manifestation of order and harmony. The central zone contains the royal palace and the major temples. Wat Mahathat, the temple of the Great Relic, is the largest and most important, a sprawling complex of chadis, stupas, vihans, assembly halls, and mondops, relic shrines, built and added to over many decades. The central chadi of Wat Mahathat is a tall, slender tower in the Sinhalese style, a lotus bud shape that became characteristic of Sukhothai architecture. Around the central chadi are smaller chadis and prangs, Khmer-style towers, creating a forest of spires, a physical representation of the Buddhist cosmos. The temples are decorated with stucco, carved and molded into floral patterns, mythological creatures, and Buddha images. The stucco has weathered and eroded, but enough remains to show the delicacy and artistry of the work. Sukhothai is famous for its Buddha images, particularly the walking Buddha, a distinctive form showing the Buddha in motion, one foot forward, the other trailing, the hand raised in the gesture of teaching or fearlessness. The walking Buddha is graceful, elongated, with flowing robes and a serene expression, a masterpiece of Thai sculpture. The Buddha images at Sukhothai are made of bronze, brick, or stucco, and they vary in size from small votive images to colossal statues several meters tall. The largest is Pharaoh Khonna, a seated Buddha in Wat Si Chum, 15 meters high, filling a mondop, visible through a narrow slit in the wall, an awe-inspiring sight, the Buddha emerging from the darkness, serene and immense. The kingdom of Sukhothai was not a large empire, but a network of city-states, with Sukhothai as the senior partner, acknowledging the overlordship of the Sukhothai king, but maintaining local autonomy. The kingdom's power was based on trade, controlling routes between the north and south, the interior and the coast, moving goods and collecting taxes. The economy was also based on rice agriculture, cultivated in the plains and river valleys. The Sukhothai kings built irrigation systems, canals and reservoirs, managing water to ensure reliable harvests, supporting the population and the monastic communities. Theravada Buddhism was the state religion, and the kings were generous patrons, building temples, supporting monks, sponsoring the copying of texts. The monks were not just religious figures, but also teachers, scribes, and advisors, playing a central role in society. King Ramkhamhaeng, who ruled in the late 13th century, is credited with inventing the Thai script, adapting it from Khmer and Mon scripts to create a writing system suited to the Thai language. The oldest known Thai inscription, dated to 1292 CE, is attributed to him, a stone pillar describing his reign, his benevolence, his conquests, his devotion to Buddhism. The inscription presents an idealized vision of Sukhothai, a kingdom where the king was just and accessible, where the people were prosperous and free, where the land was fertile and the cities beautiful. How much of this is reality and how much is propaganda is debated, but the inscription established a template, a vision of kingship and governance that influenced later Thai kingdoms. Around 1400 CE, Sukhothai was absorbed by the Ayutthaya kingdom, a rising power to the south. Sukhothai became a vassal, then a province, its independence lost. The capital moved to Ayutthaya, and Sukhothai declined, no longer the political center, no longer receiving royal patronage. The temples were not destroyed, but they were no longer maintained. The city contracted, the population moved, the monuments left standing but empty. The jungle began to encroach, though the dry climate meant the vegetation was less aggressive than in wetter regions. Sukhothai was never completely forgotten. It remained a pilgrimage site, a place of historical and religious significance. Local people maintained some temples, offering incense and flowers, keeping the memory alive. In the 20th century, the Thai government undertook a major restoration project, clearing the site, repairing the temples, creating a historical park. The work was extensive, sometimes controversial, with debates about how much to restore, how to balance preservation and reconstruction. Sukhothai Historical Park is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, one of Thailand's most important cultural sites. It is beautifully maintained, the temples restored, the grounds landscaped, the ponds and moats filled with lotus flowers, creating a serene and picturesque environment. Visitors come to see the temples, to admire the Buddha images, to experience the beauty of Sukhothai. The park is popular with Thai and foreign tourists alike, a place to reflect on the origins of Thai culture, the roots of Thai Buddhism, the legacy of a kingdom that, though it lasted only 2 centuries, left an indelible mark on Thai identity. Walking through Sukhothai, among the Chadis and Vahans, seeing the walking Buddhas and the lotus bud spires, you feel the serenity and the artistry, the vision of a kingdom that sought to embody Buddhist ideals, to create a city that was both beautiful and sacred. And you see the continuity, the way the Thai people have maintained their connection to this place, honoring the past while living in the present, a dialogue between the ruined temples and the living faith, between the stone and the spirit, between the empire that dissolved and the culture that endures. The air thins. Breathing becomes deliberate, conscious. At 4,000 meters, the sky is closer, the stars brighter, the silence absolute. Here, on the Altiplano and in the cloud forests, civilizations rose in defiance of altitude and isolation, building cities where the oxygen is scarce, where the cold bites even at noon, where storms gather without warning. They terraced the impossible slopes, channeled water from glaciers, carved stones so precisely that no blade can fit between them. They built above the clouds, and when they fell, the mountains kept their secrets, the mist wrapping the ruins, the condors circling overhead. The silence so deep you can hear the wind moving through stones laid 1,000 years ago. On the southern shore of Lake Titicaca, on the high plains of the Bolivian Altiplano, at an altitude of nearly 4,000 meters, where the air is thin and cold, and the nights freeze even in summer, there are ruins. Massive stone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, carved with precision, transported from quarries kilometers away, assembled into platforms and temples and gates, monuments to a civilization that flourished for over 1,000 years, from roughly 300 BCE to 1000 CE. This is Tiwanaku, one of the most important pre-Columbian sites in South America, the center of an empire that extended across the Altiplano and down into the valleys and coastal regions, controlling resources, managing trade, creating a cultural and religious unity that influenced the entire Andean region. The site is dominated by the Okapana Pyramid, a massive stepped platform 17 meters high, built of earth and stone, with a footprint of over 200 meters on each side. The pyramid has 7 levels, each smaller than the one below, creating a terraced form that echoes the surrounding mountains. On top of the Okapana was a sunken court, a sacred space where rituals were performed, where offerings were made to the gods, where water was channeled and controlled, flowing through stone conduits, filling basins, creating a symbolic landscape of mountain and lake, earth and water. The Okapana is aligned with the cardinal directions and with astronomical phenomena, the rising and setting of the sun at the solstices, the movements of the stars. The Tiwanaku people were careful observers of the sky, using astronomy to organize their calendar, to time agricultural activities, to connect their rituals to cosmic cycles. Near the Okapana is the Kalasasaya, a large rectangular enclosure surrounded by standing stones, monoliths placed upright, creating a ceremonial precinct. Inside the Kalasasaya is the Gate of the Sun, one of the most famous artifacts from Tiwanaku, a monolithic gateway carved from a single block of andesite, weighing approximately 10 tons. The Gate of the Sun is covered with intricate carvings, a central figure known as the staff god or gateway god, depicted frontally, holding staffs in each hand, wearing an elaborate headdress with radiating appendages, possibly representing sun rays or a supernatural halo. The figure is surrounded by smaller winged figures, possibly attendants or lesser deities, arranged in rows, creating a complex iconography that has been interpreted in various ways. Some scholars see the staff god as a deity of the sky or sun, a creator god, a supreme being in the Tiwanaku pantheon. Others interpret the figure as a representation of a ruler, a king who claimed divine status, who mediated between humans and gods. The truth is uncertain, the meanings lost with the civilization. The precision of the stone carving at Tiwanaku is remarkable. The blocks are shaped with flat surfaces, sharp corners, and intricate designs, achieved using stone tools and abrasives, sand and water, hours upon hours of patient labor. Some blocks have H-shaped clamps, copper or bronze fittings that locked the stones together, preventing shifting and collapse. The stones were quarried from sites across the lake and in the surrounding hills, transported by unknown means. Rafts perhaps, or rollers, or sheer human effort, and assembled at Tiwanaku. The engineering required is impressive, especially considering the altitude, the thin air that makes physical labor exhausting, the cold that numbs the hands, the wind that never stops. Tiwanaku was not just a ceremonial center, but a city, with residential areas, workshops, and agricultural zones. The population at its peak may have been 40,000 or more, supported by an ingenious agricultural system. The Altiplano is a harsh environment, cold and dry, prone to frosts that can kill crops overnight. The Tiwanaku people developed raised field agriculture, creating elevated planting beds surrounded by canals. The canals captured and stored water from rainfall and Lake Titicaca, creating a microclimate that moderated temperature, protecting the crops from frost. The organic matter from the canals was dredged and spread on the fields as fertilizer, maintaining soil fertility. This raised field system was highly productive, supporting a large population, generating surplus that fed the urban center and the religious elite. The system required collective labor, organization, and maintenance, evidence of a complex society with centralized authority. Tiwanaku's influence extended far beyond the Altiplano. The iconography of the staff god appears on pottery, textiles, and stone carvings across a vast area, from the Peruvian coast to the Bolivian highlands, suggesting a religious or political network, a shared ideology that transcended local boundaries. The Tiwanaku style spread through trade, pilgrimage, conquest, or some combination. Colonies or trading posts were established in distant regions, bringing back resources not available on the Altiplano. Maize from the lower valleys, coca from the Yungas, chili peppers, seashells, exotic goods that enhanced the prestige and power of the Tiwanaku elite. Around 1000 CE, Tiwanaku collapsed. The city was abandoned, the raised fields fell into disuse, the population dispersed. The reasons are debated, but climate change is a leading theory. Evidence suggests a prolonged drought, beginning around 1000 CE, that reduced the water level of Lake Titicaca, disrupted the raised field agriculture, and undermined the economic base of the civilization. Without the surplus to support the cities, the political structure collapsed, the authority of the elite eroded, and people moved to other regions, adapting to new conditions, fragmenting into smaller groups. The monuments at Tiwanaku were left standing, but no longer maintained. The stones were quarried by later populations, removed, and reused for construction elsewhere. The Gate of the Sun was found lying on its side, broken, possibly toppled by an earthquake or by human hands. When the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, they found Tiwanaku already in ruins, overgrown and abandoned. The Inca, who ruled the region before the Spanish, told stories of Tiwanaku, describing it as the place where the world was created, where the god Viracocha formed the sun and moon and the first humans, a sacred site of immense antiquity and power. Modern archaeology has uncovered much about Tiwanaku, the raised fields, the residential areas, the iconography. But much remains unknown, the written records absent, the language lost, the meanings of the rituals and symbols open to interpretation. Tiwanaku today is a national monument, a source of pride for Bolivia, a symbol of indigenous achievement and resilience. The site is being conserved and studied, with international collaboration, using modern techniques to understand the past. Standing at Tiwanaku, surrounded by the massive stones, looking toward Lake Titicaca shimmering in the distance, the snow-capped peaks of the Andes rising beyond, you feel the ambition and the adaptation, the determination to build a civilization in one of the harshest environments on Earth, to create beauty and order at the edge of survivability. And you feel the silence, the wind moving through the ruins, the emptiness that follows collapse, the mountain empire dissolved into highland quiet. In the highlands of central Peru, near the modern city of Ayacucho, at an altitude of nearly 3,000 meters, there are the ruins of a city called Hueri, the capital of an empire that rivaled Tiwanaku, that expanded rapidly in the 7th and 8th centuries CE, controlling a vast territory from the northern highlands to the southern coast, building roads and administrative centers, creating a bureaucratic state that prefigured the Inca. Hueri is less well known than Tiwanaku or the later Inca sites, But it was equally important, possibly more so, as a model of imperial organization, a template for how to control diverse regions, how to integrate conquered territories, how to manage resources across vast distances. The city of Weri covered over 15 square kilometers at its peak, with a population estimated at 40,000 or more. The architecture is distinctive, large compounds surrounded by high walls, creating enclosed spaces, cellular structures that controlled access and movement. The compounds are built of roughly shaped stones set in mud mortar, with narrow corridors and small rooms. A maze-like layout that is difficult to navigate, possibly designed to confuse and intimidate visitors, to assert control through architecture. Inside the compounds were residential areas, workshops, storage facilities, and administrative buildings. The Weri economy was based on state control of production and distribution, with goods manufactured in centralized workshops, stored in state facilities, and redistributed through a bureaucratic system. The Weri produced pottery, textiles, and metal goods on a large scale, using standardized designs and techniques, creating a recognizable Weri style that spread across the empire. The pottery is polychrome, painted in multiple colors, with geometric and mythological designs, particularly images of the staff god, similar to Tiwanaku iconography, suggesting cultural exchange or shared religious beliefs. The textiles are among the finest from the Andean world, complex tapestries woven with extraordinary skill, using camelid wool and cotton dyed in vibrant colors. The designs are intricate, repeating patterns, stylized figures, abstract geometries, a visual language that conveyed meaning and identity. Weri expanded through conquest and alliance, building administrative centers across the empire, imposing their architectural style, their bureaucratic systems, their cultural practices. The administrative centers were smaller versions of the capital, walled compounds with storage facilities and workshops, controlling the surrounding regions, extracting tribute, managing labor. One of the most important Weri innovations was road building. The Weri constructed a network of roads connecting their centers, paved with stones, equipped with way stations and storehouses, facilitating communication and the movement of goods and armies. The Inca would later expand and improve this road system, creating the famous Inca Road network, but the foundation was laid by the Weri. The Weri also built terraced agricultural fields, modifying the landscape to create arable land on steep slopes, channeling water from springs and streams, managing irrigation with precision. The terraces increased agricultural productivity, supporting the growing population, generating surplus for the state. But the Weri Empire was short-lived. Around 1000 CE, the same time Tiwanaku collapsed, Weri also fell. The capital was abandoned, the administrative centers were deserted, the empire fragmented into regional kingdoms. The causes of the collapse are similar to Tiwanaku: drought, climate change, disruption of agriculture. The Weri heartland, the Ayacucho region, is arid, dependent on irrigation and rainfall patterns. A prolonged drought would have devastated the agriculture, reduced the surplus, undermined the economic base of the state. Political instability may have followed, rebellions by conquered regions, infighting among the elite, the breakdown of the bureaucratic systems that held the empire together. The collapse was relatively rapid, within a few decades, the centralized state dissolving into smaller polities. The city of Weri was left empty, the compounds abandoned, the walls slowly eroding. The site was looted in antiquity, and in modern times, pottery and textiles removed, sold on the black market, lost to scholarship. Archaeology at Weri began in the 20th century, but has been limited by the difficulty of the site, the complexity of the architecture, the extent of looting. Recent work has focused on understanding the urban layout, the economic systems, the nature of Weri expansion and control. One significant find is the royal tombs at Weri, discovered in recent decades, containing rich burials with gold and silver jewelry, elaborate textiles, pottery, and sacrificed individuals, evidence of social hierarchy and ritual practice. Weri is now recognized as a crucial link in Andean history, a bridge between the earlier regional cultures like Tiwanaku and Nazca and the later Inca Empire. The Weri demonstrated that large-scale political organization was possible in the Andes, that diverse regions could be integrated, that roads and administrative centers could create a functioning state. Standing at Wary, among the crumbling walls and the exposed foundations, you see a city built for control, for administration, for the projection of power. The architecture is imposing, impersonal, designed to process and manage, to store and redistribute. It is a city of bureaucracy, of state power, and when that power collapsed, the city emptied quickly, the people dispersing, the empire dissolving, leaving only the stones and the silence of the highlands. On the arid coastal plains of southern Peru, between the Andean foothills and the Pacific Ocean, there is a desert, one of the driest places on Earth, where rain almost never falls, where the ground is stony and bare, where nothing grows except along the narrow river valleys that cut through the landscape. And on this desert, there are lines. Thousands of them, stretching for kilometers, perfectly straight, geometric shapes, trapezoids and rectangles and spirals, and figures, animals and plants and strange beings, a hummingbird, a spider, a monkey, a condor, drawn on a massive scale, visible only from the air, created by people who could not fly, for purposes we still do not fully understand. These are the Nazca lines, one of the great mysteries of archaeology, geoglyphs created by the Nazca culture between roughly 100 BCE and 800 CE, during the same period when the Nazca built their ceremonial center at Kawachi, when they created intricate polychrome pottery, when they thrived in the desert, harnessing the underground water, living in one of the harshest environments on the planet. The lines were made by removing the dark surface stones, exposing the lighter soil beneath, creating contrast. The process is simple but labor-intensive, requiring planning and coordination, teams of workers moving stones, following a design, creating shapes that can only be fully appreciated from above. The figures range in size from small designs a few meters across to the enormous hummingbird, over 90 meters long, the spider, 45 meters, the monkey, with its coiled tail, stretching across the desert. The precision is remarkable, the lines straight, the curves smooth, the proportions accurate despite the scale. How were they made? There are no detailed plans that survived, no written instructions. The Nazca likely used simple tools, stakes and ropes to mark out the lines, to create the straight edges and the curves, to scale up smaller designs to monumental size. But the question remains, why? Theories abound. Early researchers suggested astronomical alignments, the lines pointing to the rising and setting of stars or planets, a vast calendar or observatory. But detailed study found few convincing alignments, the lines pointing in all directions, not consistently matching celestial phenomena. Another theory proposes that the lines were ritual pathways, processional routes walked during ceremonies, connecting sacred sites, perhaps related to water and fertility, prayers to the gods for rain in the desert. Water is the key to life in the Nazca region. The rivers flow only seasonally, fed by mountain rains, and for most of the year, they are dry. The Nazca developed sophisticated underground aqueducts, called puquios, tapping into the aquifers, bringing water to the surface for irrigation and domestic use. The survival of the Nazca depended on managing water, and rituals related to water would have been central to their religion. Some lines and figures are associated with water sources, located near rivers or springs, possibly marking these vital locations, venerating them, asking the gods to keep them flowing. The figures themselves, the animals and plants, may represent totems, spirits, or deities, beings associated with water, fertility, or the underworld. The spider, for example, is associated with rain and water in Andean mythology. The hummingbird is a symbol of fertility and renewal. The monkey may be linked to the distant Amazon, the source of water, the jungle where the rains originate. Recent research suggests that the lines may have been created over centuries by different groups, families, or communities, each contributing their own geoglyphs, creating a sacred landscape, a cumulative effort that transformed the desert into a ritual space. The Nazca lines are fragile. The desert preserves them, the lack of rain and wind prevents erosion, but human activity threatens them. Roads have been built across some lines, destroying them. Off-road vehicles have damaged others. In 2014, Greenpeace activists entered a restricted area and placed a banner near the hummingbird, leaving footprints that damaged the site, sparking international outrage. The lines are now protected as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and access is restricted, monitored by guards and surveillance. Visitors can view the lines from observation towers or from small aircraft that fly over the desert, offering aerial views of the geoglyphs. Associated with the Nazca Lines is the ceremonial center of Kawachi, located in the Nazca Valley, a sprawling complex of pyramids, plazas, and temples built of adobe, the mud brick made from the desert soil. Kawachi was not a city in the conventional sense, but a pilgrimage site, a place where people gathered for ceremonies, particularly during the dry season, when the rivers were low and the need for rain was greatest. The largest structure at Kawachi is the Great Pyramid, a stepped platform over 28 meters high, with a footprint of over 100 meters, built of adobe bricks, faced with plaster, painted and decorated. The pyramid has been heavily eroded by the rare rains and by wind, the adobe dissolving, the structure collapsing, but enough remains to show its scale and importance. At Kawachi, archaeologists have found offerings, burials, pottery, textiles, evidence of ritual activity. Some burials show signs of sacrifice, trophy heads, human heads that were severed, the skulls drilled and hung as trophies or offerings, a practice documented in Nazca iconography, depicted on pottery, showing warriors holding heads, parading them, offering them to gods. The trophy heads are disturbing evidence of violence and ritual, of a culture where warfare and sacrifice were intertwined, where taking heads was a mark of prowess, a way to gain supernatural power, to ensure fertility and water. Around 500 CE, Kawachi was abandoned, possibly due to environmental changes, flooding or earthquakes, or perhaps due to political shifts, the rise of other centers. The Nazca culture continued for several more centuries, but Kawachi was no longer the ceremonial heart. The site was gradually covered by sand, the adobe structures eroding, the plazas filling, the pyramids becoming mounds, barely distinguishable from natural hills. The Nazca Lines remained visible, preserved by the desert, but their meaning was forgotten. When the Spanish arrived, they saw the lines but did not understand them, dismissed them as tracks or roads, nothing more. It was not until the 20th century, when aircraft began flying over the desert, that the full extent and nature of the lines became apparent, the figures and shapes revealing themselves from the air, sparking wonder and speculation. The Nazca Lines in Kawachi are testaments to a desert culture, a people who lived in one of the harshest environments, who created art and ritual on a monumental scale, who drew on the earth itself, transforming the desert into a sacred landscape, a prayer for water, a connection to the gods, a message that endures, etched into the stones, waiting for those who can rise above and see. On the northern coast of Peru, in the Moche Valley near the modern city of Trujillo, there are two enormous pyramids, made entirely of adobe bricks, rising from the desert, monuments to a civilization that flourished from roughly 100 to 800 CE. The Moche culture, master ceramicists, skilled metalworkers, builders of pyramids, creators of some of the most vivid and detailed art in the pre-Columbian Americas. The larger of the two pyramids is Huaca del Sol, the Temple of the Sun, a massive structure that in its original form may have been over 40 meters high, built with an estimated 140 million adobe bricks, each brick stamped with a maker's mark, possibly indicating which labor group or community contributed to the construction. The pyramid is a stepped platform, with a series of terraces and ramps, built and rebuilt over centuries, each new generation adding to the structure, expanding and modifying, creating a palimpsest of construction, layers of history compressed into adobe. Huaca del Sol was partially destroyed in the colonial period when Spanish treasure hunters, seeking gold, diverted a river to wash away part of the pyramid, eroding the structure, exposing the internal layers, destroying much of the original form. The damage is catastrophic, a third or more of the pyramid lost, but what remains is still immense, a testament to the scale of Moche construction. Across a plaza from Huaca del Sol is the smaller but better preserved Huaca de la Luna, the Temple of the Moon, a complex of platforms and courtyards, decorated with elaborate murals, painted in vivid colors, reds and yellows and blues, depicting gods and ceremonies, warriors and sacrifices. The murals at Huaca de la Luna are extraordinary, multicolored friezes showing the Moche's principal deity, often called the Fanged God or the Decapitator, a being with fangs, claws, and a fierce expression, holding a severed head and a knife, a god of death and war, of sacrifice and power. The murals also show processions of prisoners, bound and naked, being led to sacrifice, their throats cut, their blood collected in vessels, offered to the gods. These are not abstract symbols, but detailed depictions, narrative scenes showing ritual violence, the Moche belief system rendered in paint and plaster. Archaeological excavations at Huaca de la Luna have confirmed the depictions. Human skeletons have been found in a plaza, showing signs of ritual killing, throats cut, bodies dismembered, scattered in patterns suggesting ceremony. The sacrifices were likely prisoners of war, captured in raids, brought to the pyramid, killed in elaborate rituals to appease the gods, to ensure rain and fertility, to maintain cosmic order. The Moche did not have writing, or at least none has been discovered, so their history must be read through archaeology and iconography. The pottery is the primary source, detailed ceramics showing scenes of daily life, warfare, sex, ritual, a visual encyclopedia of Moche culture. Moche pottery is among the finest in the world, made using molds, painted with mineral pigments, fired to create hard, durable vessels. The pottery includes portrait vessels, realistic depictions of individual faces, possibly rulers or important people, showing wrinkles, scars, expressions, a level of naturalism rare in pre-Columbian art. The pottery also shows erotic scenes, explicit depictions of sexual acts, not just procreative sex but various forms, some involving supernatural beings. The meaning of these erotic scenes is debated, possibly fertility rituals, possibly educational, possibly simply part of life, depicted without the taboos that later cultures imposed. The Moche were skilled metalworkers, creating objects of gold, silver, and copper, jewelry, ceremonial weapons, masks, and ornaments. The tombs of Moche elites are filled with metalwork, stunning pieces that show advanced techniques, gilding, alloying, inlay, creating objects of beauty and prestige. One of the most spectacular finds is the tomb of the Lord of Sippin, discovered in 1987, a royal burial containing a warrior priest, surrounded by elaborate grave goods, gold and silver ornaments, a gold mask, ears pools, nose ornaments, weapons, textiles, pottery, and sacrificed individuals, attendants and guards, killed and buried with the Lord to serve him in the afterlife. The tomb of the Lord of Sippin is one of the richest in the Americas, comparable to Tutankhamun's tomb in Egypt, and it has provided invaluable insights into Moche society, the wealth of the elite, the complexity of ritual, the belief in an afterlife where status and power continued. The Moche economy was based on irrigation agriculture, growing maize, beans, squash, and chili peppers, using canals to bring water from the rivers to the fields, creating productive farmland in the desert. The Moche also fished, harvested seafood from the rich Pacific waters, and hunted deer and other game in the coastal hills. The Moche were not a unified empire, but a series of polities, valleys controlled by local rulers, sometimes cooperating, sometimes competing, sometimes at war. The pottery and architecture show regional variations, suggesting independent centers, though they shared a common culture, iconography, and religious practices. Around 600 CE, the Moche began to decline, possibly due to environmental changes, a series of El Niño events that brought devastating floods, followed by prolonged droughts, disrupting agriculture, destroying infrastructure, causing social and political upheaval. The capital shifted, from the southern valleys to the northern valleys, the centers of power moving, adapting to new conditions. But the decline continued, and by 800 CE, the Moche culture had largely disappeared, absorbed by subsequent cultures, the Lambayeque and the Chimu. The pyramids were abandoned, the murals left to fade, the pottery buried with the dead or discarded. The adobe eroded, the rain and wind wearing away the bricks, the structures collapsing, becoming mounds, barely recognizable. Huaca del Sol and Huaca de la Luna are now archaeological sites, protected and studied, the murals conserved, the pyramids stabilized. The site receives visitors, tourists and scholars, coming to see the Moche achievement, to marvel at the pyramids and the art. Standing at the base of Huaca del Sol, looking up at the eroded slopes, the exposed layers, you see the ambition and the effort, the millions of bricks carried and placed, the labor of generations, the determination to build monuments that would reach the sky, that would honor the gods, that would proclaim the power of the Moche rulers. And you see the fragility of adobe, the way water dissolves it, the way time erases it, the pyramid returning to the earth, the empire dissolving into dust and silence. On the northern coast of Peru, near the city of Trujillo, spreading across the desert for over 20 square kilometers, are the ruins of the largest pre-Columbian city in South America, Chonchon, the capital of the Chimu Empire, built entirely of adobe, a city of walled compounds, intricate friezes, and vast storerooms, home to perhaps 60,000 people at its peak, flourishing from roughly 900 to 1470 CE, when it was conquered by the Inca. Chonchon is a city of mud, adobe walls rising from the desert, decorated with geometric and zoomorphic designs, fish and birds and waves, repeating patterns that cover the walls, creating a visual language of the sea and the rivers, the sources of life in the desert. The city is organized into citadels, large rectangular compounds surrounded by high walls, each citadel associated with a particular Chimu ruler, built during his reign, serving as his palace, his administrative center, and ultimately his tomb. There are 9 or 10 major citadels at Chonchon, each containing courtyards, audience halls, storage rooms, wells, and burial platforms. The citadels are oriented north-south, with a single entrance on the north side, creating a controlled access, a way to manage who entered, to assert authority through architecture. Inside the citadels, the walls are decorated with friezes, carved or molded adobe, showing fish, pelicans, sea otters, fishing nets, waves, the marine environment that was central to Chima life. The friezes are repetitive, the same motifs appearing again and again, creating a rhythm, a visual chant, a decoration that is also a prayer, a veneration of the sea. The audience halls, called audiencias, are T-shaped structures with niches in the walls, where officials or petitioners would stand, where the ruler would hold court, dispensing justice, receiving tribute, making decisions. The acoustics are such that a person speaking in the central niche can be heard clearly throughout the hall, a design that facilitated communication and reinforced the authority of the speaker. The storage rooms are numerous and large, evidence of a redistributive economy, where goods were collected as tribute, stored by the state, and redistributed to the population, to workers, to the military, to the elite. The Chimu controlled resources, managed labor, organized production on a large scale, a bureaucratic state similar to the earlier Wari. The Chimu economy was based on irrigation agriculture, even more so than the Moche. The Chimu built extensive canal systems, some stretching for over 50 kilometers, bringing water from rivers in the mountains to the coastal plains, expanding the arable land, supporting a large population. The canals were engineering feats, carefully graded to ensure flow, lined with stone to prevent erosion, maintained by state labor. The Chimu also built reservoirs, walk-in wells, and aqueducts, managing every drop of water, maximizing productivity in an environment where water is the limiting factor. Fishing was also crucial. The Pacific coast is rich in marine resources, and the Chima harvested fish, shellfish, seaweed, and sea mammals. They built reed boats, totora rafts, using reeds from the coastal wetlands, crafting them into buoyant vessels capable of navigating the ocean, fishing offshore, trading along the coast. The Chimu were skilled metalworkers, producing objects of gold, silver, copper, and bronze, using techniques of casting, hammering, gilding, and inlay, creating jewelry, ceremonial objects, tools, and weapons. The Chimu workshops produced standardized goods, mass-produced items using molds, creating an industrial scale of production unusual in the pre-Columbian world. The empire expanded through conquest, the Chimu armies moving north and south along the coast, subjugating other polities, incorporating them into the empire, extracting tribute, imposing Chimu administration. At its height, the Chimu Empire controlled over 1,000 kilometers of coastline, from the border of Ecuador to central Peru. But the Chimu faced a greater power. The Inca, expanding from their highland capital at Cusco, moved into the coastal regions in the mid-15th century. Around 1470 CE, the Inca conquered the Chimu, capturing the capital, taking the Chimu ruler and his family to Cusco as hostages, incorporating the Chimu Empire into the Inca Empire. The Inca did not destroy Chonchon, but depopulated it, moving the skilled craftsmen, the metalworkers and weavers, to Cusco, where they worked for the Inca state. The city was left largely empty, the citadels abandoned, the administrative apparatus dismantled. When the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, they found Chon Chon already in decline, a shadow of its former self. The Spanish looted the city, searching for gold, stripping the tombs, taking whatever valuables remained. The adobe structures, exposed to the elements, began to erode. The rare rains, when they came, dissolved the adobe, the walls melting, the friezes softening, the city slowly returning to mud. Conservation efforts began in the 20th century, with archaeologists and conservators working to stabilize the structures, to protect the friezes, to prevent further decay. The work is ongoing, challenging, trying to preserve mud in a climate that, while usually dry, occasionally brings devastating rains, El Niño events that can destroy years of conservation work in hours. Chon Chon is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognized as an outstanding example of pre-Columbian urban planning and adobe architecture. Parts of the city are open to visitors, the Tskudi Citadel being the most accessible, its walls and friezes partially restored, giving a sense of what the city was like, the scale, the decoration, the organization. Walking through Chon Chon, through the high-walled corridors, the labyrinthine passages, the open courtyards, you feel the weight of the sea, the fish and birds carved into the walls, the constant presence of the ocean that sustain this desert empire. And you feel the impermanence of adobe, the way it dissolves, the city melting back into the earth, a reminder that even the largest cities, built with the greatest effort, are vulnerable, subject to conquest and climate, to time and neglect, dissolving quietly into the desert. On the central coast of Peru, south of Lima, where the Lurin River meets the Pacific, there is a sacred site, a pilgrimage center that was venerated for over 1,000 years, from the 1st century CE through the Inca period, and even into the Spanish colonial era. This is Pachacamac, the temple of the Creator, dedicated to a deity who was believed to have created the earth, who caused earthquakes, who controlled fertility and time. Pachacamac is a complex of pyramids, temples, plazas, and residential areas, built by different cultures over many centuries, each adding to the site, each venerating the creator god in their own way. The site is dominated by several large pyramids, built of adobe bricks and stone, rising from the desert. The largest and oldest is the Temple of the Sun, built by the Inca in the 15th century, a massive terraced pyramid constructed on top of earlier structures, symbolizing Inca dominance and the incorporation of the sacred site into the Inca state religion. The Temple of the Sun is aligned with the cardinal directions and with astronomical phenomena, the rising of the sun at the winter solstice, the movements of stars. The Inca were master astronomers, and their temples reflected their understanding of the cosmos, their belief that the movements of the heavens mirrored divine will. Below the Inca structures are earlier temples, built by the Lima culture, the Wari, and others, each layer representing a different period, a different people, but all venerating Pachacamac, the creator. The Oracle of Pachacamac was famous throughout the Andes, consulted by rulers and commoners, people traveling from distant regions to ask questions, to seek guidance, to make offerings. The oracle spoke through priests, who interpreted the will of the god, who gave prophecies, who demanded tribute and sacrifices. The Spanish chroniclers, writing in the 16th century, described Pachacamac as one of the most important religious sites in the Inca Empire, a place of great wealth, filled with gold and offerings, a center of pilgrimage that rivaled Cusco itself. When the Spanish conquistadors, led by Hernando Pizarro, arrived at Pachacamac in 1533, they looted the site, taking the gold and silver, desecrating the temples, imposing Christianity. The oracle was silenced, the priests killed or scattered, the sacred site transformed into a ruin. But Pachacamac did not disappear entirely. Indigenous people continued to visit, to leave offerings, to venerate the site in secret, maintaining a connection to the ancient god despite Spanish suppression. Excavations at Pachacamac have revealed a wealth of information. Burials have been found, mummies wrapped in elaborate textiles, accompanied by pottery, metalwork, food, and offerings. The mummies show different periods, different cultures, all choosing to bury their dead at this sacred site, seeking the favor of Pachacamac, ensuring a good afterlife. One significant find is the Painted Temple, a structure decorated with vivid murals, showing processions, rituals, supernatural beings, painted in red, yellow, and black. The murals depict pilgrims bringing offerings, priests performing ceremonies, the god Pachacamac receiving tribute, a visual narrative of the site's religious significance. The economy of Pachacamac was based on pilgrimage. Visitors brought offerings, goods from across the empire, maize and potatoes from the highlands, fish and shellfish from the coast, textiles, pottery, metalwork. The priests and administrators managed these goods, redistributing them, supporting the religious personnel, the workshops, the infrastructure of the pilgrimage center. Pachacamac was not primarily a residential city, but a sacred precinct, with a permanent population of priests, attendants, craftsmen, and pilgrims who stayed temporarily. The surrounding area was agricultural, using irrigation from the Lurin River, growing crops to support the site. The site is now an archaeological park and museum, managed by the Peruvian government, open to visitors. The pyramids have been partially restored, the painted temple conserved, the site interpreted for tourists and scholars. Standing at Pachacamac, looking at the pyramids rising against the sky, the ocean visible in the distance, you feel the continuity and the disruption, the layers of cultures venerating the same deity, building on the same sacred ground, and then the violent break, the Spanish conquest, the silencing of the oracle, the transformation of the sacred into the historical. Pachacamac is a place where the mountain meets the sea, where the desert meets the valley, where the sacred persists despite conquest, where people still come, not as pilgrims now but as tourists, yet still drawn to the site, still feeling, perhaps, the presence of the Creator, the God who made the earth, who shakes it still with earthquakes, who endures in the stones and the silence. In the cloud forests of northern Peru, in the remote Amazonas region, where the eastern slopes of the Andes descend into the jungle, where the air is thick with mist and the trees are draped with moss and orchids, there was a culture called the Chochapoya, the cloud people, who built their cities in the most inaccessible places, on cliff tops and ridges in the clouds. The Chochapoya flourished from roughly 800 to 1470 CE, when they were conquered by the Inca, but their origins are older, obscure, their language lost, their history known only through archaeology and through the sparse mentions in Inca and Spanish chronicles. The Chochapoya built circular stone houses, distinctive structures with round walls, thatched roofs, arranged in clusters on hilltops and plateaus. The houses were made of fieldstone, set in mud mortar, with decorative friezes of geometric patterns, diamonds and zigzags, carved or molded into the stone. The most famous Chochapoya site is Quilap, but there are many others, scattered through the cloud forests, Revache, Gran Pajitan, Gran Valoya, each site revealing something about this enigmatic culture. The Chochapoya practiced cliff burial, placing their dead in mausoleums built into sheer rock faces, inaccessible except by climbing or by being lowered from above. The mausoleums are visible from a distance, small buildings clinging to the cliffs, painted red, decorated with geometric designs, the final resting places of the Chochapoya elite. One of the most striking burial sites is Korogia, where sarcophagi stand upright on a narrow ledge, 2 meters tall, human-shaped, made of clay and wood, painted with faces, wearing headdresses, staring out over the valley. Inside each sarcophagus is a mummy, wrapped in textiles, placed upright, preserved by the dry conditions of the cliff ledge. The sarcophagi are anthropomorphic, representing the deceased, perhaps as warriors or shamans, their faces stern, their posture erect, guardians of the dead, watching over the valley. How did the Chochapoya place the sarcophagi on the ledge? It is a mystery. The ledge is narrow, accessible only with ropes and climbing equipment, a difficult and dangerous task. Yet the Chochapoya managed it, driven by beliefs about the afterlife, the need to place the dead in high places, closer to the sky, to the gods, to the condors that fly in the mist. The Chochapoya were agriculturalists, growing maize, potatoes, quinoa, coca, and other crops on terraced fields, carved into the steep slopes, irrigated by channels bringing water from streams and springs. The terraces are extensive, covering entire hillsides, evidence of a large population, a productive economy. But the cloud forests are challenging. The rainfall is heavy, the slopes unstable, prone to landslides. The Chochapoya built retaining walls, drainage systems, managing the water, preventing erosion, maintaining the terraces over generations. The Chochapoya also kept llamas and alpacas, the highland camelids, using them for wool, meat, and as pack animals, transporting goods along the mountain trails. The economy was also based on trade, exchanging highland products for jungle goods, connecting the high Andes to the Amazon lowlands, moving coca, chili peppers, feathers, animal skins, medicinal plants, exotic goods valued in the highlands. The Chochapoya were fierce warriors, resisting Inca expansion for decades. The Inca chronicles describe battles, sieges, the difficulty of conquering the cloud forests, the Chochapoya defending their cities from their cliff-top fortresses, using the terrain to their advantage. Eventually, the Inca prevailed, around 1470 CE, conquering the Chochapoya, incorporating them into the empire. The Inca moved populations, resettling Chochapoya in other regions, bringing in loyal groups, a policy of social engineering designed to prevent rebellion. When the Spanish arrived, they found the Chochapoya already subjugated by the Inca. The Chochapoya allied with the Spanish against the Inca, seeking to regain their independence. But the alliance brought new disasters, European diseases, smallpox and measles, decimating the population. The Chochapoya cities were abandoned, the cloud forests reclaiming the stone houses, the terraces, the burial cliffs. Trees grew through the walls, vines covered the friezes, the mist obscured the ruins. For centuries, the Chochapoya sites were known only to local people, farmers and herders who lived in the region, who told stories of the ancestors, the cloud people who built in the high places. In the 20th century, archaeologists began exploring the cloud forests, discovering sites, documenting the architecture, the burials, the artifacts. The work is difficult, the sites remote, accessible only by foot or mule, days of trekking through the jungle, the mist, the rain. The Chochapoya remain enigmatic, a culture that built in the clouds, that buried their dead on cliffs, that resisted the Inca, that allied with the Spanish, and that largely disappeared, leaving only the stone houses and the sarcophagi staring from the rock faces, silent witnesses to a world that dissolved into the mist. High in the cloud forests of the Andes, in the Amazonas region of northern Peru, perched on a ridge at 3,000 meters above sea level, surrounded by steep valleys and dense vegetation, there is a fortress city called Quilap, the most impressive site built by the Chochapoya, a monument to their engineering skill, their architectural vision, and their determination to build in the most inaccessible places. Quilap is massive, a walled citadel stretching for nearly 600 meters along the ridge, enclosed by walls up to 19 meters high, built of limestone blocks, fitted without mortar, creating a barrier that is both defensive and symbolic, separating the sacred space from the profane, the city from the forest. The walls are not just tall but thick, up to 3 meters wide at the base, tapering slightly as they rise, creating a sense of mass and permanence. The walls are punctuated by 3 narrow entrances, funnel-shaped passages that force visitors to enter single file, making the city easy to defend, controlling access, asserting the power of those within. Inside the walls are over 400 circular stone structures, houses and storage buildings, arranged in clusters, some with elaborate friezes, diamond patterns and zigzags, decorative elements that identify the Chochapoya style. The largest structure is called El Tintero, the inkwell, a massive inverted cone-shaped building. Its purpose debated, possibly a temple, possibly a burial monument, possibly a watchtower. The structure is unique, unlike anything else at Quilap or in the Chochapoya region. Its form striking and enigmatic. Quilap was occupied from roughly 600 to 1470 CE. Growing over centuries, the walls built and rebuilt, the houses added and modified, the city expanding to accommodate a growing population, estimated at 3,000 or more at its peak. The site is located in the cloud forests, an environment of constant mist, high humidity, and lush vegetation. The clouds roll in from the Amazon, rising up the slopes, enveloping the city in fog, creating an otherworldly atmosphere, a place suspended between earth and sky. The Chochapoya chose this location for its defensibility and its symbolism. The ridge is difficult to approach, steep slopes on all sides, the only access a narrow trail. The height and the mist create a sense of separation, the city above the world, closer to the condors, to the mountains, to the gods. The Chochapoya at Quilap practiced agriculture on terraced fields cut into the slopes below the city, growing maize, potatoes, and other crops. They managed water using channels and cisterns, collecting rainwater, directing runoff, ensuring a supply even during dry periods. The city also had ceremonial spaces, platforms and plazas where rituals were performed, offerings made, the community gathering to honor the gods, to celebrate victories, to mourn the dead. When the Inca conquered the Chochapoya, around 1470 CE, they did not destroy Quilap but incorporated it, building their own structures within the city, imposing their architectural style, their administrative systems. The Inca presence is visible in the stonework, the finer masonry, the trapezoidal doorways, the imperial style overlaying the local tradition. After the Spanish conquest, Quilap was abandoned, the population moved or decimated by disease, the city left to the forest. Trees grew within the walls, roots penetrating the structures, vines covering the stones. The mist obscured the city, and it was forgotten, known only to a few locals. Quilap was rediscovered in the mid-19th century by a local judge, one Crisostomo Nieto, who explored the site and reported it to authorities. But it was not until the 20th century that serious archaeological work began, excavating, documenting, conserving the structures. Access to Quilap was difficult, requiring a long hike or a mule ride up steep, muddy trails. In 2017, a cable car was built, connecting the nearest town to the site, making Quilap accessible to tourists, bringing thousands of visitors who previously could not make the journey. The cable car has been controversial, some arguing it will damage the site with increased tourism, others celebrating it as a way to share the Chochapoya heritage with a wider audience, to bring economic development to the region. Standing within the walls of Quilap, looking out over the cloud forests, the valleys plunging below, the mist swirling around the ridge, you feel the isolation and the grandeur, the sense of a city built at the edge of the world, a fortress in the clouds, a place designed to awe and to protect, to separate and to proclaim. The circular houses stand empty, their roofs long gone, their walls weathered but intact, testament to the skill of the Chochapoya builders, the precision of the stonework, the vision that created this city in the mist. And you feel the silence, the absence of the people who lived here, who defended these walls, who resisted the Inca, who vanished into history, leaving only the stones and the clouds and the memory of an empire that dissolved into the highland silence. On a hill overlooking Cusco, the Inca capital, at an altitude of nearly 3,600 meters, where the air is thin and the sky impossibly blue, there are walls. Massive walls, built of stones so large that some weigh over 100 tons, fitted together with such precision that a knife blade cannot slip between them, creating a fortress or a temple, or perhaps both, a monument to Inca engineering and ambition. This is Sacsayhuaman, one of the most impressive examples of Inca architecture, a site that has amazed visitors for centuries, that has sparked theories of lost technologies, alien intervention, all sorts of fantastical explanations, because the stonework seems impossible, too perfect, too precise, too monumental to have been achieved with stone tools and human labor. But it was. The Inca built Sacsayhuaman, beginning in the 15th century, under the reign of the Emperor Pachacuti and his successors, using stone hammers and bronze chisels, ropes and levers, thousands of workers organized by the MITA system, the labor tax that mobilized the population for state projects. The walls are built in a zigzag pattern, 3 terraces rising up the hillside, the stones massive at the base, smaller higher up, creating a sense of strength and stability. The largest stones are in the lowest terrace, enormous polygonal blocks, shaped to fit together, each stone unique, interlocking with its neighbors, creating a wall that has withstood earthquakes that destroyed colonial buildings in Cusco. The precision is remarkable. The stones have no mortar, held in place by their own weight and the accuracy of the fitting. The surfaces are smooth, the joints tight, the corners sharp. How did the Inca achieve this? By trial and error, by patient labor, by lifting and lowering stones repeatedly, grinding and polishing, shaping and reshaping until the fit was perfect. The effort required is staggering. The stones were quarried from sites several kilometers away, transported to Sacsayhuaman by rollers or sleds, pulled by ropes, teams of workers coordinating their movements, chanting, singing, working together to move masses of stone across the landscape. Why such effort? Sacsayhuaman served multiple purposes. It was a fortress, defending the capital from attack, controlling the approach from the north. It was a ceremonial center, hosting rituals and festivals, particularly Inti Raymi, the festival of the sun, celebrated each winter solstice. It was a symbol of power, demonstrating the Inca's ability to mobilize labor, to shape stone, to build on a scale that proclaimed their supremacy. The site also had storage facilities, warehouses filled with goods, weapons, food, supplies for the army and the administration. The Inca were master logisticians, managing resources across an empire that stretched from Ecuador to Chile, and Sacsayhuaman was part of that system, a storage and distribution center as well as a fortress. Within the complex were towers, called Muyak Marka, circular or rectangular structures that served as watchtowers, armories, or residences for the garrison. The towers are mostly ruined now, destroyed during the Spanish conquest, and in subsequent centuries, their stones robbed for construction in Cusco. The Spanish conquistadors, when they first saw Sacsayhuaman, were astonished and fearful. They recognized it as a formidable fortress, and during the Inca Rebellion of 1536, Sacsayhuaman was the site of a major battle. Inca forces besieging Cusco. The Spanish defenders holed up in the city, the outcome uncertain for weeks. The Spanish eventually prevailed, retaking Sacsayhuaman, killing the Inca defenders, and beginning the systematic dismantling of the fortress. Stones were removed and used to build churches and houses in Cusco, the colonial city rising on the ruins of the Inca capital. Much of Sacsayhuaman was destroyed, but the largest stones, too massive to move, remained, the foundations of the walls, the base of the terraces, the evidence of what once stood. Sacsayhuaman is now a tourist site, one of the most visited in Peru, part of the Cusco tourist circuit. Visitors walk the zigzag walls, marvel at the stonework, take photographs, and try to comprehend the scale. The site is also used for Inti Raymi, the festival of the sun, reenacted each June, with thousands of participants in traditional costume, performing rituals, honoring the Inca heritage, celebrating indigenous identity. Standing at Sacsayhuaman, touching the massive stones, feeling their weight, their coolness, their perfect edges, you feel the ambition and the skill, the determination to build something that would last, that would demonstrate power, that would connect earth and sky, human and divine. And you feel the loss, the destruction, the colonial dismantling, the stones removed, the towers toppled, the fortress reduced to fragments. But what remains is still powerful, still impressive, the stones still fitted, still standing, still proclaiming, across 5 centuries, the achievement of the Inca, the mountain empire that built at the edge of the possible and left behind monuments that defy time and understanding. On the southern coast of Peru, on the Paracas Peninsula, a barren, windswept desert jutting into the Pacific, there was a culture that flourished from roughly 800 BCE to 100 CE. The Paracas culture, known primarily for their extraordinary textiles and their elaborate burial practices. The Paracas are not known for monumental architecture, not for pyramids or cities, but for the care they took with their dead, for the bundles they created, mummy bundles wrapped in layer upon layer of the finest textiles ever produced in the pre-Columbian Americas. The textiles are masterpieces, woven and embroidered with extraordinary skill, using camelid wool and cotton, dyed in vivid colors, reds and yellows and blues and greens, depicting supernatural beings, mythological scenes, animals and humans transformed into gods or demons. The embroidery is three-dimensional, the threads creating textures, the figures standing out from the background, a tactile as well as visual art. The stitches are tiny, precise, hundreds of stitches per square centimeter, the work of master craftspeople, possibly women, though we do not know for certain, working for months or years to create a single textile. The bundles are multi-layered. At the center is the mummy, the body placed in a seated position, knees drawn up, wrapped in plain cloth. Around the mummy are offerings, pottery, food, tools, ornaments. Then comes the wrapping, layer upon layer of textiles, plain cloths alternating with embroidered mantles, creating a bundle that could contain dozens of textiles, weighing hundreds of kilograms. The largest bundles, those of the elite, contained over 60 textiles, a staggering display of wealth and skill. The textiles were heirlooms, passed down through generations, or newly made for the burial, a final gift to the deceased. The bundles were buried in cemeteries in the Paracas Peninsula, placed in underground chambers or in simple pits, covered with sand. The dry desert climate preserved the textiles, the lack of moisture preventing decay, the bundles remaining intact for over 2,000 years. The cemeteries were discovered in the 1920s by Peruvian archaeologist Julio C. Tello, who excavated over 400 bundles, documenting the textiles, the burials, the grave goods. The textiles are now in museums, primarily in Lima, displayed in climate-controlled cases, marvels of pre-Columbian art. The iconography of the Paracas textiles is complex, showing supernatural beings, often called the oculate being, a figure with large circular eyes, a fanged mouth, tentacle-like appendages, possibly a deity or a shaman in transformation, a being that crosses boundaries between human and animal, earthly and supernatural. The beings hold trophy heads, severed human heads, a motif common in Paracas and later Nazca art, evidence of warfare, ritual sacrifice, or both. The heads are depicted with closed eyes, slack jaws, the features of death, held by the hair, displayed as trophies or offerings. The Paracas economy was based on fishing, exploiting the rich marine resources of the Pacific coast, and on agriculture in the narrow river valleys that cut through the desert. They grew maize, beans, squash, and cotton, using irrigation to bring water from the rivers to the fields. The Paracas were also part of trade networks, exchanging coastal products for highland goods, obsidian and camelid wool, connecting the coast to the Andes, the sea to the mountains. The culture transitioned into the Nazca culture, around 100 CE, the styles evolving, the textiles becoming less elaborate, the pottery more colorful, the settlement patterns shifting. The Paracas cemeteries were abandoned, no longer used, the knowledge of the locations lost. When Tello excavated, he found the bundles partially looted, disturbed by earlier tomb robbers, but much remained, enough to reveal the extraordinary skill and artistry of the Paracas weavers. The Paracas Peninsula is a desolate place, a desert of rock and sand, battered by wind, the ocean crashing against the cliffs. There is little to see on the surface, no pyramids, no monumental structures, just the flat expanse of the desert and the sea. But beneath the surface, in the bundles, in the textiles wrapped around the dead, there is beauty and meaning, a culture's understanding of life and death, the importance of the ancestors, the belief that the dead continued, wrapped in the finest cloth, surrounded by offerings, preserved by the desert waiting. The Paracas textiles are among the greatest achievements of pre-Columbian art, and they speak to a culture that valued craft, that invested immense labor in honoring the dead, that created beauty not for the living but for the afterlife, for the journey beyond, for the silence that follows, the highland and coastal silence where the wind never stops, where the only sound is the ocean and the sand, where the dead rest wrapped in color and thread, in patterns that still glow, in embroidery that still holds, testament to hands long vanished, to a culture dissolved, to an empire of textiles that endures in museums, fragments of a world woven and wrapped and buried, waiting to be unwrapped, to be seen, to be remembered. The caravans came bearing frankincense and myrrh, silk and spices, gold dust and ivory, the wealth of distant lands condensed into bundles carried by camels, loaded onto ships, transferred from hand to hand across deserts and seas. Cities rose where the routes crossed, where water could be found, where merchants rested and traders bargained and wealth accumulated. These were the entrepôts, the nodes in a network that spanned continents, that connected empires, that made fortunes and built temples. And then the routes shifted. The caravans found new paths, the harbors silted up, the earthquakes came, the deserts advanced. The wealth vanished, not spent or stolen but simply gone elsewhere, following the caravans to new cities, leaving the old ones empty, their markets silent, their treasuries hollow, their names forgotten until the sand was blown away or the water receded, revealing what was lost. In the desert of southern Jordan, where the red sandstone cliffs rise abruptly from the valley floor, carved by wind and water into fantastic shapes, there is a narrow gorge called the Sick, a winding passage between towering walls of rock, barely wide enough for two camels to pass side by side, over a kilometer long, the walls closing in overhead, blocking the sun, creating a sense of anticipation and enclosure. And then, suddenly, the Sick opens, and there before you, carved directly into the rose-red cliff face, is the treasury Al-Khosna, a magnificent facade 40 meters high, with Corinthian columns, pediments, urns, statues of gods and goddesses, carved in such detail that you forget you are looking at living rock. A facade that seems built rather than carved. A temple or tomb so grand that local legend claimed it held the treasure of a pharaoh. This is Petra, the rose-red city, capital of the Nabatean kingdom, which flourished from roughly the 4th century BCE to 106 CE, when it was annexed by the Roman Empire. Petra was not just a city but a nexus, a place where trade routes converged, where caravans from Arabia carrying frankincense and Mermet caravans from the Mediterranean bringing wine and olive oil, where east met west, where wealth accumulated. The Nabateans were Arab merchants, originally nomadic, who settled in the mountains and wadis of southern Jordan, controlling the trade routes, providing water and protection to caravans, charging tolls and taxes, growing wealthy on the commerce that passed through their territory. Petra was their masterpiece, a city carved from stone, hidden in the mountains, accessible only through narrow gorges, defensible, dramatic, a statement of power and wealth. The city contains over 800 carved facades, tombs and temples, houses and cisterns, a whole urban landscape chiseled from the sandstone cliffs. The treasury is the most famous, but it is just one of many. The royal tombs, a series of massive facades on the cliff face, include the urn tomb, the silk tomb, the Corinthian tomb, and the palace tomb, each more elaborate than the last, carved for Nabatean kings or high officials, their interiors hollowed out, chambers for burial, decorated with niches and benches, now empty, the bodies and grave goods long gone. The facades show a blend of styles, Nabatean, Hellenistic, Roman, a cosmopolitan architecture reflecting the city's position as a crossroads, a place where cultures mingled, where craftsmen from different traditions worked together, creating something unique. The city had a theatre, carved into the hillside, seating over 3,000, used for performances and public gatherings. It had a colonnaded street, paved with stones, lined with shops and temples, a Roman-style thoroughfare imposed on the Nabatean city after annexation. But the most remarkable feature of Petra is its water management system. The city is in the desert, rainfall scarce and unpredictable, yet the Nabateans supported a population of perhaps 20,000 at Petra's peak. They achieved this through an elaborate system of dams, cisterns, channels, and pipes, capturing every drop of rain, directing runoff from the surrounding hills into storage, ensuring a reliable water supply. Channels carved into the rock walls of the Sick brought water into the city from springs in the mountains. Cisterns, both natural caves and carved chambers, stored water underground, keeping it cool, minimizing evaporation. Dams across wadis captured flash floods, slowing the water, allowing it to soak into the ground, recharging aquifers. The Nabateans were masters of desert hydrology, and their expertise made Petra possible, a city where there should be none, a green oasis created by engineering and ingenuity. The economy of Petra was based on trade. The Nabateans controlled the overland routes for frankincense and myrrh, aromatic resins from southern Arabia and the Horn of Africa, highly valued in the ancient world for religious rituals, perfumes, and medicine. Caravans carried these precious goods north to the Mediterranean ports, passing through Petra, paying taxes, purchasing supplies, enriching the Nabatean kings. The Nabateans also traded in spices, silk from China, pearls from the Persian Gulf, exotic animals and plants, everything that moved between east and west. They were middlemen, facilitators, providing safe passage, water, and markets, taking a cut at every stage. But trade routes are fickle. In the 1st century CE, maritime routes through the Red Sea became more efficient, bypassing the overland routes, reducing the flow of caravans through Petra. The city's wealth declined. When the Romans annexed the Nabatean kingdom in 106 CE, making it the province of Arabia Petrea, Petra lost its independence and much of its economic importance. The city continued under Roman rule, adapting, building new structures, but the glory days were over. An earthquake in 363 CE damaged much of the city, collapsing buildings, destroying the water systems. The population dwindled. By the Islamic period, Petra was largely abandoned, known only to local Bedouin tribes, who used it as a shelter, who told stories of the city carved in stone. The Crusaders built a fort at Petra in the 12th century, but they did not stay long. The city faded from Western memory, becoming a legend, a lost city mentioned in ancient texts, but no longer on maps. In 1812, Swiss explorer Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, disguised as a Muslim pilgrim, convinced a local guide to take him to Petra. Burckhardt was the first European in modern times to see the city, and he described it in journals that sparked international interest. Explorers and archaeologists followed, documenting, excavating, revealing the extent and splendor of the Nabatean capital. Petra is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site and Jordan's most visited tourist attraction. Thousands walk through the Sikh each day, emerging to gasp at the treasury, climbing to the monastery, another massive facade high in the mountains, exploring the tombs and temples. But tourism brings challenges. The soft sandstone is eroding, damaged by touching, by humidity from visitors' breath, by exposure to the elements after centuries of protection. Conservation is ongoing, trying to balance access and preservation, to share the site without destroying it. Standing before the treasury, looking up at the columns and the facade carved from the living rock, glowing pink and orange in the afternoon sun, you feel the audacity and the skill, the vision of the Nabateans who transformed cliffs into architecture, who built a city in the desert, who controlled the wealth of trade routes for centuries. And you feel the impermanence, the way the caravans stopped coming, the routes shifted, the wealth vanished, leaving only the facades, empty and magnificent, monuments to a prosperity that dissolved when the world changed, when the trade moved elsewhere, when the desert city was left in silence, waiting to be rediscovered. In the empty quarter, the Rub al-Khali, the vast sand sea that covers much of the southern Arabian Peninsula, where temperatures reach 50 degrees Celsius, where dunes stretch to the horizon in every direction, where almost nothing lives and almost no one goes, there are legends of a lost city, a place of wealth and wickedness, destroyed by God for its sins, swallowed by the sands, vanished without a trace. This is Ubar, called the Atlantis of the Sands, mentioned in the Quran, in the tales of the Arabian Nights, described as a city of towers, a center of the frankincense trade, a place so prosperous and so arrogant that divine punishment was inevitable. For centuries, Ubar was considered a myth, a legend with no basis in reality, a cautionary tale about hubris and divine retribution. But in 1992, a team of archaeologists, using satellite imagery and remote sensing, found evidence of caravan routes in the desert, old tracks visible from space, converging on a site in Oman, near the modern settlement of Ash-Shiza. Excavations at the site revealed a fortress, a walled settlement built of stone and mud brick, with towers at the corners, a substantial structure dating from roughly 300 BCE to 300 CE. The fortress was built over a limestone cavern, a natural water source, a spring that made the location valuable in the desert. The site was not a large city, but a fortified caravanserai, a way station on the frankincense route, a place where caravans stopped to water their camels, to rest, to trade goods, to pay taxes to the local rulers. The fortress controlled access to the water, extracting tolls from the caravans, accumulating wealth from the trade. Frankincense, the aromatic resin from boswellia trees, was one of the most valuable commodities in the ancient world. The trees grew in southern Arabia and the Horn of Africa, in arid regions where little else grew. The resin was harvested by cutting the bark, allowing the sap to bleed out and harden into tears, which were collected and transported by caravan. Frankincense was used in religious rituals across the ancient world, burned as incense in temples in Egypt, Mesopotamia, Greece, and Rome. It was also used in perfumes, medicines, and for embalming. The demand was enormous, and the trade routes that carried frankincense north were among the most important and profitable in the ancient world. The caravans traveled through the desert, following routes marked by wells and way stations, moving slowly, the camels loaded with the precious resin, the merchants vulnerable to bandits, to sandstorms, to thirst. The fortresses along the route provided protection and services, and they grew wealthy in the process. The site at Ash-Shiza, possibly the legendary Ubar, shows evidence of long-term occupation and trade. Pottery from across the region has been found, Roman glass, storage jars, evidence of connections to the wider world, of wealth flowing through this remote desert outpost. But the fortress was destroyed, not by divine wrath, but by a natural disaster. The limestone cavern beneath the fortress collapsed, creating a sinkhole that swallowed part of the structure, the walls cracking and falling into the void, the towers toppling. The collapse was sudden, catastrophic, possibly triggered by an earthquake or by the gradual weakening of the limestone from water erosion. The inhabitants abandoned the site, the fortress left in ruins, the well inaccessible, the location no longer viable. The caravans found other routes, other water sources, and the fortress was forgotten, covered by sand, its location lost. The legend persisted, the story of Ubar, the city punished for its sins, the towers brought low, the wealth scattered. The Quran mentions Iram of the pillars, which had not been created the like of it in the land, a city destroyed by God, and some scholars identify Iram with Ubar, though the connections are tenuous, the legends layered, difficult to separate from history. Is Ash-Shizar the legendary Ubar? Possibly. It is a fortress in the right region, at the right time, associated with the frankincense trade, destroyed suddenly. But it is not a great city, not a place of magnificent towers, not the opulent capital described in legend. It is a way station, an outpost, a minor node in a trade network. Perhaps Ubar was never a single place, but a concept, a name for the fortresses and settlements along the frankincense route, a term that over time became attached to stories of divine punishment, of cities swallowed by the sands, of wealth vanished. The empty quarter is vast, largely unexplored, and other sites may exist, buried under the dunes, waiting to be found. Satellite imagery has revealed ancient lakebeds, river systems, evidence that the desert was once less arid, that settlements and trade routes crossed regions now barren. Ash-Shizar is now a small museum and a tourist site. Though few visit, the location remote, the desert inhospitable. The ruins are partially excavated, the walls exposed, the sinkhole visible, a gaping hole in the ground where the cavern collapsed. Standing at the edge of the sinkhole, looking into the darkness, the desert stretching endlessly in all directions, you feel the weight of legend and history, the way stories grow and change, the way a fortress becomes a city, a collapse becomes divine punishment, a trade route becomes a legend of wealth and ruin. And you feel the desert's power, its ability to swallow and preserve, to erase and reveal, to keep secrets in the sand, waiting for the wind to shift, for the curious to search, for the lost to be found, fragment by fragment, story by story. In the Mediterranean Sea, off the coast of Egypt, in the waters near the modern city of Alexandria, beneath 10 meters of water, covered in sand and silt, there is a city. Columns and statues lie on the seabed, temples and houses, harbors and quays, an entire urban landscape submerged, hidden from view for over 1,000 years, forgotten, lost, until divers and underwater archaeologists rediscovered it in the year 2000. This is Heraklion, called Thonis in Egyptian, a city that was once one of the most important ports in Egypt, the gateway to the Nile, the place where foreign ships arriving from the Mediterranean would unload their cargings before transferring goods to Egyptian vessels for transport up the river to Memphis and beyond. Heraklion flourished from roughly the 6th century BCE to the 8th century CE, a period of over 1,000 years. The city was founded during the late period of ancient Egypt, grew under the Ptolemies, continued under Roman rule, and persisted into the early Islamic period. It was a cosmopolitan city, a trading hub, a place where Greek, Egyptian, and other Mediterranean cultures mingled. The city was built on a series of islands in the Nile Delta, where the river branched and flowed into the sea. The location was strategic, controlling access to the Nile, but it was also vulnerable. The delta is a shifting landscape, the river channels moving, the land subsiding, the sea level rising. Heraklion was mentioned in ancient texts, in the writings of Herodotus and Strabo, described as an important port, a place of temples and trade. But over time, the city disappeared from the records, its name vanishing, its location forgotten. Scholars debated whether it had ever existed, whether the ancient descriptions were accurate or legendary. Then, in the 1990s, French underwater archaeologist Frank Goddio and his team began surveying the waters off the Egyptian coast, using sonar and magnetometers to map the seabed. They found anomalies, structures that did not look natural, and they began diving. What they found was astonishing. A city, intact, submerged, preserved by the water and the silt. Columns from temples, some over 5 meters tall. Statues of gods and pharaohs, including a colossal statue of the god Hapi, the Nile deity, over 5 meters high, carved from red granite. Inscriptions in Egyptian hieroglyphs and Greek, identifying the city, naming the gods, recording dedications. The main temple at Heracleion was dedicated to Ammonius Jerub, a form of the god Ammonius worshipped at the city. The temple was large, with massive columns, a pylon entrance, courtyards and sanctuaries. The temple complex has been partially excavated underwater, the stones mapped, the artifacts recovered and conserved. The harbour of Heracleion was extensive, with quays and docks, warehouses for storing goods, evidence of shipbuilding and repair. The harbour was protected by breakwaters and artificial islands, engineered to create calm water for loading and unloading, for the transfer of goods from seagoing vessels to river boats. The city had residential areas, houses built of mud brick, streets and alleys, evidence of daily life. The underwater excavations have recovered pottery, jewelry, coins, tools, lamps, the detritus of a functioning city. Why did Heracleion sink? The reasons are complex, a combination of natural processes. The Nile Delta is subsiding, the land compacting under its own weight, sinking slowly over centuries. The sea level has risen since antiquity, partly due to the subsidence, partly due to broader climate changes. Earthquakes, common in the eastern Mediterranean, may have triggered liquefaction, the soil temporarily losing its strength, causing buildings to collapse and the land to sink further. The city did not sink suddenly, in a single catastrophic event, but gradually, over centuries, buildings slowly submerging, the inhabitants abandoning them as the water rose, moving to higher ground, to Alexandria, to other ports. By the 8th century CE, Heracleion was largely underwater, the temples and harbours submerged, the city abandoned. Silt from the Nile covered the ruins, protecting them, creating anaerobic conditions that prevented decay of organic materials. The underwater environment preserved the city better than exposure to air would have. The stones and statues intact, the inscriptions readable, the structures recognizable. The excavations at Heracleion continue, a slow process, diving in limited visibility, working underwater, carefully documenting and recovering artifacts. The finds are spectacular, providing insights into Ptolemaic and Roman Egypt, into trade and religion, into the daily life of a port city. Some artifacts have been raised and are displayed in museums, in Alexandria and Cairo, in Europe and America, exhibitions showcasing the underwater discoveries, the statues and stelae, the coins and jewelry, the evidence of a lost city. But much remains underwater, protected by the Egyptian government, the site designated as an underwater archaeological park, accessible only to archaeologists and researchers, not to tourists or sport divers. The sea keeps the city, preserving it, revealing it slowly, as the excavations proceed, as the technology improves, as the story of Heracleion is pieced together from the stones and the silt. Standing on a boat above the site, looking down into the water, knowing that beneath the surface there is a city, streets and temples, statues of gods lying on the seabed, you feel the strangeness of it, the way the sea took what was built on land, the way water became the element of preservation, the way a city can vanish not by destruction but by transformation, sinking slowly, dissolving into the depths, waiting in the silence of the sea. On the southern shore of the Gulf of Corinth, in the Peloponnese of Greece, there was a city called Helike, one of the principal cities of the Achaean League, a powerful and wealthy polis known for its sanctuary dedicated to Poseidon, the god of the sea and earthquakes. In 373 BCE, on a winter night, the earth shook. A massive earthquake struck, the ground splitting, buildings collapsing, fires breaking out. And then the sea came, a tsunami surging inland, sweeping over the ruins, drowning the city, dragging everything into the gulf. By morning, Helike was gone, vanished beneath the water, 2,000 people dead, a city erased in a single night. The disaster was recorded by ancient writers. Pausanias, writing centuries later, described visiting the site, seeing the ruins underwater, the walls and buildings visible beneath the surface, a ghostly city in the sea. Strabo mentioned that boatmen could row over the site, pointing down to the sunken polis. Helike became famous in antiquity as an example of divine punishment, the wrath of Poseidon, a cautionary tale about hubris and neglect. Some scholars suggested that the story of Helike influenced Plato's account of Atlantis, the legendary island that sank into the sea in a single day and night, a civilization destroyed by the gods for its arrogance. The parallels are striking: a wealthy city, a sudden disaster, a submergence, a disappearance. Whether Plato had Helike in mind is speculation, but the connection has been made. For centuries, the location of Helike was debated. The ancient descriptions placed it on the coast of the Gulf of Corinth, but no underwater ruins were visible, no columns or walls protruding from the sea. Some scholars suggested the ancient writers had exaggerated, that Helike had been destroyed but not submerged, that the city lay buried inland, not underwater. In the late 20th century, archaeologists Dora Katsonopoula and Stephen Sota began searching for Helike, using ancient texts, geological surveys, and remote sensing. They discovered that the coastline had changed dramatically since antiquity, the land uplifting and subsiding, the delta of the Selinus River advancing into the Gulf, filling in the coast with sediment. They found Helike, not underwater, but buried under meters of sediment, several kilometers inland from the modern coast. The city had been submerged in 373 BCE, but later earthquakes and sedimentation had raised the land, the delta advancing, covering the ruins. Excavations began, revealing buildings, streets, pottery, coins, evidence of the city. The ruins show signs of sudden destruction: walls collapsed, roofs fallen, fire damage. The tsunami had swept through, depositing a layer of marine sediment, seashells and sand, over the ruins. Then the river had buried everything further. The sanctuary of Poseidon has not been found, though it is mentioned repeatedly in ancient texts as one of the most important in Greece. The sanctuary may be in the unexcavated areas, or it may have been completely destroyed, the stones carried away by the tsunami, the site obliterated. The earthquake that destroyed Helike was part of a series, the Gulf of Corinth being seismically active, the African and Eurasian tectonic plates meeting and grinding, creating stresses that release periodically in violent quakes. The tsunami was generated by the earthquake, the seafloor shifting, displacing water, creating waves that radiated outward. The waves struck the coast with devastating force, flooding the low-lying areas, sweeping away buildings and people, then receding, dragging debris back into the sea. Helike's destruction was a shock to the Greek world. The city was important, a member of the Achaean League, a center of trade and religion. Its loss demonstrated the power and capriciousness of Poseidon, the Earthshaker, the god who could destroy as easily as he could protect. The survivors of Helike, those who escaped the earthquake and the tsunami, relocated, founding new settlements, but Helike was not rebuilt. The site was cursed, they believed, marked by divine anger, and it was left abandoned, the ruins submerged or buried, a warning and a memory. The excavations at Helike continue, revealing more of the city, the extent of the destruction, the lives of the inhabitants. The finds include pottery, jewelry, tools, evidence of domestic life interrupted suddenly, frozen in the moment of disaster. Helike is now an archaeological park, with a small museum displaying finds, explaining the history and the disaster. The site is inland, in agricultural fields, the ruins below the surface, accessible only through excavation. Standing at Helike, looking at the excavated walls, the collapsed buildings, the layer of marine sediment marking the moment the sea came, you feel the fragility of cities built on unstable ground, the way nature can overwhelm in minutes, the way a city can be erased, not by war or slow decline, but by a single catastrophic event, the earth shaking, the sea rising, the city vanishing, leaving only the memory of disaster, the legend of the sunken city, the cautionary tale told by ancient writers. To remind the Greeks that the gods were powerful, that the earth was dangerous, that no city, no matter how wealthy or well protected, was safe from the wrath of Poseidon. At the mouth of the Guadalquivir River, in southern Spain, where the river flows into the Atlantic, there was, according to ancient texts, a city and a kingdom called Tartessos, a place of fabulous wealth, rich in gold and silver, a civilization that traded with the Phoenicians and the Greeks, that flourished during the Bronze and early Iron Ages, and then vanished, leaving almost no trace, becoming one of the great mysteries of European archaeology. Tartessos is mentioned by Greek and Roman writers. Herodotus describes it as a source of silver, so abundant that the Phoenician ships returned with silver anchors and silver ballast, having traded all their goods for the precious metal. The Bible mentions Tarshish, possibly the same place, a distant land of riches, ships of Tarshish carrying gold, silver, ivory, and peacocks. But despite the references, Tartessos has never been found. No city has been identified with certainty as the capital. The kingdom, if it existed, left no written records, no inscriptions, no monuments that have survived or been recognized. What has been found are traces. Archaeological sites in the Guadalquivir Valley show evidence of a sophisticated culture during the Late Bronze and Early Iron Ages, roughly 1000 to 500 BCE. Settlements with well-built houses, elaborate tombs, rich grave goods, metalwork of high quality, gold and silver jewelry, bronze weapons and tools. One of the most significant sites is Cancho Roano, in the province of Badajoz, a palatial complex with thick walls, altars, storage rooms, and evidence of ritual activity. The complex was deliberately burned and buried around 400 BCE, possibly an act of ritual termination, abandoning the site, closing a chapter. Another site is Carambolo, near Seville, where a treasure was found in 1958, a hoard of gold jewelry, plaques, bracelets, necklaces, decorated with intricate filigree and granulation, dated to around 800 BCE, some of the finest gold work from the period. The treasure is now in the Archaeological Museum of Seville, a spectacular display of craftsmanship and wealth. These finds suggest a wealthy, organized society, capable of producing fine metalwork, trading over long distances, accumulating resources. But a society is not a city, and the capital of Tartessos, the city described by the Greeks, has not been located. Some scholars argue that Tartessos was not a single city but a region, a cultural area, a network of settlements united by trade, by language, by shared practices. The name Tartessos may have referred to the kingdom as a whole, not to a specific urban center. The Phoenicians established colonies on the southern coast of Spain, at Gaeta, modern Cadiz, and other sites, trading with the local populations, exchanging manufactured goods for raw materials, particularly metals. The metals came from the interior, from mines in the Sierra Morena and other ranges, exploited by local people. The products traded through Tartessian intermediaries to the Phoenicians. The Greek writer Strabo mentions that Tartessos declined and disappeared, conquered or absorbed by the Carthaginians, who established their own dominance over southern Spain. By the time of the Roman conquest, Tartessos was a memory, a name in old texts, a kingdom that had vanished. Why has Tartessos not been found? Several possibilities. The capital may have been on the coast, at the mouth of the Guadalquivir, and the coastline has changed dramatically, sediment deposited by the river building up the delta, burying coastal sites, or the sea level rising, submerging them. The capital may be underwater or under meters of mud, inaccessible to excavation. Alternatively, the capital may have been inland, and the site has not been recognized or has been destroyed by later construction, by agriculture, by urban development. Seville, the major city in the region, is built on layers of earlier occupation, Roman, Visigothic, Islamic, and possibly Bronze Age, the older layers largely inaccessible. Or perhaps Tartessos is a phantom, a name that became associated with a region and a culture that did not have a single capital, that was more dispersed, less urbanized, than the Greek texts suggest. The Greeks, encountering a wealthy trading network, may have assumed a great city must be the source, projecting their own urban model onto a different society. The mystery persists. Tartessos remains one of the great lost civilizations of Europe, a kingdom known from texts, hinted at by artifacts, but never definitively located, never fully understood. The gold and silver are real, the metalwork exquisite, the evidence of trade clear. But the city, if it existed, is hidden, waiting to be found, or perhaps never to be found, remaining in the realm of legend, the Atlantis of Iberia. On the southern coast of Cyprus, where the island faces Africa and the Levant, there was a city called Kition, a Phoenician colony, a major port, a center of copper production and trade, a city that thrived for over 1,000 years, from the Bronze Age through the Roman period, and then declined, abandoned, its ruins covered by the modern city of Larnaca. Kition was founded in the late Bronze Age, around the 13th century BCE, by Mycenaean Greeks or by Cypriots influenced by Mycenaean culture. The city was built near copper mines and smelting sites, controlling the production and export of copper, which was in high demand throughout the Mediterranean, essential for making bronze. In the 9th century BCE, the Phoenicians, seafaring traders from the Levantine coast, established a presence at Kition, possibly through trade agreements, possibly through conquest. They rebuilt the city, constructing temples, workshops, harbors, transforming Kition into a Phoenician stronghold on Cyprus. The Phoenicians were master sailors and merchants, establishing colonies and trading posts across the Mediterranean, from the Levant to North Africa to Iberia, creating a network that dominated trade for centuries. Kition was part of this network, exporting copper, importing goods from across the Mediterranean, serving as a hub for Phoenician activity in the eastern Mediterranean. The main temple at Kition was dedicated to Astarte, the Phoenician goddess of fertility and war, known to the Greeks as Aphrodite. The temple was large, with thick walls, courtyards, altars for sacrifices, storage rooms for offerings. Inscriptions in Phoenician script have been found, dedicating the temple, naming priests and kings, recording donations. The city had extensive workshops, particularly for metallurgy. The workshops produced bronze objects, tools, weapons, statuettes, using copper from the nearby mines and tin imported from distant sources. The scale of production was industrial, with evidence of mass production, standardized objects, a proto-factory system. The city also had a significant shipbuilding industry. Timber from the mountains of Cyprus, particularly cedar, was used to construct ships, the Phoenician galleys that plied the Mediterranean, carrying goods, raiding, exploring. The harbor at Kition was modified and expanded, with artificial moles and quays, accommodating the ships, facilitating trade. Kition was involved in regional politics and conflicts. Cyprus was contested between various powers: the Assyrians, the Egyptians, the Persians, the Greeks under Alexander, the Ptolemies, the Romans. Kition shifted allegiance, paid tribute, resisted, adapted, surviving through diplomacy and trade. During the Hellenistic period, under the Ptolemies, Kition continued as a major city, though its Phoenician character diminished, Hellenistic culture and Greek language becoming dominant. The city was renamed. Temples to Greek gods were built alongside the Phoenician shrines. The population became more mixed. Under Roman rule, Kition remained important, but declined relative to other Cypriot cities, particularly Salamis, which became the capital. Earthquakes damaged Kition, and the harbor silted up, reducing its utility. By the early medieval period, the city was largely abandoned, the population moving to nearby areas, the name Kition fading, replaced by Larnaca, derived from the Greek word for sarcophagus, because of the many ancient tombs in the area. The ruins of Kition were buried under modern Larnaca, a city that grew in the Ottoman and British periods, built over the ancient site, obscuring it. In the 20th century, archaeologists began excavating in Larnaca, uncovering parts of ancient Kition, the temples, the workshops, the city walls. The excavations are challenging, conducted in the midst of a modern city, requiring coordination with urban development, balancing preservation and progress. Large sections of ancient Kition remain unexcavated, under buildings and streets, their secrets buried. What has been found reveals a wealthy, cosmopolitan city, a place where Phoenician, Greek, and Cypriot cultures coexisted, where trade and craft production flourished, where the wealth of copper and the skill of craftsmen created a prosperity that lasted centuries. Kition is a reminder of Cyprus's central role in the Bronze and Iron Age Mediterranean, an island at the crossroads of trade routes, a source of essential resources, a place where cultures met and mingled, where merchants grew wealthy, where gods were honored in temples, where ships were built and laden with goods, sailing out into the Mediterranean, connecting distant lands, creating the networks of exchange that defined the ancient world. The site is now an archaeological park in Larnaca, with a small museum displaying finds, explaining the history. Visitors can walk among the ruins, see the foundations of the temples, the workshops, the city walls, the remnants of a city that was once a major port, a center of trade, a Phoenician stronghold, now quiet, surrounded by modern buildings, the ancient stones speaking softly of a time when Kition was prosperous, when the harbor was full of ships, when the workshops rang with the sound of hammers on bronze, when the caravans and the ships arrived bearing wealth, and the city grew rich on the flow of trade. In the heart of the Deccan Plateau in southern India, in the state of Karnataka, where granite boulders are piled in fantastic formations, where the Tungabhadra River flows through a landscape of rock and scrub, there are ruins. Temples and palaces, pavilions and bazaars, spread across over 40 square kilometers, carved in granite, built with precision and artistry, monuments to a Hindu empire that was one of the wealthiest and most powerful in South Asia, the Vijayanagara Empire, which flourished from the 14th to the 16th centuries CE. The city was called Vijayanagara, the City of Victory, but the site is now known as Hampi, a small village within the ruins. Hampi was the capital, the heart of an empire that stretched across most of southern India, controlling trade routes, agricultural lands, diamond mines, ports on both coasts, accumulating wealth and power, building on a scale that astonished foreign visitors. The empire was founded in 1336 CE by two brothers, Harihara and Bukka, who established a Hindu kingdom in response to Islamic invasions from the north. The Vijayanagara Empire became a bulwark of Hindu culture, a patron of temples and arts, a center of Sanskrit learning and devotional movements. The city of Hampi was built among the granite boulders, using the natural landscape, incorporating the rocks into the architecture, creating a city that was both monumental and integrated with the environment. The main temple complex, the Virupaksha Temple, dedicated to Shiva, is still an active place of worship, a temple that has been in continuous use for over 1,000 years. The Virupaksha Temple is a large complex with a tall gopuram, a gateway tower, over 50 meters high, covered with sculptures of gods and mythological scenes, carved in granite, painted in bright colors. The temple has courtyards and halls, pillared mandapas where devotees gather, shrines to various deities, a sacred tank for ritual bathing. Another major temple is the Vittala Temple, dedicated to Vishnu, famous for its stone chariot and its musical pillars. The stone chariot is a shrine in the shape of a chariot, carved from granite, with wheels that once turned, pulled by stone horses, a masterpiece of sculpture and engineering. The musical pillars are columns in the temple's mandapa, each carved from a single piece of granite, that produce different musical notes when struck, creating a xylophone of stone. The pillars are decorated with intricate carvings, gods and musicians, dancers and devotees, a celebration of art and devotion. The city had a royal enclosure, a walled area containing palaces, audience halls, baths and gardens. The Lotus Mahal, a pavilion with arches and domes, blends Hindu and Islamic architectural styles, a delicate structure used by the royal women. The elephant stables, a long building with domed chambers, housed the royal elephants, over a dozen of them, used in ceremonies and warfare. The Queen's Bath is a large square building with a pool in the center, surrounded by corridors and balconies, used by the royal women for bathing. The water perfumed, the atmosphere leisurely, a place of luxury and privacy. The city had an elaborate water management system, tanks and channels, aqueducts and reservoirs, capturing monsoon rains, storing water for the dry season, irrigating gardens and fields, supplying the city's population. The Komalapura tank and the stepped wells are engineering marvels, carved into the rock, accessible by staircases, ensuring water even in the hottest months. Hampi was a cosmopolitan city, attracting merchants from across Asia and beyond. Persian, Portuguese, and Italian travelers visited and left descriptions. The Portuguese traveler Domingo Paes, visiting in the early 16th century, described Hampi as larger than Rome, with magnificent palaces, markets full of goods, streets crowded with people, a city of immense wealth and vitality. The empire's economy was based on agriculture, cotton and rice cultivation, but also on trade. Hampi controlled the trade in spices, particularly pepper and cardamom, exporting them through ports on the west coast to the Middle East and Europe. The empire also controlled diamond mines, the famous Golconda diamonds, among the largest and finest in the world, traded internationally. The wealth supported an army, one of the largest in the world, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, cavalry, war elephants, and artillery. The empire fought wars with the Islamic sultanates to the north, defending its territory, expanding when possible, maintaining a balance of power. But in 1565 CE, the balance broke. A coalition of Deccan sultanates, long-standing enemies, united and defeated the Vijayanagara army at the Battle of Tolikota. The defeat was catastrophic. The emperor was killed, the army routed, and the victorious sultanates marched on Hampi. The city was sacked, systematically looted, and destroyed over several months. Temples were desecrated, sculptures smashed, palaces burned, treasuries emptied. The destruction was thorough, deliberate, an attempt to erase the city, to humiliate the defeated empire. The empire did not completely collapse immediately, but it fragmented, the central authority broken, regional governors declaring independence, the unity shattered. Hampi was abandoned, left in ruins, too damaged to rebuild, too sacred to forget. The temples that remained intact continued to be used by local communities, pilgrims still visiting, worshipping, maintaining a connection to the sacred past. But the palaces and bazaars were left empty, the granite walls standing but hollow, the city becoming a ghost, a ruin inhabited by monkeys and bats, the boulders and the river and the wind. For centuries, Hampi was known but not extensively studied, the ruins vast and daunting, the site remote. In the 19th century, British archaeologists and colonial administrators began documenting the site, photographing, mapping, recognizing the scale and significance. In the 20th century, systematic excavations and conservation began, clearing vegetation, stabilizing structures, restoring where necessary. Hampi was declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1986, recognized as an outstanding example of South Asian architecture and urban planning. Today, Hampi is a major tourist destination, attracting visitors from around the world. The ruins are spread across a wide area, connected by paths winding among the boulders, the landscape dramatic and beautiful. Visitors climb the hills, explore the temples, marvel at the stone chariot and the musical pillars, imagine the city as it was, bustling with life, filled with wealth and devotion. Standing in the Vittala temple, striking the musical pillars, hearing the clear tones ring out, the sound echoing off the granite walls, you feel the ingenuity and the artistry, the devotion of the builders, the vision of an empire that wanted to create beauty as well as power. And you feel the violence of the destruction, the deliberate breaking, the attempt to silence the music, to erase the city, to dissolve the empire. But the stones remain, the temples stand, the music still sounds, faintly, a reminder that what is built with skill and care, what is carved from living rock, endures. Even when the wealth is looted, the palace is burned, the empire dissolved into history and memory. In the Karakum Desert of Turkmenistan, in a region so arid that almost nothing grows, where the heat in summer is unbearable and water is scarce, there is an archaeological site called Gona Tepe, a Bronze Age city, part of the Bactria Margiana Archaeological Complex, BMAC, a civilization that flourished from roughly 2300 to 1700 BCE, contemporary with the Indus Valley and Mesopotamian civilizations. Gona Tepe is one of the largest and most important BMAC sites, covering over 50 hectares, with a fortified palace complex, temples, residential areas, workshops, and an extensive necropolis. The site was discovered in the 1970s by Soviet archaeologist Viktor Serianidi, who excavated there for decades, revealing a civilization of surprising sophistication and wealth. The palace at Gona is a massive mud brick structure, surrounded by thick walls with towers at the corners, creating a fortress as well as a residence. The palace has multiple rooms arranged around courtyards, storage areas, workshops, and what appears to be a throne room or audience hall. Inside the palace complex are temples, small structures with altars and fire installations, possibly used for Zoroastrian-style fire worship, the veneration of sacred flames, a practice that would later become central to Zoroastrianism, the ancient Persian religion. The presence of fire worship at Gona suggests religious continuity, connections between BMAC and later Iranian cultures. The temples also contained evidence of ritual use of substances, possibly hallucinogens or intoxicants. Residues found in vessels suggest the consumption of ephedra, cannabis, and opium poppy, substances that could induce altered states, used in religious ceremonies, possibly by priests or shamans seeking visions, communicating with gods or ancestors. The necropolis at Gona is extensive, with hundreds of burials in brick-lined chambers, the dead placed in flexed positions, accompanied by grave goods. Pottery vessels, metal objects, jewelry, stone seals, and sometimes sacrificed animals. The richest burials have elaborate goods, gold and silver ornaments, indicating social stratification, a hierarchy of wealth and power. One striking feature is the presence of two-wheeled carts in some graves, possibly chariots or wagons, symbols of status, vehicles for the journey to the afterlife. The carts were made of wood, which has largely decayed, but the wheels, made of solid wood discs, have been found. The people of Gona were skilled craftsmen, producing pottery decorated with geometric designs, working bronze to make tools and weapons, creating seals carved with animals and symbols, similar to those from the Indus Valley and Mesopotamia, suggesting trade connections, shared iconography, or cultural exchange. Gona was part of a network of oasis settlements in Central Asia, cities and towns built along rivers and around springs, cultivating wheat and barley, herding sheep and goats, trading with distant regions. The BMAC civilization was positioned on trade routes connecting Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and Central Asia, moving goods. Lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, tin from unknown sources, carnelian and other semi-precious stones, textiles, and possibly domesticated horses. The horse was domesticated somewhere in the steppes north of the BMAC region, and the BMAC people may have been among the first to acquire horses, using them for transport and possibly warfare, though direct evidence is limited. Around 1700 BCE, Gona and other BMAC sites were abandoned. The reasons are debated, but environmental change is a leading theory. The rivers that fed the oases shifted course or dried up, making agriculture unsustainable, forcing populations to move. Climate change, a drying trend, reduced water availability, stressed the agricultural base, led to the collapse of the urban centers. Some scholars suggest that the BMAC people migrated, moving into Iran and the Indus Valley, contributing to the population movements and cultural changes of the Late Bronze Age, possibly carrying with them religious practices, linguistic elements, and cultural traditions that would influence later civilizations. The site of Gona was buried under sand, forgotten, lost for over 3,000 years. Victor Serianides' excavations in the late 20th century brought Gona back to light, revealing a civilization that had been unknown, adding a new chapter to the history of the Bronze Age. The finds from Gona are spectacular, displayed in museums in Ashgabat and elsewhere, beautiful objects that show the skill and artistry of the BMAC people, the wealth of the trade networks, the complexity of the religious practices. Gona Tepe is remote, difficult to access, in a desert region with minimal infrastructure. Few tourists visit, but for archaeologists and historians, it is a site of immense importance, a key to understanding the Bronze Age in Central Asia, the connections between civilizations, the movements of people and ideas. Standing at Gona, among the eroded mud brick walls, the palace ruins, the necropolis, the desert stretching endlessly in all directions, you feel the isolation and the ambition, the determination to build cities in the desert, to create oases of culture and wealth in the midst of aridity. And you feel the impermanence, the way the water stopped flowing, the fields dried up, the people left, the city was swallowed by sand, the trade routes shifted elsewhere, the wealth vanished, leaving only the mud brick and the graves, the stones and the silence of the desert. In northern Afghanistan, in the Badakhshan region near the border with Tajikistan, where the Hindu Kush mountains rise and the lapis lazuli mines have been worked for millennia, there is an archaeological site called Shortchagai, a trading outpost, a colony established by the Indus Valley civilization around 2000 BCE, over 1,000 kilometers from the Indus heartland. Shortchagai is one of the most distant known sites of the Indus civilization, evidence of their trading networks, their reach, their interest in securing access to resources, particularly lapis lazuli, the brilliant blue stone prized across the ancient world. The site is small, covering only a few hectares, with mud brick structures, storage facilities, workshops, and residential areas. The architecture is Indus style, with standardized bricks, drainage systems, orthogonal layouts, characteristics of Harappan cities, transplanted to the Afghan mountains. The pottery found at Shortchagai is Indus pottery, the wheel-made vessels typical of Harappan sites, decorated with black painted designs on a red background. The presence of this pottery so far from the Indus Valley is striking, evidence that the people living at Shortchagai were Indus colonists or traders, maintaining their cultural identity, their technological traditions, in a foreign land. The site also has local pottery, Afghan ceramics, evidence of interaction with local populations, trade and exchange, possibly intermarriage, the blending of cultures that occurs in frontier zones. Shortchagai was positioned to control access to the lapis lazuli mines in the Sarai Sang Valley, a few dozen kilometers away. Lapis lazuli, a metamorphic rock with a deep blue color caused by lazurite, was one of the most valuable commodities in the Bronze Age, used for jewelry, inlays, seals, and pigments. Lapis from Badakhshan has been found in Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Indus Valley, and beyond, evidence of long-distance trade, networks connecting distant civilizations. The Indus merchants, by establishing Shortchagai, secured direct access to the source, cutting out intermediaries, controlling the supply, maximizing profit. The journey from the Indus Valley to Shortchagai was long and difficult, crossing deserts and mountains, following river valleys and mountain passes, a route that required knowledge, organization, and protection from bandits and hostile groups. The colony at Shortchagai was likely supported by the Indus cities, supplied with food and goods, sending back lapis and possibly other resources, timber, minerals, information about the northern regions. Around 1900 BCE, Shortchagai was abandoned. At the same time, the Indus cities were declining. The colony was no longer viable, the trade networks disrupted, the supply chains broken, the support from the homeland ceasing. The people left, returning to the Indus Valley or dispersing locally, and Shortchagai was forgotten, buried under silt and sediment. The site was rediscovered in the 1970s by French archaeologists, who excavated and documented the structures, recognizing the Indus connection, the significance of the site as evidence of Harappan expansion and trade. Shortchagai is now in a remote and unstable region, affected by conflict and insecurity, making archaeological work difficult or impossible. The site is endangered, vulnerable to looting, to construction, to neglect. But the discovery of Shortchagai changed our understanding of the Indus civilization, showing that they were not isolated, not confined to the Indus Valley, but were active traders, explorers, colonizers, reaching out across vast distances to secure resources, to establish connections, to participate in the Bronze Age world system. Standing at Shortchagai, in the Afghan mountains, imagining the Indus merchants arriving 2,000 years before Christ, building their outpost, processing the lapis, sending it back to the cities on the Indus plain, you feel the scale of ambition, the drive to acquire wealth, the networks that connected distant lands. And you feel the fragility, the way the networks collapsed, the outposts abandoned, the trade routes broken, the colonies left empty, the desert and the mountains reclaiming what was briefly held, the caravans fading into memory, the wealth vanishing like water into sand. In southern Turkmenistan, near the border with Iran, in the foothills of the Kopet Dag Mountains, there is a large tell, an artificial mound created by centuries of human occupation, called Namazgh Tepe. The site is one of the most important in Central Asia, representing a long sequence of settlement and cultural development from the Neolithic through the Bronze Age, roughly 600 to 2000 BCE. Namazgh Tepe is the type site for the Namazgh culture, a sequence of archaeological phases that charts the development from early farming villages to complex urban societies. The culture is divided into phases, Namazgh I through 6, each representing a period of development, increasing sophistication, growing populations, expanding trade networks. The earliest phases, Namazgh 1 and 2, show simple farming villages, small mud brick houses, handmade pottery, stone tools, agriculture based on wheat and barley, herding of sheep and goats. The villages were small, egalitarian, with little evidence of social stratification or centralized authority. By Namazgh 3 and 4, around 3000 to 2500 BCE, the settlements were larger, more organized, with evidence of craft specialization, potter's wheels, metallurgy, bronze working. The pottery becomes more elaborate, decorated with painted designs, geometric patterns, animal motifs. The architecture becomes more substantial, larger buildings, evidence of public or communal structures. Namazga V and 6, the mature Bronze Age, show urban characteristics, large settlements, fortification walls, monumental architecture, extensive trade connections. Namazga Tepe becomes a regional center, a city, with a population of several thousand, controlling surrounding villages, extracting tribute, organizing production. The site has yielded seals, small carved objects used to mark ownership or authenticate documents, similar to seals from the BMAC, the Indus Valley, and Mesopotamia. The seals show animals, geometric designs, and possibly script, though the signs have not been deciphered. The presence of seals suggests administrative complexity, record-keeping, bureaucracy, the mechanisms of a state. The economy of Namazga was based on irrigation agriculture, using water from rivers flowing from the Kopet Dag, channeling it to fields, growing crops in the arid foothill environment. The people also herded livestock, worked bronze and copper, produced pottery and textiles, participated in regional trade. Namazga was positioned on trade routes connecting the Iranian plateau to Central Asia and the steppe regions to the north. Goods moved through Namazga: lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, tin from unknown sources, turquoise, carnelian, textiles, possibly horses and other animals. The site shows evidence of contacts with the BMAC civilization, with shared pottery styles, architectural elements, seal designs, suggesting that Namazga was part of the broader Central Asian Bronze Age interaction sphere. Around 2000 BCE, Namazga Tepe was abandoned, part of the broader collapse of Bronze Age urban centers in Central Asia. The reasons, as elsewhere, likely involve environmental change, drought, shifts in trade routes, possibly invasions or migrations by steppe peoples. The site was not reoccupied in later periods, left as a mound, a tell rising from the plain, visible but empty. Local people knew of it, but its significance was not understood until archaeological work began in the 20th century. Soviet archaeologists excavated Namazga Tepe extensively, documenting the long sequence of occupation, the phases of development, the transition from village to city. The finds are in museums in Ashgabat and Tashkent: pottery and tools, seals and jewelry, evidence of a civilization that rose and fell in the Central Asian desert. Namazga Tepe is now a protected site, though it is remote, difficult to access, in a region with limited infrastructure. The tell is eroding, damaged by weather and time, the mud brick structures melting back into earth, the site slowly disappearing. Standing at Namazga Tepe, looking at the eroded slopes of the tell, the exposed mud brick walls, the pottery shards scattered across the surface, you see the layers of history compressed into earth, for 1,000 years of human effort, from the first farmers to the Bronze Age city builders, a sequence of innovation and adaptation, of growth and collapse, of ambition and abandonment. And you feel the silence of the desert, the way time erases, the way cities become mounds, the way the caravans move on, the trade routes shift, the wealth accumulates elsewhere, leaving only the earth and the stones, the fragments of pottery and metal, the faint traces of a world that was once vibrant, once connected, once wealthy, now dissolved into the desert, swallowed by the sands, vanished into the silence that follows when the caravans fade, and the markets close, and the cities empty, and the desert reclaims what was briefly taken from it. The world narrows. The horizons close. These are the civilizations at the edges, on islands so remote that help will never arrive, in forests where no one else dwells, at latitudes where the sun barely rises in winter. They are separated by oceans, by ice, by mountain ranges that cannot be crossed, by deserts that stretch beyond knowing. They build anyway. They create, they trade among themselves, they develop their own answers to the eternal questions. And when the collapse comes, and it always comes, there is nowhere to go, no neighboring city to flee to, no trade route to follow to safety. The edge of the world is also the edge of possibility. When the food runs out, when the trees are gone, when the climate shifts, there is only the ocean, or the ice, or the desert. The last echoes fade. The isolation that made them unique becomes the silence of their ending. In the southeastern Pacific Ocean, over 3,000 kilometers from the nearest continent, farther from any landmass than almost any other inhabited place on Earth, there is an island. It is triangular, volcanic, treeless now, covered in grass and scrub, battered by wind and waves, a a speck of land in the immensity of the ocean. And on this island, there are statues. Nearly 900 of them, carved from volcanic tuff, some standing on stone platforms, some lying incomplete in quarries, some toppled and broken, faces pressed into the earth. These are the moai, the giant stone heads. Though they are not just heads but full figures, bodies buried in soil and rubble, carved by the Rapa Nui people, the Polynesian colonizers who reached this most remote of islands around 1200 CE, who built a society, who created one of the most distinctive cultures in the world, and who then experienced a catastrophic collapse, a population crash, a civil war, an ecological disaster that has become a parable of environmental destruction and human folly. Easter Island, called Rapa Nui by its inhabitants, was named by Dutch explorers who arrived on Easter Sunday 1722. They found an island with a small, impoverished population, living in caves and simple huts, possessing no large boats capable of deep-sea fishing or traveling between islands, subsisting on sweet potatoes and chickens, surrounded by the enigmatic statues, clearly the work of a more prosperous, more organized society. How did the moai come to be? The Rapa Nui carved them from the volcanic crater at Reino Roroku, using stone hand axes, basalt tools, pounding and pecking at the tuff, shaping the figures in the quarry face, carving them in place, lying on their backs, attached to the bedrock. Once a moai was completed, it was cut free, slid down the slope, and transported across the island to its final location, a stone platform called an ahu. The moai range in size from less than 2 meters to over 20 meters in height. The largest, called El Gigante, was never completed, still attached to the quarry, over 21 meters tall, estimated to weigh over 200 tons. Had it been finished and moved, it would have been an astonishing feat of engineering. The statues represent ancestors, deified chiefs, figures of authority and manner, spiritual power. Each moai was carved for a specific ahu, a specific clan or lineage, erected to honor the ancestors, to protect the living, to demonstrate the power and status of the group. The moai were placed on the ahu facing inland, watching over the villages, their backs to the sea. They were given eyes, coral and stone inlays, placed in the sockets during ceremonies, activating the statues, giving them sight, allowing them to see and to guard. Some moai were also given pakeo, cylindrical top knots of red scoria, a different volcanic rock, placed on their heads, possibly representing hair or headdresses, symbols of rank. The pakeo were quarried at a different site, Puna Pau, and transported separately, then lifted and placed on the moai, an additional engineering challenge. How were the moai moved? This question has puzzled researchers for decades. The island had trees when the Rapa Nui arrived, a species of palm, possibly used to make sledges or rollers, to transport the statues horizontally. Ropes made from bark or plant fibers would have been used to pull the statues, teams of workers, possibly hundreds, hauling in coordination, moving the massive stones across the island. Recent experiments suggest the moai might have been walked, rocked from side to side, pivoting on their bases, moved upright, a technique that would require fewer people and less infrastructure, but would be risky, the statues vulnerable to damage or collapse. The Rapa Nui erected over 300 moai on ahu around the island's perimeter, a ring of ancestors, watching, protecting, proclaiming. The effort required was enormous, an obsessive investment of labor and resources, a society dedicating itself to monument building, to ancestor worship, to competition among clans, each trying to outdo the others with larger, more impressive statues. But the moai were not the only structures. The Rapa Nui built houses, boat-shaped structures with stone foundations and thatched roofs, arranged in villages. They cultivated sweet potatoes in stone-mulched gardens, using a technique called lithic mulching, spreading stones on the fields to retain moisture, to protect the soil from wind erosion, to moderate temperature. They fished, using stone weirs and small canoes, catching inshore species. They kept chickens, the only domesticated animal they brought, a source of protein and eggs. They carved petroglyphs, images of birdmen, vulvas, fish, spirals, on rocks across the island, a visual language whose full meaning is lost. And they organized society around clans, around chiefs who claimed descent from the gods, who controlled resources, who sponsored the carving and erection of moai, who competed in displays of wealth and power. But something went wrong. The trees disappeared. By the time Europeans arrived, the island was treeless, the palms gone, the forest vanished. Without trees, there was no wood for boats, no timber for construction, no way to transport statues. The moai carving ceased. The statues in the quarry were abandoned, half-finished, waiting for transportation that never came. The loss of the forest had cascading effects. Soil erosion increased, reducing agricultural productivity. The lack of boats meant no access to deep-sea fish, reducing protein sources. The population, which may have reached 10 or 15,000 at its peak, crashed, declining to perhaps 2 or 3,000 by the time Europeans arrived. Oral traditions describe a period of warfare, the Huri Moai, the toppling of statues, clans attacking each other, pulling down the moai of their enemies, breaking the statues, destroying the symbols of ancestral power. Nearly all the moai on the Oahu were toppled, their faces pressed into the earth, their bodies broken, their pakeo scattered. What caused the collapse? The deforestation is central. The Rapa Nui cut down the trees for agriculture, for firewood, for transporting the moai, for building houses and boats. The rats they brought with them ate the palm seeds, preventing regeneration. The trees did not return. The forest, once cleared, was gone. Without the forest, the society could not sustain itself. The elaborate chiefdoms, the moai building culture, the competitive display, all became unsustainable. The population exceeded the carrying capacity, resources were depleted, and the society collapsed, fragmenting, fighting, reducing to a subsistence level. Some scholars argue the collapse was exacerbated by European contact, by diseases, by slave raids in the 19th century when Peruvian ships abducted over 1,000 Rapa Nui, including most of the chiefs and priests, the keepers of knowledge and tradition, decimating the population and the culture. By the late 19th century, the Rapa Nui population had fallen to just over 100 individuals. The island was annexed by Chile, used for sheep ranching, the land leased to a Scottish company, the Rapa Nui confined to a small area, their culture suppressed, their language declining. In the 20th century, the Rapa Nui population began to recover, the culture to revive, the language to be taught again. The moai became symbols of indigenous resilience, of cultural survival, of the connection to ancestors and to place. Many of the fallen moai have been re-erected, restored to their ohu, using modern cranes and equipment, giving visitors a sense of what the island looked like when the statues stood, the ring of ancestors watching over the land. Standing before a moai, looking into its stone face, the eyes empty now, the coral inlays gone, you feel the presence of the ancestors, the weight of expectation, the demand for respect and veneration. And you feel the silence of collapse, the forests gone, the clans fallen, the statues toppled, the island stripped, a parable of ecological limits, of what happens when a society consumes its resource base, when competition drives exploitation, when there is nowhere to go, no other island to settle, no relief from the choices made, the edge of the world becoming the edge of survival, the last echoes fading into the wind and the waves. The coastline of Rapa Nui, with its ohu and moai, its villages and ceremonial sites, was the public face of Rapa Nui society, the space of display and competition, of ancestor worship and chiefly power. But the interior of the island, called the Mota, was different, a landscape of agriculture and subsistence, of gardens and chicken coops, of the daily work that sustained the population, that made the moai possible. The Mota is rolling grassland now, open and windswept, dotted with volcanic cones and craters, crossed by stone walls and ancient field boundaries. But it was once more intensively used, covered with gardens, the soil worked and mulched, the crops tended, the chickens guarded. The primary crop was sweet potato, kamara in Polynesian, brought by the colonizers from other islands, planted in the volcanic soil, harvested year-round, providing a reliable carbohydrate source. Sweet potatoes were stored in underground pits, lined with stones, sealed to protect from moisture and pests, creating reserves for lean times. The Rapa Nui also grew taro, yams, bananas, sugarcane and bottle gourds, though the climate and soil were not ideal for these crops, and yields were lower than on more fertile Polynesian islands. The island's isolation meant no contact with other islands, no exchange of planting materials, no influx of new crops or technologies. The Rapa Nui dependent entirely on what they had brought or could develop. Chickens were the only significant source of animal protein, aside from fishing. The Rapa Nui kept chickens in stone enclosures, manavai, circular or rectangular structures with high walls, protecting the birds from theft and from the harsh weather. The chickens were valuable, sources of meat and eggs, and they were closely guarded, the enclosures sometimes having lockable entrances, evidence of competition and conflict over resources. The Mota also has evidence of warfare. There are fortified caves, Onakionga, refuges where people hid during raids, bringing food and water, waiting out the conflict. The caves have narrow entrances, defensible, and some have been modified, walls built to block access, creating secure shelters. The oral traditions describe a shift from the age of the Moai to the age of the Birdman cult, a new religious and political system that emerged after the collapse of the chiefly order. The Birdman cult centered on an annual competition, where representatives of clans would race to collect the first egg of the migratory Suti tern from the islet of Motu Nui, off the coast. The competitors would descend the cliffs at Orongo, a ceremonial village on the crater rim of Reino Cow, swim through shark-infested waters to the islet, wait for the birds to arrive and lay eggs, collect an egg, and return, swimming back, climbing the cliffs, bringing the egg to Orongo. The first to return, egg intact, would make his sponsor the Birdman, the Tangatamonu, the sacred chief for the year, endowed with mana and authority. Orongo is a cluster of stone houses, built into the slope of the crater, using a corbelled roofing technique, flat stones layered to create a dome. The houses are small, dark, windowless, used only during the Birdman ceremony, a temporary village for a sacred event. The houses are covered with petroglyphs, images of birdmen, half-human, half-bird figures, symbols of the cult, of transformation, of the connection between human and divine. The Birdman cult was less about monument building and more about ritual and competition, a shift from permanent stone architecture to annual ceremony, from hereditary chiefs to a system where power could be gained through skill and bravery, where the social order was more fluid, more competitive. But the cult could not reverse the ecological damage, could not bring back the forests, could not increase the carrying capacity. The population remained small, the resources limited, the island a fragile ecosystem, vulnerable to any shock, to drought, to disease, to external interference. When Europeans arrived in the 18th and 19th centuries, they brought new disasters. Diseases, smallpox and tuberculosis, spread, killing many. Slavers raided, abducting Rapa Nui to work in Peruvian guano mines, a genocidal trade that decimated the population. Missionaries arrived, converting the Rapa Nui to Christianity, suppressing traditional practices, including the Birdman cult, transforming the culture, erasing much of the indigenous knowledge. By the late 19th century, the Rapa Nui were a broken people, their population reduced to barely over 100, their land taken, their culture suppressed, their language endangered. The Moai lay fallen, the Ahu in ruins, the Mota depopulated, the forests long gone, the island a ghost of its former self. But the Rapa Nui survived. The population slowly recovered, the culture was revived, the language taught to new generations, the Moai restored. Today, Rapa Nui is part of Chile, a special territory with some autonomy, the population around 8,000, a mix of indigenous Rapa Nui and Chilean settlers. The Mota is still used for grazing, sheep and horses, and for some agriculture, but much of it is protected, part of Rapa Nui National Park, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognized for its cultural and historical significance, for the Moai and the Ahu, for the petroglyphs and the ceremonial sites. Walking in the Mota, among the stone walls and the volcanic cones, the wind constant, the grass bending, the ocean visible in all directions, you feel the isolation, the smallness of the island, the vastness of the ocean. You understand why the collapse was so complete, why there was no escape, no relief, why the Rapa Nui had to survive or die on this small piece of land, at the edge of the world, where the horizons close, where the last echoes fade into the wind and the waves. Off the southern coast of Yonaguni Island, the westernmost inhabited island of Japan, beneath the waters of the East China Sea, there is a rock formation that has sparked decades of debate, speculation, and controversy. The Yonaguni Monument, as it is called, is a series of massive stone structures, terraces and platforms, steps and right angles, lying 10 to 20 meters below the surface, discovered in 1987 by a local diver. The formation is striking. It has flat surfaces, sharp edges, parallel lines, features that suggest human modification, artificial construction, a sunken city or temple, a monument built on land and then submerged as sea levels rose after the last ice age. Masaroki Kimura, a marine geologist from the University of the Ryukyus, has studied the site extensively and argues that it is artificial, a man-made structure, possibly over 10,000 years old, dating to a time when the area was above water, when a civilization, now lost, built this monument, which was later flooded as the glaciers melted and the seas rose. Kimura points to features he interprets as evidence of human work. Straight edges, right angles, what appear to be stairways, tool marks on the stones, a carved face, possibly a turtle, symbols and signs, evidence of design and construction. If Kimura is correct, the Yonaguni Monument would be one of the oldest architectural structures in the world, predating the pyramids of Egypt, the megaliths of Europe, challenging our understanding of prehistoric Japan, suggesting an advanced civilization in the region during the Paleolithic or early Neolithic. But most geologists and archaeologists are skeptical. They argue that the Yonaguni Monument is a natural formation, sandstone layers that have been shaped by erosion, by wave action, by geological processes, creating the illusion of artificial construction. Sandstone fractures along natural plains, creating flat surfaces and right angles. Erosion can produce terraces and steps, features that look man-made, but are entirely natural. The Yonaguni Formation is in an area of tectonic activity, subject to earthquakes and landslides, which could create unusual features, exposing layers, creating dramatic structures. The skeptics point out that no clear artifacts have been found at the site, no pottery, no tools, no carvings that are definitively human-made. The supposed carved face and symbols are ambiguous, possibly pareidolia, the human tendency to see patterns and faces in random shapes. The debate has become polarized. Kimura and his supporters continue to argue for human construction, producing diagrams and interpretations, organizing dives and tours, promoting the Yonaguni Monument as a lost civilization, a Japanese Atlantis. The mainstream academic community largely dismisses the claims, pointing to the lack of rigorous evidence, the presence of natural explanations, the dangers of pseudo-archaeology. The truth may lie somewhere in between. It is possible that the Yonaguni Monument is primarily natural but was modified by humans, that prehistoric people found the rock formation, recognized its unusual features, and enhanced them, carving steps, flattening surfaces, using the natural structure as a foundation for a sacred site or a settlement. This would not make it a lost civilization or a 10,000-year-old city, but it would make it an interesting archaeological site, evidence of early human activity in the region, of people interacting with the landscape, shaping it to their purposes. However, proving such modification would require finding clear evidence, tool marks that are definitively human, artifacts in situ, features that cannot be explained by natural processes. So far, this evidence has not been found, or at least not in a form that convinces the broader academic community. The Yonaguni Monument remains a mystery, an edge-of-the-world enigma, a rock formation that looks artificial, that invites speculation, that draws divers and tourists, that inspires theories, but that has not yet yielded its secrets, if it has any to yield. Diving at the Yonaguni Monument, swimming over the stone terraces, the steps and platforms, the water clear, the fish schooling, the rock covered in algae and coral, you feel the strangeness, the sense that it could be artificial, that it could be natural, that the boundaries are blurred, that the ocean keeps its secrets, that at the edge of the world, where the islands peter out, where the land meets the sea, where the Ice Age coastlines lie drowned, there are formations and features that challenge us, that invite interpretation, that remain, ultimately ambiguous, enigmatic, neither fully explained nor fully understood. At the northern tip of Newfoundland, in Canada, where the Atlantic Ocean meets the Gulf of St. Lawrence, where the coast is rocky and the winds are cold and the summers are brief, there is a site called L'Anse aux Meadows. It is a small cluster of reconstructed turf buildings, simple structures with thick sod walls and roofs, arranged around a stream, facing a bay, a Norse settlement, the only confirmed Viking site in North America, evidence that the Norse reached the New World 500 years before Columbus. The site was discovered in the 1960s by Norwegian explorer Helge Ingstad and his wife, archaeologist and Stein Ingstad, who were searching for Vinland, the land described in Norse sagas, where Leif Erikson and other Vikings established a settlement around 1000 CE. The sagas, the Saga of Eric the Red and the Saga of the Greenlanders, describe voyages from Greenland to lands to the west, to places they called Helgeland, Markland and Vinland, the land of stone, the land of forests, and the land of wine, identified by scholars as Baffin Island, Labrador, and Newfoundland or farther south. The sagas describe encounters with indigenous people, called Skraelings by the Norse, conflicts and trade, attempts to establish settlements. But ultimately, the Norse withdrew, the distances too great, the environment too harsh, the indigenous populations too numerous or too hostile. Lons Meadows was occupied for only a few years, a base camp, a place to repair ships, to gather timber, to prepare for further exploration, or to overwinter. The settlement consisted of 8 buildings, 3 large halls, for workshops and a kiln, built in the Norse style, turf and timber, similar to structures in Iceland and Greenland. The halls are longhouses, rectangular structures with central hearths, benches along the walls, spaces for living and working, sleeping and eating. The largest hall could have housed about 70 people, a substantial group, but the site was never a large colony, more of an outpost or way station. The workshops show evidence of ironworking, the smelting of bog iron, a type of iron found in wetlands, smelted using a simple furnace, producing iron blooms that could be worked into nails, rivets, tools, essential for ship repair. The presence of ironworking is significant, a European technology, unknown in the Americas before contact, confirming the Norse presence. Other artifacts include a bronze pin, used to fasten a cloak Norse style, a whetstone for sharpening tools, spindle whorls for spinning wool, and butternuts, a species of walnut that does not grow in Newfoundland, evidence that the Norse traveled farther south, to regions where butternuts grow, possibly the Gulf of St. Lawrence or New England, bringing back samples. Radiocarbon dating places the occupation around 1000 CE, consistent with the saga accounts, confirming that the Norse reached North America at this time, establishing a settlement, however brief. Why did the Norse leave? The sagas describe conflicts with the Skraelings, the indigenous peoples, possibly Beotic or other groups. The Norse were outnumbered, vulnerable, far from support, unable to sustain a colony in the face of opposition. The climate was colder than Greenland, the growing season short, agriculture marginal, the settlement dependent on supplies from Greenland or on local resources, fishing and hunting, which required knowledge of the environment and possibly cooperation with indigenous groups, difficult to achieve. The Norse withdrew, abandoning Lons Meadows, the buildings left empty, the turf slowly collapsing, the site returning to nature. The voyages to Vinland ceased, or at least are not recorded, the New World left to its indigenous inhabitants, the Norse focusing on their colonies in Greenland, which themselves would be abandoned by the 15th century, the climate cooling, the settlements becoming unsustainable. Lons Meadows was forgotten, known only through the sagas, which were dismissed by many scholars as legend, folklore, exaggeration. The discovery in the 1960s proved the sagas were based on reality, that the Norse had indeed reached North America, had built a settlement, had explored the coast. The site is now a National Historic Site of Canada and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, the most significant Norse archaeological site in North America. The buildings have been reconstructed, based on the excavated foundations, using traditional materials, turf and timber, creating a vivid impression of what the settlement looked like, how the Norse lived at the edge of the known world. Standing at Lons Meadows, looking out at the bay, the cold water, the rocky coast, you feel the isolation, the remoteness, the challenges the Norse faced, sailing across the North Atlantic in open boats, navigating without accurate maps, establishing settlements in unknown lands, at the mercy of weather and sea, of indigenous opposition and scarce resources. And you feel the fragility of the Norse presence, the way the settlement was abandoned, the way the voyages ceased, the way the connection to the New World was lost, the edge of the known world becoming a boundary not crossed, the last echoes of the Norse in America fading into saga and legend, until archaeology, centuries later, brought them back into history, confirmed the reality, showed that the Vikings reached the edge of the world and settled, briefly, before the world pushed back, and they retreated, and the forests and the shores were left to the indigenous peoples, who had been there all along, who would remain, who would endure the next wave of contact, centuries later, from the south, bringing a different and more lasting colonization. In the high desert of northwestern New Mexico, in a remote canyon where the sun beats down mercilessly in summer and the winter winds howl through the rock, there are ruins. Massive stone buildings, multi-storied pueblos, great houses built with thousands of dressed stones, timber beams hauled from mountains 60 kilometers away, structures that once housed hundreds of people, that were centers of ceremony and trade, that dominated the region for over 2 centuries, from roughly 850 to 1150 CE. This is Choco Canyon, the center of the ancestral Puebloan culture, also called Onosozi, though that term is now considered problematic, a Navajo word meaning ancient enemies, not the name the people called themselves, which is lost. The great houses of Choco are monumental. Pueblo Bonito, the largest, has over 600 rooms and 40 kivas, circular subterranean chambers used for ceremonies, religious rituals, community gatherings. The building is D-shaped, rising 4 or 5 stories in places, the walls thick, built of sandstone blocks, carefully shaped and fitted, creating a massive structure that required planning, organization, and immense labor. The construction of Pueblo Bonito and the other great houses involved cutting and transporting over 200,000 trees, ponderosa pines and firs, from the Chusca Mountains or the San Mateo Mountains, hauled across the desert without wheels or draft animals, carried by human labor, an effort that speaks to the importance of these structures, the centrality of Choco to the ancestral Puebloan world. Choco was not just a residential center, but a ceremonial and administrative hub, a place where people gathered from across the region, traveling along roads, a network of straight roads radiating from Choco, connecting outlying communities, some roads stretching for over 60 kilometers, engineered and maintained, allowing movement and communication. The roads are puzzling. They are wide up to 10 meters, straight, often unnecessary from a practical standpoint, easier routes available, but the roads ignore terrain, cutting straight, climbing mesas, descending into valleys, maintaining their alignment. The roads seem more symbolic than functional, processional ways, sacred paths, connecting the outlying communities to the center, to Choco, to the place of power and ceremony. The great houses were aligned with astronomical events, the solstices and equinoxes, the lunar cycles. Petroglyphs on Fajota Butte, a prominent rock formation in the canyon, mark the sun's movements, shafts of light passing between stones, illuminating spiral carvings at precise times, a calendar, a way to track the seasons, to organize agricultural activities, to perform rituals at the correct moments. The Chocoans grew maize, beans, and squash, the southwestern agricultural triad, using rainfall and runoff, channeling water from the canyon walls, creating small-scale irrigation, terracing fields, maximizing the limited moisture. The environment was marginal for agriculture, arid, the rainfall unpredictable, droughts common, yet the Chocoans persisted, building a complex society in a challenging landscape. They also traded, participating in networks that extended across the Southwest and into Mesoamerica. Turquoise from local mines was worked into beads and ornaments, traded south to Mexico, exchanged for macaws and parrots. Tropical birds valued for their feathers, used in ceremonies, in costumes, in ritual objects. Copper bells, cacao, shells from the Pacific and the Gulf of California, all made their way to Choco, evidence of long-distance trade, of connections to distant regions. The kivas at Choco are numerous and varied. The great kivas are large, over 20 meters in diameter, capable of holding hundreds of people, community spaces, places for ceremonies involving the entire population or representatives from outlying areas. The smaller kivas, clan kivas, were used by specific groups, families or societies, for more intimate rituals, for teaching and initiation, for the maintenance of traditions. The Chocoans were part of a broader ancestral Puebloan culture, which built cliff dwellings and pueblos across the Four Corners region, from Mesa Verde in Colorado to the Mogollon Rim in Arizona. But Choco was the center, the largest, the most influential, the place where power and ritual were concentrated. Around 1150 CE, Choco was abandoned. The reasons are debated, but environmental change is central. A prolonged drought, the Great Drought of the 12th century, reduced rainfall, crops failed, resources became scarce. The population dispersed, moving to areas with more reliable water, to the Rio Grande Valley, to the Hopi Mesas, to other regions where agriculture was more sustainable. Some scholars argue that social factors also played a role, that the centralized system at Choco, the demands for labor and tribute, the organization of the road network, became unsustainable, that inequality and resentment led to fragmentation, to the breakdown of the system, to the abandonment of the center. Violence is also part of the story. Some sites show evidence of conflict, burned structures, bodies showing signs of trauma, suggesting warfare or raiding, competition for resources, the breakdown of social order as the drought intensified. The great houses were left empty, the rooms abandoned, the kivas silent, the roads no longer traveled. The canyon returned to a quieter use, occasional visits, but not the dense occupation, not the ceremonial gatherings, not the construction and trade that had defined Choco. The ancestral Puebloans did not disappear, they continued. Their descendants are the modern Pueblo peoples, the Hopi, the Zuni, the Pueblo communities of the Rio Grande, who maintain oral traditions, who remember the migrations, who know that Choco is part of their history, a place of ancestors, a sacred landscape. Choco Canyon is now a National Historical Park, a remote and haunting site. The great houses still standing, the walls eroded but intact, the kivas open to the sky, the roads visible as faint traces in the desert. Few people visit, the site is difficult to reach, hours from the nearest town, the roads rough, the environment harsh, but those who come are moved by the scale and the mystery, by the sense of a civilization that built monumentally in a marginal environment, that organized and traded and created, and then, when the environment turned against them, dispersed, left the center, moved to the edges, became the Pueblos, the cliff dwellers, the survivors, carrying the traditions, the stories, the knowledge, to new places, new homes, at the edge of the world. In the Verde Valley of central Arizona, where the cliffs rise above the river, where the sycamores and cottonwoods grow thick along the banks, there is a structure built into the cliff face, a 5-story dwelling with 20 rooms, constructed of limestone and mud mortar, perched in a natural alcove 50 meters above the valley floor, accessible only by ladders, a fortress, a village, a statement of engineering and adaptation. This is Montezuma Castle, though it has nothing to do with the Aztec Emperor Montezuma, the name given by early American settlers who wrongly assumed the structure was connected to Aztec culture. The castle was built by the Sinagua people, a culture that flourished in central Arizona from roughly 600 to 1400 CE, farmers and traders, builders of cliff dwellings and pueblos. The Sinagua name means without water in Spanish, a reference to the arid landscape, though the name is misleading, as the Sinagua settled near water sources, along rivers and creeks, in areas where irrigation was possible, where agriculture could be sustained. Montezuma Castle was built in the 12th and 13th centuries, during a period of increased construction, population growth, perhaps also increased conflict, the cliff dwellings offering protection, defensibility, a retreat from raids or warfare. The castle is remarkably well preserved, the dry climate and the sheltered location protecting it from erosion, the structure intact, the walls and ceilings, the roof beams, the plaster, all surviving, giving a vivid impression of what the dwelling looked like when inhabited. The rooms are small, low-ceilinged, the doorways tiny, T-shaped openings that could be easily defended, that required stooping to pass through. The Sinagua were not tall people, and the rooms were designed for efficiency, for warmth in winter, for coolness in summer, the thick walls and the sheltered location moderating temperature. The castle had no access from the ground, the ladders the only way in or out, pulled up at night or during threats, making the dwelling secure, safe from intruders, from animals, from enemies. The Sinagua economy was based on agriculture, growing maize, beans, squash, and cotton, using irrigation from the Verde River, channeling water to fields, creating a productive agricultural system in the desert. They also gathered wild foods, mesquite beans, walnuts, cactus fruits, supplementing their diet, diversifying their food sources. They traded with neighboring cultures, the ancestral Puebloans to the north, the Hohokam to the south, exchanging goods, ideas, perhaps people, marriages creating alliances, trade creating connections. The Sinagua were influenced by both cultures, adopting Hohokam-style ball courts and canal irrigation, ancestral Puebloan-style pottery and architecture, creating a hybrid culture, a synthesis of traditions, a people at the crossroads of southwestern cultures. Around 1400 CE, the Sinagua abandoned Montezuma Castle and other settlements in the Verde Valley. The reasons are unclear, but likely involve the same factors affecting other southwestern cultures: drought, resource depletion, social stress, possibly conflict. The population moved, some possibly joining other Pueblo groups, others dispersing, the Sinagua identity fading, absorbed into other cultures, the cliff dwellings left empty. Montezuma Castle was not forgotten by local people, the Yavapai and the Apache, who knew of the structure, but it was not used, considered a place of the ancestors, perhaps dangerous, haunted, a place to avoid. When American settlers arrived in the 19th century, they were astonished by the cliff dwelling, assuming it was built by a vanished advanced civilization, connecting it fancifully to the Aztecs, to Montezuma, creating a romantic legend. In the early 20th century, Montezuma Castle became one of the first sites protected as a national monument, recognized for its archaeological and architectural significance, preserved and interpreted for the public. The site is now a popular tourist destination, easily accessible, with a visitor center and trails, the castle visible from below, the structure dramatic and beautiful, the cliff face rising, the dwelling tucked into the alcove, protected, enduring. Visitors cannot enter the castle, the structure too fragile, the risk of damage too great, but they can view it from the base, see the walls and the openings, imagine the ladders, the people ascending and descending, carrying water and food, living suspended between earth and sky, at the edge of safety, in a dwelling designed for protection, for isolation, for survival in a landscape where the world narrowed, where the edges closed in, where the only refuge was up, into the cliffs, into the alcoves, away from the dangers below, the Sinagua holding on, building, enduring, until the day came when even the cliffs were not enough, when the water ran out, when the fields failed, when the people left, descending the ladders one last time, walking away, leaving the castle empty, silent, waiting for the tourists and the archaeologists, waiting to be rediscovered, to be preserved, to be a monument to adaptation and abandonment, to life at the edge. On the Hopi Mesas in northeastern Arizona, where the desert stretches to the horizon, where the mesas rise abruptly, flat-topped, like islands in a sea of sand and scrub, there are villages. Some are still inhabited, the Hopi people living as they have for centuries, farming, performing ceremonies, maintaining traditions. But there are also abandoned pueblos, villages left empty, ruins on the mesa tops, in the valleys, scattered across the landscape, evidence of a people who moved frequently, who adapted to changing conditions, who survived where others did not. The Hopi are descendants of the ancestral Puebloans, the people of Choco and Mesa Verde, who migrated south and east after the great droughts and abandonments of the 12th and 13th centuries, who settled on the Hopi mesas, who built new villages, who continued the traditions of agriculture and ceremony, who have lived in the same region for over 800 years, one of the longest continuous occupations in North America. The Hopi oral traditions describe the migrations, the clans traveling from different directions, arriving at the mesas, settling, each clan contributing to the community, bringing ceremonies, bringing knowledge, integrating into Hopi society. The traditions also describe the villages that were abandoned, the reasons for leaving, the search for better land, for water, for peace, for the right place to settle, the place prophesied, the place where the people would endure. The abandoned pueblos are numerous. Awatovi, on Antelope Mesa, was one of the largest Hopi villages, inhabited from the 12th century until 1700, when it was destroyed by other Hopi villages, the inhabitants killed or scattered, the village burned, abandoned, a tragic episode in Hopi history, the result of internal conflict, possibly over the acceptance of Christianity, which some Hopi embraced after Spanish missionization, while others rejected, leading to a split, to violence, to the destruction of Awatovi as a warning and a purge. Sikyatki, on First Mesa, was a major village in the 15th and 16th centuries, known for its pottery, beautiful polychrome ceramics, yellow and red on buff, decorated with birds and geometric designs, some of the finest pottery of the prehistoric Southwest. Sakyatki was abandoned in the early 17th century, possibly due to drought, to conflict with other villages, to disease, the population moving to other mesas. The village left empty, the pottery buried in the ruins, rediscovered by archaeologists in the 19th century, inspiring a revival of Hopi pottery, the designs copied and reinterpreted by modern Hopi potters. The ruins of the abandoned pueblos are scattered across the Hopi lands, stone walls rising from the mesas, rubble mounds in the valleys, potsherds and lithics eroding from the soil, evidence of the long occupation, the continuous presence, the adaptation and migration that characterizes Hopi history. The Hopi have endured where others did not, maintaining their culture, their language, their ceremonies, despite pressures from Spanish colonizers, American settlers, government policies of assimilation, attempts to suppress indigenous cultures, to force Christianization, to take children to boarding schools, to erase Hopi identity. The Hopi resisted, sometimes passively, sometimes actively, maintaining their villages, their kivas, their ceremonies, their connection to the land, to the mesas, to the ancestors who are buried there, who continue to be part of the community, who are honored and remembered. The Hopi ceremonial cycle is complex, a calendar of dances and rituals, each tied to the agricultural cycle, to the seasons, to the movements of the sun and stars, ensuring rain, ensuring fertility, ensuring the continuation of life in the desert. The Kachinas, spiritual beings, ancestors, and nature spirits, are central to Hopi religion, represented by masked dancers in ceremonies, teaching children, bringing blessings, connecting the visible and invisible worlds, the living and the dead, the human and the divine. The Hopi believe they are the caretakers of the earth, that their ceremonies maintain the balance, that their presence on the mesas is part of a covenant, a responsibility to the land, to the ancestors, to the future generations. The abandoned pueblos are part of this story, places where the ancestors lived, where they struggled and thrived, where they left when conditions demanded, moving to new places, new mesas, continuing the journey, the migration that began in ancient times, that continues in a sense, as the Hopi adapt to the modern world, as they navigate between tradition and change, as they hold on to their culture, their language, their ceremonies, despite the pressures, despite the challenges, despite living at the edge of the world, where the horizons close, where the isolation can be crushing, where the only certainty is the land, the mesas, the ancestors, and the endurance of the people who have lived there, who will live there, as long as the ceremonies continue, as long as the rain comes, as long as the earth is cared for. In northern Japan, in Aomori Prefecture, on the island of Honshu, there is an archaeological site called Sannai Murayama, the largest and most important Jomon period site in Japan, evidence of a complex hunter-gatherer society that existed from roughly 3,900 to 2,300 BCE, during the Middle Jomon period, a time of elaborate pottery, large settlements, and sophisticated resource management, challenging assumptions about what hunter-gatherers could achieve, about the necessity of agriculture for complexity and sedentism. The Jomon period, named after the cord-marked pottery that characterizes the culture, lasted from roughly 14,000 to 300 BCE, one of the longest-lasting pottery-making cultures in the world, spanning over 13,000 years, beginning in the late Ice Age, and ending with the introduction of rice agriculture from the Korean peninsula. Sannai Murayama was occupied for over 1,500 years, a stable, long-term settlement, unusual for hunter-gatherers, who are typically mobile, following game, gathering seasonal resources, moving frequently. But the Jomon at Sannai Murayama were sedentary, living year-round, building substantial structures, creating a village. The site covers over 40 hectares, with evidence of large pit houses, elevated storehouses, burial grounds, and massive wooden structures. The most impressive being a series of 6 wooden pillars, each over 1 meter in diameter, arranged in 2 rows, supporting a structure whose purpose is debated, possibly a tower, a communal building, a ceremonial structure, a monument. The pillars are made of chestnut wood, selected for durability, shaped with stone tools, set deep into the ground, creating a stable foundation. The reconstruction of the pillars at the site, based on the excavated post holes, creates a dramatic structure, rising 15 meters or more, visible from a distance, a statement of engineering and organization, evidence of a society capable of large-scale construction, of mobilizing labor, of creating something that served more than just basic survival needs. The pit houses at Sanna Mariyama are semi-subterranean, dug into the ground, with wooden frames and thatched roofs, creating insulated dwellings, warm in winter, cool in summer. The houses are large, some over 10 meters in diameter, capable of housing extended families, evidence of social organization, of kinship groups, of communities living together. The elevated storehouses, raised on pillars, protected food from moisture and pests, a necessary adaptation in the humid Japanese climate, ensuring that the stored resources, nuts and seeds and dried fish, would last through the winter, allowing the settlement to remain occupied year-round. The Jomon diet was diverse, based on hunting, fishing, and gathering. They hunted deer, boar, and other game, using bows and arrows, traps, and dogs. They fished in rivers and the sea, using nets, hooks, and harpoons, catching salmon, trout, and shellfish. They gathered nuts, particularly chestnuts and walnuts, acorns, and a variety of plants, roots, berries, and greens. The cultivation of certain plants, possibly including beans, gourds, and buckwheat, is suggested by the evidence, a form of low-level horticulture, tending wild plants, encouraging their growth, possibly planting and harvesting, a step toward agriculture, but not full-scale farming. The pottery from Sanna Mariyama is elaborate, Middle Jomon pottery being among the most decorative in the world, with complex patterns, applied clay, rope impressions, incised designs, creating vessels that are functional but also artistic, expressions of creativity and identity. The Jomon also made figurines, small clay sculptures, mostly female, with exaggerated features, possibly fertility symbols, goddesses, or representations of ancestors, similar to figurines from other Neolithic cultures. The burial grounds at Sanna Mariyama contain over 700 burials, evidence of a large population, of long-term occupation, of social complexity. The burials vary, some with grave goods, others without, suggesting some social differentiation, though not extreme inequality. Around 2300 BCE, Sanna Mariyama was abandoned, the reasons unclear, possibly related to environmental changes, cooling climate, shifts in resource availability, or social factors, the breakdown of the system that supported the large settlement. The Jomon culture continued elsewhere, adapting, changing, eventually transitioning to rice agriculture in the Yo-Yo period, beginning around 300 BCE, with the introduction of wet rice farming, metalworking, and new social structures, transforming Japanese society. Sanna Mariyama was rediscovered in the late 20th century. During construction work, the site excavated, revealing the extent and sophistication of the Jomon settlement, challenging stereotypes about hunter-gatherers, showing that sedentism and complexity do not require agriculture, that people can create elaborate cultures, large settlements, monumental structures, based on hunting, fishing, and gathering, given the right environmental conditions, the right resources, the right social organization. The site is now a museum and a park, the structures reconstructed, the pit houses and the storehouses and the massive pillars, giving visitors a sense of what the Jomon village looked like, the scale, the organization, the evidence of a culture that lived at the edge of the world, on an island, isolated, developing independently, creating its own solutions, its own art, its own way of life, and enduring for thousands of years before the world changed, before rice came, before the Jomon way ended, leaving only the pottery and the post holes, the burials and the reconstructions, the memory of a people who lived differently, who show us that the paths to complexity are many, that the edge of the world can be a place of innovation and continuity, of stability and survival. In the far north of Europe, in the lands of the Sami people, the indigenous inhabitants of Scandinavia and the Kola Peninsula, across northern Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia, scattered along coastlines and on islands, there are stone labyrinths, low structures made of small rocks arranged in intricate spiral patterns, pathways that wind and turn, leading to the center, then out again, symbols whose meanings are lost, whose origins are debated, whose presence is mysterious. The stone labyrinths, called trojena in northern Sami, are found in over 300 locations, primarily near the coast, near fishing villages, on islands, in places associated with fishing and maritime activities. The labyrinths vary in size, from a few meters to over 20 meters in diameter. The pathways created by rows of stones, small rocks placed side by side, creating low walls that define the path. The designs are similar to labyrinth patterns found across Europe and the Mediterranean, the classical seven-circuit labyrinth, the Cretan labyrinth, patterns that appear in ancient Greece, in Roman mosaics, in medieval cathedrals, suggesting a shared motif, a common symbol. Though the meanings may differ, the contexts vary. The dating of the Sapmi labyrinths is uncertain. Some may be ancient, Bronze Age or earlier. Though direct dating is difficult, the stones undatable, the contexts ambiguous. Others are clearly more recent, possibly medieval or early modern, built by Sami people or by Scandinavian settlers, fishermen creating the labyrinths as part of fishing rituals, walking the paths before heading to sea, seeking good luck, ensuring a safe return, trapping evil spirits or bad winds in the center, protecting the boats and the crews. The labyrinths are unicursal, meaning there is only one path, no choices, no branches. You simply follow the path, winding inward, reaching the center, then winding outward again, a meditative walk, a ritual act, a journey in miniature. The Sami oral traditions do not provide clear explanations for the labyrinths. The purpose is lost or never recorded. The meanings perhaps changing over time, adapted to different contexts, different beliefs. The labyrinths may have been Sami creations, part of pre-Christian religious practices, or they may have been introduced by Scandinavian settlers, or they may represent a blend, a synthesis of traditions, Sami and Scandinavian, indigenous and Christian, a complex cultural landscape where meanings are layered, ambiguous. The labyrinths are sometimes called Virgin Mary's Path or Jerusalem, Christian names suggesting Christian appropriation or reinterpretation of older symbols, the labyrinth becoming a pilgrimage in miniature, a walk to the holy city, a devotional act, a way of enacting a journey that could not be physically undertaken. The labyrinths are also associated with the Maiden's Dance, a folk tradition where young people walk the labyrinth, possibly as a courtship ritual, a test, a game, social interactions structured by the path, by the winding journey to the center and back. The Sami people have lived in the far north for thousands of years, adapting to the harsh environment, the long winters, the short summers, the extreme conditions. They are traditionally semi-nomadic, following reindeer herds, fishing, hunting, moving seasonally, living in lavu, conical tents similar to teepees, using natural materials, surviving by intimate knowledge of the land, the animals, the weather. The Sami have faced colonization, Christianization, forced assimilation, their lands taken, their languages suppressed, their cultures marginalized. The Sami parliaments in Norway, Sweden, and Finland now provide some autonomy, some recognition, but the struggle for rights, for land, for cultural preservation continues. The stone labyrinths are part of the Sami landscape, markers of the coast, of the fishing places, of the connection between land and sea, between life and survival. They are also markers of the complex history, the layering of meanings, the blending of traditions, the way symbols are used and reused, appropriated and adapted, the way the edge of the world is a place of encounter, of mixing, of transformation. Walking a Sapmi stone labyrinth, following the path, the rocks underfoot, the sea visible, the wind cold, the Arctic sun low on the horizon, you feel the isolation, the remoteness, the sense of being at the edge, where the land ends, where the sea begins, where the paths wind, where the meanings are layered, where the spirits and the saints, the old gods and the new, the Sami and the settlers, all meet, all walk the same path, winding inward, reaching the center, turning, winding outward, returning, completing the journey, the ritual, the walk that is both ancient and modern, both Christian and pre-Christian, both Sami and Scandinavian, a symbol at the edge of the world, where the horizons close, where the cultures meet, where the stone labyrinths stand, silent, enigmatic, waiting for the next walker, the next ritual, the next interpretation. In a peat bog in Himmerland, in northern Denmark, in 1891, farm workers cutting peat discovered a large silver vessel, broken into pieces, buried in the bog, a magnificent cauldron, over 60 centimeters in diameter, decorated with intricate reliefs, gods and goddesses, warriors and animals, scenes of sacrifice and ritual, a masterpiece of Celtic art. Though found far from the Celtic heartlands, a mystery that has puzzled scholars for over a century. The Gundestrup cauldron, as it is called, is made of silver, 13 plates in total, 5 inner plates, 7 outer plates, and a round base, each plate decorated with embossed figures, gilded, creating a visual narrative, a cosmology, a religious text in metal. The outer plates show individual figures, gods or goddesses, each holding objects, surrounded by animals or symbols. One plate shows a female figure holding a bowl, possibly a fertility goddess, flanked by elephants, exotic animals unknown in northern Europe, suggesting connections to distant regions, to the Mediterranean, to the east. The inner plates show more complex scenes. One famous plate depicts a large male figure, seated cross-legged, wearing antlers, surrounded by animals, a stag, a ram-headed serpent, holding a torque in one hand and a serpent in the other, identified by scholars as Cernunnos, the Celtic god of nature, animals, the wilderness, the horned god. Another plate shows a procession of warriors, infantry and cavalry, moving toward a figure holding a cauldron, perhaps dipping or drowning a warrior, possibly a scene of sacrifice, of death and rebirth. The cauldron as a symbol of transformation, of resurrection, a central theme in Celtic mythology. The cauldron is clearly Celtic in style, the iconography, the artistic conventions, the themes, all consistent with Celtic art and religion. But the cauldron was found in Denmark, in Scandinavia, far from the Celtic regions of Central and Western Europe, in a land inhabited by Germanic peoples, not Celts, during the time the cauldron was made. Radiocarbon dating and stylistic analysis place the cauldron's creation around 200 to 300 BCE, the Late Iron Age, the Lottine period, when Celtic culture was at its height, when Celtic tribes dominated much of Europe, from Iberia to Anatolia, from the British Isles to the Balkans. So how did a Celtic cauldron end up in a Danish bog? Several theories have been proposed. One is that the cauldron was looted, taken as war booty during conflicts between Germanic and Celtic tribes, carried north, and eventually deposited in the bog as an offering, a votive sacrifice to the gods, a treasure given to the earth, to the water, to the spirits of the bog. Bog offerings were common in northern Europe, particularly in Denmark and northern Germany, during the Iron Age. Valuable objects, weapons, jewelry, even human bodies, were deposited in bogs, sacred places, liminal spaces between land and water, earth and sky, the living and the dead, places where offerings could reach the gods, where sacrifices could ensure favor, victory, prosperity, fertility. Another theory is that the cauldron was made in the Balkans, in Thrace or Dacia, regions with Celtic influences, regions with rich silver deposits, and was brought north through trade or as a diplomatic gift, eventually ending up in Denmark, where it was deposited in the bog. The presence of elephants and other exotic motifs suggests that the craftsman who made the cauldron had knowledge of Eastern art, of Hellenistic or Persian motifs, of artistic traditions beyond the Celtic world, suggesting the cauldron was made in a cosmopolitan center, a place where cultures met, where trade routes crossed, where silver and skill and ideas came together. The Gundestrup cauldron is now in the National Museum of Denmark in Copenhagen, displayed in a climate-controlled case, one of the museum's most famous objects, a symbol of the Iron Age, of Celtic culture, of the mysteries of the past. The cauldron represents a culture that is lost, the Celtic religion, which was oral, not written, which left no texts, no scriptures, only the accounts of outsiders, Roman and Greek writers, who described Celtic practices, human sacrifice, druidic rituals, warrior cults, but who did not understand, who could not penetrate the meanings, who saw the Celts as barbarians, as others as enemies. The Celts were eventually conquered, absorbed into the Roman Empire, Christianized, their languages suppressed, their religions eradicated, their traditions fading, surviving only in fragments, in place names, in folklore, in objects like the Gundestrup cauldron, which speak of a world that no longer exists, of gods who are no longer worshipped, of rituals that are no longer performed. The cauldron, found in a bog at the edge of the Celtic world, in a land of forests and moors, at the edge of the known, is a fitting symbol of the edge of the world civilizations, cultures that thrived in isolation, that developed their own answers, their own gods, their own art, and that, when the world changed, when the Romans came, when Christianity spread, when the forests were cleared and the bogs were drained, faded, dissolved, leaving only the objects, the cauldrons and the talks, the stone labyrinths and the abandoned pueblos, the moai and the cliff dwellings, the last echoes of worlds that were complete unto themselves, worlds at the edge, where the horizons closed, where the isolation was both protection and vulnerability, where the end, when it came, was absolute, final, the civilizations collapsing into silence, into memory, into the artifacts and the ruins that we find, that we study, that we try to understand, standing at the edge of our own world, looking back across the centuries, listening for the echoes, faint and fading, of the peoples who lived at the edge, who endured as long as they could, and then, when they could endure no longer, vanished, leaving only the stones, the pottery, the silver cauldron in the bog, the moai on the island, the pueblos in the canyon, the labyrinths on the coast, the last traces of worlds that were once whole, once living, once at the edge, and are now, like all things, dissolved into silence. Flooded, buried, erased, but remembered. These are the last stories, the final cities, the civilizations that slipped away so completely that even their names were forgotten, that were covered by water or sand or jungle, or the foundations of new cities built on top of old. Some were rediscovered by accident, a farmer's plow striking stone, a diver seeing shapes beneath the waves. Others are still being found, LiDAR penetrating the jungle canopy, satellites detecting subtle variations in desert sand, archaeologists excavating beneath modern streets. But all of them share this. They were once alive, bustling, full of voices and commerce and prayer and laughter and argument and song, and now they are silent. The final silence is not dramatic. It is the silence after the last inhabitant leaves, after the last fire goes out, after the wind begins its patient work of erasure, after the river changes course, or the sand advances, or the new city rises on the old, layer upon layer, until the original is buried so deep that no one remembers it was ever there. Until, one day, someone digs. In the desert west of the Nile, south of Cairo, where the sand meets the cultivation, where the line between life and death, green and gold, is sharp and absolute, there is a necropolis, a city of the dead that stretches for over 6 kilometers, a landscape of tombs and temples, mastabas and pyramids, shafts and chambers, the burial ground of Memphis, the ancient capital of Egypt, used continuously for over 3,000 years. This is Saqqara, one of the most important archaeological sites in Egypt, a palimpsest of dynasties, each period adding its layers, its tombs, its monuments, creating a vertical timeline of Egyptian civilization compressed into the sand. The most famous structure at Saqqara is the Step Pyramid of Djoser, built around 2670 BCE. During the Third Dynasty, the oldest monumental stone building in Egypt, possibly in the world, a revolutionary structure that marked the transition from mud brick mastabas to stone pyramids, from rectangular tombs to the pyramid form that would define Egyptian architecture for millennia. The Step Pyramid was designed by Imhotep, the royal architect, vizier, and later deified as a god of wisdom and medicine, a polymath who conceived of building in stone on a massive scale, who stacked 6 mastabas of decreasing size to create a stepped pyramid over 60 meters high, surrounded by a walled enclosure with courtyards, chapels, and ceremonial buildings. The pyramid was not just a tomb but a complex, a place for the king's ka, his spiritual essence, to reside, to receive offerings, to continue existing in the afterlife. The subterranean chambers beneath the pyramid are extensive, a labyrinth of corridors and rooms, decorated with blue faience tiles, carved with images and texts, designed to recreate the royal palace, to provide everything the king would need in eternity. Saqqara continued to be used for burials long after the Step Pyramid was built. The Old Kingdom nobles built their mastabas near the royal pyramids, massive rectangular tombs with chapels for offerings, underground burial chambers, walls decorated with scenes of daily life, agriculture, hunting, feasting, craftsmen at work, the activities of the living recreated for the dead. The Tomb of Ti, a high official of the 5th dynasty, has some of the finest reliefs at Saqqara, carved in limestone, painted, showing Ti overseeing activities on his estates, workers harvesting grain, herding cattle, making bread, fishing, the rhythms of Egyptian life captured in stone. The Serapeum, the underground burial place of the Apis bulls, sacred animals believed to be manifestations of the god Ptah, is one of the most impressive structures at Saqqara. The Apis bulls were kept in a sanctuary during their lives, and when they died, they were mummified and buried in massive granite sarcophagi, each weighing over 60 tons, placed in underground galleries, vaults cut into the bedrock, a cathedral for bulls, a monument to Egyptian animal worship. The Serapeum was discovered in the 19th century by French archaeologist Auguste Mariette, who found the entrance buried in sand, excavated the galleries, discovered the sarcophagi, most of them already looted in antiquity, but a few intact, containing the mummified remains of the sacred bulls, wrapped in linen, buried with offerings, jewelry, amulets, treated as gods. Saqqara was also used for burials during later periods, the Late Period, the Ptolemaic period, even the Roman period, each era adding its tombs, reusing older structures, tunneling new shafts, creating a vertical city of the dead, layers upon layers, tombs stacked, intersecting, a chronological chaos that makes excavation challenging but endlessly revealing. In recent years, Saqqara has yielded spectacular discoveries. In 2018, archaeologists uncovered a pristine tomb of a 5th dynasty priest, Wati, the walls covered with vibrant painted reliefs, the colors still bright after over 4,000 years. In 2020, over 100 sealed coffins were found in burial shafts, sarcophagi that had not been opened since antiquity, containing mummies and grave goods, a time capsule of the late period. The discoveries at Saqqara continue, each excavation revealing new tombs, new artifacts, new chapters of Egyptian history. The site is vast, much of it still unexcavated, buried under sand, waiting for archaeologists, for funding, for time and patience to reveal what lies beneath. Saqqara is a place of memory, a place where the dead were placed to be remembered, where their names were inscribed, their images carved, their stories told. The Egyptians believed that to speak the name of the dead was to keep them alive, to make offerings ensured their continued existence. And the tombs at Saqqara were designed for eternity, for remembrance, for the persistence of identity beyond death. But time is cruel. Many tombs were robbed, the grave goods stolen, the mummies desecrated, the names erased or forgotten. The sand covered the tombs, burying the memories, silencing the dead. The necropolis became a ruin, visited occasionally, but not understood, not appreciated, until modern archaeology brought it back, excavated the tombs, read the inscriptions, restored the names, gave the dead a kind of resurrection. Not physical but informational, their lives and deaths recorded, studied, shared, their existence acknowledged once again. Standing at Saqqara, among the tombs and the pyramids, the step pyramid rising against the sky, the desert stretching endlessly, you feel the weight of time, the accumulation of the dead, the layers of history compressed into sand and stone. You see the ambition to defeat death, to ensure memory, to build for eternity, and you see the failure, the tombs robbed, the names forgotten, the sand advancing, the silence deepening. But also the persistence, the archaeologists digging, the tombs opening, the dead speaking again, faintly, through the inscriptions and the reliefs, through the objects and the bones, saying, "I was here, I lived, I mattered, remember me." In the deserts of Sudan, north of Khartoum, where the Nile flows through arid lands, where the sun is relentless and the sands shift, there are pyramids. Not the smooth-sided pyramids of Egypt, but steeper, smaller, more numerous, over 200 of them clustered in royal cemeteries, the tombs of the kings and queens of Kush, the Nubian kingdom that ruled from Meroe for nearly 1,000 years, from roughly 300 BCE to 350 CE. Meroe was the capital of the kingdom of Kush after the earlier capital at Napata became untenable, possibly due to environmental changes or political shifts. The kingdom moved south to Meroe, a city in the desert but near the Nile, with access to water, to trade routes, to resources, a place where a civilization could flourish. The pyramids of Meroe are distinctive, steep-sided, with angles of about 70 degrees, much steeper than Egyptian pyramids. They are smaller, the tallest about 30 meters high, built of sandstone blocks, originally faced with smooth plaster, some decorated with reliefs and inscriptions, though much of the decoration has been lost to erosion and looting. Each pyramid was a tomb for a king or queen, the burial chamber underground. Beneath the pyramid, accessed by a stairway from the east side. The chambers were filled with grave goods, jewelry, pottery, weapons, furniture, everything the deceased would need in the afterlife. Though most of the tombs were looted in antiquity, or in the 19th century, by European treasure hunters, including the notorious Italian explorer Giuseppe Fellini, who destroyed many pyramids searching for gold, finding one spectacular treasure, a hoard of jewelry from the tomb of Queen Amenhotep, which he sold, scattering the objects across European museums. The Kingdom of Kush was wealthy, controlling trade routes, exporting gold, ivory, ebony, and enslaved people from the African interior, importing goods from Egypt, the Mediterranean, and beyond. The kingdom had ironworking, possibly developed independently or adopted early, producing iron tools and weapons that gave them a technological advantage. The Kushite culture was a blend of Egyptian and indigenous Nubian traditions. The kings and queens adopted Egyptian titles and gods, built pyramids, used hieroglyphs, but they also maintained Nubian practices, worshipped local deities, spoke the Meroitic language, a language that remains only partially deciphered despite the existence of inscriptions. Meroitic script, alphabetic rather than hieroglyphic, was used for religious and royal texts, inscriptions on stele and temple walls, but the language is not fully understood, the grammar and vocabulary elusive, making many inscriptions difficult to interpret, the voices of the Kushite kings and queens muffled, their messages partial, incomplete. The city of Meroe was substantial, with temples, palaces, residential areas, and industrial quarters. The site has evidence of ironworking on a large scale, slag heaps indicating extensive production, iron exported or used locally, contributing to the kingdom's wealth and power. The most important temple was dedicated to the god Ammonius, a major Egyptian deity adopted by the Kushites, who built temples to Ammonius across their kingdom, the god of kings, the divine protector. The temple at Meroe has a small surviving pylon, columns, and reliefs showing Kushite kings making offerings, wearing Egyptian crowns, claiming continuity with pharaonic tradition. Another temple is dedicated to Apidmak, a Nubian god, a lion-headed warrior deity, unique to Kush, evidence of the indigenous elements in Kushite religion, the blend of Egyptian and African traditions. Around 350 CE, the kingdom of Kush collapsed, the capital at Meroe abandoned, the civilization disappearing from the historical record. The reasons are debated. The rise of Aksum, the Ethiopian kingdom to the east, which may have cut off trade routes, raided Kush, weakened the kingdom economically and militarily, is one theory. Environmental changes, desertification, the overuse of resources, particularly the deforestation for ironworking, depleting the fuel supply, is another. Internal decline, political fragmentation, the breakdown of central authority, is a third. Whatever the causes, Meroe was abandoned, the pyramids left empty, the city deserted, the royal line ended. The Kushite culture fragmented, the Meroitic script forgotten, the language lost, the kingdom absorbed into later Christian Nubian kingdoms, which had different cultures, different languages, different gods, erasing much of the Kushite legacy. For over 1,000 years, Meroe was forgotten, the pyramids slowly eroding, damaged by wind and rare rains, looted by treasure hunters, the stones robbed for construction elsewhere. The site was known to local people, but not understood, the pyramids attributed to various legendary origins, not recognized as the tombs of a Nubian kingdom. In the 19th century, European explorers and archaeologists rediscovered Meroe, documented the pyramids, excavated some tombs, though often destructively, and brought Kush back into history, recognizing it as a major African civilization, a kingdom that challenged Egypt, that ruled the Nile, that created its own distinctive culture. Meroe is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, protected and studied, though the site is remote, difficult to access, in a region affected by conflict and instability, making archaeological work sporadic and challenging. The pyramids stand in the desert, smaller and steeper than their Egyptian counterparts, clustered in groups, the royal cemeteries, the final resting places of the Kushite kings and queens. The sand blows across the site, covering and uncovering, the pyramids slowly eroding, the reliefs fading, the inscriptions in Meroitic script weathering, becoming harder to read, the voices of the dead growing fainter. Standing among the pyramids of Meroe, the desert silent, the sun setting, the pyramids casting long shadows. You feel the isolation, the remoteness, the sense of a civilization at the edge, far from the centers of power, creating its own monuments, its own traditions, enduring for 1,000 years, then collapsing, dissolving into the desert, leaving only the pyramids, the stones and the silence. The final silence of a kingdom that once ruled the Nile, that traded with the Mediterranean, that worked iron and gold, that built pyramids in the desert, and then vanished, remembered only in fragments, in inscriptions we cannot fully read, in tombs that were looted, in a script that is lost, in the silence that follows when the last king dies, when the last queen is buried, when the city is abandoned, when the desert reclaims what was briefly held. In the Danube River, at the Iron Gates Gorge, where the river narrows and flows fast between Serbia and Romania, there was an island, a small piece of land, less than 2 hectares, covered with houses and a mosque, inhabited by Ottoman Turks, a Muslim community in the heart of the Balkans, a relic of the Ottoman Empire, persisting long after the empire had retreated, a tiny island with its own identity, its own culture, a place out of time. This was Ada, a name meaning island fortress in Turkish, settled by Turks in the 18th century, fortified by the Ottomans, used as a military outpost, a control point on the Danube, guarding the passage through the gorge. The island was small but densely populated, with narrow streets, whitewashed houses, shops selling Turkish sweets and coffee, a mosque with a minaret, a community that maintained Ottoman customs, spoke Turkish, practiced Islam, lived as they had for generations, isolated on their island, surrounded by the river, by Christian nations, by a world that had moved on. After World War I, the Ottoman Empire collapsed, and Ada became part of Romania, an anomaly, a Turkish Muslim island in a Romanian Orthodox kingdom. The inhabitants were given Romanian citizenship, but maintained their language and religion, their traditions and identity, a unique community, a living museum of Ottoman culture. Ada became a tourist attraction, visitors coming to see the Turkish island, to buy sweets, to drink coffee, to hear the call to prayer, to experience a piece of the Ottoman Empire in the 20th century. The island was picturesque, charming, the houses painted in pastels, the streets narrow and winding, the mosque elegant, the people hospitable. But the island was doomed. In the 1960s and 1970s, Romania and Yugoslavia constructed a massive hydroelectric dam at the Iron Gates, creating a reservoir, raising the water level of the Danube, flooding the gorge, submerging the rapids, drowning the islands. Ada was in the path of the flooding. The island would be completely submerged, the community displaced, the houses destroyed, the mosque demolished, the Turkish enclave erased. The inhabitants protested, petitioned, pleaded, but the dam was a priority, a symbol of modernization, of progress, of harnessing the river for electricity, for development, for the future. The island was expendable, a small sacrifice for the greater good. In 1970, the inhabitants were evacuated, relocated to the mainland, to Romanian and Turkish communities, dispersed, the community broken apart, the continuity severed. Some moved to Turkey, seeking to return to their ancestral homeland, to rejoin Turkish culture. Others remained in Romania, adapting, assimilating, losing the island identity over generations. The houses on Ada were dismantled, some materials salvaged. The mosque was partially reconstructed on a nearby larger island, Simeon, a gesture, an attempt to preserve something. But the new mosque was not the same, not on Ada not part of the living community, a memorial rather than a continuation. The dam was completed, the reservoir filled, and Ada disappeared beneath the water, the island submerged, the streets and houses, the gardens and the shops, the mosque and the cemetery, all drowned, the final silence of water covering what once was. Ada is now beneath the Danube, a drowned island, invisible, the water flowing over it, boats passing above, the river's surface giving no hint of what lies below. Divers occasionally explore the site, finding remnants, foundations, stones, the ghostly traces of the island. But much has been eroded, shifted, buried in silt, the river reshaping what the dam created. Ada is remembered by the descendants of the islanders, by historians, by those who visited before it was drowned, by photographs and postcards, by the stories and the memories, by the Turkish sweets that are still made, the recipes preserved, by the mosque on Simeon, by the sense of loss, of a community erased, of a place that once existed, that was unique, that is now gone, drowned. The final silence of water closing over the island, the ripples fading, the surface calm, the island. Beneath, silent, forgotten by most, remembered by a few, a place that was flooded, buried, erased, but remembered. On the plains of what is now Nebraska and Kansas, along the Platte and Republican rivers, where the grasslands stretch endlessly, where the bison once migrated in vast herds, there was a people called the Pawnee, a confederation of 4 bands, the Chowie, Kitkahocky, Pitahawarota, and Skeedy, agricultural and hunting peoples, living in earth lodge villages, cultivating maize and squash, hunting bison seasonally, creating a society that balanced farming and hunting, sedentism and mobility. The Pawnee built earth lodges, circular structures with wooden frames covered with layers of grass and earth, creating insulated dwellings that could house extended families, 10 to 20 people or more, clustered in villages of dozens of lodges, creating substantial settlements, some villages with over 100 lodges, home to 1,000 people or more. The lodges were oriented to the east, the doorway facing the rising sun, the interior organized around a central hearth, the smoke escaping through a central opening that also let in light. The lodges were comfortable, warm in winter, cool in summer, the earth providing insulation, the structure solid and enduring, rebuilt periodically as the timbers rotted or the earth settled. The Pawnee were sophisticated astronomers, using the stars to organize their calendar, to time agricultural activities, to guide their rituals. The Skeedy Band, in particular, had elaborate star knowledge, associating stars and constellations with gods and spirits, performing ceremonies aligned with celestial events, the Morning Star Ceremony being the most famous and the most controversial. The Morning Star Ceremony, as described in Pawnee oral traditions and in accounts by early observers, involved the sacrifice of a captive, usually a young woman from an enemy tribe, to honor the morning star, to ensure fertility, to maintain cosmic order. The ceremony was elaborate, the captive treated well for months, then ritually killed, her blood offered to the stars, her body buried in the fields, a sacrifice that was both religious and agricultural, linking the heavens and the earth, the gods and the harvest. The practice was horrifying to European observers and was eventually suppressed, possibly ending in the early 19th century. Though the details are unclear, the oral traditions ambiguous, the accounts by outsiders unreliable. The Pawnee economy was based on agriculture and hunting. They grew maize, beans, and squash, the 3 sisters, using the fertile river valleys, planting in the spring, harvesting in the fall. They hunted bison twice a year, spring and fall, entire villages moving to the plains, following the herds, hunting on foot and later on horseback, processing the meat, drying it for storage, using every part of the animal, meat, hide, bones, sinews, creating a sustainable relationship with the bison, though that relationship would be shattered by American expansion and the destruction of the bison herds. The Pawnee was skilled in diplomacy and warfare, navigating the complex politics of the plains, allying with some tribes, fighting others, particularly the Lakota and Cheyenne, who competed for the same resources, the same hunting grounds, the same territories. In the 19th century, the Pawnee were devastated by disease, smallpox and cholera, epidemics brought by Europeans, spreading along trade routes, killing thousands, reducing the population from perhaps 12,000 or more to a few thousand. The Pawnee also faced pressure from American expansion, settlers moving into their territories, the US government demanding land, negotiating treaties, often unfair, often broken, forcing the Pawnee to cede their lands, to move to reservations, to abandon their villages, their earth lodges, their way of life. In 1874, the Pawnee were forcibly relocated from Nebraska to a reservation in Indian Territory, now Oklahoma, a displacement that was traumatic, a removal from their ancestral lands, from the rivers and the plains where they had lived for centuries, where their ancestors were buried, where their sacred sites were located. The earth lodge villages were abandoned, left empty, the structures collapsing, the timbers rotting, the earth eroding, the villages disappearing, returning to the prairie, the grass growing over the depressions where the lodges had been, the only traces. The Pawnee language declined, the children forced to attend boarding schools, forbidden to speak Pawnee, forced to speak English, to adopt American ways, to abandon their culture, a policy of cultural genocide, of assimilation, of erasure. The Pawnee survived, the population slowly recovering, the culture persisting, efforts to revive the language, to maintain traditions, to remember the history, to honor the ancestors, to continue being Pawnee despite the displacement, despite the losses. The Earth Lodge villages are gone, archaeological sites now, excavated, documented, but mostly left as depressions in the prairie, markers of where people lived, where villages stood, where a society thrived and was then forced to leave, the final silence of abandonment, of displacement, of a people removed from their land, from their homes, from the places where their identity was rooted, the silence of the empty prairie, the grass waving, the wind blowing, the earth lodges beneath collapsed. Eroded, the villages remembered but gone. In the Sahara Desert of Mauritania, in the Tikrit region, where the desert is flat and empty, where the heat is extreme and water is almost non-existent, there are ruins. Hundreds of stone-built villages, stretching across the landscape, abandoned settlements from a time when the Sahara was not a desert, but a savanna, when the region was habitable, when people lived and farmed and thrived in a land that is now barren. The Tikrit represents one of the earliest complex societies in West Africa, emerging around 2000 BCE, contemporary with the Bronze Age civilizations of the Mediterranean and the Near East, but developing independently, in isolation, in the heart of Africa. The villages are built of dry stone walls, using local sandstone, creating circular or oval compounds, enclosures for families or clans, arranged in clusters, creating settlements of varying sizes, from small hamlets to villages with over 100 compounds. The walls are low, often less than a meter high, defining spaces rather than providing defense, creating privacy, marking ownership, organizing the village into distinct units, each compound with its own space, its own identity. The people of the Tikrit were agropastoralists, cultivating pearl millet, one of the earliest domesticated crops in Africa, grown in the Sahel region, adapted to arid conditions. They also kept cattle, sheep and goats, herding them, moving seasonally perhaps, though the presence of substantial stone villages suggests at least seasonal sedentism, people living in the villages for part of the year, moving with their herds at other times. The economy was also based on hunting and gathering, exploiting the wild resources of the savanna, hunting antelope and other game, gathering wild grains, fruits and tubers, diversifying their food sources, ensuring survival in a variable environment. The climate during the Tikrit occupation was wetter than today, the African humid period, when the monsoons penetrated farther north, bringing rain to the Sahara, creating lakes and rivers, grasslands and woodlands, a landscape that supported human populations, that allowed agriculture, that was habitable. Around 1000 BCE, the climate began to change, the monsoons weakening, the rains failing, the Sahara drying, the lakes disappearing, the grasslands turning to desert. The people of the Tikrit adapted, possibly intensifying their agriculture, focusing on pearl millet, which is drought-resistant, reducing their herds, which require more water and grazing land. But the drying continued, relentless, irreversible, and eventually, the villages were abandoned, the people moving south, to the Sahel, to regions that remained habitable, to places where the rains still came, where agriculture was still possible. The stone villages were left empty, the walls standing, the compounds open to the sky, the desert advancing, covering the fields, erasing the paths, the villages slowly disappearing under the sand, becoming invisible, forgotten, until aerial surveys and archaeological work in the 20th century revealed them. Hundreds of villages, a lost civilization. The Tikrit is significant because it shows the development of social complexity in West Africa, the transition from mobile hunter-gatherers to settled farmers, the emergence of villages, the organization of society, the adaptation to environmental challenges, and ultimately, the vulnerability to climate change. The way a civilization can thrive, and then collapse when the environment shifts beyond the capacity to adapt. The site is now being studied, documented, using satellite imagery, ground surveys, excavations, revealing the extent and organization of the villages, the economy, the social structure, the history of a people who lived in the Sahara when it was green. The Tikrit is also endangered, threatened by the desert, by erosion, by climate change, by by the expansion of sand, the villages slowly disappearing, the walls collapsing, the stones scattered, the final silence of the desert advancing, covering what once was, erasing the traces, the villages beneath the sand, the people gone, the Sahara reclaiming what was briefly green, what was briefly inhabited, the edge of the world becoming the desert, the horizons closing, the final silence of sand, covering stone, of wind erasing paths, of the last village abandoned, the last wall falling, the last trace disappearing into the vastness of the Sahara. In the Ennedi Plateau of northeastern Chad, where sandstone cliffs rise from the desert, carved by wind and water into fantastic shapes, arches and canyons, gelter and wadis, there is evidence of a culture that thrived in the Sahara when it was green, a culture that painted the rocks, that left images on the cliffs, that created one of the most extensive collections of rock art in the world, thousands of paintings and engravings, showing people and animals, cattle and horses, scenes of daily life and ritual, a visual record of a society that lived at the edge of the Sahara, in the oases, during the African humid period. The Great Oasis culture, as some scholars call it, is not a single polity but a network of communities, people living around oases, permanent or seasonal water sources, scattered across the Sahara, from the Tasselai Eniger in Algeria to the Ennedi in Chad, connected by trade, by shared practices, by the movement of herders following the rains, following the grass. The rock art of the Ennedi is spectacular, painted and engraved on cliff faces, in caves and rock shelters, depicting cattle, thousands of images of cattle, showing the importance of herding, the centrality of cattle to the culture, to the economy, to identity. The paintings also show people, herders with their animals, women and children, families and communities, scenes of daily life, milking, herding, dancing, rituals involving cattle, the sacrifice of animals, the veneration of bulls. The art spans thousands of years, from the early Holocene to the drying of the Sahara, showing changes in style, in subject matter, in the animals depicted. The earliest images show wild animals, giraffe and elephant, rhinoceros and aurochs, the fauna of the Green Sahara, the savanna animals that lived when the region was wetter, when there were rivers and lakes. Later images show domesticated cattle, introduced around 7000 BCE, brought from the Nile Valley or the Sahel, transforming the economy, the society, the relationship with the land. The herders followed the rains, moving seasonally, camping near water sources, returning to the same places year after year, painting the rocks, marking the sites, claiming territory, recording events, creating a visual history. The latest images show horses and camels, animals introduced much later, horses around 1000 BCE, camels around 100 CE, adapted to the drier conditions, to the desert that the Sahara was becoming, the final adaptations before the region became too arid for permanent habitation, before the oases dried up, before the people moved south, to the Sahel, to regions where water still flowed. The Gelter, or oases, of the Ennedi are still inhabited by crocodiles, relics of the Green Sahara, populations of Nile crocodiles that survived in isolated pools, remnants of the lakes and rivers that once filled the region, now confined to a few permanent water sources, adapted to the desert, to the scarcity, waiting for the rains that rarely come. The Gelter are also sacred sites, venerated by the local people, the Tubu and others, who know the history, who remember the ancestors, who tell stories of the time when the Sahara was green, when the cattle grazed, when the people lived in the oases, when the rocks were painted, when the world was different. The rock art is deteriorating, eroded by wind and sand, faded by the sun, damaged by tourism, by graffiti, by the carelessness of visitors who touch the paintings, who vandalize the sites, who take fragments as souvenirs, destroying what has survived for thousands of years. Conservation is difficult. The sites are remote, spread across a vast area, in a region with minimal infrastructure, with political instability, with conflict and insecurity, making protection challenging, making study sporadic, making preservation a race against time and erosion. The Great Oasis culture is a reminder that the Sahara was not always a desert, that it was once green, once inhabited, that people lived there, that they created art, that they left a record, a visual history painted on the rocks, showing us what could be again perhaps, if the climate shifts, if the monsoons return, if the Sahara greens again, as it has in the past, in cycles. Though those cycles are measured in thousands of years, far beyond human timescales, beyond our lifetimes, beyond our civilizations. Standing in the Enedi, among the sandstone cliffs, the rock art visible, the gelter reflecting the sky, the crocodiles basking, you feel the weight of time, the cycles of climate, the greening and the drying, the coming and the going of people and animals, the painting and the fading, the memory and the forgetting, the final silence of the desert advancing, the oases drying, the cattle gone, the people moved, the paintings fading, the rocks silent, the stories lost, the great oasis culture, dissolved into the desert, remembered only in the paintings, in the images on the rocks, faint and fading, waiting for the rain that does not come, waiting for the green that does not return, waiting in the silence of the Sahara. On the Red Sea coast of Eritrea, where the Horn of Africa meets the sea, where the heat is crushing and the sun relentless, there is an archaeological site called Sambel, a port city from the Aksumite period, a trading center that connected the African interior to the maritime networks of the Red Sea, to Arabia and India, to the wider world of ancient commerce. Sambel was an Aksumite port, contemporary with the highland capital at Aksum, serving as the gateway to the sea, the place where goods from the interior were shipped out, where imports arrived, where ships docked and caravans departed, where the wealth of trade flowed. The site has been partially excavated, revealing stone buildings, warehouses, residential areas, evidence of a substantial settlement, a city that serviced the Aksumite state, that facilitated trade, that contributed to the empire's wealth and power. The buildings are made of coral stone and basalt, using local materials, adapted to the coastal environment. The architecture simple but functional, designed for storage, for housing merchants and sailors, for the business of trade. The artifacts found at Sambel include pottery from across the Red Sea world, from Arabia, from Egypt, from India, evidence of the wide-ranging trade networks, the connections that linked Aksum to the Mediterranean, to the Persian Gulf, to the Indian Ocean, creating a cosmopolitan port, a place where cultures met, where goods and ideas were exchanged. The economy of Sambel was based on trade, exporting ivory, gold, frankincense, myrrh, enslaved people, importing wine, olive oil, glassware, textiles, spices, luxury goods that enhanced the prestige and power of the Aksumite elite. The port also supported a fishing industry, exploiting the rich marine resources of the Red Sea, providing food for the city and for export, drying and salting fish, sending them inland, to Aksum and other highland centers. Around the 7th century CE, Sambel declined, coinciding with the decline of Aksum itself, the rise of Islam and the Arab conquests transforming the Red Sea region, cutting Aksum off from its traditional trade partners, isolating the kingdom, weakening it economically and politically. The port was abandoned, the ships stopped coming, the trade routes shifted, the wealth dried up, and Sambel was left empty, the buildings collapsing, the harbor silting up, the city returning to the desert and the sea. For over 1,000 years, Sambel was forgotten, the site buried under sand, known perhaps to local fishermen, but not recognized for what it was, not understood as an Aksumite port, not connected to the ancient trade networks. Modern archaeology has revealed Sambel, excavating the buildings, documenting the artifacts, connecting the site to Aksum, to the Red Sea trade, to the wider world of late antiquity, showing that Aksum was not isolated in the highlands, but was connected, maritime, trading, participating in the global economy of its time. Sambel is now a threatened site, affected by development, by coastal erosion, by looting, by the lack of resources for protection and conservation, by the political instability of the region, making archaeological work difficult, making preservation uncertain. The site is a reminder that ports are vulnerable, that they depend on trade, on connections, on the flow of goods and people. And when the trade stops, when the connections are cut, when the ships stop arriving, the ports die, quickly, completely, the warehouses empty, the merchants leave, the buildings collapse, the harbor silts up, the city is abandoned, the final silence of a port where the ships no longer come, where the trade has moved elsewhere, where the sea laps against empty quays, where the sand covers the stones, where the memory fades, where the city is forgotten, buried, erased, but remembered, faintly, in the artifacts, in the pottery shards from distant lands, in the stones that once formed warehouses, in the harbour that once bustled, now silent, empty, waiting. In the forests of the South Island of New Zealand, along the Tea River, in a region now covered in dense bush, there is archaeological evidence of a Maori culture that thrived for several centuries, from roughly 1200 to 1500 CE. A people who lived in the forests, who hunted the moa, giant flightless birds, who gathered forest resources, who built villages, and then disappeared. Their culture absorbed into other Maori groups, their settlements abandoned, their specific identity lost. The Maori arrived in New Zealand from Polynesia around 1250 to 1300 CE, settling the islands, adapting to a new environment, a temperate climate, different from the tropical islands they had left, a land with no mammals except bats, with giant birds, the moa, easy prey for hunters arriving with dogs and weapons. The early Maori, called the archaic Maori by archaeologists, exploited the abundant resources, hunting moa to extinction within a few centuries, harvesting seals and sea lions, fishing, gathering plants, creating a hunter-gatherer economy, living in coastal and riverine settlements. The Tea River culture represents one of these early Maori groups, settled inland, along the river, in the forests, subsisting on moa and other birds, on eels and freshwater fish, on forest plants, ferns and roots, creating a forest-based economy. The settlements were small, villages of a few dozen people, living in simple structures, possibly where the traditional Maori houses, made of wood and thatch, not leaving substantial archaeological traces, the structures decaying quickly in the humid environment. The evidence comes primarily from midden sites, refuse dumps where the Maori discarded bones and shells, tools and charcoal, the detritus of daily life, accumulating in layers, creating a record of diet and activities. The middens along the Tea River show heavy exploitation of moa, the bones fragmented, the marrow extracted, the birds consumed intensively, along with other forest birds, kiwi and parrots, and eels from the river, a diverse diet based on the forest and the river. But the moa populations could not sustain the hunting pressure. The moa were slow to reproduce, laying only 1 or 2 eggs per year, and they were easy to hunt, large and flightless, unable to escape. Within a few centuries, the moa were extinct, hunted to the last bird, a catastrophic loss that transformed the Maori economy. Without the moa, the forest resources were less abundant, less reliable, and the Maori adapted, shifting to horticulture, introducing kamara, the sweet potato, from Polynesia, cultivating it in the warmer regions of New Zealand, creating gardens, storing the harvest, transitioning from hunter-gatherers to farmers. The Tea River region, inland, in the cooler South Island, was less suitable for kamara cultivation, the climate too cold, the growing season too short, and the population declined, possibly moving to other regions, to the coast, to the North Island, where kamara grew better, where the resources were more abundant. The settlements along the Tea River were abandoned, the people leaving, the villages empty, the forest reclaiming the clearings, the structures collapsing, the middens buried under vegetation and soil, the Tea River culture disappearing, absorbed into other Maori groups, the specific identity lost, the settlements forgotten. Modern archaeology has revealed the Tea River culture, excavating the middens, identifying the moa bones, documenting the forest economy, understanding the early Maori adaptation, and the changes forced by the extinction of the moa. The Tea River is now in a protected forest, the bush dense and wet, the river clear and cold, the moa long gone, the Maori settlements invisible, buried under centuries of leaf litter and growth, the forest silent except for the birds that remain, the parrots and the kiwi, descendants of the birds the early Maori hunted, survivors of the extinction that claimed the moa. The Tea River culture is a reminder of the fragility of island ecosystems, the vulnerability of endemic species, the way human arrival can transform a landscape, can drive extinctions, can force adaptations, can create and destroy, within a few generations, within a few centuries, the moa from abundance to extinction, the forest economy from viable to unsustainable, the people from settled to mobile, from hunter-gatherers to farmers, from the Tea River to elsewhere, the villages abandoned, the culture dissolved, the final silence of a forest where the moa once walked, where the Maori once hunted, now empty of both, the forest reclaimed, the river flowing, the silence deep, broken only by the wind in the trees and the calls of the birds that survived. In the northwestern Deccan Plateau of India, in the region of Maharashtra, there is an area called Khandesh, a land of black soil and seasonal rivers, of forts and trade routes, a region that has been inhabited for thousands of years, that has seen the rise and fall of kingdoms, that has been part of various empires, but that also has a deeper history, a history of settlements and cultures that flourished and disappeared, leaving only traces. Khandesh was on trade routes, connecting the Deccan to Gujarat, to the Arabian seaports, to northern India, a crossroads, a place where goods and people moved, where cultures met, where wealth accumulated. The region has evidence of Chalcolithic settlements, Bronze Age cultures, contemporary with the Indus Valley civilization, but not part of it, independent developments, farming communities that cultivated the black soil, that grew wheat and millet, that kept cattle, that created pottery and tools, that built villages. The Chalcolithic cultures of Khandesh, like the Malvar and Jorwe cultures, left behind pottery, distinctive painted wares, red and black, decorated with geometric designs, evidence of craft traditions, of cultural identity. The settlements were substantial, some covering several hectares, with evidence of houses, storage facilities, possibly fortifications, creating villages and towns, centers of population, of production, of trade. But the Chalcolithic cultures of Khandesh declined and disappeared, around 1000 BCE, possibly due to environmental changes, to the drying of the climate, to the shift from summer to winter rainfall patterns, which affected agriculture, which stressed the farming economy, which led to the abandonment of settlements, to the movement of populations. The region was later part of various kingdoms and empires, the Satavahanas, the Guptas, the Rashtrakutas, the Mughals, each leaving their mark, their forts and temples, their inscriptions and coins, their contributions to the cultural landscape. But the Chalcolithic settlements were forgotten, buried under soil and later construction, the pottery and the tools eroding from the surface, collected by villagers, not recognized as ancient, not valued, until archaeologists began surveying, excavating, documenting, revealing the depth of history, the layers of occupation, the succession of cultures. Khandesh is now a modern region, agricultural, industrial, urban, the ancient settlements mostly destroyed or buried, the evidence fragmentary, the sites endangered by development, by agriculture, by looting, by neglect. The final silence of Khandesh's Chalcolithic cultures is the silence of forgetting, the settlements buried, the pottery scattered, the people absorbed into later populations, the cultures dissolved, the specific identities lost, leaving only the artifacts, the sherds and the tools, the evidence of people who lived, who farmed, who created, and who disappeared into the flow of history, into the succession of cultures, into the layers of the Deccan soil, silent, forgotten, erased, but remembered. Faintly, in the archaeological record, in the pottery and the stone tools, in the sites that are excavated, documented, interpreted, bringing back, partially, incompletely, the voices of the dead, the cultures of the past, the civilizations that rose and fell in Khandesh, at the edge of the known, at the crossroads of trade routes, where the caravans passed, where the cultures met, where the settlements flourished and were abandoned, where the final silence settled, deep and complete. We returned to Uruk. We began our journey in the caves, in the deep human memory before cities, and now we stand where cities were born, where the first urban experiment unfolded, where the first writing was pressed into clay, where the first bureaucrats tallied grain, and the first kings proclaimed their divine right, where civilization, in the form we recognize, began. Uruk, in southern Mesopotamia, the city of the great ziggurat, the city of Gilgamesh, the city that wrote the first words, that created the template, the pattern that would spread across the world, the urban form, the state structure, the writing system, the monumental architecture, all of it beginning here, in the marshes at the edge of the Euphrates, 5,000 years ago. But Uruk also ended. The city that seemed eternal, that built in baked brick and bitumen, that employed thousands, that controlled vast territories, that traded across continents, that city also collapsed, was abandoned, became a ruin, was covered by sand, was forgotten. Uruk persisted longer than most. The city continued through the Sumerian period, the Akkadian, the UR3, the Old Babylonian, the Kassite, the Neo-Babylonian, the Persian, the Seleucid, the Parthian, adapting, shrinking, changing, but continuing, a city for over 3,000 years, one of the longest continuously occupied urban sites in the world. But eventually, around 200 CE, Uruk was abandoned. The reasons are debated, but the Euphrates changed course, the river moving away from the city, the water supply disrupted, agriculture becoming difficult, the canals silting up, the fields drying. Without water, the city could not survive. The population moved, following the river, settling in new places, leaving Uruk empty. The great ziggurat, the temples, the palaces, the walls, all stood empty, the mud bricks slowly eroding, the structures collapsing, the city becoming a mound, a tell, the layers of history compressed into earth and rubble. The site was known to local Arabs, who called it Walker, who told stories of the ancient city, who sometimes dug into the mounds looking for bricks to use in construction, who found tablets and cylinder seals, who sold them to antiquities dealers, scattering the artifacts, erasing the contexts. When archaeologists excavated Uruk in the 20th century, they uncovered the layers, the succession of cities, each built on the ruins of the last, from the Uruk period through the Parthian, a vertical timeline of Mesopotamian civilization. They found the temples, the ziggurat, the tablets with the earliest writing, the cylinder seals, the evidence of the first cities, the beginning of urban life. And they found the end, the abandonment, the final layer, the surface of the tell, where the city stopped, where the last inhabitants left, where the final silence settled. Uruk is the beginning and the end. It shows us how civilizations rise, how they build, how they organize, how they create wealth and art and power, how they seem permanent, eternal, destined to last forever. And it shows us how they fall, how they decline, how they are abandoned, how the rivers change course, how the environment shifts, how the people leave, how the cities empty, how the silence descends. Standing at Uruk, at the mound that was once the greatest city in the world, the walls that proclaimed eternal strength now barely visible, the ziggurat that reached for heaven, now a shapeless heap, the tablets that recorded transactions and myths now in museums far away, you feel the arc of history, the rise and fall, the beginning and the ending. And you understand that this is the pattern, that all cities, all civilizations, follow this arc, that what is built will crumble, that what seems permanent is temporary, that the final silence comes for all, for the greatest cities and the smallest villages, for the richest empires and the most isolated outposts, for Uruk and for all the others, the 100 vanished civilizations and lost cities, the jungle empires and the desert kingdoms, the mountain fortresses and the drowned ports, all of them, all following the same trajectory, from the first settlement to the final abandonment, from the first stone laid to the last inhabitant leaving, from the noise and the life and the commerce and the prayer to the silence, the deep final silence, the silence of sand covering stone, of jungle covering plazas, of water covering streets, of time covering everything, the silence that waits at the end of all things, patient, inevitable, absolute. Close your eyes one last time. Let the weight of these 100 journeys settle over you like the dust that covers Uruk, like the sand that buries Ubar, like the water that drowned Ada Kali. Every city we visited was built by people who believed it would last. They carved their names in stone, pressed their words into clay, built their walls thick enough to withstand armies and centuries. They were wrong. Not because they weren't skilled enough, not because they didn't try hard enough, but because nothing built by human hands escapes the fundamental law of impermanence. But here is the thing they didn't know, the thing we know now, standing at the end of this long catalogue of endings. Being forgotten is not the same as ceasing to matter. Blombo's cave still speaks across 70,000 years. The Moai still watch over Rapa Nui. The walls of Sacsayhuaman still fit, so precisely that no blade can slip between the stones. These places are silent now. Yes, but their silence is not emptiness. It is the silence of witnesses, the silence of evidence, the silence that waits for someone to listen, to dig, to brush away the sand, to ask the questions, to hear the answers. We built cities knowing they would fall, and we were right to build them anyway. We carved messages knowing they might never be read, and we were right to carve them. We created beauty knowing it would erode, and we were right to create it. Because the alternative, to build nothing, to write nothing, to leave no trace, that is the only true failure. The civilizations we visited failed in 1,000 ways. They exhausted their soil, cut down their forests, outgrew their water, fought wars they couldn't win, built cities the rivers would drown. But they did not fail to exist. They did not fail to try. They did not fail to leave us this inheritance of ruins and pottery shards and walls and glyphs and bones, this library of dust and stone, this evidence that we were here, that we built, that we mattered, that we tried to make something that would last even though we knew, somewhere deep down, that nothing lasts forever except the trying itself. The civilizations vanished. The cities fell silent. But the stones remain. The stories remain. The question remains, what will we build, knowing it will fall? And the answer, whispered from 100 ruins scattered across the earth, is the same answer it has always been. We will build it anyway. We will carve our names. We will raise our stones. We will sing our songs. And when the final silence comes for us, as it comes for all things, we will leave behind enough fragments, enough traces, enough beautiful broken things, that someone someday, digging in our ruins, will know that we were here, that we lived, that we built cities at the edge of the possible and watched them dissolve into silence, and that we considered it, all of it, every stone laid and every stone fallen, worth doing. The journey is over. The 100 cities sleep. But their silence is not empty. It is full of everything they were, everything they tried to be, everything they still teach us about the beautiful, terrible, necessary act of building something knowing it will not last, and building it anyway, because we are human, and that is what we do. Good night, and have a great, relaxing sleep.